can produce a star, and I also have chazaka. I've been living here 3 years uncontested. So Shimon has a dual claim of star and chazaka. So it says, Rabbi says, all he needs to do is furnish the star. We don't care about the chazaka. Bring the star, we're good to go. Shimon says, Nidon de chazaka. Shimon says, the halacha says, no, we look at chazaka. The chazaka below the star. So we asked, that means just the chazaka, not the star. Elaima af the chazaka. Rather say even chazaka. In other words, Rabbi says. So what's happening over here is as follows. Rabbi says, all we look at is star. Shimon says we look at both things. In other words, essentially, if you made a dual claim that you have both chazaka and star to support your residency claim, ultimately, again, you have to furnish both of those to support your statement. Kaimalan, and we said, and we'll say, what are they arguing about? So we'll say, it's actually a very interesting thing. And this in general is a fascinating idea. When you make a legal claim, and your legal claim is more than what you needed to say, are you obligated to support that entire claim, or do we make you just support the bare minimum threshold to meet your legal obligations? So for example, right? So again, Reuven comes along and says, Shimon, living in my house. Shimon says, now really all Shimon needs to say is what? Either a star or chazaka. You don't need both. But Shimon says, I have a star and chazaka. So now what's the shayla? Does Shimon have to furnish both of those things in order to support this claim? Or no, only one of them is enough. So that's the fundamental machlokes over here. We'll say tremendous Moshe Haskell in general, which is sometimes in life, the less you say, the better, right? But what's so in other words, the less you say, the better, which is pretty self-explanatory lesson, right? That we've all learned. But we'll say also sometimes this idea that what's the expression? Under promise and over deliver. Right? The problem in life is many of us over promise and under deliver. Right? So again, see here you have Shimon's coming and saying, Shana Chazaka. All right, calm down. Under promise, in other words, all you need to do is say you have one of them or bring one of them and you can over deliver. Incredible. So the Gemara says, fine. Lo, I'll give you the which is the Gemara says, everyone agrees. Keep the where's the machlokes? I'll leave it to Rabbi. Rabbi Meir, machlokes went to Rabbi. Rabbi Meir suffered. Rabbi Meir holds like Rabbi. Rabbi Meir holds like Rabbi. Rabbanon Amilocha, and Rabbanon will say as follows: Ad kamo kam Rabbi Hasan elabet chazaka. Right, Rabbi's only saying this particular position by chazaka. Why? So the Gemara says the mikoach shtar kas, because chazaka itself also is derivative of the koach of shtar. Havahacha dahani edim lad mikoach edim achrini kas. But in our case in Mishnah, where the second set of witnesses have nothing to do with the first set. Afilu Rabbi moda dein zarf lebara. Even Rabbi would agree that halacha l'maisa you don't have to bring forth both sets. Reisha, top of Chavdal. So we'll say, so again, we're just continuing on this mission, trying to explain the first case in the Mishnah where Rabbi Meir says that one litigant could disqualify the witnesses of the other, and the Rabbanan say no. One way to disqualify witnesses is halacha l'maisa through some type of true inherent psul. Top of Chavdal. So there's a Reisha ve'edim psulim v'dayanim ksherim. This is interesting. The Reisha, first case in the Mishnah, is talking about witnesses who are unfit, right? And dayanim ksherim. So the Gemara says, "Miko the pasti idim pasti nami dayanim." So since the idim are invalidated, therefore by definition, the witnesses are going to be invalidated as well. Sorry, just the opposite. Since we invalidated the witnesses, the judges will be invalidated as well. Seifa, but dayanim psulim ve'edim ksherim. The Seifa is talking about a case where the dayanim have not been invalidated, but the idim, right? The dayanim have been invalidated, but the idim are ksherim. Timigo the pasti dayanim pasti nami edim. So Maski for Ravas, Rava raises the kasha. We'll say Chavdal of 24:8, 4 lines down. Maski for Ravas, Rava raises the kasha. Bishlam amigo the pasti edim pasti nami dayanim. So I understand that in the case where the witnesses have been invalidated, so by extension the judges have been invalidated because the Lamaisa is no longer a case. So the Gemara says, but Ika Beitina Achrino. So remember again, there's always another basement they could go to. Elamiko the Pasti Dayani Pasti Nami Eitim. But in the case where ultimately again the witnesses have been invalidated, what does it mean that the judges have also been de facto invalidated? So the Gemara says, Pasti Nami Eitim, Baha Eid. Sorry, keep on reading. So the Gemara says, Ella. So, Ella, Migo de Pasti Dayani, Pasti Nami Eidim. But in the case where ultimately, again, the judges have been invalidated, why would you say that Migo, that the witnesses are invalidated as well? So the Gemara says, Bahaidim Suleka. Once you don't have witnesses, you don't have a case. Once going to revert back to what we said, where Ruvain is claiming that he has two sets of witnesses. So if there's not a second set of witnesses, then what would you say? So Gemara says, right? Then one litigant would not be able to invalidate the litigant's set of witnesses, because again, then he'd be no gay, he'd be conflicted. But that's the same thing we just said before in the name of Rav Dimi. Migo, the Mar Sabra Amina Migo, Umi Sara Lo Amina Migo. Okay, so the fundamental machlokes ultimately again would be whether or not we employ the concept of Migo. So we'll say, so bottom line is we have multiple versions as to how to understand the first machlokes in the Mishnah. But one thing is clear, which is it's not a simple case to understand. So remember again, what we have over here is Rabbi Meir saying one litigant could disqualify the witnesses and the judges of the other litigant, and the Chachamim saying, no, you can't. What are the parameters of that case? It appears that the way the Gemara is settling over here is that the parameters of this case is where Reuven is claiming that he has two sets of witnesses. So now Rabbi Meir says Shimon has the ability to come along and discredit the first set because he's not conflicted, because there's still a second set. Whereas the Chachamim say no. In general, the only way to disqualify witnesses is to go ahead and halacha l'maisa find something inherently disqualified about them. They're a relative, they're a thief, so on and so forth. Gufa. Let's go ahead. The next one to Gemara of Rish Lakish. Pek Kadosh Yomar Davar Zeh. So it says, remember again, Rish Lakish had an interesting interpretation. Rish Lakish said that when Rabbi Meir in the Mishnah says that one litigant could go ahead and disqualify the witnesses of the other litigant, what was that talking about? In Eid Echad. When the Gemara said Eid Echad, right? Don't read it as a dove, rather read it as a dove. This was the end of Chaf Gimel Amud Aleph. That really, again, if all Reuven is furnishing is one witness, so Shimon has the ability to go ahead and disqualify that one witness. So Rish Lakish was surprised. Rish Lakish says, could it be that someone as great as Rabbi Meir would say such a thing like this? So the Gemara says, Rish Lakish, Hakadosh Yomar Davar Zeh. So the Gemara says, Tani Eito. Rather read it ultimately again as singular witness. Siini. So now the Gemara says something very interesting. Bahamar Ula Haroas Rish Lakish Beis Medrash. Shlomo said what's interesting over here is as follows. According to this Gemara, leaving aside even the content, what you see from here is style. Rish Lakish is being incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir. He says Rabbi Meir, he calls Rabbi Meir a pek kadosh, a holy mouth. Would a holy mouth say something like this, that one litigant could disqualify the witnesses of the other litigant, and therefore Rish Lakish says Rabbi Meir must have meant that one litigant could disqualify the singular witness of another litigant. But the point of Gemara seizing on over here is Rabbi Meir is Rish Lakish is incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir. One second, the Gemara says, 1 second. That makes it sound like Rabbi Meir was greater than Rish Lakish. Yet the Gemara says, 1 second. If you were to walk into the base of Medrash, what would you see? Everyone says it's beautiful. If you would see Rish Lakish in the base of Medrash, what would you see? Kilo oker harim pitofnan zebazeh. You would see someone that was literally uprooting mountains and grinding them one against the other. So we'll say, so this is a metaphor for acute intellectual or analytical prowess. So remember again, the idea, if you remember again, when it comes to describing Talmidei Chachamim, there are two different types of Torah scholars. There's what's called the Sinai. A Sinai is someone who possesses a voluminous amount of knowledge, like a Har Sinai. And then there's an Oker Harim. Oker Harim is someone who possesses acute intellectual or analytical acumen. Someone's able to uproot mountains. Again, might not be the same repository of knowledge. Remember again, also we saw this Gemara. The Gemara says, who's greater, a Sinai or an Oker Harim? Now, what does the Gemara answer? Both. In other words, you need both. It's very nice to be able to engage in analytical, what's the right word? Analytical debate, analytical process, right? Or insightful analytical processes. But if you don't have the knowledge, it doesn't matter. So you need both. You need a Sinai and you need an Oker Harim. So the Gemara says over here, if you walk into the base Medrash, you saw Rish Lakish, what would you see? You'd see someone uprooting mountains and what? And grinding them against the other. So we'll say, it's fascinating to understand What does this mean? What kind of scholar was Reish Lakish? So Reish Lakish was the kind of person. Reish Lakish was the kind of person who was able to go ahead and challenge contemporary held beliefs. In other words, the idea, the ability to uproot mountains means the ability to analyze something, and to grind them against the other indicates the ability to think in new ways. Sometimes we become just so caught and so trapped in ways that we have done things that we lose the ability to look at things through a different kind of lens. So someone who could uproot mountains is the ability to analyze, grind them against each other, is the ability to think about things in a different way. So profound. So the Gemara says, and yet, Amravina, Ba'alo Kol HaRoeh, Remer Pesach Medrash, Kilo Oker Harim, Dokran Zebozeh. So yet, Ravina said, Rabbi Meir was also someone who, if you walk into the base medrash, what would you see him doing? Uprooting mountains and grinding them one against the other. So I say, so it sounds like Reish Lakish was just as great as Rabbi Meir, and yet Reish Lakish was so deferential. First why like Hachikamar was so beautiful. Hachikamar, Bo Urei Kama Mechavin Zazeh. See how much Rabbi Meir and Reish Lakish loved each other. So the Gemara says, this idea that they were incredibly respectful to one another. Kiha, the Yosef Rabbi, V'ka'amar Asr Lachat Minas Atzoris. Listen to this. Rabbi came along. Different story. Rabbi came along, and Rabbi said, you are not permitted to insulate something called, it wasn't like you had this in called Shabbos Chabura, a couple of weeks back. The halacha is, there's an Isra on Shabbos called Hatmana. You're not allowed to insulate something. Now, Rabbi came along and said, not only can you not insulate something to preserve warmth on Shabbos, you also can't insulate something to preserve cold on Shabbos. What are we concerned about? We're concerned that if we let you go ahead and insulate something cold, you come to insulate something hot as well. So the Gemara says, Amar lefan of Rabbi Shmuel Yossi Abba. So Amar lefan of Rabbi Shmuel. Amar lefan of Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Yossi. So Rabbi Shmuel Yossi came and he said, following before Rabbi. He said, Abba, Hitul Hatnas Atzoni. So he says, Abba, my father Rabbi Yossi permitted one to insulate something cold. Amar lei. So Rabbi said, Kavar Hora Zakin. Oh, if Rabbi Yossi paskin that way, the elder has paskined. Nothing more to talk about. We're allowed to do it. So what do you see? See how much the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael loved each other. Rabbi Yossi Kayim, Hayakafov V'Yoshev V'Tnei Rabbi. So what do you see from here? If Rabbi Yossi was alive, Rabbi Yossi himself would have been deferential in front of Rabbi. Tahar Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Yossi Memali Makom Avosef Hava Hayakafov V'Yoshev V'Tnei Rabbi. The Ka'amar Kvar Horazaki. So I say, even though Rabbi Yossi was deferential to Rabbi, yet when Rabbi heard the ruling of Rabbi Yossi, he deferred to Rabbi Yossi. So the Gemara is painting a beautiful picture over here of Rabbanim who are deferential one to the other. So you see over here first, again, we start with our Gemara beforehand, that you see Reish Lakish being incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir, called him a Pak Kadosh, a holy mouth, even though, again, Reish Lakish was just as great as Rabbi Meir, and I see over here Rabbi being deferential to Rabbi Yossi, even though Rabbi Yossi would have been deferential to Rabbi. Incredible. Amar Boshia, my Sid. So I want to say, where do we see this? So the Gemara is painting this beautiful picture of the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, Dafka of Eretz Yisrael, being incredibly deferential and respectful to one another. So the Gemara says, my Sid. What's the pasuk? Sid. V'ekachli shnei maklos. So it's actually very beautiful. This is a pasuk in Zechariah. I took from me two staffs. This is a prophetic vision of Zechariah. I took from me two staffs. Le'echad karasi Noam. One of the staffs I called Noam. U'le'echad karasi Chovlu. And the other I called Chovlu. Chovlu literally means damagers, right? Damagers. So when it says Noam, who's Noam? Ilu Tamidicham Sheretz Yisrael. This refers, or actually Chovlu is like a Mechabel. He's a terrorist. The Noam, who is the pleasant one? Elu Tamiti Chacham Sheba Eretz Yisrael. This refers to the Torah scholars in Eretz Yisrael. Sheman imin zeh lazeh b'halacha. They're pleasant to each other in halacha. They're pleasant to each other. Chovlim, who are the terrorists? Elu Tamiti Chacham Sheba Bavel. This refers to the Torah scholars in Bavel. Shemechablim zeh lazeh b'halacha. That are just abrasive, contrarian, and almost like abusive to each other in halacha. So such a fascinating distinction here between the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael and the Rabbanim of Bavel. The Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, loving, deferential, kind to each other. The Rabbanim of Bavel, literally again beating each other, not physically, but intellectually beating each other up. The Yomer Elai, so listen to this. The Yomer Elai, Eila Shnei B'nei HaYitzhar Ha'omdim, U'shnayim Zeisim Allah Yitzhar. So we'll say, what is this prophetic mission? So again, this is also the Karya. I'm Rabbi Yitzchak. So again, he says, these are the sons of the olive oil, of the olive. He's referring to olive oil. That refers to Eila Talmidei Chacham Shel Eretz Yisrael, Shinochen Zela Zebaba, Hashem and Zayis. Right? So the olive oil is a reference ultimately again to the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael. Right? So olive oil is smooth, olive oil could be sweet. These refer to the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, ultimately again, who are kind to one another in halacha. So the Gemara says, but Ushnaim Zeis, in the two olive trees, Elu Talmidei Chacham Shel Babel, Shemerurin Zela Zeba Halacha, Kizayis. The olive tree, the olive leaves, on the other hand, is bitter. So that refers to who? That refers ultimately again to the Rabbanim of Bavel, who are bitter to one another. The Essa Inai, so we'll say it's fascinating, this distinction between the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael and the Rabbanim ultimately again of Bavel. So I'll just point out, we don't have time for it today, but there happens to be a beautiful piece by the Shem Shmuel, the second Shara Rabbi. And the second Shara Rabbi says, why this distinction between the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael and the Rabbanim of Bavel? So the second Shara Rabbi says it's very simple. It's the power of Eretz Yisrael. The power of Eretz Yisrael. That there's something about being in the land that has a greater intensity and a greater connection to the Rebbeinu Shalom that fundamentally changes who and what Rabbi was saying. Any person who has ever been Zohar to step forth on the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael knows this. The moment, right, you're on the flight and you see the coastline of Tel Aviv that you've been in, there's something that changes inside of you. There's something that fundamentally snaps in a good way inside of you. You come into the airport and you see that, like Mashiach Mezuzah over there, right? And you see that, and there's something that fundamentally changes within you. So the Shem Yishmael says that's the difference between the Eretz Yisrael and the Bavel. So in other words, back to that. Sa'inai ve'era v'nei shtei noshin yotzos v'ruach bekanfehem. So once again, the Gemara quotes another incredible vision, also from Zechariah. I lifted my eyes and I saw two women, yotzos v'ruach bekanfehem. So these were really like malachim, but they looked like women. Right? The wind was under their wings. V'lehina knafayim k'kanfei ha'chasida. They had wings like the chasida bird. Vatisana ha'efa ben hashamayim u'ben haaretz. When they lifted the ephah, so again Rashi points out the ephah is the Yitzhahara between the heaven and earth. Va'omer ala malach hatov Rabbi anahema olichos ha'sa'efa. He said to the malach, where are they taking the ephah? Va'yomer elai livnos la bayis be'eretz shinar. They're going to build a home in Eretz Shinar. So we'll say, so this, just to understand the vision, Zechariah is seeing two angels, they look like women, they have wings like the Chasida bird, they're lifting up, they're taking the ephah. Rashi says ephah is the Yitzhahara. Where are they putting the ephah? In Eretz Shinar. What is he talking about? I'm going to go Zu Chanufa V'Gasus. These two angels refer to Chanufa, so we'll say Chanufa is like false flattery, Chanufa, and Gasus Ruach, arrogance. Sheyardu Labavel. And both of these traits came down to Bavel. So the Gemara says, "Gasus Ruach Bavel." Is that true that arrogance came to Bavel? V'amar Asara Kavin Gasus Yardu La'olam. 10 Kavin of arrogance came down to the world. Tisha Natla Elam. nine of them came down to Persia. Nine of them came down to Persia. The Achaz Kala Olam Kulo. And one was dispersed amongst the rest of the world. So what's this? You see, when the arrogance came to Persia, not the Babel. In the Babel, Nachas Vishtarbubi Dishtar the Olam. Came down to Babel. From Babel, spread out to the neighboring areas. Like an Ami B'Siv, Livnos Labayis Baris, Shinar Shmanina. Okay, so the Mercy Mar. So I'll say, so there's so much to say about this prophetic vision. There's this prophetic vision of these two malachim, or these two women, these two angelic figures representing flattery and arrogance. They have wings, right? They have wings. Because flattery and arrogance, ultimately, again, you're transporting the Sahara to, again, in this case, it was Persia or Babel. That's where arrogance and flattery are from. Similar to Saruach, Anias, the Babel Nafis. The Gemara says, Anias, the Babel Nafis. The Gemara says, one second, he's fascinating. He's seeing a sign for arrogance is poverty. It's poverty. There was what's the sign for arrogance is poverty. So let's see the level that sometimes the person who is so arrogant thinks that what he's doing for you. So there's something interesting happens if you think what he's doing for you, which is you don't make money. So sometimes you might say, one second, but I use the bubble up, but if poverty comes to bubble, so what's mine? What does that mean? I'm just cola. The first step, not necessarily material poverty, but rather against spiritual poverty. They said, a whole started kind of Shaddai's involved. Rabbi Yochanan, this refers to Elaine, which is Persia. Shezachsa Limo, although Zachsa Lamamit. Even if Persia was the source, there was much Torah that was learned there, but ultimately, again, they did not have the ability to convey Torah at all. My Babel, what's Babel? Rabbi Yochanan, Belula B'Mikra, Belula B'Mishnah, Belula B'Talmud. Ultimately, again, it's mixed in. There's Torah there, there's Mishnah there, and there's Talmud there. The Machshakim Ushivani Kinese Olam. So literally again the pasuk over here quotes the idea from Incha. So in the darkness I have been led, like the dead of the local Zeh Tamuda Shel Babel. This refers ultimately again to the learning of Babel. There's one thing that apparently is dynamic that's unfolding over here. So on one hand, what the Gemara is saying over here is a tremendous picture, this dichotomy between the Torah of Eretz Yisrael and the Torah of Babel. Right? That Talmidim coming with Babel are abusive, are abrasive, is arrogant.
What up, big dog? How are you?
Yet there's serenity, there's kindness, and there's serenity, kindness, and spiritual relation. And it's fascinating to see, by the way, how Talmud Bavli becomes the more authoritative source of Torah learning, more than Talmud itself. It's quite fascinating. So also what you see from here is that sometimes in order to be able to arrive at emes, to be able to arrive at truth, so sometimes the media that you need is not kindness.
What's new, Chi-Boy?
To arrive at truth, the media that you need is a strip of laziness. So as you see this, by the way, right? So when there's kindness, when everything is just about
GM, what's new, big dog?
So you can't find emes because everything is emes, and not and yet sometimes to be able to find what truth is, you have to be able to know what it is. There has to be the ability to say, no, you're wrong, and you're right, and I'm right, and you're wrong, or I'm wrong, and you're right. And it can't be that everyone is. It's interesting. So on one hand, we're extolling the beautiful shalom of Eretz Yisrael, but yet, again, it's not that serenity that allows us to arrive at the truest form of Torah. Truest form of Torah requires emes, and emes sometimes requires a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit of abrasiveness to be able to kind of sift through all the stuff that's not emes in order for people to get to true emes. Incredible. All right, so much want to say on this. We have to write the Mishnah. Amar we actually quoted this Gemara on the Dalafar, on the yesterday's stuff. Amar Neman alai Abba, Neman alai Avicha. Let's see, Ruben should have agreed together, right? And Ruben says, you know what? I am willing to accept my father or your father as a judge. Both things agree with this. Or Neman alai Shosher alai Bakar. Or I'm willing to accept the baby of these shepherds. So that the shepherds would not be part of my Mayor Omer Yochel Laxerbo, the mayor says that even after he makes this decision, they can retract. They can retract. They can retract on this. They'll come and say, no, any
What'd you say?
Come and say, no, once you commit to a process, that's it, you remain committed. So again, let's say again, Reuben was out of the rival to Shimon in Shmuel.
Yeah, I'm busy right now, big dog. I'm busy right now, big man.
Holding on to a safe Let's say again, you know what? Just come over to my house. Swear to me.
Okay, come back a little later.
Which is much less severe. So again, Rabbi Meir Omer Yochel Laxerbo, Rabbi Meir said that Shimon could retract. Shimon could say, no, you're going to want to swear to me in Beis Din. Come and say, no, once you get to a process, you know Yochel Laxerbo. You cannot go ahead and you cannot retract once you commit. Okay, it says the Rabbi being very good, not very good. It's probably alay b'chad. So what's the case? What's the case? Going back to the first thing, and Reuben says to Shimon, you know what? I'm willing to accept your father or my father as a judge. And if both parties agree, that's fine, even though obviously a relative normally be possible. Now, Rabbi says, when is this? When they're accepting the father as one of the tribunal of three. They're accepting him as part of the basin. And the Machlokas. Ultimately, again, where's the Machlokas? So the Machlokas ultimately again is in a case of what we call Machlokas. What's Machlokas? Actually says Reuben is coming to Shimon, and Reuben says to Shimon, you know, if I go ahead and I use because I'm hereby most of the property that is in your possession. So since Shimon already had his possession, so therefore again, it's almost as if they're both. Look at Rashi in Hebrew. Machalot, Itovea, Amar the Mitzvah, the claimer, the same for the claimant. Neman alai Abba or Avicha, and Yizakuka in Machalot. If I win with him, ultimately again, I'm Mochel back into his inner possession. Awesome coming Rabbanan in Yochel. In that case, Rabbanan say that the litigants cannot retract, that Reuben can't retract, partially acquire the item that is in his hand. But if again the claim is that if I lose the case, I will give to you. Everyone agrees that halacha myself. There is the ability to go ahead and retract. Rabbi Yochanan says no. I'm going to bet him to come up. Even if it's not give to you, that's also not machal of Rabbi Yaakov in Yochel Laxerbo. So then we might ask the question: in the case of etim lecha, that's not going to be coming. But in the case of machal lecha, everyone agrees that neither party can retract upon structure. Oh, Dilma, things machlokas. And either way, there's machlokas. Tashma, the Rabbi says where I will give you. How about the machal lecha, or where there is mechila, in other words, where the party, let's say again, Reuben says to Shimon, if I lose, you can keep the item that is already in your possession. Divrei hakol in your halachs both. So if you say the following, then the machlokas is only in a case where Reuben claims if I lose, I will give you 7 losers. Shimon is allowed to hold on to the item. Divrei hakol in your halachs both, and they can't retract on this framework. So Rabbi Yochanan makes sense. There's machlokas whether it's etim lecha or machal lecha. Rabbi Da'amar Tanan. Who is Rabbi holding like? Which means Rabbi time of the nafshi kama. Rabbi would be espousing his own position, now lying himself in any of the aforementioned positions. Say to the Rabbi about Rabbi. Hayachayv lechaver shua. Va'amar lo jardi b'chayi rashecha. So say now, let's say back to the mission. So again, remember, just to appreciate what it is that's unfolding. The mission is introducing us to a legal concept. Legal concept is, and actually it's if both parties agree upon a compromised legal framework for the resolution of their issue, they can do that. So for example, Reuben and Shimon come crazy. Reuben says to Shimon, you know what, I like your father. Seems like a smart guy. I agree to submit to a tribunal, to a Beis Din, even though your father sits on that page. And normally, If Shimon follows on the things, and what's the halacha? It doesn't work. He's a Korah. But the Mishnah introduces us the idea that if they both agree to the process, then halacha l'maisa it works. Then the shaila becomes, can either party subsequently renege on that? That's the focus. Can either party subsequently renege? That's the shaila. That's the shaila. So it says that's not focus. Rabbi Meir, and Rabbi Meir says that he can't renege. Chacham say he can't renege, and then the shaila becomes under what circumstances can the renegation? I don't know if that's weird, but can the renegation occur? Okay, so that's what we're doing over here. The Gemara goes back. So let's say Ruben owed Shimon Hashua and engagement. And says, just come over to my house. You can swear to me in my house. So then what's that? And then Rabbi Meir says, Yachal Akshavah. Rabbi Meir says that Shimon can say, you know what, I changed my mind. Come to Beis Din and do the shua. Come say, in Yachal Akshavah. Come say, no, he can't change his mind on the page. My love, but also his button on the stone. I'm not talking about a case where again the shua would essentially exempt Shimon from payment. And therefore, the Havli Kamapala. This is a case of forgiveness. And therefore, again, that's why it can't retract. Look, where's law? The also has brought in the note there. And this can also be a case of where, again, the finance teacher was taking the shua and then taking property. That is a case of etin. I have a Hatzon Reisha. Kana told us the dash activity. Kind of the goal is what about the case? Talking about two different cases. One is the case ultimately again follow the das activity. That would be the case of Abba and Rabbi. And ultimately again one is talking about follow the das Atzmo. That's the halacha l'maisa again. That's the halacha l'maisa again. That's the case of where depending on the neighbors themselves. And in both cases, the follow the das activity. If we're just at the case of Abba and Rabbi, where it's depending on the people, God for the mayor to must be 100 days. Right now, it's just a retract why. You see the low Gamar is not. And to the group of community involved, the Amar Yemar in exactly about Tolobadas Hansmo, and the case of Tolobadas Hansmo, Uma Modi Rabbanon, ultimately made right where we do. Rabbanon, the actual Baha, was the other case, Baha Kami Rabbanon Baba, Uma Modi Rabbanon, the mayor, I will say, so I apologize, I know we're really going to but again, so I apologize. But again, just to understand, we just trying to figure out, along for the main stuff, which cases do we allow for retraction, which cases do we allow for retraction. So essentially, we'll have to stop over. I'm going to record the rest of this gap in this session up to the before Shabbos. For Shabbos, there's a fighting chance. So what's that? But just understand what we're being off with. We've established a reality. The reality is that myself, two parties to fighting what we call a compromised legal construct, which allows them to use legal mechanisms which would normally be invalid for use, right? Like using a relative as a diamond, or like taking the shua outside of things. Those things can be done. They can be done. However, what's the shaila? The shaila is, can either party subsequently retract or not? That's the message. Rabbi Meir says yes, right, or we can't. Rabbi Meir says yes, but common sense no. Then the focus becomes what? Under what circumstances can, according to the mayor, who says you can retract your allegiance to a compromise system, under what circumstances can you retract? And Mayor touched on for the rest of the recording, so it's not going to be sorry on that. I'll say, what would they say about someone like you who is missing your bread? All heart. Nothing else. That's why you don't want to throw your friend on. I work from my heart. Not their age. You're big. That's a mean way to describe. Pointer was so good. Good morning, let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's year to thank. Our annual commentary sponsors for Caption Day will be 5785 the Toast Mishpach of Israel. We're dedicating all of the Shiurim and drashos for this year, as is a chutz for the Sarah Stellars for Am Yisrael. Our sponsors for the month of Teves Havarim, we're told with the Tillman family in memory of Amit Ben David Levy, Zichron Levrach, the brother of Itai Levy, a great and holy soldier who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. Our week of learning sponsors, Zevi and Joshi Daniel, Yudi Mishmas, and Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael, and the phone, Noah, Yossi, Zichron Levrach, who worked there in the marriage. All our Talmud Torah, all the Shamas who have it, all the families in the Talmud, all those who need it, who are traveling, and Kol Holy Yisrael. Devotional training at Hashem your home.
Yo, what up, Aztec?
Show them the college should allow our holy soldiers to be successful in the whole Maaseh Yidayim.
Just streaming, dog. How about you?
That's when we're starting the parak today. But first, we have some unfinished business. So we are up to
All right, well, welcome. Are you in the Big Steppers community? Are you in the Big Steppers community?
Amar Rav Maslo, which is the third one. Actually, we just started the second one. It's not.
All right, well, join it. It's discord.gg/Big Steppers. BIGSTEPPAS.
And really, the higher the position you occupy, the more intense your personal grooming habits have to be in order to present well. In order to present well to the general populace. So it's like, I was just thinking about this yesterday a little bit. That this is also in line with the theme that we discussed not so long ago. That in general, people form their initial opinions about other people just based on external appearances. We like to say that we're not judgmental. We are incredibly judgmental. And we are actually superficially judgmental. And we form our initial appreciation or impressions about someone is how they dress, how they look, how they're groomed. And again, Kadosh Baruch Hu understands this, Halacha understands this, and what the Halacha says is that the greater the position of prominence that you occupy, the more groomed you must be, so that you will be able to command the initial respect of people. So the king has to be groomed, the Kohen Gadol has to be groomed, a Kohen Hedyard has to be groomed. Obviously, in line with your station will depend on what those grooming habits need to be. So the last thing we left off with was that a regular Kohen, I will say that's why, by the way, you begin to see this. As the Gemara says, that any Talmud Chacham who walks around with a stain on his clothing is chayiv in.
Okay, I was doing something.
What's the logic? Because when a person sees a Talmud Chacham is the ambassador.
Yep.
So if you represent God, you better dress the part. So therefore, the Kohen,
you got it, big dog.
The Kohen has to get a haircut at least once every 30 days.
How's your day going?
So the Lord is talking about the 69 man who stand the zero
Excellent. Hey, get in the shill space. We're doing a shill space. Shift is hosting it. Search Shill and Chill in Twitter Spaces. Yeah, come to the Twitter space. Come to the Twitter space. It's in the search Shill in Twitter Spaces, and you'll see it. Shill and Chill. It's got 700 people in it.
But now that it says para, we would say like this: there should be a growth. The Kohen is supposed to have hair, but the hair is not supposed to grow. We'll call it in a wild, uncontrollable way. So and then again, you you add in the Gizir Shafa of para to Nazir, teaches us that just like standing zeros is 30 days, so the Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow for longer than 30 days. So I said, now listen to this. You might just be healthy. If this is the case, so now what we've established is that a regular Kohen is obligated to get a haircut once every 30 days. If that's the case, you might say something very interesting. Why do we say that even now? Even now, in other words, now means now. In the absence of the Beis Hamikdash, a Kohen should be obligated to cut his hair once every 30 days. Now listen to this. Dunya diyayin. It should be the same thing as wine. Because after all, I said this is actually fascinating. The Gemara says, "My yayin is man diya." Sorry, do the yayin. So let's say, so now, here's what's interesting. Technically speaking, the prohibition of shtuya yayin, right, that a Kohen cannot do the avoda while under the influence. That's the halacha. Now remember, what's the definition of under the influence for avoda for temple service purposes? Arvius. Not even drunkenness. A Kohen cannot drink a revius of wine while doing the avodas. If he drinks a revius, which is not a lot of wine, 3.5 ounces, he cannot do the avoda. So
yeah, big dog.
Doing the yayin. My yayin is man bia, which also shlom is man bia shari. After doing rosh is man bia also shlom is man bia shari.
Doug, do you know what the word shill is? SHILL. Okay, I mean, I'm not being a smarty pants. I'm just saying, like, look up the word shill, and you should see it. There are.
So remember again, when is there a prohibition to drink wine? When is there
like 300 people in it? It's called Shill and Chill. Followers, Bax Engagement, Web3 Marketing, Request Up.
Groups are split up into mishmaros, right? Each mishmar, 24 mishmaros. Each mishmar serves 1 day. So halacha l'maisa again, Kohanim can only not drink wine when they are on call. So the Gemara says the same way that a Kohen can't drink wine is manvio.
Yo, Aztec, do you have a link tree? You see it?
Says, and furthermore,
it's the one with shield or shift.
Kohen is not on call, but it's not his shift. He's allowed to drink wine. Most of you already finished. But in the city, we've actually seen this Gemara again, but it's so direct.
Do you have a link tree?
Rabbi Omer Ani. Listen to this. Rabbi says,
yeah, do you have a link tree?
Get into this. Kohanim,
okay, why not?
They should be forever prohibited to drink wine. Now, what's the issue over here?
Okay, you need to make a link tree. It'll help you with marketing yourself. It puts all your social media on one site.
So listen to this. So let me translate it and put it into context. So the beginning of the Bible says like this: a Kohen who knows which Kohanic family he came from, and who knew when his family would serve in the Beis Hamikdash, would be usher to drink wine during what would have been his designated shift. He says, "Calls af bizman hazeh makir mishmarto ve'ino makir beis avshalo, usher also Shabbos." Okay,
excellent. Get a link tree, big dog, and I can help you. It's free.
And the Kohen would to know his exact Kohanic family, to know when his Kohanic family, what shift, which week his family would serve in the Beis Hamikdash, and out of that week, which day his family would have served. That Kohen is usher to drink wine on that day. If he doesn't know which day, he can't drink wine that week. If he doesn't know which family, he can't drink wine at all. Now, what do we think? So the Rabbi says that Kohen cannot drink wine at all. What are we concerned about? We're concerned about, again, in Yetz Hashem Mashiach is going to come. The Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt. And maybe that Kohen is going to be activated for instantaneous service. So the issue just is, if he's under the influence, he won't be able to do his avoda. So essentially what Rabbi is saying is, if you don't, now again, so just understand, if you know exactly what family you're from, which mishmar you're a part of, which shift you're a part of, and what day of the week your family would have served, so then only that week and that day is going to be problematic for you. But if you don't know your family and you don't know your shift, then you don't know when you'll be activated. Mashiach could come at any time. The Beis Hamikdash could be rebuilt at any time, and a Kohen needs to be ready for service. Therefore, Rabbi says, Kohanim can't drink wine. It's wild. It's wild. But watch this. Abama asked, Rabbi says, what can I do? Which literally means that ultimately, again, the state of disrepair is the very reason why Kohanim can drink wine presently. Look at that. Look at actually. Look at actually. Says, Ready over Ani.
Okay, we'll join it.
Okay, so Rabbi says, even if a Kohen does know, even if a Kohen does know his family and his shift.
Okay, join the shift, join this space. When this space is over, come back here and I'll help you. Okay, good. You need a link tree. Do you have a link tree?
Maybe we'll activate a brand new service in here. Okay.
Create that and come back, and then I'll help you more, okay? Excellent. I love your name, Big Dog. Aztec is cool. You're welcome, Big Dog. So create your link tree. Create your link tree. When you're done, come back here. Okay, excellent.
Therefore, it says, she says, the Rebbe says, we're not kosher, but the basic church is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So just understand what's happening over here. Rebbe says, really in a vacuum, Kohanim should not be able to drink wine. This manaseh presently. Why? Because there's the possibility that base mikdash is going to be rebuilt, and it's going to be rebuilt quickly, and who knows what the order of Kohanim services is going to be. There's another issue, which is that I would imagine most Kohanim, if not all Kohanim, are going to be Tmeim, right? They're going to be Tmeim, just as a result of generations that are Parahuma. So they're, who knows who's going to need it, what they're going to need for. So really, Rebbe says, in reality, no Kohanim should be able to drink wine. So what should we do? He says, what should we do? He says, that the very takana for this is the very state of disrepair. In other words, what Rabbi says is, we're not concerned that the base of mikdash is going to be rebuilt immediately. So what's this? So just understand. I just want to point out what's unfolding over here. What's unfolding is something absolutely dramatic, which is, there's two schools of thought, or two schools of redemptive thought. There's one school of thought that says, the base of mikdash can be rebuilt at any moment, and then for Kohanim have to be on guard, they have to be ready. And therefore, really, Kohanim shouldn't drink wine. That's possibility one. Possibility is another school of thought, which is that we're not kosher for instantaneous rebuilding of the base of mikdash. Things are going to take time, and therefore, Kohanim could drink wine. And when the base of mikdash is rebuilt, we'll figure it out later on. So just understand that there's two different mindsets and two different models of Geula. So it's in a constant state of like immediate preparation of getting ready for the mikdash, and like it just happened. Again, the Lashon over here is Lashon of the Rashi is the Lo Chayish Shema Yifana Pithom. Pithom is what? Pithom is what? Yeah, suddenly, immediately. Yeah, suddenly. It's not that I don't believe in Geula, it's not something that I Geula. I don't believe in what we call Geula Pithomit. Right? Immediate or sudden Geula. Geula is a process. Geula is a process. So again, even if Mashiach comes today, like a Hakelo, not because Daka Shiyavo, and I don't think Mashiach every moment will come. A Hakelo, before Yom Shiyavo. It's a long day. It's a long day. I don't believe in Geula, Pithomit, instantaneous or immediate Geula, sudden Geula. Geula is a process. So I just understand. This is here. This machlokes is playing out from a halakhic perspective. Right? Can a Kohen drink wine, not drink wine? But just from a hashkafic perspective, how incredibly profound this is. We'll come back to this in just a moment. So you might see it well. So that now, Rabbi is one who says, therefore, I believe Kohanim can go ahead and drink wine because the Shema Yibana, the Lochayish Shema Yibana Pithom. Rabbi says, I'm not concerned that the base mikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So because of that, Kohanim can drink wine. Apparently, the Rabbanan disagree, and the Rabbanan say that the base mikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and therefore Kohanim can drink wine. So you might say, Hassam. So now remember, Hassam, time in the area Yibana Mikdash. Here, so therefore the Rabbanan hold, L'chiyah Yibana HaMikdash. What does the L'chiyah Yibana HaMikdash mean? That the base mikdash can be rebuilt quickly and suddenly, and therefore Kohanim have to be on alert, and therefore A Kohen can't drink wine. So listen, just to understand how profound this ideological machlokes is, Rabbi, Yeshema Yibana Pitom Lo Chashinon, we're not concerned with Yeshua Legal solely. Drabanan, we are concerned with Yeshua Legal solely. Drabanan, Kohanim can't drink wine. Rabbi, Kohanim can drink wine. Sorry, just the opposite. Rabbi, Kohanim can drink wine. Drabanan, Kohanim can't drink wine. So how can I use what you call Rabbanan? But if that's the case, at least according to the Rabbanan, Kohanim should have to get a haircut every 30 days as well. Just to be ready, outfit personal grooming. Halka extra than a separate iron. So getting haircutting is not a big deal. Because even if the Messiah is suddenly rebuilt, what happens? You run to the barber, get a haircut, and that's it. Shalom Yisrael. Hassan nothing extra than important. So wine shouldn't be a big deal either. Why? Because what happens if the Kohen drank a little bit too much? And yeah, what do you need to do? Just take a nap.
Appreciate your voice and understand most. Telling the truth is actually the best thing you can really do out there. I think that it really does show a big impact, especially I think I kind of picked up on a lot of things, especially in spaces. It's like I kind of just got into it, talking with you everything. And I'm here. I ended up here with over 28,000. I'm about to hit like over $30,000. I'll be here soon. This is a couple more weeks. And I'm super bullish. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to have all these people around me with connections and showing how to grow. I mean, when I started off this app, I didn't have no connections, nothing, and I just had to learn from basically surfing the dirt. And I had to work my way up just to build a big empire where I'm at right now. And it kind of just takes a lot of skill and risk and the willingness to show how much time and effort and put myself out there. And that's the reason why I'm here in the first place. Is all because I just kept my focus to my dreams. That's why. Yeah, here again. That's it. That actually. I see Rabbi as this guy. The first that I'll.
Thank you for the opportunity, Shift. If you haven't done so already, please join the Big Steppers Discord. It's the best Discord in Web3. I live in there. It's a wonderful team. That's where all our leadership stays. That's where you make the best connections. That's where you can apply for positions. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming since the pandemic more than 4 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Big Brother, a real-life Truman Show. This is a time capsule or a timeline of human development. This is the biggest event in global history, and I know I say that, and that's going to sink in with you eventually. You all should know that data has overtaken petroleum as of 2018, according to The Economist magazine, as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived online than any person ever, which is going to make me an extremely influential individual. And when I go viral, I'm going to make every single person in here, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already have it. And I'm going to make sure that you have the ability to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I want you to know, in addition to streaming my life for world peace, I am an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I dare you to search my name in any social media. I dare you to search hashtag Bible Rabbi anywhere on the internet, and you'll see more content than you've ever seen. I dare you to look at my YouTube streams. The links are in my profile. Please look at my link tree. I have the largest link tree of any person you're ever going to find. I have more social media than any person, and I'm using it for good. Big Steppas and Rabbi Rothschild are going to the top, and you guys are on the ground floor of something great. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Let's go.
Yes, bro, yes. And I do want to get onto the topic of like how space wants to learn how to connect guys.
Mr. Rabbi.
Scumbag.
Yo, Aztec, can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. I was on this page, man.
Did you hear me, Shill?
Yeah, I heard you, sure. Yeah, I heard you, sure.
Excellent. Okay.
It's all about COVID and job. Yeah, streaming for the past 4 years. I heard everything.
You're the man. Excellent, big dog. Okay. I'm gonna join this Discord. I want you to send me a message, and I'm gonna send you an example of what I want your link tree to look like. And then from there, we'll teach you how to use AI to make videos. It's really easy, and they're really good. And then we're gonna go through all your stuff. So I'm gonna help you to become successful. All right. I'm joining this Discord. Do you see this account that just joined? It's called Captain. I'm waving right in front of it. It's called Captain. I'm waving in front of it. Do you see it? Do you see this account? I'm waving in front of it.
I'm trying to. Is there a speaker what?
Is there what?
You are directing me to do something.
Yes. I want you to send this account a message. It's waving at you.
Yeah. Your account the message.
Excellent. Good job.
Where do I message? Message.
Wait, I don't see it now.
Trying to message.
I thought you said you sent me a message.
I'm trying to find.
Okay. So click on the red square with my face on it. The one that just joined. It's called Captain. I have 3 accounts in here. One of them does not have the camera on. Do you see that one?
I see.
Excellent.
I see it.
Excellent. Hold it down and send it a message. What up, Zoo?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
You said I should hold it down and send.
Or just click it and press send message.
Wow. Okay.
Please let me know when you send. Hello, Zoo. Just one moment, Zoo. Please let me know.
Okay. I'm thinking it's not working. Okay, I've seen it. Let me message you now. I just sent you a message.
Excellent. Great job.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome. I'm sending you what I want your link tree to look like.
send you my link tree?
It's not done yet. Your link tree is not done yet. Look at the link that I just sent you.
Okay, I've seen it.
All right, but go look at it.
Okay, let me copy this. Yeah, not sure. G is a lot.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I can see it. That's a lot.
Yeah,
website, Gmail,
that's
Telegram, YouTube.
That's what you want yours to look like. That's what you want. That's what you want yours to look like. Because then, when you go into someone's space, you're no longer going to be, hey everybody, I'm Aztec GM. I want to let you know that I'm a reply guy. I'm a Web3 curator. I'm a community leader. None of that does anything for you. That's just wasting people's time. Everybody does that. What you can come in and say is, hey everyone, I'm Aztec. I want you to know that I'm the best marketer, not just on Twitter, but on all of social media. If you partner with me, I'm going to post your stuff not just on Twitter. I'm going to post it on YouTube and Linktree and LinkedIn and Reddit and Imager. I'm going to post it everywhere. You get 20 times the engagement that you normally would get from another person. I'm the best social media person that you're going to get, and it's all free. So what you do is you reach out to me, you tell me what you want me to do, and I'll post it on all my social media. I have a proven track record of success. Every project with which I've done business has come back to me. Their friends have come to me, and I want to help you too. That's what you want to be able to say, right?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, that's what I want to be able to say. Yes.
Exactly. Exactly. It's like this, Aztec, and I know you get it. But it's like right now, you have to dig a hole. That's your goal. And right now, you're using Twitter to dig the hole. That's one shovel. That's it. With all the social media, it's 20 shovels. And it also gives people 20 different opportunities to be able to contact you to ask you to represent them and do business with them.
Yes. Makes a lot of sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, Aztec, I love you. Yes, it does. So I'm here to help you. Here's the plan. I don't want any money from you now or in the future. I don't want money. I just want to help you. So here's what we're gonna do. And don't ever spend any money. If don't spend any on any premium anything right now. I don't want you to ever have to do that. You do everything for free. Everything I do is for free. So what you're gonna do is
Wow, thanks.
absolutely. But what I mean is, I don't want you to go to Linktree and you're like, oh, it's $9.99 a month. Sure, they have premium tiers and stuff, but don't do that. Just do the free one. And what you're gonna do is put all your links in there. Once all your links are in there, we're gonna get you a business logo. You're gonna put that business logo on all of your social media. It's gonna be unique to you. It's gonna be really nice. Then from there, I'm gonna teach you how to make memes. You may say, well, I already know how to make memes. And that's cool, but I've never seen one of your memes. And I know a way that you can use memes, and then when you're done with them, in the corner you put your link tree so that people know who made it, and then they can come to you for business. Then I'm going to show you how to use Sora for free to make videos for projects. And what you do is you get you see somebody's having a launch, and you say, let's say the launch is called ABC Coin. You say, hey, ABC coin. I don't know if you had the opportunity to see, but I made you a video. I put it in your purple pill. Please take a look at it, and then it's going to have your name in the corner, and so everybody knows where to go to for that. Then what we're going to do is we're going to get your shield down. You notice when I did mine, you heard the it's called a an elevator pitch or a pitch. It's like it's really tight and it's exciting, and I know what I'm doing. I want you to be able to do the same. Every single person in who I've heard so many people from certain areas of the world, and they all have the same way of promoting themselves, and it's boring, and nobody it doesn't it's not any different than anybody. GM everybody, GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. My name is XYZ. I want you to know that I'm a reply guy. I have a lot of reach. I have the ability to be a community manager, and I'm a graphic designer, and I am someone who is a Web3 guru. Please reach out to me in your DMs. Everybody says that. Everybody. You've heard it. You've heard people say that before, right? You've said it yourself.
Yeah.
Exactly. We're gonna make you exciting. Notice when they called on me, I didn't waste anybody's fucking time. I just got right to the point, and that's what you want to do too. Because when you get right to the point, they'll see your name and they'll say, "Oh, Aztec is here. He's really exciting, and he doesn't fuck around. He comes in, tells me what he wants, and then he leaves." That's what we want. And I'm going to teach you how to do that. And by the end of the week, you may have people, you're going to have applied to some jobs, and you may have people reaching out to you to have you work on their projects, because you're going to be a better marketer than they are. You're going to say, "Of course I can be a reply guy. That's very easy. Of course I can like your post. That's very easy. Of course I have a team that can help and get your project out there." But what makes me different is everybody else on here is just doing it on Twitter. I'm going to do it on every social media platform. You've never heard a reply guy say, "I'm going to post your project to YouTube, the second biggest website in the world, but I'm going to do that." Google is the biggest website in the world. YouTube is the second biggest platform in the world. And frankly, Web3 isn't really using it. And I understand it. Like I get it. And Aztec, you're not doing this. You're open to it and you see the light. I get some people who come in here and they're like, but you have to understand that I don't see anybody doing this. I don't see anybody marketing like this. And it's like, yeah, are you employed right now? And they're like, no. And I'm like, have you done other projects before? And they're like, yeah. And I say to them, did those people come back and rehire you? And they're like, no. And I'm like, there's a reason. Because all you did was repost their shit and like it and maybe have a couple friends do the same. What we want you to do is be all over the internet. When I don't know what you charge. Let's say you charge $10 a post, okay, or whatever, or $100 a day, whatever your rate is. You're going to say to people, I'm going to get you 20 times the interaction that you normally would get, and it's going to be across many different platforms, and those platforms are just as strong, and some of them are stronger than Twitter is. Nobody else is going to do that for you. I'm going to post your project to Reddit. Nobody else is going to do that to you. You have to understand, Reddit is a high net worth. Some subreddits are very high net worth. And I'm going to post your project there. Now, we'll work through that Aztec so you know how to do it and they look really good. But I'll teach you how to do it with ChatGPT, and then you're going to have the ability to change people's lives, and you're going to be able to change your own life. And all these other people who you're going to hear in these spaces say, Jim, I want you to know that I'm a Web3 guru and I'm a brand ambassador, and all the other bullshit that they say, you're just going to laugh at them. Because you're going to say, you know what, I used to be that guy. I used to be that guy who just thought all I had to do was hit the reply button and the repost button and the quote button and press the like button on a few tweets, and then I go back to them and I say, where's my money? I used to be like that, and it didn't work very well. what works really well is I go in with confidence into a Twitter space, and like I was in front of hundreds of people when I did my show, and you're going to be able to do it the same with that much confidence, and people are going to be in your DMs for projects. That's what you want, right, Aztec?
Yes, that's what I'm looking for exactly.
Absolutely.
Currently now, no job at the moment, and I figured I was doing something wrong. Maybe this is probably it. I think I was doing a lot of things wrong because I was only building up my ex and maybe on TikTok a little bit, but I've not explored other places at the moment.
Exactly, and that's totally fine. You're not alone. A lot of people feel like, well, everybody who does anything on Web3 is just on Twitter. But they don't think that, you know what? Those people are on Instagram. Those people are on Snapchat. They're on Reddit. They're on Imager. They're on Flickr. They're on many different platforms, and I can help these people. In addition to just having good posts and quality posts and things, Aztec, you're going to help these projects rank up higher in on Google, and that's what they want. When somebody types in ABC project, they want it to show up number one, and the way that it shows up number one is to have strong social media for them. Does that make sense?
Yes, makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. So you're going to be able to say, look, I am an SEO, that's search engine optimization expert. With my strategy, we're going to make your brand number one in Google, and it's going to get more engagement than you've ever seen. Of course, you're going to get a lot of engagement in Twitter. I want you to look at the impressions you've got right now. You're going to get more, but then you're going to get it on another 19 different platforms you didn't even know you could get. That's because what I do is I'm an outside the box thinker, and I'm here to help you. I'm the best marketer in the world. I'm the best marketer for your project. You're going to get so many people who are like, we love your energy. I love this Aztec guy. This Aztec guy is different. That's what you're going to hear, and that's what you're going to like. And that's what you want. Right now, you're just a Web3 reply guy. We're going to turn you into a full stack social media manager. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds very good.
Okay, excellent. So Aztec, what you're going to do right now is you're going to create your link tree and make it look just like that. Now, I understand if you don't have a website, I get that. But you can put a Gmail in there, and you can put, and if I were you, this is what I would do. You may already have an Instagram account, you may already have a Facebook account, that's all cool. Make a new Instagram account, make a new Facebook account just for your business. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes, makes sense. Makes sense.
Exactly, because you want to keep those separate. You'll use your current Twitter because it's a strong account, and you'll make a new YouTube account, make everything new, and make everything match. So you don't want to be like, oh, I'm Aztec123 on YouTube, and I'm Aztec541 on Reddit, and I'm Aztec789 on Imager. You just want it to be standardized the whole way. So if you have to be Aztec Web3 or something like that, that's totally fine. Because at the end of your shill, you want to say you can find me on all social media platforms. I'm Aztec Web3. I'm everywhere, and I'm here to help you. You can look at my link tree to get all my social media, and you can see the proven track record of success that I've had for other projects, and I'd like to do that for yours.
Wow. Let me get some.
no. Fucking have a lot of power for a kid your age, dude. No, I still don't think you're 17. I think you're 21. Peaches delight. Wow. Never seen it. Yeah, dude. Worth it. I think it might be the longest clip we ever watched here, dude. I don't know. Never seen it, so I don't know. What do you think, dude? What I think about just overall the time. I mean, that was really funny. Dude, shit, I wish he could get Chop on. Now that we can't get stand-up from Chop, that might be the next best thing. It's gonna happen. I hope so. It's gonna happen. He was good. He was really good stand-up, and it's just sad that because of some weird random hate group on Reddit, we can't see him anymore. This is posted by Where Does It Hurt RA. Shout out from my boy DDP, who's fighting this weekend. Running Chop, great prediction has been, JK, you've never been. That's just so fucking neat, dude. Like, you win and you still post that. I guess it's like, yes, you bet against me. I'm the fucking JK, you had never happened. He's just adding on to it. Yeah. Damn. Shout out to DDP. Damn, great guy. Numbers guy B 5 days ago from AB_TB12. Cat Williams, 7.4 million with Theo Vaughn, Antonio Brown, T-Fat K, 35K. Damn. They had on the cracker of the day guy on T-Fat K. How'd that go? I don't know. I want to see some clips. Are we going to get Antonio Brown clips? I guess we'll see. Baton seems to be down by 10 minutes. Oh my god. Okay, we already saw the Jimmy Haphazard, the Bobby controversy, and Bob. I wish we would have just watched this one. Yeah. But, well, if we miss anything, let us know in the comments. This one's posted by Glee 4 Pine Tree. Old clip of comedian Ari Shafir bragging about showing his penis to a 5-year-old girl on multiple occasions. Yikes. Let's see. I was at my friend's house. She's a lesbian, single mother. And she goes, I went to the bathroom. She goes, and she has a 5-year-old. She goes, can she watch your pee? Because she needs to see what a penis looks like before it's too cool. What? Yeah. What? She doesn't want the first penis that she sees to be the one going into her mouth. Yeah. Dude, why would she choose yours? Yeah. But that's what she said. She was like, why does it come out of that thing? And I was like, hold on, wait, she can't watch you pee? I know. You gotta pee. You gotta start with the story. Where have you been with it? Did you let her shake it off? No, but then she went to touch it. I was like, don't cross your line. How old is she? Hold on. Dude, I'm leaving because I don't think you have any children up here. You walked into someone's house. They said, needs to see you pee. Yeah. You said, cool. I said, yeah, okay. You said, oh, okay. The kid's 5. Something like that. Okay, and then you walked in the bathroom with a 5-year-old alone. You pulled your dick out, the 5-year-old child said, you're like, watch this. What does this say? You're not going to believe what's about to happen? If you do it like that, something along those lines. And then she said, what? I can't get over the guy in the beginning saying, like, because it's not the first thing you put in my mouth. Like, fucking add that to all the terrible clips that people take out of comedians doing, like, okay. This is us watching this. Yeah, it's Ben Avery. And he was the guy in the back. This is All Things Comedy. I can tell it's the ATC there. And the guy in the back, he's still the guy that does the producing. This is like from 30 years ago. And not that guy, the other guy that was on the Aaron or something. I remember him. He's on screen right now. But yeah, I know. Nothing ever changes. It's always like this. Let's see. This is so puny with her actual words. And I was like, wow, I mean, I wouldn't. You're like, bend over, bitch, I'll show you puny. No. Bend over, bitch, I'll show you puny. These guys are drunk or something. I don't know. I mean, I'm making excuses for them. I don't know why. But yeah, I don't like this. 5-year-old kid. Yeah. I can hear this story again. Oh, yeah. I don't know if she would ever. She knows what the word puny means. And she goes, what's all that stuff? She's trying to touch it. I was like, no. Wait, this isn't real. Those are barnacles. Did you slap her hand? It's hilarious. Did you slap her hand away? Or did you just... I just kind of casually back it away. I was like, no. Oh, wait, stiffed under? Yeah. And then you were like, not for 3 more years? Who can piss on him and grab at it? Were you just making eye contact with it all the time? Yeah, we just look at each other. Look at what's going on, young lady. What was how did you end it? You guys hugged or? I tapped it off. Was there pillow talk?
it like when women say men shouldn't have podcasts. It's like all podcasts are like, this is what they're talking about. Is she like this? Wait 3 years until she's 8. Yeah, it cheapens us for even saying anything. I don't like it. Let's see here. 300 pages posted. This one is called Chin Drunkenly Pointing Guns at His Food. See, this is awesome content. Yeah, we want more of this, dude. Clock 17. I like how his feet are in the picture still. What is he? What is he trying to say here? I don't know. There's some deeper meaning here. It's kind of like when Tony and the gun where he's smoking a cigar. How many podcasts does Bubba have? 17, maybe. Oh, I need to have 5. You're trying to make me move to Austin? Oh, we're moving to Austin. He just has a gun in his hand. Oh, yeah, we're moving to Austin. He's threatening shop. He's smoking a cigar. You just don't see it. Yes, it's a childish thing, really. I mean, these guys haven't really grown up. I mean, neither have I, but I try to pretend like I have. At least, like, the illusion of an adult, right? I like that. But they're like, nah, dude, gun, cigar, fucking drugs, like, fucking that shit. I'm 45. I had 12 beers last night. My friends. Yeah, they're like, I fucking show my cock to a 3-year-old. They're like, where the fuck? I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Let's see here. That's a promotion. Let's see. This is posted by psychic scientist Tim Kennedy gets blackballed from the firearm industry thing. Tim Kennedy probably could have picked up any other so it's just a bunch of negative comments. There are some things we need to clarify. Tim Kennedy is not and has never been a great ambassador, influencer, staccato. What is staccato? I don't know. Alright, well, he's getting a good douche. That's funny. That's like his toes. It's a sandals company. Flops. I'll tell you that for Vegas. Read the room, y'all. Posted by Haphazard. We haven't seen this, right? I don't think so. Let's see what this is.
I'll tell you the biggest thing, the most wildest thing to me of all the Grammys, Kendrick Lamar wins Grammy of the Year for Not Like Us. The entire crowd filled with pedos start lyricking, mimicking his lyrics.
Lyricking. I mean, all of that was pretty redacted. My buddy Kakuni here, filled with Graves' disease. He sounded like Vince McMahon. You're fired. Really?
Yeah, the train wreck. Minor, they're all like minor, and fucking Beyonce's dancing. Meanwhile, her husband Jay-Z's under investigation for a minor. It's interesting. It's so weird. So weird.
It's,
read the room, y'all.
Yeah, read the room.
Oh, really, dude?
Allegations that the 40-year-old comic and actor has been sexually harassing underage girls began surfacing this week after one alleged victim claimed that the Netflix series You Actor once asked her for nude pictures, knowing that she was underage.
Pictures? No fun.
Yeah, shut up. Take that, fucking idiot. You dummy. Read the room, y'all. What? Let's see. This is posted by 12 Washing Beard. An all-time classic that still holds up today. I think we can go buy. That's facts. One of the years talking at the water cooler because this is me every day. Yeah, And also, shout out to whoever posted this because, like, dude, I mean, you just nailed it. Sick poster. Yeah, one of the best. The album art doesn't get enough shout out, like the Mexican flag, dude. The fucking cool tattoos. Yeah, it's a great fucking thing. Yeah. This is easily the funniest Callahan has been. Posted by Accomplished Cap 4690. Let's see what part that's on. Okay, why is it not opening?
I would never say, though I don't think it's funny. It's so mean. Okay, let me phrase it like this. Is Theo Vaughn funny?
Yes.
He's very funny.
Yes.
Is your co-host funny?
I think my co, you and I'm fighting.
You didn't say Theo Vaughn funny. He's a fighter and he's very funny. No, he's not. Oh, come on.
Oh, come on. But continues to defend nuts. Let's see. This is Horror Nothing 978 Mishwap riding an electric car. This would probably be yeah, dude. I saw this one already. How are Ubers consistently offline driving the stop and go and heavy on the brake? It's taking everything in me to not puke all over his lovely Tesla. Yeah, I mean, fucking real men don't drive electric cars. That's why you want to. Yeah, you know those things you're fucking driving. Yeah, this is some pussy driving cars in a van. I think he's got the mask on. He's probably been vaccinated 1,000 times. Probably voted for Kamala 1,000 times. Even his ears like, he's not a fucking. He would last it in Austin. Probably chance me. Nuts. Have you ever been to this? No, dude. I have. Really? Yeah. Are you okay? Yeah, dude, it's nuts though. I was in Florida for the first time. Not too recent. Oh, yeah.
But
I didn't. When my.
Yo, how are you, big
I
dog?
was getting, when she was having me, the day I was born.
you're one thinking like
I didn't even.
basketball game shit.
They drove her to
I think it's amazing.
I'm suing the Boston Celtics.
That's great.
Just like this. That's the trick bed. Because my dad was like.
How's the eggs going on tonight?
Yeah, you were delivered on
Yes,
the
sir.
always been a Porsche family posted by Ford. I think roll down the thing that you put with the thing that you plop out. I don't know things before you bring them
Well,
up.
come on,
The
dude.
tailgate. I roll down the tailgate. Yeah. Horror Nothing 978 posted this one. Always been a Porsche family. Exploits the streets of Texas. Good for her. You know, you gotta always be looking for your next move, right? That's what fucking successful people do. Yeah. I speak for all of California when I say good riddance. The graph experiment posted this. Denmark is reportedly planning on increasing tariffs for frozen egg by 500% for the U.S. only. Hell yeah, dude. Fuck. Oh, shit. The tariffs. Yeah, gonna be bad news for Brennan. Yeah. Various Concept 2615 posted this one. Get the fryers ready. Dairy fight companion. Damn, that's today, dude. Dicey. People are asking if we're gonna do a stream today. Hell no, dude. I'm barely awake. Nah, fam. Damn, but I'm excited for that. Yeah. It's with the four of them. That's some other guys. That's Joey Diaz last week. That's that. I forget his name. But it's Brian Simpson. It's Brian Simpson. Matt, something, Sarah. Yes. Okay. Shout out to them. I'll be watching from my apartment. Let's see. This is haphazard. The guys finally heard him say Super Bowl. Oh, let's hear it.
Okay, it's called the Super Bowl.
Oh, he's saying ball.
You're like some kind of European.
It's a Super Bowl over the
He's like a terrible Uber driver. What is that in the Super Bowl? Anyways, I went to I'll tell you something real quick. I went to Star Wars to get this new thing called a Cortado.
Hey, hold on. Yes, John, 13. We just found out what a cortado is. Just like you just found out what a racist is. Just found out what a cortado is. It's the movie where it's the Dracula.
Oh, is it going to take place in the Super Bowl?
Yeah. Dracula actually has a Super Bowl. Hello, my name is Dracula, and I'm in the Super Bowl. I'm sorry. I'm your Uber driver.
That's how you say it.
Dracula is like the Blackula.
Suck your blood out your neck, bitch.
Shit.
Y'all got some Dracula?
You ever see me in the mirror?
No.
Exactly.
I love horrors, deuces.
I love horrors. What if they had a meeting before the show? Like, all right, Brent, we gotta be honest with you. Like, a lot of the content making fun of you is doing pretty good. They show charts. They're like, all right, so this episode, me and Eric or Montez are gonna talk about how you say words wrong, and like we've researched and these are the bits and we're gonna try it out. And Brent looks at me and goes, genius. That's awesome. Let's do it. Brandon's like, what are you talking about? What? And then they're like, we're starting with Super Bowl. He's like, no, come on. Eric was like, He said, terrible Uber driver. Why is Uber driver gotta be terrible? Just because it's a worker wrong? Yeah. Eric is a little bit, blockbuster. I'm on Eric's side, dude. You know, your Uber drivers have to run. So, where are we? America, dude. Speak English. Alright, fair enough. Take me to my motherfucking Chipotle, dog. Come on, bro. Chipotle? Jeez, and you gonna get the Chipotle, stack it up with a wheat ass toast. Get a chicken ball. Or a burrito ball. Chicken ball. Ball. Same thing. Same facts. Alright, Papa's next gift posted by Peter Gooch Sr. This trends at least once every 2 months. Yeah, abort post. Big gangbang. Oh no. Why is George in there, dude? George, he's part of the show. They changed the locks though. Let's see, this next one is Chin's Insta story question mark. Joe Rain posted this. Just not real. Very funny. Unscale the Diet Coke though. Crazy. That is very funny. It is cool if he was doing that. Behind the scenes. Yeah, that's clearly salt. That's not cocaine. Because if it was cocaine, it would be in my nose. It's not real because there's no gun. Oh, legal age of gun. RA clowns to leave for being a PDF file posted by Mike on the show itself. 7. Let's see. 10 to Estonia, I guess 15, 14, 44, Crystal location. Oh my god. Here, back in Estonia, my man's a gentleman. Not for me. Yeah. Great comic, not for me. Yeah, dude. How about you be funny next time? You are never good. Your clips are always bad and have been said many times before. Brandon Cunning has smart teeth. If he did that, that would be good. But that would be too original for me. But in Estonia, he has a big gun or something. I took an edible and it didn't work. But then 30 minutes later, I was like, whoa, jazz. Tony Hinchcliffe, fuck me. He does Brian Callen, but with an Estonian accent. Oh, fuck. I told you this a long time ago. Yeah, I forgot. I'm great. Yeah, but I guess that's original in a way. Fusion dishes here. This look at his face when Papa feels like he drops knowledge. Posted by Hot Pot Cinema. Yeah. And this face could be like the thing that pops up. You know, like the paper clip on the whole bird. Like it could be like the paper clip or something like that with this face. Yeah. Got a question? Oh, Floppy. Yeah, Floppy. It looks like they're like, hey Brendan, what should we name the dog? He looks like that. He's like, Donnie. Give it back. Dang, bye. Alrighty. Next joke. Next one is Caterpillar Hot 7539. This week's new persona, Salad Calabasas. Oh my gosh. Interesting. 3 deals in 1 hour. So is this on Drive Fast Podcast? What channel is this on? I think that's fake, but it would be funny as fuck if he did a real estate bet. Yeah, that would be fun. I'm trying to work on my truck. My house got sold. I've always been kind of a guy that's had like real estate money, making it happen, and I don't know why I put in that voice for shop though. Yeah. I sold my house, I flipped it for $3 million. Hey, I asked the guy, I said, can you give me more money than that? Got done. Instead of calling it Drive Fast Podcast, he should have called it West Coast Choppers. Why? I don't know, just because it's, I don't know, I tried. I mean, it's better than Drive Fast Podcast. Well, Rogan's doesn't rate the Rogan Hack Pack. Wow. Let's see here. Attachment to Maga being his downfall? No. His show has turned into Rush Limbaugh with DMT and shit comedians. Well, it's always been shit comedians. Skins and bits. That's hilarious. Hell yeah. Teach his own, I think, is probably the best comedians out there. Luke is a good guy. My parents content 26 videos. Wow, this is the best post of the week right here, dude. Yeah, dude, calling him out for his idiocy. Very stupid. Read the room, y'all. What room were you reading that, Brendan? Not that one. Oh, dude, come on. No, I have inside knowledge. I was a double agent. That's why he stopped, because when he went, he was like, oh my God. Here's a pedophile. I'll never do this. Showtime. I better bet on myself. I better bet on myself. Let's see here. What the fuck? Yeah, dude. Going to my upstairs patient 373. Yeah, dude. We were talking about this last week. You don't look good. No. Look, evil does this to a man, right? You're bad inside, eventually outside bad too. Yeah. Too many hot chips can lead down a treacherous road. The camera angles did not help. All of these pictures look like, each one of them looks like he caught his dick in something. These are all stills from that's what he's trying to like, not like, is there a way to like not let anyone know that I caught my dick in something? And the rest of them are him just screaming for help. Please! He's trying to describe how it got caught. He's like, I don't know. My dick is stuck in the pie. That's the first try to get it out. Oh, fuck. He's resigned now. He's like, all right, fine, it's just stuck for you. I was like, look at the dick. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah. I don't have a dentist. I might as well not have a dick. This is also how hard you laugh when you've done something terrible and you finally feel good again. Yeah, for that 15 seconds before you're just really dead. Oh my God, so funny. Why did I do that? Yeah, let's see. I present to you the 250 fucking suck me confidence search 8648 posted this one. I pray to God somebody said that.
A brand new minute from one of the hardest working men in all of the Austin, Texas comedy scene. This is the return of Cam Patterson. I was around the fires. I was there. I blamed the gays. That's who I blame for. It's funny because I was riding around and I see like all the houses on fire and shit. And you know what's crazy? You know what's still standing? Out of all the ash and the rubble and all the fire, what was still standing was brick chimneys. Why not make the house out of that next time? That made the most sense ever, you fucking dumbass niggas. Hey, let's keep going with Airplanes for 200. Airplanes for 200. And what is the deal with the black box? Tommy, it's the only thing that survives a crash. Why don't they build the whole plane out of the black box? You know, happy Asian niggas, they all Asian as shit.
Bad comedy funnier than good comedy. Sorry. Strikes again. It's better to be not good. So take that. If you're a comedian, thinking about being a comedian, start writing jokes about Asians. Cheat on your wife, take some Adderall, hit up way too many women on Instagram. If there was a horrible fire recently, blame it on the people in it. Yeah. That's good. That's your important calls. It's good. I was like, I told Cam said that like they should build the house up. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't understand what he plays on because I mean that I don't get it. Maybe that's just yeah, I don't know. That was like a whole one section not explained, and then he went into the brick. I don't know why he blamed it on the case. I would have said I blame it on the Goonies. I mean, the Cam saying blame it on the I think he probably just did it because that like kills Austin. It's just like that's really all you can say. And the Goonies. And then like everybody there's like, oh, he's one of us. We haven't read a book in 17 years. I'm gonna go to Austin and be like, I'm a doctor. I know what a baby yesterday. It turns out it was kill. Yeah, maybe a wrench. Austin just passed out for a second there. What is it then? Posted by Danny Kaufman. This one is called Bryce, quote, is not a bad dude, end quote. Just a social media kid.
Bryce is like some evil kid, you know. I think Bryce is a product of the current society obsession with social media. I don't think he has a background in history, especially when it comes to World War I, World War II, and Hitler in Germany, for that matter. I think he's homeschooled. That's right, or he dropped out of school early. Point is he's not the most educated dude to give these hot takes. That's fine, you know, freedom of speech. He's welcome to say what he wants to say, but you just gotta be ready for the repercussions. When you say some wild crap like he said,
I don't think he knows that. He said that knowing. Yeah, no, I mean, what he did isn't excusable. But again, I don't think what Schaub is saying is wrong in the sense that he doesn't know anything about history. He's probably not selling his idiot. Right? So that part actually is true. And he probably is a product of social media. Because if you go on Twitter now, it's all Nazi crap. So I understand that, but it doesn't excuse me. I go on Twitter too. I don't believe in Nazi crap. I read that. You know what else? I was right. I think that was like a big moron to. So that's what's lacking from this routine.
So, I'm not defending Bryce in any facet, but I think you guys need to realize that this is a kid. He's a kid. This is a kid who probably is on social media, and
so this was like 3 hours before I came into the band. And when I was uploading that, so I used to be an NFT generation, you know, on the trade set, did loads of rooms. I got loads of rooms. To be honest, I think when I did it again, then I might have forgotten 1 or 2 rooms. So I just, I don't know how to passes maybe overlap it, but I just make one thing, so it's not too much. But so I did all the rooms, the percentages, and it took a long time. And then I generated it, but then I uploaded it. And I obviously should have done it like days ago, but I liked everything to that reason. And then when I did it, the metadata file had not worked properly, and I'd done like 55 of the metadata. So I had to then go and do the whole thing over again. And this is during the space. And I thought I could upload it during the space now because I wanted the link up. I wanted to link up for the first time during the space. So this is my idea, as if like anybody cared, but in my head it sounded a good idea. But then it all backfired. So I was the space was good one, the time was good one, I had to start it over again. And I was freaking out. And I created a sort of kid that worry in my voice. And then he just said, we're going to end the space. We're going to go sort this out. I'm happy to do the call for me. I did it while they were talking to me. We made sure it was working properly. And at one time it didn't work, and again, and it did start working again. So it was nothing different. I did. It just, I don't know, it was just an element of being like myself. There, but whatever was happening at the time, I was like, Peter, I've been singing the word. And then it started working. Well, when it starts working, it takes like half an hour to actually do it. I did it once.
he's not a bad person. He's not a bad dude. He's not at all.
I think was in the bunker. They're like, we lost. He's loading the gun with his wife and Ava Brown. He's like, wait for 8 or give it like 80 years, dude. Hitler's return is either Bryce or John Kanye.
What Bryce is, he's in this bubble.
They saved his brain. Kanye is like, how much for Hitler's brain, man? Buys it.
And he's the perfect storm of grown up super religious, which most of those super religious people don't mess around with the gay stuff. And then, so when you see it online, it's really not super, it's not good. So when he sees it online, like the transgender stuff and pushing this, and there's these safe rooms where kids can come out if they're gay or
Yo, what up, Prince?
he's constantly seeing that in his algorithm on the news.
I sent you a link on Twitter. I sent you the link in the closet double.
Okay. Hey, dude, this is good. Okay, but you got to do more though. Where's Snapchat? Where's Kick? Where's Rumble?
Okay.
You need everything that I have on that template, okay? And you've got personal website on here twice. But it's a good start. But you need to get all of them on there, okay? All right, so go do that, and then we'll get to the next step, okay?
But it just adds to the market. It's just more that people do eventually just use us as liquidity. So to eliminate that, Corey went with Ethereum, and it's going to obviously just help a lot of different projects. I mean, Corey's fucking bullish as fuck. So it's a whole completely different ecosystem. It's going to be great, guys. No PvP around here. I think it's going to be absolutely awesome. But Dave, that monkey is pretty fucking fire, Dave. Yeah, just saying, without VTN.
World's turned to shit. So he's just this byproduct of that.
Imagine being compassionate for Bryce Mitchell after he said all that stuff, but then they put 5 acres on a UFC card and you are so pissed about it. That's a great point. He's worried about the guy that loves Hitler and all that. But the fucking just the idea of black acres, he can't handle it. They're there because they're black. There's no compassion. We get it. There's no we get it, Bryce. We get it. That's where you should have that attitude. I got to say that crazy shit again.
Most people are gonna write him off. Can't wait to see him fight next and get his ass whooped. But you gotta step back a little bit and just be like, the kid is a product of the current climate we're living in.
It's Vegas. That's the face of it. Where do you get a hat like that? I don't know. It's a Marvel store. I wonder if somebody was with him when he bought that hat. They're like, is it? There's a gift. He's like, holy sir. somebody trolling him. A homeless cat sent him down 10:30. Read this on the show, please. Damn, I'm really upset that the Antonio Brown groups. You think there would be maybe a good show? Maybe. Probably not. Post by confidence or 48 weeks playing Bloomingdale's, Minnesota. 10:30 a.m.
I called so bad.
I do Bloomingdale, Minnesota. You know what I was saying, Bloomingdale? I'm like, isn't that like a store? Maybe the city was named for when you said that, I thought it was like a joke, like he's gonna have to play at Bloomingdale. It's like, no, it's like, he has a shift at Bloomingdale's. He's telling you from his shirt. He's folding pants. 122.
Alright, kids, that's it. I'm doing the fight campaign myself. It's Joseph Roger with the so
Now I go to Bloomington, Minnesota. Very funny. That's the current climate of social media. That's right. I'll defend it. Okay, so this is B talks about kids. Posted by Water Dude, 1984.
do you have any kids? I do. God damn them to hell.
I want to watch that whole episode. I was waiting for this episode to even think about watching it. Now I want to watch it just because I'm watching Death Upon You and Your Old Man. Let's see. He would never say anything bad about LA posted by Haphazard. Oh, come on. Let's end on this one. This is a 2 minute 38 second.
Anyone trying to do bits and shit? Because he always got to do new material. Be afraid of it. Daddy has a little reservations about going to Austin, and let's get real.
He said Daddy. Daddy's not so much sure about making Austin his new grandfather.
Because you can't have that whole
But he was like, are you daddy or am I daddy?
who's damn daddy then?
There's always a little bit scary. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I'll miss that way. I've been here a long time, man. 30 years. Don't get it twisted. You want to say that? I think I can speak for you. Like, we're not those guys that leave LA for trash LA.
This is going to eat them in the ass later, dude. Right now. It's not gonna be a hot second. Wait till they go to Austin and they start talking shit about LA. Yeah, that's the fucking
Can I change up
beginning of every clip right there. Every name. Yeah. Oh, really, dude?
I absolutely adore LA. Yeah, I love it. There's so many great things. And you want to shoot things, and there's so many good things.
So immediately talking to them. Yeah, I have to say,
I'm just having time for all right now. There's so much changing. So, and then also the thing today when we do this podcast early is that Slamback Comfy I've been working on since September. We gotta finish it tonight because I gotta drive 3 hours to Johnson Valley, King Hammers. I'm gonna finish it tonight. I hit the guy up last night. He's like, "We'll be run down."
He talks about, so I have a friend in the group chat that will just bring up people that we don't know. He'd be like, you know my brother Dave? And he never knew him. He acts as if like he's been telling us about Dave for years. About Dave too. Yeah, and so it's annoying. And that's what Brennan does with cars. He just says things that you don't have any idea what he's talking about. You know, we got that HVAC clamp. We gotta drive that up, and it's finally done. Johnson Valley is going to be a weather night tonight.
Like, you know what's up, right?
What did he say? He goes, you're going to hammers. What are you talking about? Can we take it to Shock Valley?
And you know what's up?
Nobody knows. Brian clearly doesn't know what you're talking about.
And then you should be creative.
Your wife, kids, you're be able to also, I heard you said this, but no one will remember you working late except for your kids. No one.
That's going to be the worst thing
the boss, nobody will remember you working late, but your kids will. Yeah. That's why I hate whenever I miss anything. I fucking hate it. Yeah.
And
we'll get it done. We'll get it done by the squad. We'll get it done. She says all that. So it's just exactly. And then I gotta drive it home. It did well. But, drive over there. It's a brand new car. Something's wrong. It's raining.
Why would you drive a truck in the rain that doesn't have windshield wipers? Put windshield wipers on. That's not even a hard thing to do. I think you can do it yourself. If it has no wipers, it has no wipers. I'm thinking, not at all. You know how to replace the wiper. You don't have the mechanism thing.
So we can do that now. Need somebody holding it. That's what I'm going to use.
Dude, that's fire. Dude, I actually had seen that one get pulled.
For that one, I sort of got inspiration from watching penguins, and I made sort of another one that looked under the water, like it's like shark costume, but I didn't have penguins, so I was like, nah, I can't. So just narrowed it down to 5. How many ones are left? There's still 3 left. 3 left. There's one in particular, like, that was the best one, definitely. Nice.
Man, you can make them work over some more.
And it's hard to know because, like, when I look at generating to reading yourself, like, the orders are different sometimes. There was one time when generation I did, and I swear, like, before 10, if it's before 4, that was again, like, the first, like, 4 years. So it was really random. But, yeah, I have to do that. It was like this collection, especially like last minute, because it's like the number 4 transactions for the guy, and I was like, make sure your contacts are ready. This one today, I think that it's made sure to identify what the numbers now. So I go through the commercial it's straight on, so I didn't actually see. But I get better because even though I go back to the number, it doesn't change. It's still mixed up.
That's really dope, man. That really is, man. I remember when we did the streams, I didn't bother to go and check where all the streams were being minted. I thought it was pretty fair and like that. So I just uploaded it, and I uploaded it, shuffled it, and boom, I just started minting it like that. I had no clue what that thing was.
I wish I forgot the first time I pressed the shuffle button and stuff. And I really wanted to play it like that. I was just so annoyed with this. So I was still under it. So it's bad. It's really bad. I don't really feel anything. To be honest, I was actually look at how many it's still hard to find because there's so many tricks and so many different items. That's why
I guess the good thing is that update NFT thing.
Yes.
So if you really wanted to, you could just go in and just
ever come to selling a project or anything like that, you're absolutely screwing everybody.
Yo, what up,
Yeah, dude.
Joey Crypto?
Okay, just because we've been talking a lot, I want to say that we are going to bring to the Solana Strays. We are going to bring an animated version to your Solana Stray that you guys have to upgrade manually. We're still not sure, obviously, what type of fee we want to charge. I really don't expect more than 10% of the collection to be upgraded. But I think it would be cool. So if you guys seen the Boosters has an animated NFT. When you go to their collection, they're moving, and I'm actually not sure if they were moving too. But man, can you imagine opening to this on the strays page and you see a few strays that are animated, and in order to get that, you have to upgrade. I think it'd be pretty cool because one, we're not flooding the collection. We're not flooding the market or our own ecosystem. We still want to keep it fun and just really limited at the same time. So it's not really like a fundraiser for us, you know. We're not going to be making too much money off of the scene. We honestly just want to do something fun for you guys, but are just really just paying for the labor because I'm going to have to do animations for each one of your guys' strays. I'm going to do it really nice, guys, for sure. It's going to come out really good. We're still talking about it, but I think we are going to do it. I think we are, and it'll be something cool. I just wanted to bring to you guys something really different. But yeah, that's something I just wanted to tell you guys. It's an animated version of your guys' strays. You guys might just do one, and it'll make you want to do another one. It'll make you want to pick up a fresh one that you want to be, you know. If someone floors an animated one, you'll know how fast that gets done, man. But yeah, I think it'll be something really cool. And yeah, just want to bring it up. Nothing too crazy. But let me see. We do have two new speakers here that I do want to go to. Deb, how are you, Deb? How you doing, brother? He's probably again, honestly. No worries. Actually, let's see who's behind the mic today. How are you? I'm not driving. I just woke up, and so I took a nap today and off, and I just jumped in, and I was like, okay, well, let me check to see what's on Magic Eden. And so I was like, on Magic Eden right now. That's why I got a message trying to see what everything's going for, what's going on, I'm looking at where the floor's at. Okay, well, happy to be here. How are all of you? We're doing pretty good, man. It's Wednesday, and Monkey Business was minting today, so we all got down on that. Have you seen them before? No, not yet. Not until right now. Actually, yeah, dude. So, I mean, Boz is the one that's behind the project. He's a great guy. He's been supporting the strays for a little bit. He's been helping out the Soul Gods as well. We've seen those around. And, dude, you can, I'd say pick one up, dude.
Rabbi.
Great collection.
What up, big dog?
I think you even put it up top, but I picked up two myself, dude.
They might be pretty good. Hey, my friend, I'm in the middle of a call right now, so I can't talk about them. Wait, we might be able to talk about them later, though, okay?
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. You didn't know. Just when you see me with my phone like this, I'm about to talk to these people, so I have to focus. But I want the Celtics to do well, and I think that no problem at all. My apology to you.
And it's possible, especially if you show up every day, and if you have like your name too, it's very unique. And if you
No.
Let me just go ahead and go over to Rabbi. He's been a speaker. He's had his hand up for a little bit. So, what's going on, Rabbi? What you got going on?
Thank you for the opportunity. Do you mind if I tell you about my project?
Sure, brother. We gotta chill today, so why not? Take it over.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to 2001, to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I'm live right now on 20 different YouTube channels. You don't know anybody who's live on more than one YouTube channel ever. I'm live on 24 hours a day for the good of world peace. If you didn't know it, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. Look at my posted, pinned tweet. It's got a new video I'd like everybody to see. Additionally, you should be aware that in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And that's going to make me a very influential person someday. And when that happens, I'm going to make every single person in here independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that your family and friends and you have generational wealth, and I want to make sure that you have the ability to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a time capsule of human development. This is a timeline of human history. And in addition to pushing for world peace, I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, things like hydroponics and cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology. Please, if you have the opportunity, join my Discord. I'm live 24/7. More than making you rich and world peace and ending world hunger and all that other good stuff, you should just know I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world, and I'm here to give people hope. If there's anything I can ever do to support anybody in here, or you just need someone with whom to speak, I'm always here for you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Wow. Well, first, that was amazing. That was a lot of information really quick. Well, first off, we are going on the big project ourselves, so I'm all for that. We're great people, dude. So, great introduction, great presentation. It's all there. You guys' video, it's all there. If you guys want to check them out, do you guys' research. But yeah, dude, that was really cool. It's actually cool to see people just come in here ready, you know. But yeah, that's awesome. Let's get Judd up here. I like that PFP. I don't lie. Yeah, let's get Judd up, bro.
Yo, what's going on? Chess, how you living?
Hello, hi.
What's good, son?
How are you?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, my friend?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Just that I've heard you have been live on Sports.
100.
So I decided to join you live on Discord.
Excellent.
Pleasure.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear, my man. Chess, do you have a link tree?
LinkedIn?
Do you have a link tree?
LinkedIn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do have a link tree. Maybe I can provide mine.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Or I can add it on my profile.
It's in your profile?
Okay, let me see if I did add it on my profile.
What's your username?
Chess 0476. But chess game. I can comment over there. Can I?
Chess game 04.
76.
What is your Twitter username?
Okay, let me type by that.
Just say it to me.
CH
CH
E double S
double S
0476.
0476. CHESS 0476.
Yes, CHE. Test game. But in small letters. Test the game.
Okay, chess game. You didn't say game. Okay, so chess game 0476.
Yes. Not the word game, but just the definition of the word game.
Oh, so it's just chess 0476 on Twitter?
On Twitter, it's at Brian Chesley. I've checked it on Twitter. I'm in your inbox.
Did you send me a message on Twitter?
Yeah, sure, I did. Then you give me the link to your Discord.
Are you Don?
Let me know, like, check here. Twitter.
Okay, what is your username on Twitter?
On Twitter, my username is Brian Chesley.
Oh, I found it. Okay, I see you. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead, big dog.
Yeah, just because when I was first, I had to say that we run over 11 YouTube channels across different countries, different channels also across different social media pages. So I was asking, do you have a YouTube channel for the Kenyan audience? That's it.
My whole life is for the Kenyan audience, my man. I have Kenyan people. My whole life is for the Kenyan audience. I have people from Kenya and other areas of Africa every day. All right, big man. Go to your inbox on Twitter and look. I just sent you a link tree. I want you to make your link tree look like this link tree.
Okay, let me see.
Take your time.
Okay, when I'm done, I'll get back to you.
Okay, it'll take you a second.
But the link from my end from Safari seems to be broken.
It's not broken. I see it pulls up. Are you looking at it in Twitter?
Okay, let me try. Okay, I've tried another browser.
Okay, you don't even need to try browser. Just go to your Twitter and click.
I've seen it. It looks great.
It looks great, exactly. Do you see they have a Reddit and an Imager and an Instagram and a Facebook? They've got everything, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
That's what you want to do for yourself. I can tell you're a mature person. You want to make money. What you do is you go into spaces and you say, hey, everybody, I'm Chess, GM. I want you to know that I'm a Web3 guru and I'm a brand ambassador and I'm a community manager. And all of that is really great. But at the end of the day, you're just using Twitter to be able to market yourself. And what you want to do is be able to go into Twitter spaces and say, I'm Chess and I'm the best marketer on Twitter. You want to hire me because not only am I going to reply to your posts and comment on your post and bookmark your post and quote reply your post and all the other things with my team on Twitter, but I'm going to do that on these other 20 social media platforms as well for the same price. You're going to get 20 times the engagement. I'm the best marketer on Twitter. My customers come back. I get repeat customers. I have a proven track record of success. My customers have their friends use me and you want to use me as well. Send me a DM. Look at my link tree. You can see all of my successful projects, and I look forward to doing business with you. That's what you want to be able to say, right?
Yeah, sure.
Exactly. So make your link tree look like that, and then send it to me. We'll review it. We'll make sure it looks good. And then from there, I'll show you how to make free videos really easily using AI. It takes 10 seconds to make them. They're really good, though. And then I'll show you how to make really good memes where you can put your link tree in the corner, and then we'll get your sales pitch really good, and then you'll be getting jobs by the end of the week. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds good.
Absolutely. Shout out to Kenya.
Yeah, it has been dedicated being on this step.
Absolutely.
Being live with you, planning a lot. I know back here in Kenya, early in the morning, I don't know where currently you are.
I'm in the United States.
Wow. I think like right now, it's at noon, dark, evening, or kind of evening, dark night.
Yeah, it's evening.
Yeah.
And I understand it's late there. And if you're like, Rabbi, I don't have time to make all these different accounts right now, I totally get that. But do it when you have time, and then come back to me with your link tree, and we'll review it. Now, here's what I don't want you to do. I don't want you to come back and you only have 3 made. I'm going to say to you, do you see there are like 20 on that page? You want to have all 20. And here's the big reason why. A lot of people are like, yeah, but like nobody's going to use Flick. I want someone stealing your name and impersonating you.
Okay.
Right? You don't want somebody to take your username. You want to have it on all the platforms. It just makes sense, right?
Yeah, sure. Authenticity, consistency.
That's exactly right.
Stability. Yeah.
That's exactly right. And it's going to be really easy for you. All you're going to do is take whatever somebody posts on Twitter and then just put it on all these other social medias. You literally just have to copy and paste it, and copy and paste the caption, and then hit send. And then you're going to have boosted them 20 times what they'll normally get.
Okay, right. I have a question.
Wait.
On the link, is it free or is it on premium service?
Oh, Chess, my friend. Everything I do is free. You're never going to have to pay for anything with me, and I'm never going to charge you for anything. I'm here to be your friend. I should have said that, though. Everything's free. I know you don't have any money. I don't want you to ever have to pay for anything. So, yeah, everything's free.
Wow, awesome. Nice connection. A good friend to me. We talk of any later.
Absolutely. I live in here. So if you ever need to connect, I'm here. Now, sometimes I'm in Twitter Spaces, so you might have to wait 5 minutes or so. But I will, if I have the time, I'll always give you my ear, and we can brainstorm and make you a really good marketer. My goal is to make you rich independently from my data. I'm going to show you something right now. Look, I want you to see something. I want you to go to the link that I just sent in Twitter. It's a YouTube link. Look how many live streams are there. Count them. Shalom, shalom. How are you?
I found a penny on the floor today. I'm very happy.
Excellent.
Wish you would order.
Chess, did you?
Almost 70, if I'm not sure.
Oh, you're very smart. You're very smart. Yeah, you're exactly right. No one streams as much as I do.
But I also have do I do have a connection to many communities, maybe I manage communities with 88,000 Facebook users, I can make communities with over 212K users, I can make communities on Telegram with over 100K users, I manage my own Telegram with Telegram account that channel that is a roasted channel with over 80K users. Maybe I can pitch them the idea, we'll get to go live, so that we can try and push each other to have a better goal, with a better deal.
That sounds great. If anything, have them join the Discord, and I'll do the same thing for them that I'm doing for you. I want you to know something, Chesto. I've been live essentially 24/7, 365, like that on that many streams, basically for 4 years. Do you know how much data that is?
4 years, that is number of days. You can say it's approximately 1,000 days.
Yeah, it's more than that. Yeah, but you're 100% right. It's closer to 1,500 days. It's like 36,000 hours just on one stream, and I've got like a dozen streams going. It's the biggest event in global history. People are going to study this in the future.
Wow, yeah, that will be definitely on a Guinness World Book of Records.
100%. All right, Chess, you got the link. You got the record. Yeah, 100%. You've got the LinkedIn. The link tree, and you know what to do, right? You're just going to populate it and then come back here, and we will brainstorm. Okay?
Yeah, sure. I'll drop you a message on X. I'll drop you a message on. Okay. Are your DMs open here on?
Yeah, they are. If you need to contact me, I have a lot of accounts, so I'll show you which one to send me a message. You can send one right now. Just one moment, and I'll show you. Okay, I'm joining the Discord with an account. Do you see the account that's maroon? It's maroon.
Let me see.
No camera is on. It's called Captain of the.
On which channel to be precise? Channel.
So it's in this Discord. Here, I'll just show you. Okay, do you see the one that's right by my face and I'm waving? Do you see which camera's waving?
I'm not seeing any camera waving.
Okay, maybe you can't see the cameras. Okay. Do you see any of my cameras on? Hold on. I just turned the camera off on the account I want you to use. Do you see its name is Captain of the MILF ship?
No.
Yeah, you do. Okay, do you see the names of the people who are in this call? Do you see the one that says Captain?
Well, the names that I see that Brandon A.
There's Brandon A.
I can say Rabbi.
Yeah,
Rabbi something.
Yep.
Then Rabbi ROTHSCHILD, the one that you're living.
Right.
Then, yeah.
Then Brandon A. Then you. And then below there's one that says Captain of the MILF ship.
about to do is maybe I can send you you can send me your opinion on X, then press it and then send your opinion because that would be easier.
Yeah. Okay. I'm at my maximum friend request though. Okay. I want you to read who's in this call right now. Do it one at a time, like you were doing. We got B. Alexander, and then Brandon A., then Rabbi Rothschild, then Rabbi Rothschild, then Brandon A., then Chess. Below your name is my other account. It says Captain of the MILF Ship. Do you see that? Yes, that one. Send that a message. Okay? Let me know when it's sent. I just got it. All right, now you're in my DMs. If you ever need to send me a message, send it there, okay? Can you repeat that? You were covering your microphone.
Okay, sorry, I was saying I'll be sharing putting out ideas, I'll be asking for advice.
Absolutely, I'm here. Look, my friend, I want to. Absolutely, absolutely. Most people you meet on Twitter, Chess, they're gonna be your friend for like a week. I want to be your friend for the rest of your life. Absolutely. All right, go make that link tree. Go get some sleep, and then come back to me in the morning, okay?
Yeah, sure. When I'm done, I'll let you know.
Absolutely. Now, if I'm asleep, then just wait till I wake up. But I'll be in here, so you'll be able to watch me sleep, okay?
Okay, cool.
Excellent. Take care, Chess. Pleasure to meet you.
Bye.
Bye.
Just take it out. You'll be fine. You'll be good to go. So it's the Amr of Aqad, then I'm culture. But figure say, yeah, walking, and apparently a little bit of a nap. Take away the effects of alcohol. We said about this. Amr of Nachman, Amr about Avua. When someone Alex is shot, when there's a stroke that take away the effects of alcohol, and you only drink a little bit, you also need to is close to the death, but also the and if you drink more than a revius, actually sleep to amplify the effects of wine. Now Rashi says here's the difference. So drinking wine, right, doing avoda under the influence, which undermines the effectiveness of the avoda. That's when the Rabbanon said even today Kohanim can't drink wine. So apparently, as much as the Kohen is supposed to be groomed, if he hasn't had a haircut in the last 30 days, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the avoda. Mason wants to say that's true. The other one he said these things are high misa. He says that the Kohen does the avoda without properly cut hair or under the influence. He's high misa. So we don't see the shaker outaged. Science when it comes to wine, the pasuk said don't drink wine when doing the avoda in order that you won't die. But how do I know that a Kohen who does the avoda without being properly groomed is high misa? Because there's a comparison between wine consumption and hair cutting. So you might juxtapose so just like again, if a Kohen does the avodah while under the influence, he's chayv misa. So again, if he does it without personal grooming, like without having his haircut, he's also chayv misa. And we know, and we learn from this. The machli avodah, just like if he goes ahead and he does the avodah while under the influence, it undermines the avodah. Invalidates the avodah. The machli avodah. So to again, if he does the avodah without his haircut, it also invalidates the avodah. Where it says kasha, you're right, that's a kasha, because it sounds like over here that whether that hair cutting and drinking wine is the same thing, namely the failure to go ahead and adhere to either of these strictures undermines the effectiveness of the avodah. So by the way, up until what's interesting about this is this whole hair cutting thing. It's coming from Yechezkel. So obviously Yechezkel didn't invent new halachas. So this must have been a halacha before Yechezkel said it. Where did we know this halacha from? So it's according to that same logic, Chad Amran Rabchista, David Zamitoris Moshe Rabbeinu Lo Lamanu, Ad Sheba Yechezkel V'Limdunu, Kol Ben Necha Aroli V'Arav Basar Yavam K'Shim Shasiri. So everything is over to Yechezkel. Yechezkel says any coin that doesn't have a bris can't come and go ahead and do the avodah. So Yechezkel says that Adlo by Yechezkel my Amra. Before Yechezkel came along, knew how to be known. He was Ela Gemara B'Yudah. What's Yechezkel Masmul Chakra? What was Halacha Moshe Sinai? And again, Halacha Moshe Sinai, Yechezkel was the one who codified it in a pasuk. Hakinami, Gemara B'Yudah, Va'asi Yechezkel Va'asmul Chakra. So too again, when it comes to the hair cutting, it says the Halacha Moshe Sinai, that a kohen has to have a haircut once every, regular kohen has to have a haircut once every 30 days. So Halacha Moshe Sinai. And Yechezkel was the one who put it into a pasuk. So the Gemara says, if you tell me halacha l'misa, l'nachuli avodah lo v'yichan. My kisum yikasmi esra shem. What does it mean when it says? Essentially, again, you still have the hair cutting again. If the kohen is supposed to cut this way, what does that mean? Tana, coming to sporish and lulinus. It means that the kohen, now what kind of hair are we talking about? The kohen is supposed to get like a lulinus haircut. What's a lulinus haircut? My disposed lulinus, I'm sure, to sport it yichidah. So if every you take the haircut that the kohen is supposed to get, yichidah, what does it look like? On the right, Rosho Shalzeh, it's Adi Kano Shalzeh. It literally means the hairs line up exactly. That's literally, again, the tip of one hair reaches the base of the other hair. That's how the haircut looks. So the Gemara says, Shalosh Rabbi, Ezu to start the kohen level. So they asked Rabbi, what is the unique haircut of the kohen gadol? Amalahem, Su'ulu'uli Tisporet Shalben Elasha. Go and look at my son-in-law's haircut. Rabbi's son-in-law was this man, Ben Elasha. Go look at my son-in-law's haircut. He has the right kind of haircut. Tanya Rabbi, Rabbi Omer. So apparently Ben Elasha spent a lot of money on his haircuts. Like he wasn't like a super cuts guy, you know. This was like salon quality, right? Why did Ben Elasha spend so much money on his haircut? So apparently he did it to show what the haircut of the kohen gadol was. That was he spent his money on that, and therefore Rabbi said, go look at that haircut. So let's say, so bottom line, what comes out of here is like this. So based on the Yechezkel, essentially again a kohen can't go ahead and do the avodah after he's consumed a revius of wine. He also can't do the avodah if he doesn't have the proper haircuts. For a kohen gadol, that's once every week, and for a regular kohen, that is once every 30 days. Now, what's interesting, and the Gemara doesn't seem to be clarity on that, is we understand that the kohen does the avodah under the influence of alcohol after having reviewed the revius, the avodah is invalid. The shaila is if he does the avodah without proper haircut, adhering to proper haircut guidelines, does that undermine the avodah or not? So for that, we see that conflicting prices. So also just one last point before we move on to the next part about this machlokas Rabbi and the Rabbanan, right? So remember, according to Rabbi, according to the Rabbanan, a kohen even today can't drink a revius of wine. Why? Right? Because as the Gemara said, Mehera Yibana Beis Hamikdash. Because according to the Rabbanan, the Beis Hamikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and you need kohanim to be ready for service. If a kohen is drinking, so once again he's not ready for service. Rabbi says, again, Lashon of Rashi about Rabbi with Rabbi is Lo Chayish Shema Yishbana Pitom. Rabbi is not concerned by the possibility that the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So the Rabbanan, Choshesh that's going to be rebuilt suddenly. Rabbi, not Choshesh is going to be rebuilt suddenly. It was such a mind-blowing machlokas. So let's say, so who's right? So clearly, Kohanim drink wine today. So clearly, we are siding with Rabbi, right? That interesting enough, Yeshema Yibana Pitom Lo Chayshina. We are not concerned about the sudden rebuilding of Beis Hamikdash. So it sounds like a little bit of a downer, but that's like, I always thought that not Choshesh that it's going to be rebuilt suddenly. So there's a beautiful thing that we have to let me go on after this. But there's an incredible insight. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau goes ahead and says in Halach Ma'anra, he says, Hashata Hafa L'shana haba, l'shana haba ba'arad Yisrael. This year we are here. Next year we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. In the halach ma'anya. Beautiful idea. Shabbat says something so beautiful. The Rav says, why don't we say like Hashat ha'achar? Now we're here. L'machar ba'arad Yisrael. Tomorrow we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. Or Hashat ha'avdi. This year we're slaves. L'shana haba b'nei chol. Next year we'll be free. What do you mean? Tomorrow we'll be free. What do you mean next year? Why next year? Why not tomorrow? And the Rav says something so beautiful. The Rav explains that a youth believes that dramatic and overwhelming instantaneous change can be just that instantaneous. But more often than not, great things in life are gradual processes. So do I believe that today I'm here and tomorrow I'll be Eretz Yisrael? Absolutely, I believe it could happen. I can believe that today I'm here and today I'm in Eretz Yisrael. I can believe all that. But it's just not usually the way that it works. The greater the change, usually the more gradual it has to be. So again, Hashat ha'achar now in Golis. I believe that by next year I'll be in Eretz Yisrael. This year maybe I'm a slave to something. Next year I believe that I'm free. Again, could the change be instantaneous? Absolutely, it can. So, but it's just not probable. The probability is the greater the change, the more gradual important to have. It's true as a people, so that's why halacha l'maisa and hashkafa l'maisa, we accept not necessarily believe that, or we don't necessarily take the approach that it's going to be pit a wheat, that it's going to be instantaneous. Rather, it's time. The Uber takes that so going, you can enjoy Borachayim, because the chances are that this English is not going to be rebuilt in this moment. The change, the more gradual it's going to have to be. And I will say, this is so true in our personal lives as well. All of us have things about ourselves or about our lives that we want to change. And sometimes we want that change to be instantaneous. But it's important to understand that we asking halacha l'maisa like Rabbi. Yishema yibana pitom lo kashima. That again, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to be, and the more time it's going to take. Can you affect instantaneous change? Absolutely, it's possible. It's just not probable. So both halacha l'maisa and hashkafa l'maisa, we believe that the greater the change, the more runway you have to be able to give yourself as an individual and as well as a people. Incredible. Incredible. Hadronallah, Klingo, you want to say Shkaya, Mikara, giving a minute to Shosha. Back to Sanhedrin. Monetary law is adjudicated by a basin of three. So we'll say the Mishnah's wording is very ambiguous. I'm going to look through it. So literally, Rashi says it sounds like, so let's say Reuven and Shimon have a legal dispute, right? So what's going to happen? So now it sounds like Reuven chooses a basin for himself, and Shimon chooses a basin for himself. It sounds like again, and then they choose a third basin. Those two choose a third. That's how Rashi's understanding it initially. These words are in there. So ultimately, again, there are two judges. And those two judges pick a third. Again, we see exactly what's happening. So again, both Reuven and Shimon have the ability to invalidate or to refuse. Really possible to possible to refuse the judge of the other. To ready there. Come say no. It must say what is that true? The one party could go ahead and refuse the judge of the other side. Is mentioned maybe in Raya. So again, so let's say Shimon picks a judge, like Reuven picks a judge. So Reuven can invalidate Shimon's judge, and Shimon can invalidate Reuven's judge. That's what Meir says. Come say no. The only time you can invalidate someone else's judge is when he's been a relative. Somebody has a conflict of interest. About how you share a mumkin, if he gives him any halacha l'maisa, but if halacha l'maisa again, they're otherwise valid, right, or otherwise experts. You can't just invalidate someone's for. Meir says again, either side can invalidate the other side's witnesses. Rabbi saying, no, Imma say, when is that? This man maybe alayim raya shin kroven opsulim. So again, we'll say it's ongoing machlokas. Rabbi saying no. The only time you can invalidate someone else's witnesses is when there's grounds for invalidation. They are related to one of the parties or they have a conflict of interest. But if they're a kosher, ultimately, again, you cannot go ahead and invalidate them. Incredible. So now let's analyze the first part of the Mishnah. So what is the meaning? What is the case in the first part of the Mishnah, right? Where we say, right? We speak about this and what does this mean? So the Gemara says, so Zebar lo Akam, Zebar lo Akam, B'Shlas Asagi. So again, if we go with the Halim of the Mishnah, the Halim of the Mishnah is Reuben chooses a Beis Din, and Shimon chooses a Beis Din, and somehow those two buckets didn't choose a third Beis Din, whereas the Alan's there. All you need is one Beis Din. All you need is two people. Why are we getting the whole meaning of people involved in this? How do we to say? So it sounds like it's like this. So not only do Reuben and Shimon have dispute about which Beis Din to go to. So Reuben could choose his Beis Din, and Shimon could choose his Beis Din, and together those two Beis Din could choose a third Beis Din. Okay, so it's actually what it sounds like is either party has a right to refuse the Beis Din of the other side. So let's say Reuben and Shimon $10,000. Now there's a loan dispute. Is it true then that even Shimon, the borrower, has a right to object to the Beis Din of the lender? So the Resvav of Elazar, no Shimon Ela Malva. Avalo Bekofano Sabadon Beilo. So saying, no, who has the right to object? Only a lender. But a borrower in general, let's say this has to do with the idea that she points out that Eved Nova Ishmalva. The borrower is always considered to be at the whim of the lender. So the halach is that the lender chooses a Beis Din, that's where the borrower's got to go. We must be on Yoker and Bar Kosher B'Suri Shana. No, what are you talking about over here? Talking about the courts of Suri. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Bar Kosher B'Suri Shana, how you be killed in Torah. So apparently, the courts of Syria in Babel were notorious, unfortunately, for not really being so erudite. Right? They weren't such experts. So therefore, again, if you were called to a court in Syria, you had the right to object to say, or to request a change of venue. I don't really want to adjudicate my case over here. This is not the place for adjudication. In that kind of case, even the borrower could object. So we say, what it sounds like is that if the borrower was summoned to a court of experts, he would not be permitted to object to, or he would not be permitted to request a change of venue. He says, no. Even if the borrower was called to a Beis Din, he could still go and object. He goes, the borrower could only say to the lender, what's the big deal? I just want to change the venue. What's the difference to a different Beis Din? The Chum say, so many the Chum say you have two, same first case in Mishnah. Two judges, choose a third. These are like the Beis Din, Beis Din, Basra, the Pasli, Azlu, Ubaru, Yehu, Beidina, Achini. So here's the problem is, let's play this out. So Reuben chooses a Beis Din, Shimon chooses a Beis Din. Shimon says, Reuben, I don't want your Beis Din. Reuben says, Shimon, I don't want your Beis Din. And now, so the two invalidated buckets didn't go and choose a third. Doesn't make any sense. No. Nice zeb borlo echad, zeb borlo echad. Ella, Hamza, what it needs to say. Here we go. Zeb borlo dain echad. Zeb borlo dain echad. Shnehen borlo hen oz echad. Oh, okay. The boss says, now he's going to say, no. Look at what the process is. In general, if Reuben and Shimon can agree on a Beis Din, that is the best. Or if they can't agree on a Beis Din. So let's say what happens under those circumstances. Reuben will choose a dayan. He gets to choose a judge. Shimon chooses a judge, and then those two judges choose a third. Right? Those two chosen judges choose a third. That is a process through which you could assemble a Beis Din to adjudicate this case. So, אמר הרב רבי זר מתוך שזה בורא דיין אחד וזה בורא דיין אחד ושני בורא להן עוד אחד יוצא הדין לאמיתו. Because it was this is a good way to ensure that the matter is adjudicated properly, right? Everybody feels they have a voice, right? Because Reuben got to choose one judge, Shimon got to choose one judge. So everyone has a voice in this process, and therefore Allah say again, and those two judges choose a third. Everyone is confident in this type of judicial proceeding. Okay, well, we're going to speak more about this idea. And I will say, just to be clear, this is not generally like the ideal way that we adjudicate cases, right? The ideal way is we go to, like, parties agree on a base thing, but you can have a situation where parties don't agree on a base thing, and so everybody gets to choose one judge. Each party gets to choose one judge, and those two choose a third. Fine. The Talmud says, name up. What is it? Eina idin chosim al hashtar, ela inkin yodin mi chosim imanet. So it means in general, witnesses only sign on a document if they know the other, in other words, one witness will only sign if he knows who else is signing on this document. Rabbi Meir, less late Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Meir does not subscribe to Rabbi Yehuda's position. And therefore Rabbi Meir says that halacha l'maisa, each party can validate the other party's witnesses, because he said didn't belong to signing. So the Gemara says, on the other hand, Amarav Rabbana is it Rabbi Yehuda? Amarav. But that to say that Rabbana hold the Rabbi Yehuda? No. The Kuli Alma isn't Rabbi Yehuda Amarav. No, but in general, everyone agrees Rabbi Yehuda Amarav. In other words, witnesses never sign unless they know who else is signing on the document, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so Amarav, but that's how Kuli Alma isn't Rabbi Yehuda. Amarav, but that's how Dayanim lo pligi deva'inan. And also, ultimately, again, you require the das of Dayanim when signing. Keep pligi. So where is the machlokas? Where is the machlokas? Das baliginu. Do you require the das of the litigants when signing? So take a look. Fine. So much of the das baliginu and Meir holds that you also require the das of the litigants. Rabbanan Sabi, das hadayonet badnan, das baliginu lo ba'inan. Rabbanan holds that you need das of the judges, but you don't necessarily need the das of the litigants themselves. So Gufa, let's analyze. Eina edim chosmin ala shtar, tanyan yahi, tak hayim kierash shan also incredible. So it's interesting over here, the lashon of Yikir Hadas. So Yikir Hadas literally means those of pure intent. So those of pure intent, so they would never sign on a document unless, of course, they knew who else was signing on the document with them. They would not be part of the Beis Din, unless of course they knew who else was part of the Beis Din with them. And they were not participating in a meal unless of course they knew who else was participating. As we'll say, it's actually something quite beautiful over here. So what made them Yikir Hadas? They understood that who you keep company with has a fundamental impact on the person you become. So therefore, they really need this, working backwards. They're not going to sit at a suida unless, of course, they know everyone else who's coming. I'm not coming unless I know the rest of the invite list. Why? Because who you break bread with has an impact on who you are. Furthermore, they want to sit on a Beis Din, right? Unless, of course, they knew who else. They want to sign on a document unless, of course, they knew who else. Because who you keep company with on any level has a fundamental impact on the person you are. Incredible. So you must say, Zep also Diana Shazai. So much number again. So my whole is in Mishnah. So right, Rabbi Meir said each party can validate the judge of the other side. And if it comes to no, the only time you can validate the judge is when he's consular judges if you have grounds. He's conflict of interest, he's a relative. So much says Kol K'nei the Pasal Da'i. So could Rabbi Meir be saying that each side have the ability to invalidate judges on the other side? Because Rabbi Yochanan Barakot Shabasuri Yashanu about Mumkin Lo. So again, so now interesting. Rabbi Yochanan says, what are you talking about? This is apparently again, unfortunately, the Syrian courts had a very bad rep, bad reputation. If I don't think they were necessarily well versed. So in a Syrian court, you can invalidate the judges. But if it was a group of experts, again, you can only invalidate based on actual grounds. Where it says, about moving low. 100 times say that from the film say, I when is that? Because man should maybe Rana, should have up soon. The Chum say, when can you invalidate judges? Only if you can bring a proof that halach and Maisa, their relatives, or they have a conflict of interest, or some other pursuit. About how you share a mumkin if you raise the issue from them. Rabbi Meir mumkin nanikama. So it sounds like Rabbi Meir says that you can even invalidate judges who are experts. So this Gemara says, no. How do you come out? How you share nasuki mumkin if you do if the judges were shared. So it's like shared means what? They're not related, and there's no psul. Even if they're not recognized experts, they're accepted as experts, and therefore cannot be invalidated.
I know what it is already.
That's small. This is the next fellows. Low calling mayor Shabbos of dying should be correlating. So again, Brexit says mayor that one party can't invalidate a judge who is known to be a known, known to be an expert. So the Gemara says, low calling mayor Shabbos of dying should be. So let's say this is fascinating. What is using that as follows? What does it mean to be an expert? It means to be an expert is to be someone who is accepted by the general populace. So let's say, understand, it is accepted the idea that sometimes Bafei are not going to have the greatest experts in the world. But as long as those Dayanim are trusted by the general public, they are vested with expert-like status. So as long as you have judges who are generally accepted by everyone, you recognize that's based on income in the world, but they're accepted by everyone. Halakha l'maisa, they have the status of experts. It can only be invalidated if you show that either they're related or there's an active conflict of interest. That's the point. This the old apostle of the Holy actually Kabbalah based in Shemun Kala Divrei Rabin. You can invalidate judges, but one of the judges have been accepted by the general populace. That they know what they're talking about, right? And they are proper individuals. They have the status of experts and can only be invalidated based on specific grounds. I have a heart eating to mumkin dummy. Or the second one is also considered like mumkin, bamra in there. You know, in general, witnesses are also considered that credibility and accepted. Yet, Rabbi Meir says that each side can invalidate the other's witnesses. Could it be that a holy mouth would say such a thing like this? Tanu, a dog. What should we invalidate? You can invalidate a single witness. A dog and what good is a single witness for? If you want to say that it's for monetary purposes, one witness in 8 echad doesn't do anything by giving numbers. Even Shavuot, and if it's for an oath, Hemenu Mehemen. And an 8 echad is believed to generate those obligations. If they kill like 2 witnesses, no moment. So not for monetary purposes. What good does an 8 echad do for monetary purposes? Let's say second class line of page. Let's see the Kabbalah Aleki Big Trade. What are you talking about? Tomorrow, Ruben and Shimon. Dispute. And there's an 8 echad, and they both agree to accept the testimony of an 8 echad and vest him with the same credibility as just 2 witnesses would have had. So the Gemara says, my comments, what are we being taught over here? Demasi Hagabay, that after hearing his testimony, they could choose to renege and not trust him like 2 witnesses. The Gemara says, but we learned that Tanina, and listen to this. This is Moroi Boka. So let's say you live in another court case, and let's say again, Ruben's father, they want to appoint Ruben's father as a judge. As long as both parties agree that they agree to accept Ruben's father as a judge, even though obviously he's related to one of the parties, he's allowed as a judge. Similarly, if they decide to appoint a right, and the Beis are 2 shepherds, and that's less, shepherds weren't generally known to be the way some of the common, but if they agree to accept 3 shepherds, then it's agreed. Rameir says, the mayor says, but however, again, if they change their mind afterwards, they realize Ruben's father is really not a good guy, or the 3 shepherds really are just shepherds and don't know what they're talking about, so they could change their mind. You'll come into a process you cannot read that. Let's say on the days. Is halacha l'maisa again. If you look at Rashi says about the father was accepted as this again. The says, so why teach me to say halacha twice? In other words, you're teaching me again that you would accept an Eid Echad and you could vest him with two witness power, something that you could accept with his father as a diners. Okay, so what you're saying is, in any legal proceedings, parties could agree to accept something as legally binding, even though what? Even normally, it would not be legally binding. As a judge, so too, you can accept the testimony of one witness, vest him with two witness credibility. Rabbi Meir says, if you subsequently change your mind, you can be read, and the Chacham say you can't. So I need to teach you say halacha twice. So if we just talk the case of the father, except the father is the judge, I would have said that's the case of the Rabbi and say you can't be that. Why? You should the because when people are sitting, let's say, except for his father as a judge, perhaps the reason why the Rabbi can't be that is because even his father is fit for a judge. He could be a guy. That's generally not in his case. Why? Not in his case. Why? Because he's related to one of the parties. Right? But in a general case, he would be believed about Chad. Could they trade the La'amalo Kazi Imamod with Rabbi Meir? But in the case of accepting the testimony of one witness, so again, general say one witness is never credible, right? One witness is never believed, and therefore maybe halacha l'maisa he should not be vested with credibility at all. And therefore, maybe the Rabbanan would be there, but you can read that. The actual the outcome about our words in the second case. This case. The mayor says his position like you read. About the he motivated but perhaps in the other case it would be that you can't read, right? Therefore they're both needed. Therefore both say, so bottom line, it takes over as follows. What's being introduced to us is the following idea. So that halacha l'maisa, and this would be fascinating, that in the abstract there are certain things that work in legal proceedings, right? So a judge has to look at certain. The parties agree to accept. We agree. That's one of our. We agree to accept the testimony of one witness. It works. It works. Why? Because both parties are committing to it. Now, the shaila is after you agree to that, you accept Ruben's father as a judge. I no longer accept testimony of one witness. So that's the machlokes Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim. Rabbi Meir says yes, because since you agreed to a compromised judicial process, therefore what? Therefore you have the right to go ahead and renege on it. The Chachamim say no. Once you commit to the process, you can't get out. You want to say, by the way, it's such a fundamental like machlokes as well in terms of like how do you view life commitments? Do you view life commitments as non-negotiable? Or are they negotiable, right? Right? It says, even when you commit to this process, there's an exit ramp. You can get off. You can get off. You can once you commit to a process, see it through to the end. Fundamental life machlokes as well. All right, so that's the machlokes over there. So let's go back there. How many determination? Let's finish up. How many determination? Dainu, the Sefer Edav, Amadavsa Katani. So what's this? Here's what's interesting. So now, if you notice, by the way, so like you're just talking about a case of a judge, and the Sefer is talking about a case of witnesses. So apparently the cases are all called case specific. However, those are the Dahu, the Echel, the Postline. What are we talking about? Ultimately, again, one of the litigants and another individual comes to invalidate them. So Mark was co-community. How could he believe? No, yeah, they do something. How could one of the litigants ultimately come along and invalidate one of the witnesses? I would say again, that should be a conflict of interest, right? So in other words, if Ruben is one of the parties to the game, and now Shimon's been witnesses, and now Ruben and another witness come to invalidate Shimon's witnesses, how would that work? How could Ruben be believed to discredit some of Shimon's witnesses? Ruben is considered to have a conflict of interest because he's one of the litigants to the case. So it's court. So the case is where the witness in question already there was some cloud of there was some objection. Some other objection raised his fitness as a witness. Seir denied what kind of issue we have over here. Even because when we saw, if it was that the witness that Shimon brought was accused of being a thief, they called the woman that so what's the issue here? The issue here is that the witness that Shimon brought had a secondary issue, namely Pagan Mishpacha. There was some issue in his lineage. So the Meir says, Hani Mishpacha Kamasavi, so again, the Meir holds that therefore, even when the lineage comes along and testifies about Shimon's genealogical issue, he's not really testifying about his case. He's testifying about a separate genealogical issue, and therefore, even according to the litigants and one of the parties to the case, he should be believed. Rabbi Savi, so no so. Rabbi on the other hand say, while it's true that neither one of the litigants is testifying to a genealogical issue that Shimon has, but technically speaking, a genealogical issue is not really part of the current case to which Reuben is a litigant. But nevertheless, the impact of his testimony is that it has an impact on the case in which Reuben is a litigant, and therefore that's called Rabbi. Okay, so once it's just Rabbi, the machloek is ultimately again when you have two sets of witnesses. Rabbi says, Rabbi says, Rabbi says also, so take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Take a look at Rashi. But machloek is shneki de'edim. So like this. So it's like just before we go on, just to understand how we're going quickly, but just to understand what's happening over here. So first of all, we've clarified the first case in Mishnah. I can clarify. The word in it says, "Dini mamnush b'shlosha zebal lo'acham zebal lo'acham." What is that talking about? That's talking about because Reuben and Shimon are monetary dispute. Reuben and Shimon cannot agree on a basis. So what's the process? Reuben chooses a judge, Shimon chooses a judge, and then what? Those two choose a third. And again, the says we like that because everyone feels hurt. Everyone feels kind of they have someone on their team, and that's a good way to make sure that the proper judgment comes out. So that's the first halacha. Now what we're mired in is the following discussion. We're mired in the following is that this fundamental is Chachamim and Rabbi Meir about what power do the parties have over each other's witnesses or each other's judges. So we've clarified the second part also. When can you invalidate a judge? Only if you can prove that either he's really puzzle, or what does really puzzle mean? He's a relative, he's a gambler, whatever, some real validation, or he's related, one of the parties. Right, that's the best. But if you have a judge that has been accepted by the general population as a judge, even though he's not the greatest Talmid Chacham, that endows him with mumcha status, with expert status, and therefore cannot be invalidated. Now we're trying to figure out under what circumstances can you invalidate the witnesses of the other side. So that's what we're trying to figure out over here. So how could Reuben invalidate Shimon's witnesses, and how could Shimon invalidate Reuben's witnesses? That's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, so now back to this. Machloek is the shaky the agents. The machloek is when you have two sets of witnesses. What's machloek here? Take a look at Rashi. Machloek is shaky the agent. Shama Ba'adim b'fanenu. Next is shaky the agent. So I will say this is fascinating. This is really fascinating. So the case over here is where, watch this. Reuben comes along and Reuben says, let's begin this today. I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. You know what's happening? Now one, two sets of witnesses. And we told the I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. Now watch this. Rashi, right? The government says, say, so, show about the different Yeshu Sheikh the Eden, but the Razak, Heidi Kat Bishona, the Amat Halova, the Anta, the Amat Sugari, the Anshalaf to the Gada Edesu, Shari Amar Mavashi, Kat Akaras. If we can show no months, yes. So it says, now what ends up happening? Reuben brings his first set, and Shimon says, oh no, that first set, they're invalid. So let's say, so now what ends up happening? Now what ends up happening is Shimon is unable to go ahead and bring his second set. So now look at the email. Let's begin this. Actually, want to say, you know what? Stop over for today. We'll pick up. We rushed enough. Right, we'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with this case right now. Sorry about the pace. I would say, but again, so just understand what we're picking up with tomorrow, trying to figure out under what circumstances could one party invalidate the witnesses of the other party. Because after all, that type of invalidation always seems to be that you're validating, right? The little thing that's going to validate is going to be your gap basis, the conflict of interest. Because obviously, Ruben is going to try to invalidate Shimon's witnesses. Why? Because he doesn't want Shimon to have witnesses. So doesn't that create the conflict of interest? So trying to figure out a case where halakha l'maisa, one litigant can invalidate the witnesses of the other litigant without it being a conflict of interest. And that's what we can see tomorrow.
Driving drunk is illegal in Texas too.
But I have a feeling, even though I'm on the guest list, he's going to be put me on or something. Every time I go to Brian's shows, something happens. So hopefully me and my friends get in, but we'll see. If you're there, I'll see you there. It'd be harder off to be cops.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei, the year 5785, the Tzos Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all of the Shurim and Drushos for this year as his host for B'Sar Stamos on Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves Havavim, the Tova, the Kelman family, in memory of Amit ben David Levi, Zichron Livracha, the brother of Itai Levi, a brave and holy soldier who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. A week of learning sponsors, Zevi and Josh Daniel Nishmas, Tevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael, and the fall Noah, Yosef, Zichron Livracha. We hope to have the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas will have an Aliyah, all the families in Nechama, all of those who need a refuah should have an Aliyah with Kol V'Chol Yisrael. We don't show Shem Yat Hashem bring home our precious hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karv, and shall allow our holy soldiers to be successful before Ma'aseh Yedei. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Chaf Gimel. First, we have some unfinished business. So we are up to Chaf days and we do 22b, and we left off. Amar was the master, which is the third. Why actually start from the second one that it's Nami. So let's remember again, the Gemara was introducing us to the idea according to the Mishnah. The Mishnah was speaking about the haircut schedule of great and important people, and the need the higher the position you occupy, the more intense your personal cleaning habits have to be in order to present well. And to present well to the general populace. So we'll say, I was just thinking about this yesterday, that this is also in line with the thing that we discussed not so long ago, that in general, people form their initial opinions about other people just based on external appearances. That's, even though we like to say, we like to say that we're not judgmental, we are incredibly judgmental, and we are actually superficially judgmental. And the way we form our initial appreciation or impressions about someone is how they dress, how they look, how they're groomed. And again, Chodesh Baruch Hu understands this, Halacha understands this, and therefore the Halacha says is that the greater the position of prominence that you occupy, the more groomed you must be, so that you will be able to command the initial respect of people. So the king has to be groomed, the Kohen Gadol has to be groomed, a Kohen Hagel has to be groomed. Now, obviously, in line with your station will depend on what those grooming habits need to be. So we left off, the last thing we left off with was that a regular Kohen, I will say, that's why finally you should begin to see the Gemara says, any comes up who walks around with the stain on his clothing is chayiv nisa. A very strong statement. First, who walks around with the stain on his clothing is liable to death. What's the logic? So the person sees comes to be the ambassador of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So if you represent that, you better dress the part. Therefore, the Kohen, the Kohen, has to get a haircut at least once every 30 days. In order that he's well groomed. We always talking about this. So let's remember again, talking about the idea that a comparison of para. So you show para from the zeros, just like the zeros, stam the zeros is 30 days. So to again, the Kohen cannot, regular Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow very long with it. The Hassam of the Yavan, Amar Abnasna, the Amar Kodesh, the Matcha, but the pasuk says Kodesh here, and we get one direction here is 30. Okay? I'm going to put that right. Imo, more beautiful 12. So maybe the halacha by a Kohen should allow his hair to grow at all. Or maybe you should have to cut it all of the time. I'm going to eat said lo yishamim hera kidikamet. So if it would have just said, it's literally again, there should be no growth of the locks of his hair then I was saying, you're right. Constantly get a haircut. Hashtag the para when it's para, you say this. There should be a growth. There should be a growth. Goat is supposed to have hair. But the hair is not supposed to grow more quality in a wild and uncontrollable way. And then again, you grow in there. You have para to us. It teaches us that just like standing zero is 30 days. Point to that flowers grow in judges. Is the hair to grow longer than 30 days. So as now listen to this. You must feel this is so now we established this that a regular coin is obligated to get a haircut once every 30 days. If that's the case, we must feel very interesting. Even the nami. Why do we say that even now? Even now, or is it supposed to now means now? In the absence of the base of the gush, a coin should be obligated to cut his hair once every 30 days. That's the case. Dunya, Hiyayin, it should be the same thing as coin. He's after once every 6 days. That's what the Gemara says. My yayin, sorry, Hiyayin. Let's say, now, here's what's interesting. Technically speaking, the prohibition of shtudim like that a coin cannot do the avodah while under the influence. That's the halacha. Now remember, what is the definition of under the influence for avodah for temple service purposes? Orvius. That even goes to the coin cannot drink the wine while doing the avodah. Drinks the Orvius, 3.5 ounces. 3.5 ounces, he cannot do the avodah. My yain is man bia udaser, shlom is man bia shari. After Ruay Rosh is man bia aser, shlom is man bia shari. Because most of yain is comparable to wine. Remember, when is a foreign not allowed to drink wine? He's not allowed to drink wine when he's on call. This man bia is man bia. In this context means that look at Rashi, some of the yain on the shtu evan. Makish Prerosh, so remember again, when is there a prohibition to drink wine? When is there when a coin is in service? So I remember in level 6, we mentioned this in yesterday's daf also. The coin, remember that the Kohanic group are split up into mishmaros. Like each mishmar, 24 mishmaros. Each mishmar serves one day. However, the nice again, Kohanim can only not drink wine when they are on call. So the Gemara says the same way that a Kohen can't drink wine is not young. So again, the issues of haircutting and the obligation of haircutting once every 30 days also only applies is manbia. This is the Gemara says. Furthermore, shalom is manbia shari. The yayin Gemara says fine. The yayin shalom is manbia shari. Now listen to this. So you're telling me now that when a Kohen is not on call, when it's not his shift, he's allowed to drink wine. Must be anything. But if you speak, you actually see this Gemara again. There's something like that. I mean, Rabbi Omer Ali. Rabbi says, Kohanim sur listos yayin li'olam. There it is. Kohanim really should never be able to drink wine. They should be forever prohibited to drink wine. Now, what's the issue? You look at Rashi, this one. You look at Rashi. Actually, Rabbi Omer on Koy Asur Sasani Olam. Risha de Bryce Hatani. Koy Amaki Nishmato. Nishmeres is Abshalo. Asur Bianco Osino. Ab is not Hazak. So listen to this. So let me translate this and we'll put it in the context. In the beginning of the Bryce is like this. A Kohen who knows which Kohanic family is his them, and who knew when his family would serve in the days of the Church. With the usher to drink wine during what would have been his designated shift. He says, calls Akbis Marazam Makir Mishmarto, the Ino Makir Beis Usher calls the Shabbos. Ino Makir Lo Mishmarto, Lo Mishmarto Beis Usher. Oh, Usher the Shkos Yain Olam. Shema Akshav Zmanahu Shlachus Shema Yivanavis. Listen to this. Essentially, what Rabbi says is as follows: you have to have a Kohen, and the Kohen were to know his exact Kohanic family, to know when his Kohanic family, what shift, which week his family was serving the Mikdash, and out of that week, which day his family would have served. That Kohen is also to drink wine on that day. If he doesn't know which day, he can't drink wine that week. If he doesn't know which family, he can't drink wine at all. Now, what do you think? First, So the Rabbi is saying that Kohen cannot drink wine at all. What are we concerned about? We're concerned about, again, the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt. And maybe that Kohen is going to be activated for his instantaneous service. So the issue just is, if he's under the influence, he won't be able to keep his avodah. So essentially, what Rabbi is saying is, if you don't, now again, so just understand, if you know exactly what family you're from, which mishmar you're a part of, which shit you're a part of, and what day of the week your family would have served, so then only that week and that day is very problematic for you. But if you don't know your family and you don't know your shift, then you don't know when you'll be activated. The shift come at any time. It is something to be rebuilt at any time. And a Kohen needs to be ready for service. Therefore, Rabbi says, Kohanim can't drink wine. Wild. Wild. Watch this. Avama asked him, I said, what can I do? Which literally means that ultimately, again, the state of disrepair is the very reason why Kohanim can drink wine. We could actually just moment. Rashi says, Reni Omer Ani, Im Banu Lochosh Shemed Yibana Asabi Gayim Oman, Va'akilu, Umakir, She'ino Achshav Zman Mishmarto, Shemed Yibana, V'chala Kodim Nishtachet Ayal Ba'adi. So, okay, so Rabbi says, but the truth is, even if a Kohen does know his family and his shift, still, he shouldn't be able to drink wine, because first of all, who's to say that when the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt, he's going to follow the same order of Kohanic service of what was? Maybe we'll activate a brand new service in here. Okay, Aval Ma'aseh Shachar Rashi, Korban Habayis Shekal Kolan, V'hirei Tzidei Nishmarten, Nishmoro Sehem, She Haya, Os from the Yain Bisman Nishmarten, Machir Shlo Bisman Nishmarten, Utiknon Aksha Bishmas Yain. So essentially, but now what are you going to do? So the Beis Hamikdash she's going to destroy. No one knows what the order is going to be. No one knows how the time is going to be activated. And look at this. Look at that last line of Rashi. Therefore, he says, Aksha, so Aksha Bishmas Yain Olam, the Lo Hayish Shema Yibane Pito. Rashi says, he says, we're not kosher that the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So just understand what's happening there. Rabbi says, really in a vacuum, Kohanim should not be able to drink wine. This man is present. Why? Because there's the possibility that Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt. And it's going to be rebuilt quickly, and who knows what the order of buying services is going to be. You know, there's another issue, which is that I can imagine most Kohanim, if not all Kohanim, are going to be tomato, right? They're going to be tongue. This is a result of the Paraduma. So therefore, you know, who knows who's going to need it, what's going to need it, what they're going to need it for. So really, Rabbi says, in reality, no Kohanim should be able to drink wine. But what can you do? He says, but what should we do? He says, the last question over here is, that the very takana for this is the very state of disrepair. In other words, what Rabbi says is, we're not concerned if the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt immediately. So just understand. I just want to point out what I'm trying to do. So there's two schools of thought, or two schools of redemptive thought. There's one school of thought that says the Beis Hamikdash can be rebuilt at any moment, and therefore Kohanim have to be on guard, they have to be ready. And therefore, really, Kohanim shouldn't drink wine. That's possibility one. Possibility of another school of thought, which is that we're not kosher for instantaneous rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash. Things are going to take time, and therefore, Kohanim could drink wine. And when the Beis Hamikdash is rebuilt, we'll figure it out later on. So just understand these two different mindsets and two different models of Geula. Does a Yid live in a constant state of like immediate separation of getting ready for the Mikdash, and like it could just happen? Again, the Lashon over here is Lashon at the end of Rashi is the Lo Chayish Shema Yifana Pitom. Pitom means what? Pitom means what? Like suddenly, immediately, like suddenly. It's not that I don't believe in Geula. Of course, I believe in Geula. I don't believe in what we'll call Geula Pitomit. Right? Immediate or sudden Geula. Geula is a process. Geula is a process So again, even if Mashiach comes today, right? Achakelo, not b'chol daka sheyavo. That was when Mashiach every moment will come. Achakelo b'chol yom sheyavo. Today, it's a long day. It's a long day. I don't believe in Geula. People need to get instantaneous or immediate Geula. Sudden Geula. Geula is a process. So also just understand, this is, so here, this Machlokes is playing out from a halachic perspective. Right? Can a Kohen drink wine, not drink wine? Which isn't from a hashkafic perspective, how incredible this becomes. We'll come back to this in just a moment. So the Gemara says, the Rabbanan Asri. Now, Rabbi is the one who says, therefore, I believe Kohanim can go ahead and drink wine because the Shema Yibana, the Lochayish Shema Yibana Pithom. Rabbi says, I'm not concerned that the base mikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So because of that, Kohanim can drink wine. Apparently, the Rabbanan disagree. And the Rabbanan says, no, the base mikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and therefore Kohanim can drink wine. So the Gemara says, Hassam. So now remember, Hassam, so therefore the Rabbanan hold Mehira Yibana HaMikdash. What does Mehira Yibana HaMikdash mean? The base mikdash can be rebuilt quickly and suddenly, and therefore Kohanim have to be on alert. And therefore, a Kohen can't do one. So let's just understand how profound this ideological machlokes is. Rabbi, the Shema Yibane Pitom Lo Chashinon. We're not concerned with this going to go silently. The Rabbanan, we are concerned with this going to go silently. The Rabbanan, Kohanim can drink wine. Rabbi, Kohanim can drink wine. Sorry, just the opposite. Rabbi, Kohanim can drink wine. Rabbanan, Kohanim can drink wine. So how can that mean? But you know, point out right now. But if that's the case, at least according to the Rabbanan, Kohanim have to get a haircut. That's the upper ba'ayim. So again, haircutting is not a big deal. Because even if the base mikdash is suddenly rebuilt, what happens? You run to the barber, get a haircut, and that's it. Shalom Yisrael. Hasam not after the 9 portion. So wine shouldn't be a big deal either. Why? Because what happens if the Kohen drank a little bit too much? And yeah. What does he need to do? Stick an ad. It'll be fine. It'll be good to go. So it's the Amr of Achad Derech No B'Shina who called Shu. Let's figure it out. We said about this. Amr of Nachman, Amr of Bar Avua, Roshana Ella Sheshas Kiribis. When does a short nap in the death? But if you drink more than a revius, actually sleep to amplify the effects of wine. Rashi says, here's the difference. So drinking wine, right, or doing avoda under the influence, which undermines the effectiveness of the avoda, that's when the Rabbanan said, even the Kohanim can't drink wine. So apparently, as much as the Kohen is supposed to be doing, if he hasn't had a haircut in the last 30 days, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the avoda. Basically, what is that true? He says that the Kohen does the avoda without properly cut hair or under the influence. So science, when it comes to wine, the plus it says don't drink wine when doing the avoda in order that you won't die. But how do I know that a Kohen who does the avoda without being properly used? So there's a comparison between wine consumption and hair cutting. There are some loy guys who care about each other. The lion, the yayin, the so just like again, if a Kohen does the avoda while under the influence, it's chayv misa. So again, if he does it without personal grooming, like without having his haircut, it's also chayv misa. We know from this, mashti yayin the machli avoda. Just like if he goes ahead and he does the avoda while under the influence, it undermines the avoda. Nowadays the avoda ashrei rosh, the machli avoda. So again, if he does the avoda without his haircut, it also invalidates the old. Where's this kasha? You're right, that's a kasha, because it sounds like over here that whether that haircutting and drinking wine is the same thing, namely the failure to go ahead and adhere to either of these strictures undermines the effectiveness of the avoda. Hi, so by the way, Up until so what's interesting about this is this whole haircutting thing. It's coming from Yecheskel. So obviously Yecheskel didn't invent new halachas. So this must have been a halacha before Yecheskel said it. Where did we know this halacha from? So we're talking according to that same logic. Other Amrat Vekvista, Davar Zemi Torres Moshe Rabbeinu Lo Lamanu, Ad Sheba Yecheskel Berendinu. Told Ben Nechar Ara Leiva Ara Basel Yavam Mikushi Misharsi. So again, it's not a pasuk in Yecheskel. Yecheskel says any coin that doesn't have a bris can't come and go ahead and do the avodah. So Yecheskel says it. Adlo by Yecheskel man Amra. Before Yecheskel came along, knew how do we know? How do we know it? He knows Ela Gemara Jimiva. Was Yecheskel Bas Mechakra. Was Halacha Moshe Misinai. And again, Halacha Moshe Misinai originally. Then Yecheskel was the one who codified it in a pasuk. Achanami Gemara Jimiva. So too again, when it comes to the haircutting, this was a halacha Moshe Misinai. The coin has to have a haircut once every. Regular coin has to have a haircut once every 30 days. It was halacha Moshe Misinai, and Yecheskel was the one who put it into a pasuk. So the Gemara says, "If he come halacha Nisa, la fully have all the rules." My kisus, my kisum yikasu. That's for Shem. What does it mean when it says essentially again? He's talking about the hair cutting again. If the kohen is supposed to have cut his hair, what does that mean? Tanar, kamin tispores lulainus. It means that the kohen, now what kind of haircut are we talking about? The kohen is supposed to get like a lulainus haircut. What's a lulainus haircut? My tispores lulainus, I'm a shmuel, tispores yichida. A very unique type of haircut that the kohen is supposed to get. Can you tell me what does it look like? Ravashi, Rosho Shozeh, B'tzad Tano Shozeh. It literally means the hairs line up exactly. That literally, again, the tip of one hair reaches the base of the other hair. That's how the haircut looks. So the Gemara says, Shalos Rebbe, Ezu Tispar Shakoin Gadol. So they asked Rebbe, what is the unique haircut of the Kohen Gadol? Amalahem, Su Uru'u Mitzvores Shal Ben Elasha. Go and look at my son-in-law's haircut. Rebbe's son-in-law was this man, Ben Elasha. Go look at my son-in-law's haircut. He has the right kind of haircut. Tanya Rebbe Omer. So apparently Ben Elasha spent a lot of money on his haircuts. Like he doesn't like a super cuts guy. You know, this was like this was like salon quality, right? Why did Ben Elasha spend so much money on his haircut? So apparently he did it to show what the haircut of the Kohen Gadol was. That was he spent his money on that. And therefore, Rabbi said, go look at that haircut. So let's say, so bottom line, what comes out of here is like this. So based on the Yecheskel, essentially, again, a Kohen, but also from the Torah, Kohen can't go ahead and do the avodah after he's consumed a revius of wine. He also can't do the avodah if he doesn't have the proper haircut. For a Kohen Gadol, that's once every week. And for a regular Kohen, that is once every 30 days. Now, what's interesting, and the Gemara doesn't seem to be clarity on that is, we understand that the Kohen does the avodah while under the influence of alcohol, after having consumed the avodah is invalid. Shaila is, if he does the avodah without proper haircut, adhering to proper haircut guidelines, does that undermine the avodah or not? So for that, we seem to have conflicting places. So we'll say just one last word before we move on to the next paragraph about this machlokes Rabbi and Rabbanan. Right? So remember, according to Rabbanan, a Kohen even today can't drink a revius of wine. Why? Right? Because as the Gemara said, Mehera Yifana Beis Hamikdash. Because according to the Rabbanan, the Beis Hamikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and you need Kohanim to be ready for service. Kohen is drinking, so the nice again is not ready for service. Rabbi says, again, Lashon of Rashi about Rabbi is Lo chayish shema yifane pitom. Rebbe is not concerned. He's not thinking about the possibility that the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So that Rabbanan Choshesh is going to be rebuilt suddenly. Rebbe not Choshesh is going to be rebuilt suddenly. We'll say such a mind-blowing machlokes. So we'll say, so who's right? So clearly, Kohanim drink wine today. So clearly, we are siding with Rebbe. Right? That's interesting enough. The Shema Yifane Pitom Lo Chayshim. We are not concerned about the sudden rebuilding the base of Mikdash. So it sounds like a little bit of a downer. But that's like, I always thought that we are Koshish, that's going to be rebuilt Sunday. So it says there's a beautiful thing, and really have to let it go on. So but there's an incredible insight. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau. Right? Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau goes ahead and says in Halach Ma'ayno, he says, Hashata Hava, L'shana Haba, L'shana Haba Ba'arat Yisrael. This year we are here. Next year we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. Beautiful idea. So the Ram says something so beautiful. The Ram says, why don't we say like Hashata Hava? Now we're here. L'machar Ba'arat Yisrael. Tomorrow we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. Shata Abdi, this year we're slaves. Shana Haba, next year we'll be free. Sorry, tomorrow we'll be free. What do you mean next year? Why next year? Why not tomorrow? The Ram says something so beautiful. The Ram explains that a Yid believes that dramatic and overwhelming instantaneous change can be just that instantaneous. But more often than not, great things in life are gradual processes. So do I believe that today I'm here and tomorrow I'm in Eretz Yisrael? Absolutely, I believe that today I'm here and today I'm in Eretz Yisrael. I can believe all of that. But it's just not usually the way that it works. The greater the change, usually the more gradual it has to be. So again, Hashatahach, and now I'm in Galus. I believe that by next year I'll be in Eretz Yisrael. This year maybe I'm a slave to something. Next year I'm going to be again. So the change be instantaneous? Absolutely, it can. So, but it's just not probable. The probability is the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to have to be. And I always say, it's true as a people. So that's why Halacha l'maisa and Hashkafa l'maisa, we accept Rabbi's position. I believe in the rebuilding of the Beis HaMikdash, but I don't necessarily believe that, or we don't necessarily take the approach that it's going to be pit or meat, that it's going to be instantaneous. Rather, it's going to be gradual. It's going to take, Gula takes time. Gula takes time. So, you can enjoy Gula time, because chances are the Beis HaMikdash is not going to be rebuilt in this moment. It can, anything can happen, but generally, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to have to be. I always say, this is so true in our personal lives as well. All of us have things about ourselves or about our lives that we want to change. And sometimes we want that change to be instantaneous. But it's important to understand that we pass through halacha l'maisa like Rabbi. The Shema yibaneh pithom lo kashina. But again, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to be, and the more time it's going to take. Can you affect instantaneous change? Absolutely possible. It's just not probable. So both halacha l'maisa and hashkafa l'maisa, we believe that the greater the change, the more runway you have to be able to give yourself as an individual and as well as a people. Incredible. Hadron Allah, Kohen Gadol, incredible. Give me my minutes to Shlosha. So I love this monetary law. Back to Sanhedrin. Monetary law is adjudicated by a basin of three. Zeb bar lo achad, Zeb bar lo achad. So the Mishnah's wording is very ambiguous, and they work for it in July. So literally, Rashi says it sounds like, so let's say Reuben and Shimon have a legal dispute, right? So what's going to happen? So now it sounds like Reuben chooses a basin for himself, and Shimon chooses a basin for himself. Sounds like again. And then they choose a third basin. Those two choose a third. That's how Rashi's understanding it initially. These words are in there. So ultimately, again, there are two judges. And those two judges pick a third. Again, we'll see exactly what's happening. Zep also Dino shows that. So again, both Reuben and Shimon have the ability to invalidate or to refuse. Really possible to refuse the judge of the other, the Rabbi Meir. Chum say no. It must say, when is that true? That one party could go ahead and refuse the judge of the other side. So again, so let's say Shimon picks a judge, right? Reuben picks a judge. So Reuben can invalidate Shimon's judge, or Shimon can invalidate Reuben's judge. That's what Meir says. Come say no. The only time you can invalidate someone else's judge is when halacha l'maisa, again, there's grounds for invalidation. Somebody's a relative. Somebody has a conflict of interest. You share no mumkin if he based in any of the post. But if halacha l'maisa, again, they were otherwise bound, right? Or otherwise experts who can't just invalidate someone for no reason. The Meir says again, either side can invalidate the other side's witnesses. Chacham saying, no. When is that? So again, Moshe is ongoing machlokes. Chacham saying no. The only thing you can invalidate someone else's witnesses is when there's grounds for invalidation. They're related to one of the parties or they have a conflict of interest. But if they're a kosher, ultimately, again, you cannot go ahead and invalidate them. Incredible. Alright, so now let's analyze the first part of the Mishnah. So what is the meaning? What is the truth in the first part of the Mishnah, right? Where we say, we speak about this idea that in general monetary law is 3, and then again it says what does this mean? So the Gemara says, so Zebar lo achab, so again, if we go with the Hanani revolution is Reuven chooses a Beis Din and Shimon chooses a Beis Din, and somehow those two buckets didn't choose a third Beis Din. All you need is one Beis Din. All you need is 3 people. Why are we getting a whole million of people involved in this? That's what he used to say. Zeh bar lo Beis Din echad, Zeh bar lo Beis Din echad. Shnein borin lo lahem od echad. So it sounds like this. So let's say, so not only do Reuven and Shimon have a dispute about whatever the monetary matter is, but what? They also have a dispute about which Beis Din. So Reuven could choose his Beis Din, and Shimon could choose his Beis Din. Together, those two Beis Din could choose the third Beis Din. Okay. So what it sounds like is either party has a right to refuse the Beis Din of the other side. So let's say Reuven and Shimon $10,000. Now there's a loan dispute. Is it true then that even Shimon the borrower has a right to object to the Beis Din of the lender? So the words Svam Rabbi Lazar, Lo Shmur Ela Malva, Abalova Kofanos of a Dun Beiro. So say no, who has the right to object? Only a lender. But a borrower in general, both say this has to do with the idea that actually points out that Eved Lovel Ishmalva. The borrower is always considered to be at the whim of the lender. So the halacha is that the lender chooses the Beis Din, that's where the borrower's got to go. Now, what are we talking about over here? We're talking about the courts of Surya. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, so apparently, the courts of Surya in Babel were notorious, unfortunately, for not really being so erudite. They weren't such experts. So therefore, again, if you were called to a court in Syria, you had the right to object to say, or to request a change of venue. I don't really want to adjudicate this over here. This is not the place for adjudication. In that kind of case, even the borrower could object. Aval mumchin lo. So we'll say what it sounds like. What it sounds like is that if the borrower is summoned to a court of experts, you would not be permitted to object to, or you would not be permitted to request a change of venue. Rabbi says, no. Even if the borrower was called to a Beis Din of Mumchin, he's still going to object. He goes, because again, the borrower can always say, Cylinder, what's the big deal? I just want to change the venue. You're not supposed to be a different city, but I just want a different Beis Din. It's not a deal for you to come to a different Beis Din. It's not. The Chum say, so remember, the Chum say you have two. Same first case in Mishnah. 2 judges, choose a third. These are that Beis Din, Beis Din, Basra, the Pasli, Azlu, Baramu, Beitina, Achrini. So here's the problem. The problem is, let's play this out. So, right? So Reuven chooses the Beis Din. Shimon chooses the Beis Din. Shimon says, Reuven, I don't want your Beis Din. Reuven says, Shimon, I don't want your Beis Din. And now, so the two invalidated questions go into the third. Doesn't make any sense. Go, my Zeb Borlo Echad, Zeb Borlo Echad. Ella, what it means to say, here we go. Kish Zeb Borlo Dain Echad, Zeb Borlo Dain Echad, Shnehen Borlo Hen Od Echad. No. But do what the process is. In general, if Reuven and Shimon could agree on a Beis Din, that is the best. What if they can't agree on a Beis Din? Suppose that what happens under those circumstances? Reuven will choose a dayan, right? He gets to choose a judge. Shimon chooses a judge, and then those two judges choose the third. Like those two chosen judges choose a third. That is a process through which you could assemble a Beis Din to adjudicate this case. So imagine that the Abdi Hachi. Rabbi said, "Mitov shezeh bar lo dayin echad, shezeh bar lo dayin echad, u'shtein borin lahen od echad, yatzah din la'amito." Because they want to say this is a good way to ensure that the matter is adjudicated properly, right? Everybody feels they have a voice, right? Because Reuven got to choose one judge, Shimon got to choose one judge. So everyone has a voice in this process, and therefore, I say again, and those two judges choose a third. Yatzat and Mamito, everyone is confident in this type of judicial proceeding. Okay, well, we're going to speak more about this idea. But just to be clear, this is not generally like the ideal way that we do this. Right? The ideal way is we go to, right, parties agree on a Beis Din, but you could have a situation where parties don't agree on a Beis Din, and so everybody gets to choose one judge, each party gets to choose one judge, and those two choose a third. Fine. Racham the Chum says, "Fellas, name up Rabbi Hudam Rav. What is it? Hudam Rav. Eina is in Chosmer Alashtar, Ella Ikin Yodin, Michos Saint Iman." So the usual name of Rav in general, witnesses only sign on a document if they know the other, in other words, one witness will only sign if he knows who else is signing on this document. Rabbi Meir, less late Rabbi Huda. So Rabbi Meir does not subscribe to Rabbi Huda's position. And therefore Rabbi Meir says that halacha l'maisa, each party can invalidate the other party's witnesses, because he can say, I didn't know who else was signing. So the Gemara says, on the other hand, Amarav Rabbanan isn't Rabbi Huda. Amarav. But is that to say that Rabbanan hold with the name of Rav? No. The Kuli Alma isn't Rabbi Huda. Amarav. No, but in general, everyone agrees Rabbi Huda. In other words, witnesses never sign unless they know who else is signing on the document, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so Amarav, Das Haday, Kuli Alma isn't Rabbi Huda. Amarav, the Das Hadayonim lo Pligi Devaira. And also, ultimately, again, you require the Das Hadayonim when signing. Keep Pligi. So where is the machlokas? Where is the machlokas? Das Baligin. Do you require the das of the litigants when signing? Take a look. Fine. So much of the Savar, das Baligin and Ayvayna holds that you also require the das of the litigants. Rabbanan Savi, das Hadayonet Vagina, das Baligin and Lovayna. Rabbanan then holds that you need das of the judges, which don't necessarily need the das of the litigants themselves. So let's analyze. Amrav Yudamarav, Eina Edim, Osmin Alashtar, Tanina Miyahi, Kaf Hayun Kierash Shaim also was incredible. So it's interesting over here, the notion of Yikye Hadas. So Yikye Hadas doesn't mean those of pure intent. So those of pure intent, Yerushalayim, Osin, Lohayu Chosmin Alashtar, Ela Inkin Yodin, Mi Chosin Iman. So they would never sign on a document unless, of course, they knew who else was signing on the document with them. They would not be part of a Beis Din unless, of course, they knew who else was part of the Beis Din with them. They would not participate in a meal unless, of course, they knew who else was participating. As we both say, this is actually something quite beautiful over here. So what made them Nikiya Hadas? They understood that who you keep company with has a fundamental impact on the person you become. So therefore, they wouldn't even say, like working backwards. They're not going to sit at a sugidah unless, of course, they know everyone else who's coming. I'm not coming unless I know the rest of the invite list. Why? Because who you break bread with has an impact on who you are. Furthermore, they wouldn't sit on a Beis Din, right? Unless, of course, they knew who else. They wouldn't sign on a document unless, of course, they knew who else. Because who you keep company on any level has a fundamental impact on the person you are. Incredible. So you might say, Zep also Diana shows that. So much again. So another Machol is in the Mishnah. So right, Rabbi Meir said each party could invalidate the judge of the other side. And the Chum said no. The only time you can invalidate the judge's way is possible judges if you have grounds. He's conflict of interest, he's a relative. So the Gemara says, Kol Kamini the Puzzle Dain. So could Rabbi Meir be saying that each side has the ability to invalidate judges on the other side? Rabbi Yochanan, Barakosh Shabasuri Shanu, about Mumkin Lo. So again, so now interesting, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, what are we talking about? Apparently, again, unfortunately, the Syrian courts had a very bad rep, very bad reputation, and apparently they weren't necessarily well versed. So in a Syrian court, you can invalidate the judges. But if it was a group of experts, again, you can only invalidate based on actual grounds. Gemara says, about Mumchin Lo. Hamid the Tani say that Hamid Chum say, must I when is that? His man should maybe Rhino. Shin Krovin up soon. Chum say, when can you invalidate judges? Only if you can bring a proof that Halacha Lamaisa, their relatives, or they have a conflict of interest, or some other pursuit. But if they were known to be experts, you can't invalidate them. Now, what do you see from them? Well, Rabbi Meir mumchin nani kalam. So that sounds like Rabbi Meir says that you can even invalidate judges who are experts. To which the Gemara says, no. Hagi kama. Avalim hayu ksherin nasu ki mumchin mipides. If the judges were ksher, so we'll say ksher means what? They're not related, and there is no known psul. Even if they're not recognized experts, they're accepted as experts, and therefore cannot be invalidated. Tashma. Amar Meir. He said to Meir as follows: Lo kol Meir shapos al dayin shemum kol Rabbi. So again, Bryce says he's going Meir that one party can't invalidate a judge who is known to be a mumcha, known to be an expert. So the Gemara says, "Ema lo kol Meir shapos al dayin shemchu Rab Maleihem." So we'll say this is fascinating. We're introducing justice as follows. What does it mean to be an expert? It means to be an expert is someone who is accepted by the general populace. So we'll say, understand, it's accepted the idea that sometimes Batekin are not going to have the greatest experts in the world. But as long as those dayanim are trusted by the general public, they are vested with expert-like status. So as long as you have judges who are generally accepted by everyone, we recognize they're not the greatest in the world, but they're accepted by everyone. Halacha l'maisa, they had the status of experts. It could only be invalidated if you show that either they're related or there's an active conflict of interest. Rabbi that supports this. The Olam Post of a Holik, actually Kabbalah Love, based in Shemum Chalad Divrei Rabin. You can invalidate judges, but once the judges have been accepted by the general populace, they know what they're talking about, right? And they are proper individuals. They have the status of experts and could only be invalidated based on specific grounds. I have a heart eaten to mumkum dummy. One second, witnesses are also considered to be like mumkum. Vamra Meir, Zep also English Shazak, Zep also English Shazak. You know, in general, witnesses are also considered to have credibility and accepted. Yet, Rabbi Meir says that each side can invalidate the other's witnesses. Could it be that a whole mouth would say such a thing like this? Tanu, a doe. What can you invalidate? You can invalidate a single witness. A doe lamai. What is a single witness for? If you want to say that it's for monetary purposes, one witness in 8 echad doesn't do anything by giving mamas. Even shavua. And if it's for an oath, Eminu Mehemen, in a Hinami, and 8 echad is believed to generate an oath obligation to pay like 2 witnesses. Yolam B'mam, took out for monetary purposes. What good does an 8 echad do for monetary purposes? What's the second to last line with H? What's we call the Kavle Aleke Betre. Oh, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Come on, Reuben and Shimon are having a monetary dispute, and there's an 8 echad. And they both agree to accept the testimony of an 8 echad and vest him with the same credibility as if 2 witnesses would have had. So the Gemara says, my conscience, what are we being taught over here? To Masi Hadabay, that after hearing his testimony, they could choose to renege and not trust him like 2 witnesses. The Gemara says, well, we learned that Tanina, and listen to this. It's fascinating. Neman alai Abba, Neman alai Avicha, Neman alai Gimuroi Bakar. So let's say you're living in another court case. And let's say again, Reuben's father, they want to appoint Reuben's father as a judge. As long as both parties agree that they agree to accept Reuben's father as a judge, even though obviously he's related to one of the parties, he's allowed to serve as a judge. Similarly, if they decide to appoint a beis din, right, and it's a beis din of 3 shepherds, shepherds weren't generally known to be incumbent, but if they agree to accept 3 shepherds, then it's agreed. Rameir says, Yachal Laksrabo. Rameir says, but ever again, if they change their mind afterwards, they realize Reuben's father is really or the 3 shepherds really are shepherds. Don't know what you're talking about. So they could change their mind. Come say no, say no. Once you commit to a process, you are committed to a process. You cannot read it. What's on the base? The Amra, you need Rav Nachman, Rav Yosef, to go the Kabli Ali Bakad. What's the case? The case ultimately again is halacha again. the Rashi is the Hadikani Neman Alai Abba Abu Ale the Chad Dayan. They spent sharing the law. Also, it's the case of years that the father was accepted as a single witness. And we're also saying, what do we see? We see here that 3 neg. So again, the Gemara says, so why are you teaching me the same halacha twice? In other words, so you're teaching me again that you can accept an Eid Echad and you can vest him with 2 witness power. So you can accept Ruben's father as a dayan. Okay, so what you're saying is, in any legal proceedings, parties could agree to accept something as legally binding, even though normally it would not be legally binding, right? So you could accept a relative as a judge, even though a relative is only disqualified as a judge. So too, you could accept the testimony of 1 witness, vest him with 2 witness credibility. Rabbi Meir says, if you subsequently change your mind, you should renege. And the Chum said you can't. So why do you keep saying Allah twice? So if we were to just talk the father, sending the father as a judge, I would have said that because what I want to say, you can't be that. Why? Because when even if Shimon say accept Ruben's father as a judge, perhaps the reason why the Rabbanan said you can't be that is because Ruben's father is fit for a judge. He could be a dayan. Now, generally, not in this case. Why? Not in this case. Why? Because he's related to one of the parties. Right? But in the general case, he would be believed. They trade the la'amalo but in the case of accepting the testimony of 1 witness, so again, general will say 1 witness is never credible. Right? 1 witness is never believed, and therefore, making halacha l'maaseh, he should not be vested with credibility at all. And therefore, the reason I want to be there, that you can be there. The Ashwa, Baha come over there about the hour, or if we just accept this case, the mayor says his position ain't giving there. About the Hahid, Ema motivate the Rabbanan. But perhaps in the other case, we would agree with the Rabbanan that you can't be there. Therefore, it's Tzricha. Therefore, they're both means. Therefore, we'll say, so bottom line, the take over here is as follows. What's being introduced to us is the following idea. So that halach l'maisa, and they seem to be fascinated, that in the abstract, there are certain things that work in legal proceedings, right? So a judge has to look a certain way. A testimonial unit has to be comprised of 2 witnesses. If the parties agree to accept a different standard of adjudication, right? So if the parties agree, we agree to allow Ruben's father to serve as one of our dayanim. It works. We agree to accept the testimony of 1 witness. It works. It works. Why? Because both parties are committing to it. Now, the shaila is after you agree to that process, can you back out? Can you say, no, I no longer accept Ruben's father as a judge. I no longer accept testimony of 1 witness. So that's when I hold this Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim. Rabbi Meir says yes. Because since you agreed to a compromised judicial process, therefore what? Therefore, you have the right to go ahead and renege on it. The Chum say no. Once you commit to the process, you can't get out. I will say, by the way, it's such a fundamental life metaphor as well in terms of like, how do you view life commitments? Do you view your life commitments as non-negotiable, or are they negotiable? Right? Rabbi Meir says, even though you're committed to this process, there's an exit ramp. You can get off. You can renege. Don't say no. Once you commit to a process, see it through to the end. Fundamental life focus as well. All right, so that's not our focus over here. Let's go like this. Let's finish up. The safe what he does. So what's this? And again, what's interesting is that you know the coverage. So like the Reish is talking about a case of a judge, and the safe is talking about a case of witnesses. So apparently the cases are what we'll call case specific. However, Lazar, the ball will be after the post for. What are we talking about? We're talking about a case where ultimately, again, one of the litigants and another individual comes to invalidate. The Gemara says, "Kol kamine, how can you believe? They'll get do something." How could one of the litigants ultimately come along and invalidate one of the witnesses? I will say again, that should be a conflict of interest. Right? So in other words, if Ruben is one of the parties in the thing, and there are Shimon's witnesses, and now Ruben and another witness come to invalidate Shimon's witnesses, how would that work? How could Ruben be believed to discredit some of Shimon's witnesses? Ruben is considered to have a conflict of interest because he's one of the litigants to the case. So the cases where the witness in question already had, there was some cloud of there was some objection Some other objection raised is fitness as a witness. They either deny what kind of show we have over there. You may make it because the Musa, if it was that the witness that came across was accused of being accused, then Kol Kamine Negeve Edusahu. Ella Iror to Tagam Mishpacha. So what's the issue here? The issue here is that the witness that Shimon brought had a secondary issue, namely Tagam Mishpacha. There was some issue in his lineage. So the Meir says, Hani Am Mishpacha Kamasadi, Di Menela Kamasa. So again, the Meir holds, therefore moving one of the lineages from the law and testifies about Shimon's theological issue. He's not really testifying about his case. He's testifying about a separate theological issue, and therefore I think he was one of the litigants where the parties to the case should be believed. Rabbanan Sabi, so Dogevin. Rabbanan on the other hand say, while it's true that moving one of the litigants is testifying to a genealogical issue that Shimon has, but technically speaking, a genealogical issue is not really part of the current case to which Reuben is a litigant, but nevertheless the impact of his testimony is that it has an impact on the case in which Reuben is a litigant, and therefore that's called Logei B'Davar. Okay, so my sister, Kias Rabbi, the Machlokes ultimately again then you have two sets of witnesses. The Meir says, sorry for that. The Meir says also, take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Take a look at Rashi. The Machlokes Shneki Be'edin. So like this. So I say just before we go on, just to understand, I apologize, I know we're going quickly, but just to understand what's happening over there. So first of all, we've clarified the first case in Mishnah. I got it clarified. Now what is it when it says Dinei Mamunus B'Shlosha Zebar Lo Echad, Zebar Lo Echad? What is that talking about? That's talking about a case Reuben and Shimon are not dispute. Reuben and Shimon cannot agree on a base. So what's the process? Reuben chooses a judge, Shimon chooses a judge, and then what? Those two choose a third. And again, the Gemara says we like that because everyone feels hurt. Everyone feels kind of they have someone on their team. And that's a good way to make sure that the proper judgment comes out. So that's the first halacha. Now we're mired in the following discussion. We're mired in the following is that these fundamental focus Chachamim and Rabbi Meir about what power do the parties have over each other's witnesses or each other's judges. So we clarified the second part also. When can you invalidate a judge? Only if you could prove that either he's really puzzle, or what does really puzzle mean? He's a relative, he's a gambler, whatever, some real invalidation, or he's related, or he's raised one of the parties. Right? That's real bad. But if you have a judge that has been accepted by the general population as a judge, even though he's not the greatest Tamkaf, that endows him with mumcha status, with expert status, and therefore cannot be invalidated. Now we're trying to figure out under what circumstances can you invalidate the witnesses of the other side. So that's what we're trying to figure out over here. So how could Reuven invalidate Shimon's witnesses, and how could Shimon invalidate Reuven's witnesses? That's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, so now back to this. My fault is to take you to Aiden. My fault is when you have two sets of witnesses. What's my fault? Take a look at Rashi. My fault is to take you to Aiden. Show a Balvin, Defanenu. Yes, to take you to Aiden. So we'll say this is fascinating. This is really fascinating. The case over here is where, watch this. Reuven comes along and Reuven says, I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. You know what's happening? Now one, two sets of witnesses. And Reuven's coming to base and claiming, I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. Now watch this. Rashi, right, so Davar says, Zeh, so, Shomer Balvin, Defanenu, Yeshi, Sheki, De'idin, but Davar says, Hevi Karpi Shona, Ba'amat Aloba, Ba'akar Ba'amar Psulini, Tahash the Lav Kilogeh Be'edosu, Sharis Amar Malva Sheislo Kat Acheres, then Bikesh Velo Matzah Yafsit. So now what ends up happening? Reuven brings his first set, and Shimon says, oh no, that first set, they're invalid. So let's say, so now what ends up happening?
I think so because
now what ends up happening is Shimon is unable to go ahead and bring his second set. So now look at the Gemara for slower. Actually, we'll say, we'll pick up. Then we'll pick up in Hashem with this case right now. Sorry about the case. We'll say, but again, so just like I said, we're picking up with tomorrow, trying to figure out under what circumstances could one party invalidate the witnesses of the other party? After all, that type of invalidation always seems to be that the invalidating, right, the litigant that's going to invalidate is going to be Nogeh Be'edus. He has conflict of interest. Because obviously, Ruvain is going to try to invalidate Shimon's witnesses. Why? Because he doesn't want Shimon to have witnesses. So doesn't that create the conflict of interest? So we're trying to figure out a case where halakha l'maisa, one litigant can invalidate the witnesses of the other litigant without it being a conflict of interest. And that's what we continue tomorrow.
Did Logan do a recent apology tape? Oh no, but remember the Suicide Force apology video? Where he was like, I made a great mistake. I don't know this one. Oh, okay, it's where we have watch it later. Okay, yeah, good job. Hey, it was an apology video for not talking about today. Okay, well, I hope you're listening, Mr. Joseph Rogan.
Alright, so we'll see too.
Let's see here. This one's close to 3752. Okay, but seriously, what happened to her face? I remember this one from before, I feel like. Or is it new? Oh, so her face is different now. This is her as a younger. I don't know, dog. We'll skip it. Okay, this is... Okay. I don't like hearing about this.
Alright, gentlemen, so good morning. Let us begin by taking all of our responses for this ministry. Hey, our annual time to response for the month of Tafshin Pei 5785. We took Mishpach of Yisrael for dedicating all the Shiurim and Drashos this year as his hosts from source totals for Am Yisrael. Come Torah sponsors for the month of Tevis, becoming Mishpacha, and then we are Amit Ben David, our weekly reading sponsors Zevi and Shoshi Daniel, Udi Mishmas Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael Ben Lefon Roth, his yard site is on Zion Davis, your family, American Art, Amadora, also the Nisham Sadi area. The families in the Chama, all roaching you, full shabbos, and Kol Chori Yisrael. The Moshe we should bring our hostages home, the Shalom and the cargo should allow our home soldiers to be successful. The whole mass day. And once we're back, let us begin. A lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Continuation of an incredible duel. Hopefully, we're going to try to finish the parak in Yetz Hashem. We are picking up Chaf base 22. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem on Chaf Aleph on the base 21b. At the last two dots on the page, because of the Kosei Sacred Torah Lishma, or the first thing that king has to do upon assuming the throne is that he has to go ahead and write a sacred Torah. Although actually it's not a Shalavosa. So the Gemara says what's important to understand over here is the king has an obligation to write his own Torah, and he cannot content himself with the sacred Torah that he has from his father. So let's say his father was a king or his father was a king. But he has the sacred Torah in his father. Now he says, I had that Kedusha. That should be enough. So the Gemara says, no, the halacha is he must write his own sacred Torah. Alright, so Avapi Shenikah Rabbi Adam sacred Torah, Mitzvah Lichtov Mishalom. Now Rabbi expands this a little bit and says, this is not just true of a king. This is true in general of any person. Every single individual has an obligation to write a Torah. Right? The Atu Kisvu Lachamas Hashira Hazos. Write for yourself this Shira, this Torah. So even though a person has a Torah from his father or from his family, there's an obligation for every individual to write his own Torah. I will say, there's much to talk about like this in terms of how one fulfills the obligation. That's a pretty steep obligation to have to write your own Sefer Torah. Right? So what exactly that means and how exactly that manifests itself and how one can fulfill that. So that's an entire discussion. Again, beyond us spoke for this morning. But the idea is that every person has an obligation to write their own Sefer Torah. Shnei Amar, Batu Kids good. So Batu Kids look up as a shir. It's Abai says, because of both Sefer Torah, Shlo Yitzhak Shalachim, Melachim, had your growth. But here's the problem. The problem is, and Gemara says, it sounds like it is dafka again by the king and not by others. Right? The Torah says, the Kassam Sefer Torah Lishmo. The king should write his own Sefer Torah. And again, the drasha is he should not content himself with someone else's Torah. He's got to write his own. So it sounds like the obligation to write one's own Sefer Torah is dafka again by the king and not by other people. So what's going on over here? Most equally state Torahs. No, the king has a different halacha. The king has an obligation, let's say, to write two Torahs. Two Torahs, this is incredible. So the sign of the Kosovo is Mishnah. Kosovo Bishmo Shtei Torahs. The king has an obligation to write two Sefer Torah. So one that goes and comes with him. Right? So in general, a Sefer Torah that he just keeps with him wherever he goes. The Achaz Shemunach is never basically also. And one that he places in his treasury. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. So the king places one Torah that goes with him and one Torah that remains in his treasury. We'll say almost like the beautiful metaphoric symbolism. The treasury is the place where you keep that which is most valuable to you. So what does the king keep in his treasury? Nothing other than obviously other riches also, but a Sefer Torah. So one Sefer Torah for the treasury, one Sefer Torah to take with him. Achaz Shimon says, also Shmiyotza v'nichnes hasimo, the one that the king takes with him everywhere he goes. Also Kemin Kamiya, the Torah is law. He makes it like an amulet. In other words, he makes it very, very small, so that little nigger you can wear it. Shnei Emar, Shivisi Hashem Legdi Tomid Kimini Val Emo. So it's so beautiful. So the king keeps the Sefer Torah that he takes with him in and out. He makes it small like an amulet. He can wear it. So accompanies him wherever he goes. The fulfillment of the pasuk, I keep Hashem before me at all times. If Hashem is on my right, I shall not falter. Such a beautiful and incredible idea. Obviously, he can't wear the Torah amulet into the bathhouse, into the bathroom. So again, pasuk says it will be with him, and he will read in it, which indicates to us he only wears it into places that he could read it. Places where he can't read it, he doesn't wear it. So obviously the bathroom, where you can't read it, or the bathhouse, he won't take it with him. Incredible. So this is a very interesting Gemara. So Rosh says as follows, or something like in the beginning, Torah was given the college of Ksav Ivri, Lashon HaKodesh. So Ksav Ivri is a particular type of script, not the script that we use today. The script that we say is called Ashurus. So again, originally Torah was given in Ksav Ivri and Lashon HaKodesh, what we call Lashon HaKodesh. So Chazal and Nipla and Ezra, the Ksav Ashurus for Lashon HaKodesh. So apparently in the days of Ezra, remember again, Ezra was exiled back to earth. So we go to the second Beis Hamikdash, and there was also a tremendous renaissance for Klal Yisrael as well. So in the days of Ezra, Torah was, so to speak, regiven. There was a re-acceptance, but this time again, the script that was used was Ashurus script, and Lashon Arami, and Aramaic. So where it says, so Klal Yisrael settled on Ksav Ashurus, the secondary script, which was the script used by Ezra, and ultimately again Lashon HaKodesh. Lashon HaKodesh, V'nichu Legyodos, Ksav Ivris, V'Lashon Arami. And ultimately again we left for the Hedyotos, we'll see what the Hedyotos renders to people, Ksav Ivris, and Lashon Arami. Man Hedyotos, what Hedyotos, or Christoph Kushay. The Kusim, so it's not Ksav Ivris, what is Ksav Ivris? Or Christoph, Ksav Ivris. It is what's also known as Ksav Libonah. Okay, now the name Ksav Ivris, Rashi says, last Rashi of the Libonah, also Skidonos, also Chekosim, the Kiyos, and Zunos. This is a script, or a handwriting made up of very large letters that you'll often find in amulets. Okay? Daniel, Yossi says as follows, Ezra was so great that technically speaking, Torah could have been given through him. Moshe, had it not been that Moshe Rabbeinu had lived before Ezra. So Moshe, what Moshe says, Moshe Allah El Elohim. But it says that Moshe ascended to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ezra Omer, to Ezra Allah Mizbada. So he uses this emotion of aliyah, of ascension, by both of these men. Not aliyah ha'amar kan Torah, haf aliyah ha'amar l'halon Torah. So it's just like the aliyah said by Moshe Rabbeinu represents Moshe Rabbeinu is bringing down the Torah. So to the aliyah mentioned by Ezra is also Torah. The Moshe Omer by Moshe Rabbeinu says, "Va'usat tzid Hashem va'isehi, v'lamid esem chukim u'mishpatim." But the Moshe Rabbeinu says that Hashem commanded me at this time to teach you laws and statutes. Ezra Omer, ki Ezra, hechin levavam midrash es Torah Hashem elokav, Philosophers ulamami b'Yisrael chok u'mishpat. So again, you see this very similar wording by Ezra and by Moshe to highlight this idea that Ezra really had it. It was on the same level as Moshe Rabbeinu. It had Ezra. Lived before Moshe, lived in Ezra who brought down the Torah. The Avot Mishal the Torah al Yodo, Mishtana al Yodo. Mishnah Dot 7, even though Ezra didn't merit to bring down the Torah, but yet Ezra merited to effect certain changes in Torah, specifically again the writing. Right beforehand, again it was Ivris, and Ezra changes it to Ashur Shenem. What's that top of Hafiz 22a? The Ksav Hanishtabin Ksav Ha'aramis from the Torah Ha'aramis. The pasuk says, "Lo kalim kas v'lemikra u'pshara lahodal l'mafuk." Because of this Mishnah Torah Hazos, Ksav Haloi L'ishtaros. Okay, so it says so some dramatic change occurred under Ezra, and again we switched from Ksav Ivris to Ksav Ashuris. Lamanikra Ashuris. By the way, why is it called Ksav Ashuris? Because it came back with the people from Assyria, from Baba, from Ashur. Tanya Rabbi says, the Torah Israel. This is actually interesting. None of us have suggest the following. Originally, Torah was in fact given in Ksav Ashuris, the present script that we have today. What happened? Kivan Shechatu, Nepak Lahem Meloach. Once Klal sinned, so literally again, Ksav Ashuris became splintered. If you take a look, Rashi says over here, so the Ksav Zeh is the last little wide lines in Rashi. The Ksav Zeh, Mikna Torah Yisrael, B'nei Moshe, V'lamed lo kahalim kisvel l'mikra, V'chever shechatim b'ayis rishon, U'baz v'shatorah, Nepach lehem neroat. So apparently, this script was lost during the days of the first Beis Hamikdash, as a result of our sin. And then what happened? It was the V'chever shechatim b'ayis Ezra, and the Klal Yisrael did Tshuva, Ayut Ezra, so then the script returns to Ne'emar, Shuva l'bitzar Aseret HaTikva, Gam hayom Magid Mishnah Asher B'cha. Lamanik Rishma Ashuris. So why is it called Ashuris? Shem Isharis B'ksav. It's a very beautiful type of script. Rishon Lazar, what's the first one line? Rishon Lazar, Mishum Elazar Ben Parakel. Mishum Shama Mishum Rabbi Elazar Hamodi. Ksav Zeh Lo Nishtana Koleker. Not true, right? The script that we have has not changed. Rosh Hashanah. Bavei Ha'amudi. What's interesting enough, this is talking about the hooks of the curtains for the Mishkan. Just like the clothes of the Mishkan never changed. Above him, Mishkan, it's all about play on words. So above him means the hooks that the curtains attached to. So here he's using above him to mean the letters. The letters that just as the colors didn't change, so the buttons didn't change as well. Va'omer, V'ala Yehudi Kichsaban is no shonam. Mala shonam lo nishtana. Just like the language of the Jews didn't change. Av kisvam lo nishtana. So too their writing did not change as well. Ella ma'an l'kayim es Mishnah HaTorah Hazos. Alright, so what do I do with that Lashon Mishnah HaTorah? Mishneh Torahs. This, once I circle back. Mishnah Torah doesn't refer to a shiur, to a change in Torah, i.e. a change in script, but rather it refers to the two Torahs of the king. The Torah said the king writes not one Torah, but rather two Torahs, one Torah that goes and comes with him, and a second Torah which remains inside of his treasure house. The Torah is what Shneimar Shivisi Hashem Alenei, and the one that remains in his treasure house, that's Rabbi the Torah. But the one that goes and comes with him, gets written in amulet form. In amulet form, that literally you can take it with him wherever he goes. As the pasuk says, I face Hashem before me at all times. So beautiful, but the other thing is actually Mishnah Torah for this whole thing about the changing of the script. Hi Shivisi my Garish Bay, how did see Yash in the pasuk Shivisi Hashem Rabbi Samin? How violent he grabbed Hanabadism, Rabbi Hanabadism, Shimon Chasida, Habispadal, Tzarach Shivira, Ansimuk Kilushina Kilendo. What's when a person davens? person davens, he is supposed to view as if the Shekhinah of the divine presence is literally right opposite him. So again, two different ideas. Shneimar Shivisi Hashem Lenegdi Summit. So it says so very beautiful. So one of the things the Shivisi Hashem Lenegdi Summit is a reference to the king's personal Torah. He makes the Torah like an amulet, that this way the people of Baruch were opposite at all times. The second thing is no, Shivisi Hashem Lenegdi Summit is not unique by a king, it's for everyone. What does it mean? That when I daven, I should view as if the Shekhinah is directly opposite me. It's interesting, the application is different, but the concept is the same. Like whether it's talking to the king or whether it's talking to the individual, the idea is there is this concept, is what the Baal Tanya brings down. Like in the beginning of Tanya, first, like God awareness. God awareness, that everything is about God awareness. If you create proper God awareness in your life, then by definition it changes everything. Mishnah has it also, right? That's why Gerish Korach opens up. We should be Hashem and Negli Summit. Mishnah says you can't compare a person who realizes that he's living under the watchful eye of the king to a person who thinks that he's following. A person has God awareness fundamentally changes and shifts the way we behave day in and day out. Rav Shimon Damak said, Zed lo nishtana, nine lo kalim kasson nikra. So the point of Shimon says that the script never changed. Torah was given in Ksav Ashuris and remained in Ksav Ashuris. What does he do with the phrase? And Sefer Daniel, lo kalim kasabon nikra. So this is very interesting. Amarav b'gematria echtalon. So this is referring to the episode of Belshazzar. We saw this Gemara in Mesechus Megillah. Right? Belshazzar was one of the Persian kings. He thought that there was a prophecy that the Jews would be in exile for 70 years. And after that they'd be redeemed. He miscalculated the years. He thought the 70 years had elapsed, and he made a party. The Jews were not going to be redeemed. And in that party, what did he do? It's beautiful. I got it to him. What did he do? He brought out all of the utensils of the Beis Hamikdash, and he used them in his own personal party, celebrating almost like a theological conquest over the God of the Jewish people. At this party, then there was this dramatic episode of like literally writing on the wall, the expression writing on the wall that comes from the story of Belshazzar. There was some miraculous writing on the wall that indicated that Belshazzar was going to experience a significant downfall. So the Gemara says that refers to that story. Amarav, the Gematria Echtav Lahon, Yatis, Ida, Pus Chamatz. So the Gemara says, so in the story of Belshazzar, so the message of Belshazzar's impending doom was not written explicitly. Rather, it's what calls it in Gematria. But Gematria doesn't have to necessarily mean numerical value. Gematria also means like shorthand, my powerful. So what does it mean? Mana, Taka Ufarsi. Mana Alakach Machusa, Bashlanasach. Mana means Hashem. This was the message to Belshazzar. Hashem has calculated your reign, and it has come to an end. Takil, Takilta, Benazne, Bishtaka Fasra. God has weighed you in the scale. You have turned out to be deficient. Party says, Mahusa, V'yahava, Lamada, Paras. Your kingdom has come to an end and is going to be given over to Persia and to Media. Shmuel says, Mimatos, Minafi, this is how the message is written. And Yochanan Amar, Anam, Lakas, Yisrafu, Rashem, Nama, Kato, Parson. So again, these are all different ways in which the message to Belshazzar was literally written on the wall, and each one served as a mnemonic for some type of message of his impending doom. Now let's say, so just so you should know how long from Elisa, the Rabbi Paskins that indeed a king writes two Torahs. But it's not only for two Torahs, one Torah that is small enough to go to wherever he goes, and in fact, the Rambam means that it was written in amulet form. So literally he can wear it. He can just have it at all times, and the other is a sacred Torah that is kept in his treasury. So again, symbolizing this idea, Shivisa Hashem and Summit, that at the end of the day, after things which will meet me at all times, and one sefer remains in the treasury, highlighting the idea that the most important possession of the year, and even of the king, who has many different possessions, is his Torah, this is Ruchnius, so beautiful. So that idea of Torah being your most important possession is really, we know this. Everything else you acquire in this world you could enjoy for however many years you have in this world. But once you leave this world, those possessions no longer come with you. Conversely, the Torah that you acquire, the Mitzvahs that you acquire, that is yours for all eternity. That's yours. You never have to part with that possession. We've got about Mishnah in Rofun Suso, the Yoshua Kiso. The Mishnah Shabbat goes as another halach that's pertinent to a king. You cannot ride on the king's horse. You cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot utilize his scepter. And let's say that this is all referring to common people. Right? This doesn't refer to other kings. This really seems a little bit like that. You have David who's the king, and then David dies, his son Shlomo becomes king. Shlomo could use the scepter, and it's Shlomo to sit on the throne. The idea is these are halachas regarding commoners vis-a-vis the king. So commoner, I can't sit on the king's horse. I can't sit on the king's throne. I can't use his scepter. And no one knows what you should stop at. It's interesting. You cannot see the king when he's getting a haircut. Or when he's unclothed. You can't go to the schwitz with the king, the bathhouse. Like so I would say this is all interesting, all part of the motif of one has to have reverence for the king. So part of that is way, it's almost like you split up into three categories. Like activities you have to do for the king, things that you are not allowed to utilize because they're associated with the king, and not seeing the king in any way that could potentially diminish your honor and reverence of the king. So you can't go into the mikvah and the king's going to the mikvah. You can't go to the bathhouse. You can't be when the king's getting a haircut. No one's allowed to see. Okay, so let's say a little bit of context over here. This is actually this is Sefer Malachim, the end of Malachim Aleph. It's actually that Torah of Parshas Chaisa. Melech is dying. He's old. So the Rabbi says that they hired for him. They selected for him a young woman who is going to be his attendant. So the Gemara says her name was Avishai Hashemanis. So the Gemara says that Yaakov says in Yochanan, Avishai mutar to Shlomo, Vasula Adonia. So Avishai technically would have been permitted to marry Shlomo, David's son, but she would not have been permitted to marry Adonia ben Chagis. Now Adonia ben Chagis was also David's son. Right? Adonia ben Chagis was son just a few days ago. He was the individual who claimed the throne for himself. David is dying. David did not explicitly appoint a successor. At the end of the story, he does. He did not explicitly appoint a successor. So because of that, Adonia ben Chagis, the husband is necessarily more Amor. He says, I'm going to reign. So what ends up happening over here, so therefore, obviously at the end of that story, so David says explicitly Shlomo is going to reign. So technically speaking, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry Abishai, but I don't know would not. Why not? The Gemara says, because again, it's interesting that the Gemara compares Abishai to the scepter of the king. Right? The scepter, something that was utilized by the king. So Abishai was an attendant. She was a servant of the king. So she was sort of utilized by the king. Therefore, again, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry her had he wanted to. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, but she would have been permitted to Adonia because Adonia ben Chagis had the status of a commoner. Even though he was the son of the king, he had the status of a commoner. So the Gemara says, Avishag Mahi, what exactly was Avishag's role in David Melech's life? It said, V'amelech Zokim V'avayomin. Vayomu lo Avadav Yibakshu. So again, it says, Vayibakshu Nara Yafa. It said, V'hanara Yafa Admol. So Adonia, so Abishag she was an attendant. Now, what's interesting is, even though she was an attendant, right, the Navi goes, I never say to highlight that she was very beautiful. So why they need to highlight her beauty if she's just an attendant? And that she very interesting. Amar needs somebody. So Abishag wanted to marry David. She wanted to be one of his wives. Amar Allah, Asiraki. So I'm sorry I can't. And I'll say again, all these things come together. Why not? Allah says, I have reached the limit of 18 wives. I can't marry that equality. So it's actually fascinating. Anyway, so Avishag wasn't buying it. She thought it was just an excuse. So she says to him, Chasira Leganva Nakshi L'Shalma. When the thief has nothing to steal, he portrays himself as a pious man. Like, so when the thief's not stealing, if there's nothing left to steal, so he's a tzaddik, he's not stealing. So what she was saying is, you're just too old to consummate marriage. That's why I don't just say it for what it is. You would marry me, but you're too old. So what happened? So the Gemara says, I'm a little Kiri Batsheva. So this is an interesting Gemara. She says, oh yeah? And it says, call him Batsheva. Batsheva was his wife. Uksiv, Batava Batsheva, Batsheva, Ba'osa Shav, Kincha Batsheva, B'shlosha Srei Mapos. So apparently, again, we engage in multiple acts of relations with Batsheva to show Adoniah Ben Sitchin, to show Abishai Hashiyamis that this was not an issue of his virility. Right? He was fine. He was fine. This was an issue. This was an issue that, again, he had 18 wives. He could not marry anyone else. So this is interesting. So how this is the answer? What the answer? Divorce one of the other wives and marry Abishai Hashiyamis. Again, on both sides. So just to be clear, it's not the pshat that Rabbi necessarily was close with all of these 18 women, right? So again, just go ahead and divorce one of them and marry Abishai Hashiyamis. And what do you see from here? Now, I didn't think that answer. What do you see from here? You see from here how difficult divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Itiro Yachid, Itiro Garish. David HaMelech was permitted yichud. Right? Remember the answer we just saw in yesterday's daf after the episode of Tamar. So they were answering the yichud. So they, right? So for David HaMelech, yichud was permitted because he was alone. After all, there was Abishai Hashiyamis. She was not his wife. Even though again she was a single woman, and when we said that was part of the yichud. But nevertheless, again, they permitted yichud rather than having to divorce his wife. What do you see from here? You see from here how serious divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Rabbi Elazar says so very sometimes in Rabbi Elazar says as follows: "Kol megarish sister Rishona, afilu mizbeach morid alav b'mos." Very, very funny Gemara. When a man divorces his first wife, even Mizbeach cries tears for Rishona Amar, "V'zos shenis tasu ksus dimo." As Mizbach Hashem b'chi ba'anocha ne'in od ponos al ha'mincha v'rakachas v'tzon b'yadchem v'tziv v'amartem alma al ki Hashem hei b'necho v'eshes ne'urecha asher ata bagarta bo v'hi chavirascha ve'eshes brisecha. So what's interesting to hear the juxtaposition of the psukim indicates that why is the Mizbeach crying? Because ultimately, again, you have rebelled against the wife of your youth, and she is your friend, and she ultimately, again, is the wife of your covenant. So let's say we might talk about this idea about the unique relationship between a man and his first wife. His first wife, and the idea of something tragic occurring when that relationship is undone. I'm not saying, no, it's important. Let's finish it. Let me say it. Obviously, there are times when divorce is warranted, and there are times when divorce is necessary. But they might just point out over here is almost like a fundamental rupture in the fabric. Almost like of the natural order when a divorce occurs. It may be that it has to occur, that it's supposed to occur, that it's necessary to occur, but there's a traumatic upheaval that's associated with it. Some of you are already in Rabbi Elazar. So okay, so you might get away from divorce for just a second. We'll come back to it. Then it goes back to the conversation. Says a man's wife only dies if he stole money and needed to repay it, but didn't have the money to repay it. And then we'll say, now, what does one thing have to do with the other? So the Maharsha points out that there's a little bit like a midah kineged midah. So if moving and moving something that did not belong to him, and now when it's time to give it back, he's unable to give it back. So therefore, the Rebbe Shalom takes something from him as well. It's in Shneimar. Then in the Kavashalim, Lam Yikach Mishkav Chamitachtach. Rabbi Yochanan says as follows: trying to tell you about Kol Adam Shemesa Ishta Rishona. If a man loses his wife, his first wife, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed in his days. The loss of a wife, the Gemara says, is like the loss of the Beis Hamikdash. And now, then Adam Hineni Lokech Mincha, Esmachmat Einecha B'Magid, V'lo Tifke, V'lo Tifke, V'lo Tava D'Masech Hoksev, והדבר עלה בבוקר ותמס אשתי בערב וכסיב הנה מחללס מקדשי גאון אוסכן מחמד אלף. So Moses just notes the juxtaposition over here. In keeping this off from Yechezkel, how Yechezkel juxtaposes again the loss of his wife to the loss of a Beis Hamikdash, but the loss of one's first wife. And it looks like the Gemara keeps referencing the first wife, right? The loss of any spouse is traumatic. But what you see over here is over and over the Gemara pointing out about the profundity of a first marriage. Whenever a man divorces his first wife, there's a profound impact of that. A man loses his first wife. There's a profound impact. There's something about that first relationship. That is fundamentally different and just pivotal within a person's life. I'm a real exaggerate. First of all, why this if a person loses his wife, his world becomes dark. Shneimar, or Choshek bi'alo, Shenira alav yida'acha. I would say, his steps become diminished. A person almost like loses a spring in his step when he loses his spouse. His wisdom diminishes. Literally means his counsel falls. First, his wisdom diminishes. Without a wife, he doesn't have the same level of wisdom. Spoke a little bit about marriage. So you might actually listen to things tomorrow at the beginning of the second Sota. It is more difficult, so to speak, for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to make one shidduch like it is to split the sea. Now they see nothing is difficult for the Ribono Shalom. But the idea is that finding a shidduch is like the splitting of the sea. Meaning what? Just like the splitting of the sea went against the laws of nature, the scientific thing about it, finding a shidduch goes a little bit against the laws of nature also. Now the kind of verse the Gemara and Sota, Rashi and Tosashan spoken on the idea, they say, a man is an individual and a woman is an individual. Both sides. You said this probability of two people finding each other, right, and being comparable enough to build a life together in a world full of people is nearly like a statistical impossibility. It is almost as supernatural as an actual splitting of the sea. Incredible. Shneimar, Elokim Moshe Yechidin Bisa, Motzi Ashirin Bikosharas. Atikbi Motzi Ashirin, Elokim Motzi Ashirin, Atikbi Bikosharas, Elokim Bechi Bishiros. So it's the idea over here is that literally again, Hashem takes individuals and allows them to live in the same house. That's a reference to marriage. And the Gemara compares that to Motzi Asirin B'Kosharos. He brings out captives at an appropriate time, a reference to Yetzias Mitzrayim, and by extension to Yetzias. Is that so? Is that so that it's so difficult that finding a shidduch because like a supernatural event? Bas Kol Yotzeis V'Omeres Bas Ploni LePloni. One second, I will say. Sounds like this process is preordained. 40 days before the embryo, before the child is even formed in utero, a heavenly voice comes down and says, so-and-so is going to marry so-and-so. So it sounds like she did come up preordained. If they're preordained, if there's a bas kol, then what exactly is why so difficult? Why so difficult? To which the Gemara says, L'kashya, Hafiz Rishon, Hafiz Sheni. So let's say this is fascinating. The bas kol, the heavenly voice that says so-and-so is going to marry so-and-so, that's your first marriage. And what they now begin to understand why Chazal associates such profundity with a first marriage. And the first marriage, the idea that a person divorces his first wife, and his dad goes ahead and cries. The person goes ahead. Why? Because that marriage is ordained. Now let's say that again. I can't say that. It doesn't mean that sometimes even those first marriages end in divorce. Sometimes again, because of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's plan, it's not the right thing for people to be together. But just understand, sometimes a couple might get divorced and they might say, I clearly wasn't meant to be. No, sometimes the shidduch in general, sometimes in life things are meant to be, even if they don't last. even if they don't last. I don't know, we saw that this a couple of weeks ago, and I don't know why this always like intrigues me. You have this sort of like endangered species. People have them, they get all worked up because they're kind of like humpback whales, gonna be extinct. So it presupposes that things are supposed to last forever. And who knows? In other words, for example, right, the Fishmal created the Lev Yassan during the Shulchan Gracious. The Lev Yassan. And the Lev Yassan was created, and then it was shafted. Often thought that was an incredible metaphor for the idea that in life, something was supposed to be created, they have a shelf life, and then they are supposed to come to an end. Not every single thing that Hashem creates is supposed to last forever. It's a very important piece. You get into the mindset that things are just, sometimes things serve a very specific purpose for a very finite amount of time, and then it's time to move on to something different. But again, even if that's what's supposed to be, it doesn't take away from the fact that the event was purposeful, meaningful, and impactful for the duration that it lasted. That is very profound. So the Gemara says, the first marriage, that's preordained. Second marriage, the Gemara says, that's what the Gemara says, Kasha Mazabim Keprias Yamso. So that's where it's much more difficult in the splitting of the sea. Now, again, Rashi in Sota brings down why is this. Because for a second marriage, Rashi says, there's a lot of moving pieces. It's a lot of moving pieces. For a second marriage, often, Reuben was married to one person, Rachel was married to one person. So Rashi brings down, Reuben's wife dies, and Rachel gets divorced, and this and that. There's a whole chess, a life chessboard. So that becomes much more, quote-unquote, complicated, and that becomes a little bit like, almost like Yam Suf choreography for the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. I don't know why nothing. The Kol Yesh Shmur plus Yesh Shmur. We'll say, for everything in life, there is a replacement, except for the wife of your youth. Shemar Nar, again, this idea that the person you start out life with, the person you begin your life with, that is a unique relationship that cannot be replicated. A person may find contentment and love and happiness in a second marriage, but of course, it will always be different than the way things started out in the beginning. The Gemara says, a person only finds true life tranquility with his first wife. So it says, this is actually a very interesting enough. So just saying over here, Rabbi Yehuda is saying this over to Yitzchak, his son. And it says to Yitzchak, his son, a man only finds true tranquility with this interesting with his first wife. Now it's like there's so much to say in all of these Gemaras and a lot of good shit of reference telling stuff. Let's say that the idea is when a person marries his first wife, if he's young, often the responsibilities and the pressures of life are not there. And therefore a person is able to kind of lose themselves in the happiness of marriage without anything else going on. Any subsequent relationship, second marriage, so beautiful, wonderful, loving, has all of these other pieces associated with it. So the Kol HaSmira, the inner tranquility, the inner peace, is usually not there. Now again, it doesn't mean it's not beautiful, and it's not wonderful, and it's not incredible, and it's not spectacular. Of course it is. But the Mesa, it has all of its other complications, which are just part of life. They're almost like tranquility, right? It's almost like, let's say that you ever see it, if you're like, if you're under a football, the class, if you think about your own football, and then you're supposed to be under like a lot of footballs, and you see things like that, like innocence. Some would call it naivete. Others would call it stupidity, right? But again, but it is like that, like goofy, like innocence and happiness that's just there. It's like you see these couple and they're looking at each other and it's like there's nothing else in the world. There's nothing else in the world. Like the world could stop and these two people would not notice a thing. They wouldn't notice a thing. You can't recapture that later on in life. You can't. You could find happiness and you could find love. You could find all beautiful things. But that type of almost like emotional love-filled aloofness it only happens in the beginning of your life journey when you find someone. Now again, whether that's the person you bring your life journey with, that's like all other complicated things. But the only time you find that, right? The only time you find what he calls that chorus ruach is when you're young, and ultimately again, Ishto Mishona, first marriage. So this is unlike, so let's say, 22b. So now remember, this is Rabbi Yitzchak. This is Rabbi Yitzchak saying this to his son, this is beautiful. Unlike, Kidon 9. So now, Rabbi Yitzchak, the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of that? Like, do you know a couple like that? Right? When they were young and they had like just this tranquility and this beautiful love. Amrlo, Kidon Inchak. How beautiful is that? How absolutely beautiful is that? So Yehuda says to his son of Yitzchak, yeah, like your mother. Like your mother. Right? Such a beautiful Gemara. But such almost like a profound exercise like in Shalom Bayis and what it means to convey to our children love and emotional connection and attachment in marriage. So the son says to his father, can you give me an example of a man who found inner tranquility in his first wife, which Yehuda said, yes, like your mother, me and your mother. So let's say, listen to this guy, really? So he says, but Yehuda said to his son of Yitzchak, Koder Basim, Omotzi ani ma'amenavas, es ha'isha, asher hu mitzuvim mekaramim. So Shlomo says, I found something more bitter than death, a woman. Now let's say, now understand by the way, just so you appreciate this, okay, now this Gemara makes a lot more sense after we did the sugis of Shlomo HaMelech, right? And we see Shlomo got himself into tremendous. That's what saying that women are more great than death. So that would be a terrible simple understanding of the passage. What Shlomo was highlighting is the idea. Remember, he saw the negativity that could come out from marriage that is not properly planned. Like this was Shlomo's entire downfall. Remember again, reference to Ashmedai. Shlomo was a melech, the head yoke for melech, head yoke to melech. He ruled over everything that he ended up only ruling over his cloak or over his staff. All of that a result of. That was a result of poor marriage choices. So Shlomo says, I found something more bitter than death, a woman that, again, that's like Shlomo railing against 50% of the population. That's Shlomo HaMelech going ahead and saying marriage could be the undoing of man as well. And what happens? So now, Rabbi Yehuda saying this to his son, I'm going to keep going, man. So the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of like a woman like this that Shlomo HaMelech was referring to? Wow. He said, yeah, like your mother. Right? So which one is it that you need though? Which one is it? Right? Is your wife's marriage like the most incredible woman in the world? Or is she more bitter than death? To which the Gemara says, the truth is, both. If we read Ma'abro, so we must, I'm going to let you go in call. Miskip the Kifa, if we read Ma'abro, so here was the difference. So apparently, Rabbi Yehuda's wife had a really significant temper, a really bad temper. She was easily angered, but she was also easily appeased. So when she was angry, it was brutal. And Baruch Hashem, she had really thought that even when she got angry, she was able to come down, she was able to be appeased, relatively quickly. So by the way, just a profound insult in this Gemara, which is that here it's the same marriage, right? It's the same Rabbi Yehuda's mind, it's the same woman. But granted, it was curious to see if you ask Mrs. Rabbi Yehuda, right, who the problem was in marriage. I don't know the answer if she would go ahead and answer the same way. Right, but the nice also, but there's a profundity in this. What's the profundity? I will say that the same marriage could be the same marriage could be a beautiful, almost emotional attachment and aloofness, and could also be marimaras. Also, it's not a contradiction. Sometimes we think that good marriage means it's always good. It's always good. Nothing in life is on etika back. Dafyomi is always good. But aside from Dafyomi, nothing else in life is always good. This is so important. I tell you, I see this all the time with young couples who get married, and like they have like a fight. I remember I had a couple of years ago, I had a young woman, and the little child was calling me up, sobbing. Because one of those phone calls, I was like, breathe, you can't hear the word. So what happened? So we had a fight. Don't tell us there. And we had a fight. Yeah, and what? We had a fight. She could not get over this idea that they had a fight. And you know, sometimes when I tell you a problem, you can't laugh because it's very, but like I'm so cute, and like so naive. I don't know what your background is, what kind of home you grew up in. We have this expectation that good marriage means you're always together, you're always in love, and the person always tripping wherever you're with your spouse, right? And everything is great, and you agree on everything, and you're always like your hearts are locked together, and you're always in step, and that's ridiculous. Yeah, if you're married to, if you're looking in the mirror, maybe you'll have that, but if you're married to a human being, there's plenty of times of discord. And also, this Gemara is so incredibly validating that you could have a marriage that is beautiful, that is loving, that is fulfilling, and you can even have moments that are more bitter than death. Now, that might be a bit hyperbolic, but to understand the point, you could have a beautiful and incredible marriage, but you could also have moments in that beautiful marriage that are really terrible. And it's not a contradiction. You could say the same wife, who again I feel so privileged with, is the same wife who had moments, again, the marriage is unbearable. Such is the nature of loving and dynamic marriages. They can shift, they can morph, and they can move from moment to moment. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. So, good. English says another beautiful Gemara. English means English though. When a man dies, his loss is felt most acutely by his wife, or really the word is only by his wife. But when a wife dies, the loss is felt ultimately again. Isha Golami Ve'ina Karsa Mis Elisha Sakri. So the Gemara says interesting idea over here. So this is literally, so Rav Shmuel Bar Hunya says in the Rav that a woman is literally clean Golem means an unformed utensil. And ultimately again becomes formed by her husband, with whom she experiences the first act of intimacy. So what's the idea over here? That there's a unique connection between a man and a woman who experience a first act of intimacy together. There's a bond that is created between that couple. When a man dies, his loss is really only felt by his wife. And ultimately, when a wife dies, so her loss can really only acutely felt by her husband. I will say he's actually profound Gemara as well. Now, what about the fact that there are other relatives? So in general, again, the way it works is like this. When children lose a parent, as difficult and as tragic as it is, again, it's the natural order of the world. You move on, because that's the natural order of the world. Even Rahman al-Islam, when parents lose a child, they have each other in which to steady one another to be able to move forward. When a spouse loses a spouse, you lose your life partner. And when you lose your life partner, it just takes away the momentum of life in general. It's not the same to live life without a partner, to live life without your other half. The Gemara says is one of them, that loss is most acutely felt by the surviving spouse. This is Parsha. Absolutely incredible. So remember again, so by a husband, so the Gemara brings a raya ultimately again from Naomi. That is Elimelech, the husband of Naomi. Well, Elimelech was also the father of Nachor and Joel. But you see that his loss was most acutely felt by Naomi. And again, Yaakov, this is an easy question. Yaakov was asking Yosef to bury him in Canaan. He goes to Ba'ani, Rachel. Could have just said Mesa Rachel. What do you mean, Sarai Rachel died on me? That the loss of Rachel was most acutely felt by her husband, by Yaakov. Incredible. Aaron also, was his back to Mishnah. Remember again, Mishnah said she can't see the king when he's getting a haircut. Aaron also, interesting, a king has to get a haircut every day. Seeing a king has to be perfectly groomed. So the idea is to get a haircut every day. Kohen Gadol chops. Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Kohen Gadol also social media. Regular Kohen gets a haircut once every 30 days. So not we start with Chol Yom, so the king gets a haircut every single day. King always has to look beautiful. So the king has to be groomed every day. Kohen Gadol Erev Shabbos, Amar Shlobanach, but Amar Yochanan, Kohen U'Shmartim Schachos. So the idea over here is that since the Kohanic shifts, right? Since the Kohanic shifts change over once a week, so it makes sense that when the new shift comes in, the Kohen Gadol should be properly groomed, ready to meet them. So Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once every 30 days. The same, the Lashon Lo Yidalechu, the Para Lo Yishalechu. Kisuni Kasmas Voshem. So also said we had one closer to the pasuk from the Cheskel. So literally it says they should not shave their head, but they should also not allow their hair to grow too long. So you must be young. Para means Nasir. They have zero shell para Nasir. First by line. Tzivaka para ben shal. Tzivaka Gadol para sa'aro show. Said right. It says by the Nasir. Said by Nazir para. It says the para also not social media. Afkan social media. Just like by the Nazir. Stam Nazir is just 30 days. Surgery again. The regular Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow longer than 30 days. That's what's stop over here. So I want just actually finish up. Stam Nazir is social media. So Stam Nazir is good for 30 days. I want to stop and pick up the Meretz Hashem with the Kohen head yotes. Grooming obligation in just a little bit. Shkoyach.
You're gonna fucking move to Austin, man.
Alright, because that means you have a wonderful day, everyone.
Yeah, it's like at some point you just have to do your own thing. Yeah. Don't tie yourself to a sinking ship. We have so many bikes here, dude. Yeah, come on. Gene, you're welcome. Beanie guy, as long as it keeps on the hat, can come by. Alright, so you're out. Definitely Nick's out. Or Hot Chip, no question, you're never invited on the show. No chance. Not a chance.
I think when you guys keep doing shows, they go, why do you guys have to show Austin? I don't know. I said I'm trying not to. It's on me. You know.
I decided where it lives. Sean's in control of your life. It's on me.
Alright, so let's say good morning. Let us begin by taking all of our responses for this morning's faith. Our annual Talmud Torah response for the month of Tavshin Pei 5785. The Tosim Mishpacha of Yisrael, dedicating all the Shurim and Drashos this year as his host for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah response for the month of Hades, the Talmud Mishpacha, in memory of Amit Ben David, Levi Zichron Libracha. A week of learning sponsors Zevi and Shosh Daniel Lili Nishmas, Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael Ben Rechon Noach Zichron Libracha. His yard site is on Zion. So for an American Bar Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slavin Aliyah, the families in the Neshama, all those who are Bush having to the cultural in Israel, the Bush Hashem should bring our hostages home with the Shalom and the Karmel to allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Dana. So with that, let us begin. A lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. So we ensure that incredible tomorrow. Hopefully, we're going to try to finish the parak in Meretz Hashem. We are picking up today's page 22. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Chaf Aleph on page 21c at the last two dots on the page. The Kosei Sefer Torah Shema. One of the first things that a king has to do upon assuming the throne is that he has to go ahead and write a Sefer Torah. Although actually, it's not a Shalab also. So the Gemara says what's important to understand over here is the king God has an obligation to write his own Torah, and he cannot content himself with the Sefer Torah that he has from his father. So let's say his father was a king also, or his father wasn't a king, but he has the Sefer Torah from his father. He says, I have that Yerusha. That should be enough. So the Gemara should know the halacha is he must write his own Sefer Torah. Alright, so Mitzvah Lichtov Mishalom. Now, Rabbi expands this a little bit. He says, This is not just true of king. This is true in general of any person. Every single individual has an obligation to write a Torah. Write for yourself this shira, this Torah. So even though a person has a Torah from his father or from his family, there's an obligation for every individual to write his own Torah. I will say, there's much to talk about like this in terms of how one fulfills their obligation. That's a pretty steep obligation to have to write to own Sefer Torah. Right? So what exactly that means and how exactly that manifests itself and how one can fulfill that, so that's an entire discussion. Again, beyond our scope for this morning. But the idea is that every person has an obligation to write their own Sefer Torah. Shnei Amar, Batuk is good. So Batuk is Lacham B'Sashir says, Isya Abaye. So Abaye says, because of those Sefer Torah, Shlo Yisna B'Shalach Erim, Melech had your blow. But here's the problem. The problem is, Gemara says, it sounds like it's that's a thing by the king and not by others. Like the Torah says, the possible Sefer Torah Shmo. The king should write his own Sefer Torah. And again, the drush is he should not content himself with someone else's Torah. He's got to write his own. So it sounds like the obligation to write one's own Sefer Torah is not a thing by the king and not a din by other people. So what's going on there? Well, people the state Torahs. No, the king has a different halacha. The king has an obligation to write two Torahs. Two Torahs, this is incredible. The sign up. The Kosovo is Mishnah. Kosei to Shmo Shtei Torahs. The king has an obligation to write two Sefer Torah. Achos Shigyoitza in Mitnosas Imo. So one that goes and comes with it. Right? So in general, a Sefer Torah that he just keeps with him wherever he goes. And one that he places in his treasury. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. So the king places one Torah that goes with him and one Torah that remains in his treasury. It was almost like a beautiful metaphoric symbolism. You know, the treasury is the place where you keep that which is most valuable to you. So what does the king keep in his treasury? Nothing other than his Sabbath, which is also a Sefer Torah. So one Sefer Torah for the treasury, one Sefer Torah to take with him. Achas Shimon says, Osa Shiyotza v'Nechnesas Imo. The one that the king takes with him everywhere he goes. Osa Kamin Kibiro. We told him as well. He makes it like an amulet. In other words, he makes it very, very small. So that literally, again, you can wear it. Shnei Amar, Shivisi Hashem Nemeki Tomi Kimini Bal Emor. This is so beautiful. The king keeps the little Sefer Torah that he takes with him in and out. He makes it small like an amulet. You can wear it, accompany it wherever he goes. Fulfillment of the pasuk, I keep Hashem before me at all times. If Hashem is on my right, I shall not falter. Beautiful, incredible idea. Eronichnas ba, all the base and methods, all the base like he said. Obviously, you can't wear the Torah amulet into the back house, into the bathroom, Shnei Mar. So again, because it says that you within and you will read in it, which indicates to us he only wears it into places that he can read it. Places where he can't read it, he doesn't wear it. It's obviously the bathroom where you can't read it. But the bathhouse, you won't see it with it. Incredible. All of our visuals between our Marvel Club. Cuba, Nicholas already resolved exactly the Lashon HaKodesh. So this is very interesting. So our Zikri says as follows. In the beginning, Torah was given the Bible of Ksav Ivri, the Lashon HaKodesh. So Ksav Ivri is a particular type of script, not the script that we use today. The script that we use today, we're going to see is called Ashuris. So again, originally Torah was given in Ksav Ivri and Lashon HaKodesh, what we call Lashon HaKodesh. Chazra v'Nikla Hamine Ezra B'Ksav Ashuris for Lashon HaRabbi. So apparently in the days of Ezra, remember again, Ezra leads the wave of exiles back to Eretz Yisrael to rebuild the second Israel. And there was also a tremendous renaissance for Klal Yisrael as well. So in the days of Ezra, Torah was, so to speak, it was a re-acceptance. But this time again, the script that was used was Ashuris script and Lashon Arami and Aramaic. So the verse says, so Klal Yisrael settled on Ksav Ashuris, the secondary script, which was the script used by Ezra, and ultimately again Lashon HaKodesh. Lashon HaKodesh, V'nichu L'Hagyotos, Ksav Ivris, V'Lashon Arami. And ultimately again the rest of the Hagyotos, we'll see the Hagyotos were just the people, Ksav Ivris, and Lashon Arami. Man Hagyotos, what Hagyotos, and Christa Kusoi. Kusin, so my Ksav Ivris, what is Ksav Ivris? And Christa, Ksav Iguno. It is what's also known as Sav Libona. The name for Sav is Rashi says, last Rashi on the Daf, Libona, Osos, Kidolos, Kin, Osos, Shekosim, Kimios, and Mezuzos. This is a script or a handwriting made up of very large letters that you'll often find in amulets. Okay? Kind of. Rabbi Yosef says as well as Roy Haya Ezra, Shetinasin Torah Al Yodom Yisrael. Ezra was so great that technically speaking, Torah could have been given through him. Omala Kidma Moshe, had it not been that Moshe Rabbeinu had lived before Ezra. So Moshe, Moshe says, Moshe Allah Ela Elohim. Plus it says that Moshe ascended to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ezra Omer, who Ezra Allah Nibavel. So it uses this emotion of aliyah, of ascension, by both of these names. Ma aliyah Amar Torah, Af aliyah Amar Hakabat, aliyah Amar Halon Torah. So just like the aliyah said by Moshe Rabbeinu represents Moshe Rabbeinu's bringing down of the Torah, so too the aliyah mentioned by Ezra is also Torah. The Moshe Omer by Moshe Rabbeinu says, "But also see Hashem by He said He, Rami Es and Chukim in Mishpatim." Like Moshe Rabbeinu says, that Hashem commanded me at this time to teach you laws and statutes. Ezra Omer, Ezra, Echin Yevavam Litrosh Es Torah Hashem Elokav, Lasos U'Rami Yisrael Chok Mishpat. So again, you see this very similar wording by Ezra and by Moshe to highlight this idea that Ezra really was on the same level as Moshe Rabbeinu. Had Ezra lived before Moshe, it would have been Ezra who brought down the Torah. Therefore, we saw the Torah al Yado, Lishtana al Yado, Lishtana al Yado. Even though Ezra didn't merit to bring down the Torah, yet Ezra merited to effect certain changes in the Torah, specifically again the writing, right? Beforehand again it was Ibris, and Ezra changed it to Ashur Shaneh. Mar was on top of Chafidis 22a, with Ksav Hanishtabun, Ksav Ha'aramis, and Metorgam Aramis. Siv, because it says, Lo Kalin Kasva L'Nikra, Upshara Lahodalama. Siv, because of his Mishnah Torah Hazos, Ksav Haroi Lishtanos. Okay, so some dramatic change occurs under Ezra, and again we switch from Ksav Ibris to Ksav Ashuris. Lama Nikra Ashuris. By the way, why is it called Ksav Ashuris? Sha'ala Imahem Me'asher, because it came back to the people from Assyria, from Bava, from Asher. Tanya Rabbi Yomer says, the Tchilah B'Ksav Zen Nikra Torah Yisrael. This is actually interesting. Another person presses suggests the following. Originally, Torah was in fact given in Ksav Ashuris, the present script that we have today. What happened? Kevan Shechatu Nepach Lahen L'Roat. Once Klal Yisrael sinned, so literally again, Ksav Ashuris became splintered. If you take a look, see what Rashi says over here. So the Ksav Zeh is the last of the white lines in Rashi. The Ksav Zeh, Mikra Torah Yisrael, B'nei Moshe, the Lamed Lo Kahalim Kisvel L'Mikra, the Tedei Shechakim Bayis Rishon, Ubaz Vasatorah, Nepach Lehem L'Roat. So apparently, this script was lost during the days of the first case on the Kush, as a result of our sin. And then what happened? Shemar said, Kebeshachazubahim, Ezra, and it's how he said, Shuvah, and read Ezra, so then the script returned. Shemar, Shuvah, Rubitzar, Aseh, Hatikva, Kalayom, Magid, Mishnah, Asherah, Lamanik, Rashma, Ashuris. So why is it called Ashuris? Shemu Sheres Yitzad. It's a very beautiful type of script. Rishon Elazar, what's the first white line? Rishon Elazar, Mishum Rabbi Elazar ben Parta. Sha'amar Mishum Rabbi Elazar Hamodi. Ksav Zeh Lo Nishtana Koleker. Not true, right? The print, the script that we have has not changed. Has not changed. Rosh Hashanah. Vave Ha'amudim. Interestingly enough, this is talking about the hooks of the curtains for the Mishkan. Ma'amudim Lo Nishtanu, just like the pillars of the Mishkan never changed. Vavim, it's a little bit of a play on words. So Vavim means the hooks that the curtains attached to. So here he's using Vavim to move the letters. The letters are just as the pillars didn't change, so the Vavim didn't change as well. But Omer, Ve'laYehudim Kitzavam Bichlil Shonam. Malashonam, just like the language of the Jews didn't change. So too their writing did not change as well. Ella ma'ani makayim es Mishnah Torah hazos. So what do I do with that lashon Mishnah Torah? The shtei Toros. This once again, let's circle back. Mishnah Torah doesn't refer to a shinui, to a change in Torah, i.e. a change in script, but rather it refers to the two Torahs of the king. That also the king writes not one Torah, but rather two Torahs, one Torah that goes and comes with him, and a second Torah which remains inside of his treasure house. Also, the Torah is Rosh Ne'emar, Shivisi Hashem L'nei Yisrael. And the one that remains in his treasure house, that's regular Torah. But the one that goes and comes with him, that's written in amulet form. In amulet form, so that literally you can take it with him wherever he goes. As the pasuk says, I have placed Hashem before me at all times. So beautiful. But the other opinion is actually Mishnah Torah for this whole thing about the changing of the script. Hi Shivisi, my Darish. How does he dash in the pasuk Shivisi Hashem L'nei Yisrael? When a person davens, he's supposed to view as if the Shekhinah of the divine presence is literally right opposite him. So again, two different ideas. Shneimar Shivisi Hashem L'nei Yisrael. So I want to say, so very beautiful. So one of the things that Shivisi Hashem L'nei Yisrael is a reference to the king's personal Torah. It makes the Torah look amulet. But this would be the opposite of it all time. The second thing is no, Shivisi Hashem L'nei Yisrael is not unique by a king, it's for everyone. What does it mean? That when I daven, I should view as if the Shekhinah is directly opposite. It's interesting, the application is different, but the concept is the same. Right? Whether it's talking to the king, whether it's talking to the individual, the idea is there's this concept, which is what the Baal Tanya brings down. Right? In the beginning of Tanya, first, right? God awareness, that everything is about God awareness. If you need proper God awareness in your life, then by definition it changes everything. Mishnah Berurah as well, right? That's why the Torah opens up. Shivisi Hashem L'nei Yisrael. Mishnah Berurah says you can't compare a person who realizes that he's living under the watchful eye of the king to a person who thinks that he's following. The person has God awareness. God awareness fundamentally changes and shifts the way we behave day in and day out. Shimon Damar Tzad Zeh Lo Nishtana. My Lo Kalim Chasson Nikra. Yes, so according to Shimon says that the script never changed. Torah was given in Ksav Ashuris and remained in Ksav Ashuris. What does he do with phrase? Sefer Daniel. Lo Kalam Ksav Nikra. So you must see very interesting. Amrad, you can actually so this is referring to the episode of Belshazzar. This is, we saw this Gemara Maseches in Megillah. Like Belshazzar was one of the Persian kings. He thought that, right, there was a prophecy that the Jews would be in exile for 70 years. And after that, they'd be redeemed. He miscalculated the years. He thought the 70 years had elapsed, and he made a big party. The Jews were not going to be redeemed. And in that party, what did he do? Beautiful Agadah in Megillah. What did he do? He brought out all of the utensils of the Beis Hamikdash and he used them in his own personal party, celebrating almost like a theological contest over the God of the Jewish people. So at his party, then there was this dramatic episode of like literally writing on the wall. You know the expression "writing on the wall"? That comes from the story of Belshazzar. There was some miraculous writing on the wall that indicated that Belshazzar was going to experience a significant downfall. The Gemara says that refers to that story. Amarav, the Gematria Echtav Lahon Yatis Ida Hus Chamat. So the Gemara says, so in the story of Belshazzar, so the message of Belshazzar's intending was not written explicitly. Rather, it calls it written Gematria. So Gematria doesn't have to necessarily mean numerical value. Gematria also means like shorthand. My part of Shmuel. So what they mean? Mana Taka Ufarsi. Mana Alakach Mafi Sabashvarasna. Mana means Hashem. This was the message from Belshazzar. Hashem has calculated your reign and it has come to an end. Takil, that killed us and Mazrei, Dishtakach Basar. God has weighed you in the scale and you have turned out to be deficient. Harisas Mahusa V'Yahava Lamad Aliparas. Your kingdom has come to an end, and it's going to be given over to Persia and to Libya. Shmuel says, Mimatos Minakti Aloris. This is how the message is written. Yochanan Amar Anam Lakas Nisrafu Vashyamar Nama Nama Kato Parson. So again, these were all different ways in which the message to Vashyamar was literally written on the wall, and each one served as an admonish for some type of message God was intending to. And let's say, so just you should know halacha myself, that Rabbi Paskin says that indeed a king writes 2 Torahs. Right now, one or 2 Torahs, one Torah that's small enough to go wherever he goes. The fact that the Rambam brings down that it is written and in its form, so literally he could wear it. He could just have it with him at all times. And the other is a sacred Torah that is kept in his treasury. So again, symbolizing this idea, Shivisa Hashem the night summit, that at the end of the day, he can with me at all times. And once things remains in the treasury, highlighting the idea that the most important possession of the years and even of the king, who has many different possessions, is his Torah, this is Ruchnius. So beautiful. Let's say that idea of Torah being your most important possession is really, you know this. Everything else you acquire in this world you can enjoy for however many years you have in this world. But once you leave this world, those possessions no longer come with you. Conversely, the Torah that you acquired, the Ruchnius that you acquired, that is yours for all eternity. That's yours. You never have to part with that possession. Incredible Mishnah in Ruchnius Suso, in Yoshua Suso, in Shavita, was some other halachas pertinent to a king. You cannot ride on the king's horse. You cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot utilize his scepter. I will say now, this is all referring to common people, right? This doesn't refer to other kings. As we're going to see a little bit like you have David who's the king, and then David dies, his son Shlomo becomes king. Shlomo could use the scepter, and Shlomo could sit on the throne. The idea is these are halachas regarding commoners vis-a-vis the king. So a commoner, I can't sit on the king's horse, I can't sit on the king's throne, I can't use his scepter. And Roman was like you shouldn't stop it. It's interesting. You cannot see the king when he's getting a haircut, or when he's unclothed. You can't go to the Shnitz with the king, the back house. And I will say this is all interesting, all part of the motif of one has to have reverence for the king. So part of that is weight. It's almost like you can split up into 3 categories. Like activities, active things you have to do for the king, things that you are not allowed to utilize because you're associated with the king, and not seeing the king in any way that could potentially diminish your honor and reverence for the king. So you can't go into the mikvah and the king is going to the mikvah. You can't go to the bathhouse. You can't be when the king's getting a haircut. No one's allowed to see you. Okay, so I'm Rabbi Yaakov, I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Avishag Motaras L'Shlomo. Okay, so also a little bit of context over here. This is actually this is Sefer Malachim, the end of Malachim. It's actually the Haftarah of Parshas Chaitzo. Rabbi Melech is dying. He's old. So the Navi says that they hired for him. They selected from a young woman who was going to be his attendant. So the Gemara says her name was Avishag Hashumanis. So the Gemara says Yaakov said to Yochanan, Avishag Mutaras L'Shlomo La'asruda Adonia. So Avishag technically would have been permitted to marry Shlomo, David's son, but she would not have been permitted to marry Adoniah ben Chagis. Now Adoniah ben Chagis was also David's son. Right? Adoniah ben Chagis' son 2 days ago. He was the individual who claimed the throne for himself. David is dying. David did not explicitly appoint a successor. At the end of the story, he does. He did not explicitly appoint a successor. So because of that, Adoniah ben Chagis, the husband is Nasele more Ani. He says, I'm the reign. I'm the reign. That's what is happening over here. So therefore, obviously at the end of that story, so David says explicitly no Shlomo is going to reign. So technically speaking, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry Abishai, but Adoniah would not. Why not? The Gemara says, because again, it's interesting that the Gemara compares Abishai to the scepter of the king, right? The scepter, so that was utilized by the king. So Abishag was an attendant. She was a servant of the king. So she was sort of utilized by the king. Therefore, again, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry her had he wanted to. So the Gemara says, so Adoniah the head of too. So the Gemara says, but she would have been prohibited to Adoniah because Adoniah then had the status of a commoner. Even though he was the son of the king, he had the status of a commoner. So the Gemara says, Abishag Maisi, what exactly was Abishag's role in David HaMelech's life? It said, V'Amelech Zakin Ba'Vayomer, Vayomer Lo Avodah Yibakshu. So again, it said, Vayibakshu Na'ara Yafa, it says, V'Hana'ara Yafa Ad Ma'od, V'Tihilo L'Melech Socheres, V'Tishar Seim. So Adoniah, so Abishag she was an attendant. Now, what's the thing is, even though she was an attendant, right, the mother goes out of the street to highlight that she was very beautiful. So why do we need to highlight her beauty? She's just an attendant. This is actually very interesting. Amar, Nin Saban. So Abishag wanted to marry David. She wanted to be one of his wives. Amar Allah, Asiras the Samsari I can't. And I'll say again, obviously this come together. Why not? David says, I have reached the limit of 18 wives. I can't marry that he regretted it. So it's actually fascinating. So Abishag wasn't buying it. She thought it was just an excuse. She says to him, Kasira leganva nafshi l'shalmo. When the thief has nothing to steal, he portrays himself as a pious man. Like, so when the thief's not stealing, if there's nothing left to steal, suddenly he's a tzaddik, he's not stealing. So what she was saying is, you're just too old to consummate marriage. That's why I don't just say it for what it is. You would marry me, but you're too old. So what happened? So the Gemara says, Amar Levu, Kirli the Batsheva. So this is an interesting Gemara. He says, oh yeah? He says, call in Batsheva. Batsheva was his wife. He said, Batava Batsheva ala Rachach. Amar Yehuda Morav, Ba'osa Shah, Kincha Batsheva b'shloshes reid machos. Apparently, again, in these multiple acts of relations with Batsheva, to show Adoniah to show Abishag Hashunamis that this was not the issue of his virility. Right? He was fine. This was an issue that, again, he had 18 wives. He could not marry anyone else. So what's that? So was interesting. So obviously there's an Asa. What's the Asa? Divorce one of the other wives and marry Abishag Hashunamis. Again, both sides. So just to be clear, it's not the Pshat that David HaMelech was close with all of these 18 women, right? So again, just go ahead and divorce one of them and marry Abishag Hashunamis. And he says, what do you see from here? And I didn't think that Asa. What do you see from here? You see from here how difficult divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. David HaMelech, Tirul Yahid, Tirul Garish. David HaMelech, they permitted Yichud, right? Remember, also we just saw in yesterday's daf after the episode with Omar. So they went in for the Yichud. So for David HaMelech, Yichud was permitted since he was alone. After all, again, with Abishag Hashunamis, she was not his wife. Even though, again, she's a single woman, and the nice thing we said that was part of rabbinic Yichud. But nevertheless, again, they permitted Yichud rather than having to divorce his wife. What do you see from here? You see from here how serious divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So a very profound Gemara. Rabbi says as follows: "From the Garish Sishta Rishona, Afilu Mizbeach Moriv Alav Demos." Very, very overwhelming Gemara. When a man divorces his first wife, even in Mizbeach, cries tears from Shnei Amar. V'zos shenis tasu sus dima as Mizbach Hashem b'chi v'anacha me'in oz ponos al amincha v'lakachas v'tzon b'yodchem. But ksiv v'amartem alma apti Hashem hei b'necho ben eshes mi'ulecha asher ata b'garat tabal v'hi chavirascha ve'eshes b'yisecha. So it's interesting to hear the juxtaposition of the psukim indicates that why is in his be'ach crying? Because ultimately, again, you have rebelled against the wife of your youth, and she is your friend, and she ultimately, again, is the wife of your covenant. So what's it? We're going to talk about this idea about the unique relationship between a man and his first wife. And the idea of something tragic occurring when that relationship is undone. So I was saying, let's finish. Obviously, there are times when divorce is warranted. there are times when divorce is necessary. But the Gemara just pointing out over here is almost like this fundamental rupture in the fabric. In the fabric, almost like of the natural order, when a divorce occurs. It's maybe that it has to occur, and it's supposed to occur, and it's necessary to occur, because there's a traumatic upheaval that's associated with it. Some of you are going to remember Ein Ishtosh Adam Mesa, Ella Intim Levakshin and a Mamon Veilo. So as well, you might refer to divorce in just a second. I'll come back to it. Then it goes back to it because the Gemara says a man's wife only dies if he stole money and needed to repay it, but didn't have the money to repay it. And I was going to say, what does one thing have to do with the other? So the Gemara points out that there's no doubt like a need that you never need up. So if you're going to moving something that did not belong to him, and now when it's time to give it back, he's unable to give it back. So therefore, the Rebbe takes something from him as well. It's in Shenemar. Then Ein L'chal L'Shalem Lama Yikach Nishkav Chamikach. From the Yochanan says as follows. Very profound Gemara. Kol Adam Shenese Ishto L'Shona. If a man loses his wife, his first wife, he will Charav Beis HaMikdash B'Yamav. It's a very profound Gemara. It's as if the Beis HaMikdash has been destroyed in his days. The loss of a wife, the Gemara says, is like the loss of the Beis HaMikdash. Shenemar Ben Adam Hineni Lokech Mimcha. Esmachmat Einecha B'Magiv V'lo Tisti V'lo Tifke V'lo Chava D'Mosecho Ksiv V'adaber Ala Am B'Boker V'Tamas Ishti Ba'aret Ksiv Hineni Mechaleles Mikdashi Ga'on Uscha Machmat Einecha. So once again, just notes the juxtaposition over here in these people. There's often Yecheskel, and Yecheskel juxtaposes again the loss of his wife to the loss of the Beis HaMikdash, but the loss of one's first wife. And you're almost like the Gemara keeps referencing the first wife, right? The loss of any spouse is traumatic. What you see over here is over and over the Gemara pointing out about the profundity of a first marriage. And therefore, a man divorces his first wife. There's a profound impact of that. A man loses his first wife. There's a profound impact. There is something about that first relationship. That is fundamentally different and just pivotal within a person's life. I'm Rabbi Alexandri. Kol Adam will say first of the widest range of Adam. Kol Adam Shemeisi Ishta B'Yamav Olav Chashach B'Adam. If a person loses his wife, his world becomes dark. Shenemar or Choshech B'Alam V'Neira Olav Yida'ach. I will say Chanina Amar P'Siosa Mischasros. The steps become diminished. A person almost like loses a spring in his step when he loses his step. Shenemar Yitzchak Sade Ono Amar Atzasa Nocharas. His wisdom diminishes. Literally means his counsel falls. Or his wisdom diminishes. Without a wife, he doesn't have the same level of wisdom. Shenemar Bakashlichiyu Atzaso Amar Ravo Barakon Yogron. Kash Lazavi Pirsianto. Spoke a little bit about marriage. I think this is the famous Gemara at the beginning of this episode. It is more difficult, so to speak, for a person to make one shidduch like it is to split the sea. Obviously, nothing is difficult for the Ribono Shalom. But the idea is that finding a shidduch is like the splitting of the sea. Meaning what? Just like the splitting of the sea went against the laws of nature. And so to be without finding a shidduch goes a little bit against the laws of nature also. Now the commentaries of the Gemara and Sota, Rashi and Tosafot spoken on the idea, they say Adam Yachid v'Isha Yichida b'lo mezavkan. A man is an individual and a woman is an individual. We'll say this is the probability of two people finding each other, right, and being comparable enough to build a life together in a world full of people is nearly like a statistical impossibility. It is almost as supernatural as an actual splitting of the sea. Incredible. Shenemar Elokim Moshe B'Chidim Beisa Motzi Ashirim Motzi Asirim B'Kosharos. Atikvi Motzi Asirim Ela Kim Motzi Asirim Atikvi B'Kosharos Ela B'Chi B'Chi B'Shiros. So that's the idea over here. Is that literally again, Hashem takes individuals and allows them to live in the same house. That's a reference to marriage. And the Gemara compares that to Motzi Asirim B'Kosharos. He brings out captives at an appropriate time, a reference to Yetzias Mitzrayim and the extension of the Yasam. Is that so? Is that so difficult that finding the shidduch is like a supernatural event? Bas kol yotzeis v'omeres bas ploni leploni. What's that going to say? Sounds like this process is preordained 40 days before the embryo, before the child is even formed in utero. A heavenly voice comes out and says, so-and-so is going to marry so-and-so. So it sounds like she's with them are preordained. If they're preordained, if there's a bas kol, then what exactly is, why so difficult? Why so difficult? To which the Gemara says, Lo kasha, habizuk rishon, habizuk sheni. She will say, this is fascinating. The bas kol, the heavenly voice, that says so-and-so is going to marry so-and-so, that's your first marriage. That's your first marriage. And I will say, now you begin to understand why Chazal associates such profundity with the first marriage. Or the first marriage, the idea that the person divorces his first wife, and his Mizbeach goes ahead and cries. The person goes ahead. Why? Because that marriage is ordained. Ordained. I won't say that again. I can't say that. It doesn't mean that sometimes even those first marriages end in divorce. Sometimes, again, because the Chashbach was planned, it's not likely for people to be together. But just understand, sometimes, a couple might get divorced and they might say, I clearly wasn't meant to be. No, sometimes the shidduch is, in general, sometimes in life, things are meant to be, even if they don't last. Even if they don't last. And we told them this a couple of weeks ago. I don't know why this was always like that issues. You have this so dangerous species. People they get all worked up because they kind of like humpback whales, the extent. So it presupposes that things are supposed to last forever. And who knows? In other words, when the Chishma, for example, right, the Chishma created the Lev Yasan during the Sheish Snei Bereshis. The Lev Yasan. And the Lev Yasan was created, and then it was Shech. I often thought that it's an incredible metaphor for the idea that in life, something that's supposed to be created, they have a shelf life, and then they are supposed to come to an end. Not every single thing that Hashem creates is supposed to last forever. It's very important to so. We get into the mindset that things are sometimes things serve a very specific purpose for a very finite amount of time, and then it's time to move on to something different. But again, even if that's what's supposed to be, it doesn't in any way take away from the fact that the event was purposeful, meaningful, and impactful for the duration that it lasted. Very, very profound. So the Gemara says, Zug Rishon, the first marriage, that's preordained. Second marriage, the Gemara says, that's what the Gemara says, that's what's much more difficult than the splitting of the sea. Now, again, Rashi in Sota brings down why is this? Because for a second marriage, Rashi says, there's a lot of moving pieces. It's a lot of moving pieces. For a second marriage, often, Reuven was married to one person. Rachel was married to one person. So Rashi brings down, Reuven's wife dies, and Rachel gets divorced, and this and that, and there's a whole chess, a life chessboard. So that becomes much more complicated, and that becomes a little bit almost like Yam Suf choreography for the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. We'll say for everything in life, there is a replacement, except for the wife of your youth. Again, this idea that the person you start out life with, the person you begin your life with, that is a unique relationship that cannot be replicated. A person may find contentment and love and happiness in a second marriage, but of course, it will always be different than the way things started out in the beginning. The Gemara says, a person only finds true life tranquility with his first wife. So what I say, this is actually a very interesting Gemara. So just to understand over here, Rabbi Yehuda is saying this over to Rabbi Yitzchak, his son, and he says to Rabbi Yitzchak, his son, a man only finds true tranquility with his first wife. I was like, there's so much to say in all of these Gemaras, and a lot of good Shalom Brachos in here also. I was like, but the idea is when a person marries his first wife, if he's young, often the responsibilities and the pressures of life are not there. are not there. And therefore a person is able to kind of like lose themselves in the happiness of marriage without anything else going on. Any subsequent relationship, second marriage, so beautiful, wonderful, loving, has all of its other pieces associated with it. So the korach ruach, the inner tranquility and the inner peace, is usually not there. Now again, it doesn't mean it's not beautiful and it's not wonderful and it's not incredible and it's not spectacular. Of course it is. But Lamaisa, it has all of its other complications, which are just part of life. They're almost like tranquility, right? It's almost like, if you ever see it, like, if you're under a football, the class, if you think about your own football, they're basically supposed to be under like a lot of footballs. You see there's like that innocence. Some would call it naivete. Others would call it stupidity, right? But again, but there is like that goofy, like innocence and happiness that's just there. That's like, you see these couple and they're looking at each other and it's like, there's nothing else in the world. There's nothing else in the world. Like, the world could stop and these two people would not notice a thing. They wouldn't notice a thing. You can't capture that later on in life. You can't. You could find happiness and you could find love and you could find all beautiful things. But that type of almost like emotional, love-filled aloofness, it only happens in the beginning of your life journey when you find someone. Now again, whether that's the person you continue your life journey with not, that's all other complicated things. But the only time you find that, right? The only time you find what Rabbi Yehuda calls that koras ruach, is when you're young, and ultimately, again, Ishto Rishona, first marriage. So listen to this. Amalei, so we'll say, 22b. So now remember, this is Rabbi Yitzchak. This is Rabbi Yehuda saying this to his son. It's beautiful. Amalei, Kidon Man. So now, Rabbi Yitzchak, the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of that? Can you know a couple like that? Right? Where they were young and they had like just this tranquility and this beautiful love. Amarlo, Kidon Imcha. How beautiful is that? How absolutely beautiful is that? So Yehuda says to his son of Yitzchak, yeah, like your mother. Like your mother. Okay? Such a beautiful Gemara. And such a almost like a profound exercise like in Shalom Bayis and what it means to convey to our children love and emotional connection and attachment in marriage. So so the son says to his father, can you give me an example of a man who found inner tranquility in his first wife, which Rabbi Yehuda said, yes, like your mother, me and your mother. So let's listen to this. Really? Yet Rabbi Yehuda said to his son Rabbi Yitzchak, go to the pasuk. Omotzi ani mar memaves es ha'isha asher hi mitzugim v'charonim. So Shlomo says in Koheles, I found something more bitter than death, a woman. Now I say, now understand by the way, just to appreciate this. I was like, now this Gemara makes a lot more sense after we did the Siddhis of Shlomo HaMelech, right? And we see Shlomo HaMelech got himself into tremendous. Shlomo said that women. That's just saying that women are more bitter than death. So that would be a terrible, simple understanding of the passage. So Shlomo was highlighting is the idea. Remember, he saw the negativity that could come out from marriage that is not properly planned. Right? This was Shlomo's entire downfall. Remember again, we referenced to Ashmedai. Shlomo was a melech, the head yod, or melech, head yod, melech. He ruled over everything that he ended up only ruling over his cloak or over his staff. What was all of that a result of? That was a result of poor marriage choices. When Shlomo says, I found something more bitter than death, a woman, again, that's not Shlomo railing against 50% of the population. That's Shlomo HaMelech going ahead and saying marriage could be the undoing of man as well. And what happens? So now, Rabbi Yehuda is saying this to his son, but I'm going to keep going, man. So the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of like a woman like this that Shlomo was referring to? But I'm going to keep going, Imcha. Wow. So yeah, like your mother. Right? So again, so which one is it, Rabbi Yehuda? Which one is it? Right? Is your wife Mamish like the most incredible woman in the world, or is she more bitter than death? To which the Gemara says the truth is both. Iburi ma'avra. So I'm gonna keep going. Miskif takiva. Iburi ma'avra b'miva. So we'll say here was the difference. So apparently Rabbi Huda's wife had a really significant temper, a really bad temper. She would easily anger, but she was also easily appeased. So when she was angry, it was brutal. It was brutal. But Baruch Hashem, she had a thought that even when she got angry, she was able to calm down, she was able to be appeased, relatively quickly. So by the way, there's also, I think, just a profound yesod in this Gemara, which is that, here it's the same marriage, right? It's the same Rabbi Huda's mind, it's the same woman. Now, granted, it'd be curious to see if you asked Mrs. Rabbi Huda, right, who the problem was in the marriage. I don't know that necessarily she would go ahead and answer the same way, right? But Lamaisa will say, but there's a profundity in this. What's the profundity? I will say that the same marriage could be the same marriage could be a beautiful, almost emotional attachment and aloofness, and could also be marvimaras. Also, but I will say it's not a contradiction. Sometimes we think that good marriage means it's always good. It's always good. Nothing in life is always put together. Dafyomi is always good, right? But aside from Dafyomi, nothing else in life is always good. This is so incredible. I tell you, I see this all the time with young couples who get married, and they have a fight. I remember I had a couple of years ago, I had a young woman who was trying to call me up, sobbing. You can't hear the word. So what happened? So we had a fight. Very sharp. And we had a fight. And what? We had a fight. She could not get over this idea that they had a fight. And somebody tells you a problem, you can't laugh because it's very but I'm thinking so cute, and so naive. I don't know what your background is or what kind of woman you are. We have this expectation that good marriage means you're always together, you're always in love, right? The birds are always chirping whenever you're with your spouse, right? And everything is great, and you feel everything, and you're always like your heart, your hearts are locked together, and you're always in step, and that's ridiculous. Yeah, if you're married to if you're looking in the mirror, maybe you have that, but if you're not human being, right? There's plenty of times of this kind. And also, this Gemara is so incredibly validating that you could have a marriage that is beautiful, that is loving, that is fulfilling, and you could even have moments that are more bitter than death. Now, that might be a type of bottom, but to understand the point, right? You could have a beautiful and incredible marriage, but you could also have moments in that beautiful marriage that are really terrible. And it's not a contradiction. You could say the same wife, who again I feel so privileged with, is the same wife who had moments, again, the marriage is unbearable. Such is the nature of loving and dynamic marriages. They can shift, they can morph, and they can move from moment to moment. Incredible. All right, let's go back to this. So, good. English says another beautiful Gemara. English means Elishto. When a man dies, his loss is felt most acutely by his wife. Or really, Gemara says only by his wife. And when a wife dies, her loss is felt ultimately again. Yes. Sorry, Isha Golani, the inner parts of this Elisha saw. So the Gemara is interesting idea over there. What's that? So this is literally, Rav Shmuel Bar Kunya says in the name of Rab that a woman literally Golani means an unformed utensil, and ultimately again becomes formed by her husband, with whom she experiences the first act of intimacy. And Mars Kibali, what's the idea here? That there is a unique connection between a man and a woman who experience the first act of intimacy together. There's a bond that is created between that couple. Kana English makes Elishto. When a man dies, his loss is really only felt by his wife. Then Isha makes El. And ultimately, when a wife dies, so her loss is the only acutely felt by her husband. I will say this is actually profound Gemara as well. Now, what about the fact that there is other relatives? So in general, again, the way it works is like this. When children lose a parent, as difficult and as tragic as it is, again, it's the natural order of the world, move on, because that's the natural order of the world. even when parents lose a child, they have each other in which to steady one another to be able to move forward. When a spouse loses a spouse, you lose your life partner. And when you lose your life partner, it just takes away the momentum of life in general. It's not the same to live life without a partner, to live life without your other half. Gemara says is one of that loss is most acutely felt by the surviving spouse. Ain't ish makes our destruction ever by Amos and another ish nami. The isha makes Allah by Hashem ever by Ani but Lord Bavara Mipadan Mesa Alai Rachel. Both say this is parsha. This is parsha. That's incredible. So remember again. So by a husband, so the Gemara brings the raya ultimately again from the Ani. That is another the husband of the Ani. Melech was also the father of Machmor and Gilead. But you see from here that his loss is most acutely felt by the Ani. And again, Yaakov Avinu, this is an expression. Yaakov Avinu is asking Yosef to bury him in Canaan. He goes to the Ani, Ve'voimi Padan Mesa Alai Rachel. Could have just said Mesa Rachel. What do you mean Mesa Alai Rachel died on me? That the loss of Rachel Avinu is most acutely felt by her husband, by Yaakov. Incredible. Ein Rowan also. Let's now back to the Mishnah. Remember again, the Mishnah said you can't see the king when he's getting a haircut. But Ein Rowan also. Interesting, a king has to get a haircut every day. So meaning a king has to be perfectly groomed. So the idea is he gets a haircut every day. Kohen Gadol Me'erev Shabbos Erev Shabbos. Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Kohen Hedel Echel Shloshim Yom. Regular Kohen gets a haircut once every 30 days. So Melech must start with Kol Yom. So the king gets a haircut every single day. King always has to look beautiful. So the king has to be groomed every day. Kohen Gadol Me'erev Shabbos. Omer Shloban Asan. Omer Yochanan. So the idea over here is that since the Kohanic shifts, right? Since the Kohanic shifts change over once a week, so it makes sense that when the new shift comes in, the Kohen Gadol should be properly groomed, ready to meet them. So Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Kohen Hedel gets a haircut once every 30 days. It said, the Russian Moli Galechu, Opera Moli Shalechu. Kisumi Kasimas Roshea. So over here, the Gemara quotes from the Pasuk from Yechezkel. So literally, it says they should not shape their head, but they should also not allow their hair to grow too long. So they must be yellow. Para means nasir, and you have zero shal para from nasir. First one line. Tzivhaka para lo yishal. Tzivhasam gadol para sa'ar lo shal. It says right. It says by the nasir. It says by the nasir para. It says the real para also ma'ala lo shloshim yom. Just like by the Nazir, Stam Nazir is 30 days. So to again, the regular Kohen did not allow his hair to grow longer than 30 days. So to us, we'll stop over there. I want to just actually finish up. Stam Nazir is Shoshim Yom. So the Stam Nazir is close to 30 days. So also we'll stop over and pick up the Meretz Hashem with the Kohen Hedyots, grooming obligation is just a little bit. Shkoyach.
It's not a good look, but I don't know why it surprises you. He has a lot of status.
All right, everyone, you have a wonderful day, everyone.
It's not a good look, right? This is a theme for her. So bad posts, taste like kind of tasteless, weird, and then
the most good morning is a tremendous force to continue in a beautiful journey seconds ahead together. Apologize that I can't be the person about the show is able to learn to together. So today, perhaps somehow 21 and 18 is incredible work. Yes, you are on page 20, and trivia of Shoma Hanala. How many instructions, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 about how many instructions, 7 Malach Shoma Hanala. Beginning Shoma Hanala, his meaning is Menachah reign was so vast that he ruled over the Shamayim, right? Even the Alyonim, which means even the Malach, obviously, but he wasn't control as a whereas the idea that Shoma Hanala had this sheet, he had this level of dominion, even upon Israel, Vayashav Shoma Kisi Hashem. ובסוף הלכה then Shlomo suffered a setback. Remember again, these people are very much tied into raise the incredible development that is given with Ashton and that. Where Shlomo Melech again has this incredible battle with Ashton that is king of the dreams and dispossessed from his throne. Now whether that story is literal or like the Maharal tries to understand that it's metaphorical, the idea that Shlomo Melech suffered a setback at a certain point during his reign. In the beginning he ruled over the Alon. Then at a certain point he diminished and he ruled over the Tachtonim, which is again the lower world. He ruled over the Chol Iba Hanan, Tifsak
that's true.
Ba'az.
I mean, I want to see a
Again,
healthy
from
body
Tifsak into
because this
Asa.
is
So
like
Rab,
maybe
Shmuel,
all the
Hakama
drinking.
Tifsak,
And
Soba,
I think
Olam,
the drinking
Asa,
has maybe
Olam.
calmed down
So
some.
one of
I
the
mean,
things says
look,
Tifsak is on one side of the
Supreme
world and Asa is
that
on
should
the other
have
side of
never
the
been
world.
made
So
into a
you move
choice.
from
That's
Tifsak to
honestly
Asa.
what I was thinking about is the hat.
Chag
It's
Amar,
like
Tifsak
that
Ba'az,
blonde
Ba'az,
hair.
Yadad,
You know,
other
what
people
are
say,
we
no,
doing
Tifsak
here?
and Asa are literally right next
The
to each
hat
other.
is kind of like,
Change Malach Tifsak
yeah, the
Ba'az,
Supreme
Chag Malach
stuff is
Toba
obnoxious to
Olam.
me.
It seems
It's
that
kind
the
of
world of
always been
Tifsak and
obnoxious.
Asa,
It's just,
they're right next to
it's
each
too
other.
much of
Show you
a
from
in
a
your
room
face,
over the
like,
entire
okay,
world.
spend
Again,
a lot of
the
money on
idea is
this
really the
logo
same.
kind of
There's
thing,
from
which
a
I think
room
is
over the
very
entire
out,
world. So,
right? A lot of
Rama
people aren't doing
Aisa,
the
when
logo
he's
thing
suffering
as
down,
much. Well, if
and he's only the
I
river
mean, this was
overcomes
never in because it's
Shne'emar,
lubricated.
Ani Kohelet,
So
Ani
no,
Sinelech,
came
An
up.
Yus,
No,
An
dude, not
Yisrael.
in it's
ובסוף
leather, but it
הרעיון
has a
שלנו,
great
and
bit
afterwards,
over under on it being a
over
camo.
ירושלים, שנאמר,
That's
דברי
the
קהלת
underdog
בן
because
דוד,
that's leather
מלך
right now. I
בירושלים.
wonder
ובסוף,
if
ממש
with the
המפסוק,
Supreme, because you know
ואז
this
again,
the most to me the most famous looking
and the only
Supreme is
move
when
over
it's
is
red.
that שנאמר, קנה
Is the
מפסוק
black
של שלמה.
but
ובסוף,
like if it's
in the
black,
end,
does that mean
לא
it costs
מלך
less
אלא
or costs more?
המקום.
Dude,
The
I'm
only
so
move
glad I
over
don't know.
his own staff.
You're not
שנאמר,
like beats
זה
out, not a chance.
היה
I'm
חלקי
a little bit
מכל
hype because
עמוד. This is what I have
like
left
yeah,
after
I'm more
all
of a
of my
guy.
efforts. Rabbi Shmuel Adam and Machlo, one of the things as the first to staff, the Chagam of Gudno, and Gundo. Obviously, the first was Chlo. So the idea here is very dramatic. The Shmuel began his reign with like this vast empire of influence. And by the time he gets to the end of his life, really the only thing he's ruling over, or I should say, she gets to the end of his life. When he gets to a certain low point, he's ruling over his like his cloak, like he kept his staff. So then he's like to have a discussion. Yishama Hamelech regained his former glorious standing on earth. Rabbi Shmuel says, my whole time Shmuel, Chag Amar Chada. One of the things is, yes, he regained his former standing. And Chag Amar Locha. One of the things is, no, he did not regain his former standing. Chag Amar Locha. Melech Behedyo. So the opinion that says that he did not regain his former standing, Shmuel started as a Melech, he started as a great man, and he ended up as a Hedyo. Now, Hedyo only means a simple person. Of course, it doesn't really mean simple person. What it means is, he never really became that full scope of the monarchical standing. And Manzo Amar Chodar Melech Behedyo.
He's like thinking, I've been there. You're in a rush,
so it's
because your boys get hit, you don't really think about it. Your boy makes up all this stuff.
Now we
throw all these grenades.
So like I said, this really relates to
you don't really think about it. You just post.
about
You just go. You just go.
Ashma that
And I mean, let's not sleep on the
but it's
fact
also
that his
just
own
a
pieces are
tremendous metaphor for life. The
the
nature of life is no one ever always remains on top. Life is a series of peaks and valleys. That's lesson number one. Even Shlomo HaMelech, who began again moving over everything in this celestial sphere, has his ups and has his downs. Such is the nature of life. Sometimes when we have these expectations, they're always going to be riding high. They're always going to be successful. No one, even Shlomo, everyone, great people, regular people, everyone has the ups and downs. There's another piece also that's fascinating. There's a beautiful idea of change in the Sanskrit of the kind. The kind says, when I was young, I dreamt that I thought I would change the world. As I got a little older, I figured, what, I'm just going to change my country. Got a little bit older, I started trying to change my city. Got a little bit older, I'm trying to change my family. And I said, because I'm an old man and I realized the only thing I can change in this world is myself. Really overwhelming idea. It's almost every day. It's true, we have so many different spheres of influence, but sometimes you can impact, sometimes you can't. Sometimes, again, in order to have an impact, people are going to try to be willing to see that they're not willing. You can give off as much as you want, but it's not going to work. So that sounds enough to say, I was a young man, and I think every person is this young person. I'm going to change the world. And then as you get older, you realize that the truth is the only thing you really have control over is yourself. And I think that's also the metaphor this is where Shlomo begins life, focusing on moving over and impacting and affecting change on the celestial sphere. And when he gets older, he's like, what? I'm going to affect change on my clothes, on my staff. And that's not a failure. That's not a failure. It's a recognition that at the end of the day, the only thing we really control in this world is who and what we become. Everything else is beyond control. I do the best for my kids, but they're going to make their own decisions. I do for my Kiva, they're going to make their own decisions. I do the best for my company. Again, there's other circumstances. So we all have our different circles of influence. But at the end of the day, you can't really control the outcome. The only thing you really control is what shows up. Meaning yourself. That you control. You decide what you want. You decide how life you want to live. You decide your own life. Everything else is necessarily control. You incredible. She's reminiscing to Gemara. Also yesterday's daf. The first that Rabbi Yisrael happy when the king of Israel was establish a king. Mela. So Mela. Make yourself a king on you. Alright, let's go back there. Holy class of Odessa. And the Mishnah says the king has a right, the king has a right to go ahead and he is right to go ahead and seize land in order to create the pathway to his property, his house. So this king also is Malach HaMelech. Ushar is a shepot. The next Solomon. So next Solomon, Solomon when the king goes out to battle. So any royal treasures from the subdued nation will go to the king. And then the rest of the spoils is split equally between the king and the conquerors. I'm going to buy the so it makes sense that when a king conquers another nation, the king gets to keep the royal treasuries of the conquered nation. Elishaki is a shepot, and Netzalach and Netzalach, and how do you know the rest of the spoils? Like the rest of the spoils, that half goes to the king and half goes to half goes to the nation. Where do you get that? It's almost like 12 olive without pointing of egg. Because the passage says, Vayim Shkula Hashem the Nagid, Ulitzah. Again, Shlomo was anointed as king, so Tzadok was anointed as Kohen Gadol. What is it in this passage? Makish Nagid so Makish Nagid the Tzadok. So the Nagid is comparing the Nagid king to the Kohen Gadol. Tzadok, Netzalach, since the Kohen Gadol half goes to him, half goes to the other behind him, Nagid, Netzalach. So to by the king, half goes to him and half goes to the rest of the nation. It's other thing, but how do you know? And half goes to the where do you get that? So the sign that the Omer, Vice of the Alo, Urbanov, naturally Alo, Netzalach. The husband speaking about the end, the Kohanim here said that it is Alo and his son. So it's actually half goes to Alo and half goes to his son. Incredible. I quote the Mishnah.
I hope he can't hear either because that Kiltoni shit is...
Sorry. Well, yeah, Mishnah says as follows. Well, you have a law of notion. So the Mishnah says as follows. So remember, the king is king to marry, but he can't marry more than 8 wives. He says, Marbelogu, actually, he says, he can have as many, sounds like what he's saying is, he can have as many wives as he wants, as long as he do not turn his heart only from his wives. Shimon says, if you can have a wife that turns his heart away from him, probably even one wife is not allowed to have like that. So the Gemara so why does the Pasuk have to say he should not have too many wives? That feels Abigail. He lives like Abigail. Abigail was one of the wives of David Melech, what the Psalm says. So even if the king's wives are incredibly righteous, he's still capped.
These guys are like
the opposite. Okay. Says the Gemara the main of that the Yudash Tayyidikra goes from this Mishnah. From this Mishnah, saying that the Buddha darshans the reasoning behind Tzidkut, like what that means in Mishnah. The Mishnah says a king should have more than 18 wives, and the Buddha says he could have many wives as long as they don't turn his heart against the Torah. So it's not that he's darshaning the reason why does the Torah say that a king should not have too many wives, and the Pasuk itself says they should not turn his heart against the Torah. I Rabbi Shimon Darash Hamizah, and so the Shimon, like the Mishnah, doesn't darshan the reason. So what's going on over here? The Mishnah says, "Well, this cross here a little bit, yet we find the opposite." The Samuel we learned in one of the Yeshira in Mashkinos, and I don't know whether she is poor, whether she is rich, not collateral from Shimon. So Sachol, Beget, and one of the As the Torah says, you are not allowed to seize the garment of a widow as collateral. It says it makes no difference if she's wealthy or Torah says you can't seize the garment of a widow as collateral. But the Shimon says, Ashira Mashkin Yosef, Aniya Mashkin Yosef. Shimon says not true. A poor widow you can, but a rich widow you can't. You can't go after the rich widow. It doesn't matter if you seize her property. She's probably cares. It's just other stuff. A poor widow is where it's going to be problematic. The Ata, because why? What's the issue? The poor widow, if you seize her property and you seize her garment, you're going to have to give it back to her. So what's going to happen? Everything's going to come to her house, you're going to take it, and you're going to come back and give it to her. And what's going to happen? Back to Mashiach, she's not just going to sell. So what's going to happen is she's going to start rumors. Because if people see that there's a man coming to the widow's house every single day, people don't know that there's a collateral issue. Because they're just going to assume that something illicit is going on over here. But you know, in my comer, you talk that to Mashkin or to have the Hatzilla. But Mashiach, she's not just going to sell. Because he's going to take collateral from her, and you have to return the collateral. That's the halal, right? If you take something that's collateral, the person loses collateral, you're obligated to return it. If you keep it from a poor widow, you have to go and return it to every single one. It's going to cause rumors, racism, and Amma, that you don't know that time to tell, and she does have to tell. It's kind of just before. Rabbi Shimon is one of the Darshins. Sorry, Rabbi Shimon is one of the Darshins, and he's been behind something that does not. It's not Mishnah, in which the Gemara says you're right. People don't understand the trust. In reality, in general, but he does not address the reason why. He doesn't do that. The shiny alpha. So why does he do that? The shiny alpha in the fire is kind of because here, they just will say, what does he mean when he said you could do that? He's behind the system. He doesn't look for reasons behind the system. Well, it says something you do. Here, by the wives and the king is different. The Torah says explicitly that wives shouldn't the king have two wives, well, not all Russian wives, because Shem Yosef of all because when he turns his heart, it's not that she becomes the job. The pasuk itself says it. Why can't the king have too many wives? The Torah says, below Yosef the bubble, so that his heart should not be turned away from our Kodesh. And the Shimon says, the Shimon Yosef, the Amr Darshan and Hani Dikra. In general, we Darshan using the Batsukim into the Mikro, and Yablo Russian Lishon. So just let the Torah say, just let the Torah say, she has too many wives, and that's it. And I would have understood, why can't he have too many wives? But he said that they're going to turn his heart into the surface of the powerful. The Ana Amina, not Hamlo Yavim, Mishim Below Yosef. I would have understood intuitively why a king can't marry too many wives. So it makes a lot of sense. The king, remember, he would also be marrying for the purpose of political, strategic reasons, which could ultimately, again, lead him to link up, with queens or with women or with countries that are not good, right? Don't have a proper social influence. So the Shimon says like this. Let the Torah just say the king can't marry too many women. And I would have understood why, because we're concerned that they're going to turn this into a problem. So I could have intuited that. So since I could have intuited it, why does the Torah feel the need to say it? Why do you have to say it? Because it's going to teach us that even one wife, if the wife is going to turn the king away from our Kodesh Baruch Hu, the king is not allowed to marry. So even if he's with him, we'll call it committed a lot of wives. But if that wife is going to have a negative spiritual influence, then the king is not permitted to marry her. I say, why does the pasuk say don't have too many wives? Because even if the king is married to a righteous woman, right, still you should not have too many wives. Okay. So the Gemara says, so now the Mishnah counts the number of wives that a king is permitted to marry as he chooses. The Gemara says, I just want to ask what you know. So we're difficult. How do you know 19? The Gemara says, it's safe. It's very interesting. By Yogu with Rabbi, the fun in the Hebron. David had sons of Hebron, and the Torah goes to the side, the Rabbi goes to the sons. First, the widest wife. Amnon Achinami is what it is. The first one was Amnon, so his wife Achinami is what it is. The Mishneo, Kila for Abigail. Second son was Kila, born to Abigail. Ish's double. Ish's Avshalom ben Machor. Third son was Avshalom, the son of Machor. Halevias Adoniah ben Chodis. Fourth son was Adoniah ben Chodis. Hachamishi Shefatia ben Abigail. The fifth son was Shefatia, the son of Abigail. Yisrael Egla Ish's double. Okay, sixth son Yisrael. Ella Yoldu Ladam Bechevron, so the Gemara says this. Ela Yoldu Ladam Bechevron, so now the sons, six sons born to six wives, David Bechevron. The Kamali Navi and the Navi says to David, in Ma'at Ba'osifa Lacha, Kahin B'Kahina. If these are too few for you, you can add on like these and like these. So remember again, so in Ma'at, if these, you married to six women. If you need more wives, you can add on like these and like these. The first unit was six. You can add on 2 more units of 6 for a total of 3. So the Gemara says, Kahinashis, the Kahinashis, the Havaluhu, Kamisari. Fine, 18. So last give a Rabbi, Ima Kahina Kartisari, the Kahina Eshin, the Arba. So I understand maybe it's like this. Maybe Kahina means 12. And therefore it turns out that he could really marry a total of 24 wives. In other words, add the units together. So you're right, I don't know, but that's the first step. Well, you have a notion, Yoshin Esin the Arba. So the Gemara says, okay, so there is a price that seems to support that reading that says you cannot go ahead and marry a right to marry more than 24 wives. So the Gemara says, Laman Yudar Shivah. So if you also actually says, in the Advo Sifa Laka Kahina, Yichani, there's a button there. If you got you the above, then Arba Mishmor will be 2 is 24. You might say, that supports that as well. Well, Yabalo Notion Yosem, the Arba Mishmor. So just to point out, there are other braces. And these other braces ultimately go through the opinions that say that Allah Mesa, the king can even marry up to 48 wives. So it cannot be done my kind of. So what do we do of our kind of? We can't say that we do. Makish Kahina Masro, with Kahina Kabo. You treat the second Kahina, last Kahina with the first Kahina. Makahina Kamo Shis, just like the first unit of Kahina 6. Kahina Basra Shis. So to the second unit, the last unit of Kahina is also 6. So Allah again, the Gemara says this is the Gemara Mishnah. The king is permitted to marry a total of 18 wives. The Ha'avi Michal, the Nabi reports 6 wives. But there was a 7. What about Michal? We read it yesterday. What about Michal? We read about Amarav, Egla, Zuni. So the wife named Eglog in the particular before that was actually Michal. So I'm going to push my was called Allah. Shekaviva Avot Eglog, because she was beloved as to her husband as a cat. So again, this must have been a good stage to us, but it must have been. I did not try this at home. But it must have been a biblical term of endurance. To call someone, an eglog. My little eglog, my beloved eglog. So again, like I said, this will go very bad. But for myself, this was the term of endurance. The faith. Who Omer, Luli Charash and Neglas. He wants to deny it or Shimshon. Also referred to his wife as an eglah as well. Okay. And you have it in Michal, but it wasn't it. But the Michal have children. God say, Holy God, when you come back to Allah, how you love Vlad, and Yom Mosel. Yet the passage says that Michal, the daughter of Shaul, who was wife of David, did not have a child until the day of her death. So the Gemara says, get our children. Or the Kistak, Yom Mosel, Hayalav, Yom Mosel. What it means is, if you have children for most of her life, she's actually in the life I turned down, but she had a child right before she passed away. So Nifty, funny it was one second, here's the problem with that. Nifty, funny it was the Hashem remove the Kavron, be the mice of the Nikabim Shine. 1 second. The mother over here is taking like a census, so to speak, of Davido's family when they're in Kavron. Now, as we're going to see, Michal was punished. To not have children as a result of the time that when they brought the Arab, when they brought the Ark. So one of its resting places in Yerushalayim is right before this mitzvah goes out in sleep. So governmental places all of his heart and all of his soul and heart. Michal thought that he was acting in an immature way, as he established. And as a result of that disparity, she's punished by a punishment who die childless. So that happened in Yerushalayim. Now, so remember, during the first 5 years of his reign were covered. This is where the dispute was yesterday's that, right? When Shaul died, so Mephibosheth, Shaul's son, in the throne during the year David was not going to go to war with Mephibosheth. He had a smaller brother who set up his covenant. So the listing of the family was just abolished the covenant. And yet Michal was punished in Yerushalayim. Let's say, Michal Bashal, Mishkava Adachol, the Keras and David. The fact is, in the fact that it's not but that was already David, and I don't take Shakla Samichal, the Mitzvah, we say, the Mitra Fasa. Michal got her punishment, Allah Ima Adla also Maisa Hayala. Right away, it means like this. Up until this event, she had children. Or Michal had children already. After she decided enough for dancing with the Aron dancing in front of the Aron. So after that point, she was not giving any more children. I hope if I can't David old election, Russian Yisrael. But 1 second, the plus it says that David took additional wives and additional concubines in Israel. Lemerudi Shmona Asa. No. That means to round up the number 18. Although it's not enough to not marry more than 18 women. By the way, my notion like election was just to wives of election and concubines. Or you got what up? Notion that Suba, the Kedushin, election, below Suba, wives have Suba and Kedushin, formal Kedushin. Election do not have Suba and do not require formal Kedushin. Amar Rabbi Yehuda, Abba Mero Surazim Paylo with David, the Kulan B'nai Yifas Kawar. David and Melech had 400 children. And he fathered with Yifas Kawar, war brides. That's a dramatic way to say now. Whether or not that number is probably hyperbolic, but representing the idea that he had a number of children with war brides. Who wants to listen to this? And again, so remember there was a hairstyle that the old devil desired below this. Like they let the back of their hair roll long. They cut the rest like the back of their head roll long. And that was like a singing of like old devil desire. Now remember, so there's a whole discussion exactly with these children, Jewish, not Jewish. The Kulan Yoshin the Karshal Saw, and they all went around in chariots of gold. And Mahalkim Rashi Gayasas, they led the platoons of the army. The Aim Hayu Bale and Gilfin Shobin David. And these were the strongest soldiers of David HaMelech's court. So let's say, so what's really incredible about this? So David HaMelech, so apparently he allowed, so sounds like they weren't Jewish, because remember again, the soldier has the right to engage in the first act of relations with the Pastor before the conversion process. So that's Jewish, because the child is not Jewish. So the governor again, there was biological sons. He utilized them in his army and made the fiercest of his warriors. Incredible. Remember, Tamar, Basti Fast Tamar, Tamar, who was the daughter of David HaMelech, who was the daughter of the Fast Torah. Look at Rashi says Tamar, Achos of Shalom, she was the sister of Shalom, in the bunch of the movie. Basti Fast Torah, and so Odin she was Gaira, Believe Shalom, Ma'acha Imo Yoldo Lo David Torah, but who's the head of the Basti Fast Torah? So interestingly enough, so Tamar was the daughter of Ma'acha. Ma'acha was a war bride. Apparently, Ma'acha gave birth to Tamar before she converted. Okay? So Tamar was a very fast person. So this is one of the darkest stories in the household of David. David had a son, Amnon, and Amnon desperately desired his biological half sister, Tamar, and he violated her. Now, as he was getting ready to violate her, she pleaded with him not to violate her. And he said, if you just ask the king to marry you, he'll let you marry you. So the Gemara says, how could Amnon, the son of David, marry Tamar, the daughter of David? He said, it must have been that because she was a daughter of the Pastor, then technically speaking, she would have been committed to Amnon. Okay. So the verse of Amnon, Reo Shmo Yonadav, ben Shema, Aki David, Ishchah. So that is what Amnon's story. So Amnon had a friend, and the thing was Yonadav, and Yonadav was very wise. Now, what do you mean very wise? I'm going to use that on Rashi, Ishchah, he was wise in evil ways. In other words, unfortunately, again, you have to make terrible things happen. Remember, this friend, so Amnon tells this friend that he's not in love with this Tamar, and he's not in love. And this guy, Yonadav, his friend, tells him that you should do. And just say, tell your father that you want Tamar to come and give you food. And when you're secluded with her, do what you want with her. This is the crazy advice that telling Yonadav food. So, but Yonadav, remember Yonadav, shut up, Amishkapa, Pascal. עד ואוסר לעיני השביע, ותיקח המשרת ותיקח תצוק לחומר. So what happened? So again, so he acts this whole time. Pretend like this. So again, you're not tells him, pretend like this. Tell the king that you need come out to come and go ahead and give you food. So what's going to happen? With Amar Sha'askalo meaning food. So she got to requested flight. This actually brings out something very interesting. That, again, it doesn't make any sense. If I'm going to sick and he needs food, so let the food be prepared, in the regular whatever kitchen, so not be brought to him. He said he wanted fried food. Sometimes the fried food is only good if it's immediately fresh. So he wanted the fried food made right there in his room for him. That's how he was able to learn Tamar to him by his So Amnon violates Tamar. He violates her. Afterwards, Rabbi says he despised her. Amnon after he violated her, so Amnon despised her. Despised her, a great creature. So my time, what he is, Rabbi name of Mikshur, like Asaf Shachar, which means apparently, as a result of the active relations, the violation. So Amnon was caught by one of her visitors, and as a result, he was wounded. He became a cliff shafar. The first recognition where a man told to ejaculate with a straight stream of seed. I don't know the biological, whatever it is that's damaged, whatever it's damaged, something is damaged that prevents the proper ejaculation. When it happens, generally, it seems that a man can't prosper. That is a serious issue, and we are going to teach you that person is married. So I don't think it was rendered a crush of cost as a result of his activations with he made sure that he might have Ella Ima Kashla and Ima Ostaku Shafra. So he said, 1 second, why did he aim at the man? She was doing purposely, so why did he give it because of that? Rather, the Gemara says, it could be the halacha l'maisa. She did it intentionally to wound him as a result of what it is that he did to her. So is that so easy? So what does it mean when it says that people from me came about for Klal Yisrael? The women of Klal Yisrael, that their duty was known. She'im and the Lord Yisrael will serve it and will serve it. That the Jewish women, again, to a special brachas, that they do not have hair, right? Either by the pubic area or by the armpit area. A special bracha. Now again, it's interesting to see what exactly this means. In the miracle, they didn't have their hair. They had all the once again shtei sa'aros, 2 hairs, and it was necessary to establish what they would remove it. The Gemara says, so how did Tamar have hair? They had she had pubic hair. The Gemara says, shiny Tamar, the bas sifas Torah. Remember again, just like before, she was brought up ma'acha. She was not born to a Jewish mother, and as such, she did not have this particular job. So now, so I kind of point out also something amazing. This idea that I'm going to violate Tamar it's so profound because what is Amnon doing? Amnon is rejected. He's disgusted with himself. He can't disgusted with himself for what he did. And so often in life, right, we cannot grapple with the mistakes that we do. Nothing project. So for Amnon, he projected his disgust as Tamar wasn't disgusted himself. He wasn't strong enough. He wasn't united enough. He wasn't brave enough. What he just did projected those feelings of disgust on himself. So Rabbi said, Tamar, ואז פסולת החוזמה שלה, so Tamar poured ash on her head, she tore her clothing. So the Gemara says, so Tamar, she, in a very incredible act of raping, did not find what happened to her. She made a public spectacle of what happened to her. She let it know what happened to her. One of the names of Yeshua ben Barcha. Together, God brought Tamar also shot. Tamar was incredibly brave, and she did something incredible by publicizing what happened to her. Why? Amro, because they said, "If no malachim kach, no sejudas achas kamei." In the tznius kach, the proof is because it was a shocking wake-up call. And this can happen to a daughter of David Melech. It can happen to anyone. It can happen to a young woman who is so modest. It certainly happens to those who are. So almost like Tamar was drawing attention to what happened to her. So that woman should be vigilant. Incredible. You must have heard you know that, but also shocked. As a result of that episode, God through was a couple of them where because you're on a youth and on a video, so Sarah is great friend to actually believe this is. As I will go there, so she can't have you with anyone, not a married woman, not an Arab, and not even a single woman. So the Gemara says, once a yichud dies, so yichud is not a penetration. Yichud is not so I'm not going to show you something else. From where do you know a scriptural allusion to yichud? As it says, if your brother, the son of your mother, will incite you, the son of your mother will incite you to the son of your father. The son, this is someone who you would be alone with, you and just your mother. The son, the son cannot eat with his mother. And no one else is submitted to yichud. The halacha of yichud is one is not allowed to be alone with someone who is in error, who is prohibited to him. And because you are yichud d'pnida. And what it means is, up until that point in time, there was a history of yichud, and when we use it, technically speaking, a single man and a single woman, or even married man and a single woman, that's not in error. So after the episode with Tamar, they said the laws of yichud apply even to a single woman. It's incredible. So we'll say, so now again, David Melech had many challenges in his life. So remember, David Melech lay on his death, was on his deathbed, dying. So his son Adoniah ben Chagis decides to proclaim himself as ruler. Adoniah ben Chagis is necessarily more David is dying, and his son Adoniah takes advantage of David Melech's not doing well. He declares himself the king. So this is incredible. He tried to put on the crown, but he was unable to. He tried to put on the crown of Tzaddik, and now why not? Rashi Shadike Shahoma Valahoma. So Shepeshe Barosho Kesamalkus. So Adoniah tried to put on the crown, but it didn't work. Why? Because Shahayashadi Shalza B'Socha Lala Midofa Midofa. The Inom Misyasha B'Sorosha Alamish Yishlo Charditz Barosho. The Edus the Beit David. Shekalarai Lamalkus. So this is wild. Apparently, the Davidic had a bar that went across the top. Apparently, the male members of David Melech's household, at least those who were fit for monarchy, had an indentation in their skull. This is when they put on the crown sat on their head. Adoniah ben Chagis did not have an indentation. Because he did not have an indentation, he was unable to put on the crown. So Adoniah in a bid to show that he was the next king. So what does he do? Chariots and riders and 50 members running in front of him, admirably. So what did he do? All of these men, runners, had their spleens removed. So currently, spleen removal is good for endurance. Rashi says, so apparently the spleen slows you down. So they had their spleens removed in order to make them faster runners, and they also took out some of the nerves from the soles of their feet. This way they were able to run over anything and everything and nothing. I will say, also point out something amazing. One of the most overwhelming things is the tragedy, the overwhelming levels of dysfunction. And I think that it's a profound lesson. The Rabbi tells us everything. And I think it's profound lesson on multiple levels. The one that tells us that a person can be the greatest society in the world. It doesn't mean it's children. So that just as like every parents do really everything right. But at the end of the day, children have free will. And sometimes children do the right thing, sometimes they don't. It also tells you that no one escapes from no one. Even the father of the Mashiach, even the father of the Mashiach, everybody has stuff in the family. Everybody thinks they know that family has a whole together, no problems. And you think they put them through. Every family has a child. And by the way, this is why the Torah goes to such depth. All of the stories all the family dynamics teach us family dynamics are part of life. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm doing anything wrong as a parent. Sometimes it could mean that I'm doing something wrong as a parent. But sometimes I think you can be doing everything right as a parent and still not family dynamics. Such is the nature of incredible Mishnah. Well, Yadam was Susan Alakadena after. So the king should not have too many horses. Rather, just what he needs for his chariots. For Merkaf he needs for his needs. Because now again, usually what that means is like this. What he needs for his needs is for his personal needs, and of course for the military. Was because of his Yavalo, he shouldn't have he shouldn't have too much gold. Or rather, just what he needs, he should have enough to pay his army. Obviously, he has enough money he needs for his own needs. He can also pay the army. The Kosin goes circuit for the Shmuel. He's writing his own circuit Torah. He goes out to war, takes the Torah with him. He comes back in from war, he brings the Torah with him. Right, he's sitting and adjudicating a case, the Torah is with him. He's just sitting and reclining the Torah is there with him. But he's obligated to take it with him wherever he goes. Beautiful. Says the Rabbi said first, I think immediately wide lines. Now second. King should not have too many horses. Maybe he should even limit, what he needs for the army for his own needs. No, in order, the king should not be excessive in terms of his own needs. But anything he needs militarily, of course, he needs it. What can't he have? You can't get Susim Bakwanim. What are Susim Bakwanim? Susim Bakwanim are idle horses. Idle horses are things horses just don't use. Don't keep on idle horses. It's kind of like when you see here, such as the Thomas or Husky. How much Chazal were against Bakwanis, were against being idle. Idleness is the bane of self-actualization. Idleness is the bane. Idleness is the very undoing of our own personal mystic growth. To the point we can't even have idle horses. And if we can't have idle horses, Susim Bakwanis, Alakas Kama Bakamo, you can't be an idle person. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good, you can't even have one idle horse. Laman Harbos, Sus. But again, you can't even have one idle horse. Why does it phrase it in a prohibition of prohibition for every single idle horse that you bring? That's incredible. Kind of because of that one alone. The reason why it's such low. Allah fucking having this ever. I think it's a good thought for our shop. The Gemara says, I would have thought that Allah for myself. Had it not said that, I would have thought that maybe the king can't even have too many horses for his army. The only time that there's a prohibition of excess is when it's for the king's own excess. But for the army to not have excess, in other words, if he needs a certain amount of reserves for his horses, for his troops, that's totally fine. We should actually rack up a parasha, which is in the code by a little bit simpler. So in other words, for his own use, he has to be exact. He can't have excess. For the army, totally he has excess. The can't set himself like Yarbalo. The can't set himself like Yarbalo. The king can have excess gold and silver. You also have to look at the that's fine. America, maybe you shouldn't have too much gold and silver, even the Navy army. Low in Omar, that's fine. No, for himself, he can't have excess. But of course, he needs to have whatever he needs to have in order to pay for the army. So then because of that one alone, the reason he says because Torah is for him, the king himself can't have access. That's the Allah. But had he not said this, I'm going to find that not me low. I'm going to find that he can't have access even for the army. Okay? But maybe they don't. So now that we have also the books, what comes out essentially both of these elements. Can't get excess horses for himself. The army is hard. Can't get excess gold and silver for himself. But reserves for national needs like the army and other things, that's fine. The Gemara says, by the way, Now, lo yaba lo noshim my dad. You look at Job. Also, the teacher asks, this is interesting. The prohibition of having more than 18 wives only applies to him. It doesn't actually apply to other people, which is fascinating. So for a regular guy, for some reason, he needs more than 18 wives. Allah says it's permitted. Only the king has obligation to this. Actually makes a lot of sense because since the king is getting engaged in strategic knowledge and consciousness, therefore there's a real concern about married people who are going to bring the wrong influences into his home. Incredible. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi said, Yehuda, when I had a contest that took one of the Arbon Elef, Arbos, Susan Rakapto, said that Shlomo has 40,000 stables, and the horses all riding. It said like Shlomo Arbos Alofim Arbos Susan. And then it said he had, right? Then it said he had 400,000 horses. Okay, so in Arbon Elef, Stavlos, how you call Ephah, how you go down Arbos Susan. Then Dal Alofim, Stavlos, how you call Ephah, how you go Arbon Elef Arbos Susan. I don't want to show that for you. That's the thing. In other words, the image is saying it's not clear. Are we talking about stables or rows of stables? So obviously, when depending on that, will determine the number of rows of Shlomo have. Either way, giving us an insight into the dramatic law of Shlomo. At least I'll start with 6. We'll say first of the widest one. At least our current class of Tupsuke. In Kesef Nechsham Yeshalom money, there was so much wealth in days of Shlomo that money, literally again, it counted for nothing. Money was almost like that. It was valueless. Another part that Shlomo spends money drawing like stones. Now, even though that passage says money flowed like stones, but stones still have a value. So the Psukim are a bit contradictory. First passage says that money flows like we would have no value. Then the second passage had a value like stones. Which one is it? Can Kodem Shnasa Shlomo's Pasparo. This introduces us to another subject here. We must leave it like this. What Shlomo is the most those women who are women is that was a strategic marriage to align with Jesus. Bas Paro introduced idolatry into the home of Shlomo, and Shlomo Melech did not stop it. And it was really the marriage to Bas Shlomo that really became Bas Paro, that became the unfair Shlomo. That began a downward spiral. And remember again, that we have all the stories linked together. He marries Bas Paro, there's idolatry now, we will be in the home of Shlomo HaMelech. There's a sort of ostracized Shlomo footing, even though Shlomo passes the crown down to his son, the Chavam. But remember, it's during the Chavam phase that the monarchy is split. The Malchus is so, and Malchus is Judah. I mean, all of this traces itself back to this deleterious marriage with Bas Paro, the idolatry that came with it. So the Gemara says, before Shlomo married Bas Shlomo, there was such tremendous prosperity that money was like valueless. That's how much money there was. After he married Bas Shlomo, there was still prosperity, but money was like stones. Things changed. The Bible says incredible. Under these stuff. The Shah Shenosa Shlomo Bas Paro, when Shlomo married Bas Paro, Yorak Gabriel did not Kalabian. The Malach Gabriel came, and he literally put a reed in the sea. The Hela Sirton, and what happened? The reed began to collect sediment. Ba'alav Yizma Shpach Rodol Sheberon. And that land mass ultimately became Rome. So what's the Israel? What does this say? Shlomo HaMelech's marriage to Bas Paro, it created a negative trajectory for Bas Paro. And that negative trajectory ultimately created Rome, the arch enemy of Cloud itself. This is such an overwhelming thing when Shlomo HaMelech thought he was just forging a strategic alliance. But sometimes people could be too smart for their own good. Shlomo HaMelech did something, and ripple effect that actually ultimately created Rome. So many times in life, we act in a silent, or we act, just like in a self-thinking way. And we don't think about the effects that our actions can have on others, either presently or, again, prospectively as well. It's important to know that every action we engage in has a ripple effect. And by the way, this is good and bad. When we can look at this, we never know the ripple effects that those can have. But on the flip side, on the positive side, it's those. So it's okay, this is very nice. You never know the ripple effect that a mitzvah can have. One of these thoughts. Why is this for in general not revealed reasons for mitzvahs? Shari Shvimis Rose is all the time when Nifshal behind Gaga Ha'olam. Because the Torah revealed two mitzvot. Sorry, the Torah revealed the reasons for two mitzvot. Now more than two, but two mitzvot. And the greatest amongst men, Shlomo HaMelech, thought he was smart enough to circumvent the reasons. And he said, Siv, Lo Yarbale Russian. So the Pasuk says, king shouldn't have too many wives. And the Torah says, why? So they should not turn his heart to idolatry. I need Arba below Aser. Torah says, don't about me. I got this. I can imagine living as I want. Nothing bad is going to happen. Sure enough, it's Siv. Sure enough, again, Shlomo gets old, and he's unable to check the influences in his home, and his wives are worship. Bring Abel B'Zorah Mamish into the palace, into the Davidic palace. Siv. So Yarbalos says, the Pasuk says the king shouldn't have too many horses. Why? And again, here the Torah says, because you don't want to give him, you don't want to go back to Mitzrayim. Egypt was like the place to be, the place to go to for horses. So it turns out the king has too many horses, you're going to end up going back to Egypt. So don't worry about me. I have plenty of horses, and don't worry, I'm not keeping anyone back to Egypt ever. Don't worry about it. Sif, it's in our covenant time. Sure enough, what happens? Shlomo, of course, came from Egypt, right? And they ended up again going back to Egypt for the sake of commerce. So you see there's something really amazing, which is, let's say, the Rosh knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Sometimes, we find it a little bit frustrating. The Torah doesn't get easy. I want to understand everything. And this Baruch one is saying, and again, we're supposed to try to understand this. But it's also important to understand that sometimes the reasons are not given by design. The Baruch knows human nature. Human nature is that when you think you understand something, you think that you can also manipulate the reasoning, that the reasoning doesn't apply to you. Shlomo says, Torah says, don't marry too many women. They're going to turn you out. This is not me. I'm Shlomo Melech. I'm impervious to idolatry. Sure enough, idolatry. Don't have too many horses and go down to Egypt. Not me, I won't go down to Egypt. Sure enough, down to Egypt. Baruch will understand this. It's so incredibly important. But he almost all of them knows us better than we know ourselves. But sometimes the avoda of the youth is to trust the system. Sometimes we had a little bit of that involved because, 12 fingers as thinking, thoughtful, and rational beings. And we think to ourselves, if I don't understand this thing, it doesn't make sense. Everything I could just want to say commands us to make sense. Sometimes the Rosh doesn't want us to understand it. Because he understands that many movies and gifts of intellect manipulate circumstances in a way that flesh doesn't want to happen. Sometimes the Rosh says, I love you, I got you. Just trust the system. But sometimes when we understand too much, it's when we tend to get ourselves into a lot. I will say, speaking with all of you today, if you've already seen someone in person on Wednesday, Meretz Hashem, have a wonderful day.
Like if I send you an email, Jim, there's not going to be spell check on it. Even if there's spelling errors, even if there's grammar issues, if I'm writing myself, it's on my screen. There's going to be spell check. But if I send the email
together, apologize that I can't even be in person about Hashem, at least able to learn, work together. So today, God is how something will continue using time. So you have to do not hard. Call on the days. 20. Inside the studio. Home of the night. How many questions? Which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 months up to about how many
Obviously,
Malach Shoma'ala, his dominion, his monarchical reign was so long, which means even the Malach, obviously, the enormous controls at the end of the idea that Shoma'ala had is his level of dominion even upon each other. Vayashav Shoma'ala Kisei When what's up then Shlomo suffered a setback. Now remember again, Shema is very much tied into what is the incredible Gemara Masechus Gittin with Ashmedai, where Shlomo HaMelech again has this incredible battle with Ashmedai, the king of the demons, and he dispossessed from his throne. Now whether that story is literal, or like the Maharal tries to understand it, it's metaphorical. The idea is that Shlomo HaMelech suffered a setback at a certain point during his reign. In the beginning, he ruled even over the unknown. Then, at a certain point, he diminished, and he only ruled over the Tachtonim, which is again the lower world, Shemar. He ruled there before Ibrahim, and Tifsak Ba'ad Asa. So he ruled again from Tifsak until Asa. So Rab Ishmael, Adam Tifsak, Shofa Olam, Asa Shofa Olam. So one of the things says Tifsak is on one side of the world, and Asa is on the other side of the world. So he ruled from Tifsak כעזו.
nightmare
אחד
for
אמר,
Christmas.
תפסק בעזה בחדי הגדי כביוסו.
Back from
Other
the
people
dead
said, no,
to
Tefsach
get
and Hansel
rescued.
literally right next to each other. וכשם
Do you
שמע
ever do
לך
this?
תפסח
Speak
בעזה,
clear like this?
כך מלך הכל העולם
To an
כולו.
extent, I have
And seeing that
English.
they wrote on Tefsach and Hansel, they're right next to each other, so to Shlomo ruled
Not
over
this
the
much,
entire
though,
world.
right?
Again, the idea is really the same.
Let's just
It's
let that
Shlomo
be a
ruled
mystery.
over the entire world. So,
beat
Rama
you.
Oisra, then he
So that's
suffered a
good.
downgrade,
Yeah, for your
and he was only the ruler over Klal Yisrael.
And if I don't,
שנאמר,
then
אני
everything
קהלת
starts over.
מהייסי מלך על
Maybe it's
ישראל.
dead skin all over the place.
ובסוף המלך אל ירושלים,
Yeah,
and
man,
afterwards, he only
moisturize.
ruled over Yushalayim, שנאמר,
And you look like you have
דברי
some
קהלת
policy
בן דוד,
here.
מלך
Listen to my
בירושלים.
various concept
ובסוף,
2615.
במלך
How do they
המקפל,
still make money if
שאפter
losing
again,
90% of the
further
viewers?
diminution, and
This
he
is a
only ruled
frequent
over
topic
his
of the
bed,
podcast.
שנאמר, הנה מתעשו של
This is a
שלמה.
little while back when
ובסוף,
we were
in
just
the end,
naming
לא
episodes
מלך
stuff.
אלא על מקלו,
Country
he only
superstar
ruled
Tyler
over his
Hubbard.
own staff.
And
שנאמר, זה
when I was off the clock,
היה
sorry,
חלקי
I was on
מכל
break.
עמלק.
I was
This is what I have
numbers on
left
TFAK.
after all of my efforts. Rabbi
It's a
Shmuel
down
Chadam
low.
Maklo, one of the things says
It's
refers to the
immediate
staff,
40K.
the Chadam Gundo,
Okay.
Gundo, obviously
Well,
refers to a
yeah, my
scroll.
number's good.
So,
Yeah, you are.
so
You
the
stay
idea there is very dramatic in
I mean,
far.
let
The
me ask you a
Shomer
question.
began his
How much
reign
was?
with like this
Sorry, what?
vast empire influence.
How much money
And
is
at the
fucking
end of his
drive
life,
fast
you know,
dog
really
gas
the only
worth?
thing he's ruling over, or I should say, she gets to the end of his life. When he gets to a certain lowest point, he's ruling
Exactly.
over his life.
What number are you
Just
thinking?
or just the staff. So then this gives rise to another discussion. Hadar aloha, the Shlomo Hamelech regained his former glorious standing. Or not, Rabbi Shmuel, it's my book, Rabbi Shmuel. Chad Amar Hadar. One of the things is, yes, he regained his former standing. The Chad Amar Lo
That drive
Hadar.
fast
The other
dog
thing
gas
is, no,
money
he
made
did
that
not
truck
regain his
giveaway.
former
You
standing.
take that
None Amar Lo
out.
Hadar.
You put that
Melech
in a
the head
week.
yoke.
You
So the
toast.
opinion that says that
Okay,
he did not
stack that up
regain
again
his
in
former
a
standing.
month.
Shlomo started as a Melech,
I
started
forget what the
as
guy
a great
says.
man, and he ended up as a head yoke. Now, head yoke doesn't mean a
Whatever
simple
that guy
person.
says.
Of course, it doesn't
Online it
literally
says
mean
4
simple
mil.
person. What it means
And
is
these aren't
he
accurate,
never
right?
really regained that
It's like
full scope of the monarchical standing. Uman the Amar Hadar Melech, the head yoke, the opinion that says that he did regain his standing. He was king,
I didn't even say
and he
that.
became so to
I
speak a
know.
commoner,
Let's go up
and
for
then he
whatever.
regained his monarchical footing again.
Generous. You think he's the more
Those are really profound
he's worth 200
remarks. So again, like I said,
I feel like
this
that's
really
the only
links
way
in
you
with
can have
the
a show
Gemara in
that's
Second
mediocre
Gim
and like
about Shlomo
as much
Melech's
ego
struggles
as
and
it has
Hashman
black
at the
figures.
beginning of Shaitim, but
Think
it's
about
also
how
just
many
a
people know the
tremendous
name of that
metaphor
special
for life.
versus
You know,
you
the
know,
nature of
most people
life
probably don't
is
even know the name of
no
Dave
one
Chappelle's
ever
special.
always
You're right.
remains
When
on
Eddie
top.
Murphy and Dave
Life
Chappelle
is a
started killing
series
it
of
and made a lot of money, they
balance.
stopped
That's
standing.
lesson number one. Even Shlomo HaMelech, who began
Else
again
stopped
ruling
standing
over
until they
everything
started
in
killing
the
it and made a lot
celestial
of money.
sphere, has his ups and has his downs. Such is the
Brendan
nature of
Schaub.
life. Sometimes
Okay,
we have these
Dave Chappelle.
expectations that are
Eddie
always going to be
Murphy.
riding high,
Let me
it's
see
always
that
going to be
show.
successful.
Yeah.
It's just not true. No one,
Louis
no,
CK.
even Shlomo doesn't
Brendan
happen.
Schaub.
Everyone, great
Alright,
people,
let's see
regular
your
people,
Papa's
everyone
father
has
of the year,
ups and
Pastor
downs.
Rick
There's
Roll.
another piece also that's
Can't see
fascinating,
the
though,
5
that
minutes he
there's a
spent with his
beautiful
kids.
idea
And to be
attributed
fair,
to the sons of
I would
the Time.
listen to
The
Gertie.
Time says, you know, when I was young,
Yeah, yeah.
when I was young,
I don't know
I
who needs to
dreamt
hear this,
that
but
I
you're
thought
a good team.
I would change the world.
The kids
As
out
I
of
got a
the
little
their
older,
mother doesn't listen
I
to you.
figured, you know what, I'm just going to change my country.
He
Got a
liked
little
it.
bit older, I said, I'll try to change my city.
He needed some support.
Got a little bit
Yeah, I
older,
like that.
so I'm trying to change my family.
The imagery of
And I
him
said, like, I'm an old
laying
man
down on
already,
the
like,
side
the only thing I can really change in this
Instagram.
world is myself.
Dad, can I have
You know, a
my
really
homework?
overwhelming idea that almost at the end of the day, it's true, we have so many different spheres of influence, but sometimes you can impact, sometimes you can't impact. Sometimes, again, you know, in order to have an impact, so that the people or the entity on the other side have to be willing to receive that impact. If they're not willing, you could give off as much as you want, but it's not going to work. So that signs it up with saying, you know, I was a young man, and I think every person thinks this young person, I'm going to change the world. And then as you get older, you realize that the truth is the only thing you have control over is yourself. And I think that's also the metaphor, this is when the Shlomo begins life, you know, focusing on ruling over and impacting, affecting change in the celestial sphere. And then when he gets older, he's like, you know what, I'm going to affect change on my clothes, you know, on my staff. And that's not a failure. That's not a failure. It's a recognition that at the end of the day, the only thing you really control in this world is who and what you become. Everything else is beyond my control. I can do the best for my kids, but they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my Friva, they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my company. Again, there's other circumstances. So we all have like different circles of influence. But at the end of the day, you can't really control the outcome. The only thing you really control is what Shana teaches us is you start to yourself. That you control. You decide what kind of person you want to be. You decide what kind of life you want to live. You decide your own narrative. Everything else can't necessarily control. But you have control. Incredible. This is reminiscent of the Gemara also yesterday's daf. That the first thing that Rabbi had to do when he came to Israel was establish a king. Melech. Similar to Melech. Make yourself a king on this Rabbi. Only Francis will get us. Remember, the Mishnah said that the king has a right, like everything going, the king has a right to go ahead and seize land in order to create the pathway to his property, to his palace. So interesting, Gemara. Also, Malacham Lamelech, Ushar Giza Shekos, in Mechzel Lamelech, in Mechzel. So in general, when the king goes out to battle, and conquers another nation, so any royal treasuries that are seized from the subdued nation, they go to the king. And then the rest of the spoils is split equally between the king and the populace. So it makes sense that when a king conquers another nation, the king gets to keep the royal treasuries of the conquered nation. How do you know the rest of the spoils? Like the rest of the spoils, that half goes to the king and half goes to the nation. Where do you get that concept? So it was like Chaf Aleph Amadal 21a, because the pasuk says Vayim Shchula Hashem L'Nagid U'Litzadok. Because again, it's possible to say Shlomo Melech. So Shlomo Melech was anointed as king, so Tzadok was anointed as Kohen Gadol. So what do you see in this pasuk? Makish Nogid Af. So Makish Nogid the Tzadok. So the Nogid is comparing the Nogid the king to the Kohen Gadol. Mas Tzadok Mechzalon Mechzalachol. So just like the Kohen Gadol, half goes to the name, half goes to the other Kohanim. Af Nogid Mechzalon Mechzalachol. So by the king, half goes to the name and half goes to the rest of the nation. The Tzadok is in the name. Well, how do you know that half goes to the Kohen Gadol? Where did you get that from? The sign of Rabbi Omer. The Pasuk speaking about again the Quranic gift says it will be Aaron and his sons. So actually half goes to Aaron and half goes to his sons. Incredible. I post the Mishnah.
Rough times for everyone. This is posted by Chin Puller of Clips.
Somebody says this follows. Somebody says this follows. Well, Mishnah says this follows. Well, you have a low notion. So the Mishnah says as follows: the halacha l'maisa. So remember, the king is king to marry, but he can't marry more than 18 wives. It says, He says he can have as many. Sounds like what he's saying is he can have as many wives as he wants, as long as they do not turn his heart away from him. Shimon says that people are able to say, you can have a wife that turns his heart away from him. Even one wife is not allowed. So the Gemara says, so why does the pasuk have to say he should not have too many wives? That's the Katidai. Even if Katidai was one of the wives that David Amalek wasn't trained since even if his wives are incredibly righteous, he's still capped at 18. Look at 18. Okay. Says the Gemara, that I can judge Kaidi the Kraf, was it from this Mishnah? From this Mishnah, something that Yehuda, Darshan is the reasoning behind the Sufi, right? So what that means in Mishnah? So the Mishnah says a king shouldn't have more than 18 wives, and Rabbi Yehuda says he could have many wives as long as they don't turn his heart against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So sometimes Rabbi Yehuda's Darshan is the reason, or why does the Torah say that a king should not have too many wives? Again, the Pasuk itself says, so they should not turn his heart against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I but Rabbi Shimon doesn't right? So Rabbi Shimon Mishnah doesn't Darshan the reason for the So what's the word over here? To which we might say, but yet we find the opposite is true. The sign that we learned in one of H. Yashira in Mashkinos, and whether she is poor or whether she is rich, she do not seize collateral from her. Shenemar, Losachol Beged Amor Gidiragido. Right, the Torah says you are not allowed to seize the garment of a widow as collateral. Jesus says it makes no difference if she's wealthy, if she's poor. The Torah says you can't seize the garment of a widow as collateral. The Shimon says, Ashira Mashkinosa, Aniya Imashkinosa. Shimon says, not true. A poor widow you can't, but a rich widow you can. And again, the logic would be that a rich widow, it doesn't matter if you see the poverty. It's not your case. It's just like stuff. 4 widows with any problem. Not dog, kind of a hot swallow, because why? What's the issue? The 4 widow, if you see some property, and you see some garden, you're going to have to give it back to her. So what's going to happen? Every day you're going to come to her house, you're going to take it, and you're going to come back and give it to her, and what's going to happen? So what's going to happen is it's going to start rumors. Because if people see that there's a man coming to the widow's house every single day, people don't know that there's a collateral issue, because they're just going to assume that something illicit is going on over here. But in my car, we talk shot to because you're going to take collateral from her, and you have to return the collateral, because that's the halal, right? If you take something as collateral, the person needs not only obligated to return it, to keep it from a poor widow, you have to go and return for every single day. It's going to cause rumors. So he says, come on, Rabbi Yehuda does have to declare, and he does have to declare. Rabbi Shimon is one of the Darshins. Sorry, Rabbi Shimon is one of the Darshins that needs to be behind the Sukkim, and Rabbi Yehuda does not. It's constant. It's our Mishnah, for which the Gemara says, like, how will Rabbi Yehuda Darsh in reality, in general, Rabbi Yehuda does not address the reasoning behind this. He doesn't do that. He's shiny alpha, so why does he do it over here like this? He's shiny alpha in the first time of the Torah. No, because here, what does he mean when he says Rabbi Yehuda doesn't charge for the reasoning behind this? So that he doesn't look for reasons behind this. But who says something to do it? Here, by the wives and the king, the Torah says explicitly that why shouldn't the king have to rise? Well, Yahweh will know why. Because they need to turn his heart. It's not that she time to grow. The Pasuk itself says it. Why can't the king have too many wives? The Torah says, so his heart should not be turned away from the Rabbi Shimon says, in general, we darshan reasoning about Sukkim, in King Yitzchak, so just let the Torah say, just let the Torah say, and that's it. And I would have understood. Why can't you have too many wives? We're concerned that the Lord should turn his heart into the service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Ana Amina, not Kamoya, the Mishum Kulo Yosef. I would have understood intuitively why King can't have too many wives. It makes a lot of sense. Can you remember who else we married? The purpose of political weaknesses, which could ultimately again lead up, with women or with countries that are not don't have a proper culture. So the Shimon says like this, let the Torah just say the king can't marry too many women. And I would have understood why, because we're concerned that they're going to turn his heart into a fire. So I could have intuited that. So since I could have intuited it, why does the Torah feel the need to say it? Well, Yasser, why do you have to say it? Then she said, the Gemara said, well, that's what I'm I can go, because it's going to teach us that even one wife, if the wife is going to turn the king away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the king is not allowed to marry her. So even if he's with him, we'll call it a lot of wives. But if that wife is going to have negative spiritual influence, then the king is not permitted to marry her. I said, why does the Pasuk say don't have too many wives? Because even if the king is married to a righteous woman, right, still he should not have too many wives. Okay. So the Gemara says, so now the mission of 10, the number of wives that a king is permitted to marry is 18. The Gemara says, how do you know? So where do you know? How do you know that it's true? The Gemara says, it's very interesting. By Yuldu with David, born in the capital. David had sons in Hebron, and the Torah goes to the side, the Rabbi goes to the sons. First was why this line. Amnon Achinami Israelis. The first one was Amnon, so his wife Achinami Israelis. Mishneo, Kila Abigail. Second son was Kila, born Abigail. Ish's levels, Ish's Avshalom ben Maachal. Third son was Avshalom, the son of Maachal. Haravias Adoniah ben Chagis. Fourth son was Adoniah ben Chagis. Achamishi Shefatia ben Abital. The fifth son was Shefatia, the son of Abital. Ashishi Yisrael Egla Ish's David. Okay, sixth son Yisrael. Ella, Yoldu without the Hebron, so you listen to this. Ela, Yoldu without the Hebron, so now these are six sons, born to 6 wives, David in Hebron. The commonly Nabi, and the Nabi says to David, in Ma'at Ba'osifa Lachos, Tahim B'Chahim. These are too few for you. You can add on like these and like these. So remember again. So in Ma'at, if he's married to 6 women, if you need more wives, you can add on like these and like these. First unit was 6. You can add on 2 more units of 6 for a total of 18. So the Gemara says, Kahinashis, the Kahinashis, the Havaluhu, Tam Nisari. Find 18. Shemaski Barahiva, Ima Kahina Tar Nisari, the Kahina S from the Arbok, Salatin, maybe Kahina means 12. And therefore it turns out that it's really married a total of 24 wives. In other words, add the units together. Who's much right? I don't know what the Rabbi says supports that. Well, you have a little notion. Yosem S in the Arbok. So the Gemara says, there is a price that seems to support that reading that says you cannot go ahead and marry more than 24 wives. So the Gemara says, and Laman Yudar Shabbat. So according to if you also darshan, it says, in the Atzol Sifa Kahina, there's a button there. If you darshan the Torah, then Arba Mishmar, 18 is 24. So the Gemara says, I don't know the rest that supports that as well. But Yabalo Noshim Yosem, they are going Mishmar. Okay, so just to point out, there are other brises. These other brises ultimately close to opinions that say that Halacha L'Maisa, the king could even marry up to 48 wives. So it cannot be done in my time. So what's the reason of our time that we can't say that is the Rakhana, Makish Kahina Basra, with Kahina Kano. You equate the second Kahina, last Kahina with the first Kahina. Mark Kahina, Kamar Shis, because the first unit of Kahina is 6. Kahina Basra is 6. So to the second unit, the last unit of Kahina is also 6. So Halacha L'Maisa again, the Gemara says is the Mishnah, the king is permitted to marry a total of 18 wives. The Ha-Havi Michal, once again, not enough to the Rabbi reports 6 wives. There was a sound, what about Michal? The Rabbi yesterday, what about Michal? So the wife named Eglov, in the particular that was actually Michal. I'm going to push my Eglov. Why is it called Eglov? Shechadiva Avov Ki Eglov. Because she was beloved as to her husband as a cat. So again, this must have been a good sounds strange to us, but it must have been a not trying to hold. But it must have been a difficult term to use. Call someone, an Eglov. My little Eglov, my beloved Eglov. So again, like I said, this will go very badly for you. But for L'Maisa, this is a term that we use. Hey, Omer, Ruben Farash and Meglas, he must be denying that Shimshon, also referred to his life as Meglas. Okay, and you have the Michal, what's that? The Michal have children, God's older, the Michal Mashallah, Hayalov Rag, Ayom Mosa. Yet the prophet says that Michal, the daughter of Shol, who was wife of David, did not have a child until the day of death. You must be never children. Or the Christite, Mosa, Hayalov Yomos Hayalov. What it means is, she didn't have children for most of her life, but as she got to the end of life, I heard that, she wanted a child right before she passed away. So Nifty, one of them, like 1 second, here's the puppy cat. Nifty, one of them, Hashem, the Stavro, be the mice of the Habib Shalim, 1 second. Nothing here is taking like a census, so to speak, of Davido's family when they're in Hebron. Now, as we're going to see that Michal was punished to not have children as a result of the time that when he brought the Arnold, so one of his refugees in Yerushalayim is right before those nippers to go down these streets. So government was all of his heart and all of his soul had to die. Michal thought that he was acting in the disparity, and as a result for that act of disparity, she was punished by HaKadosh Baruch Hu, dying childless. So that happened in Yerushalayim. And we also remember, it's not about the first 5 years of his reign were in Hebron. This is where there was this big result. This is right when Shaul died. So Mephibosheth, Shaul's son, claimed the throne for his own reign. He was not going to war with Mephibosheth. He had a small amount of he set up in Hebron. So the listing of the family just of the whole in Hebron. Yet Michal was punished in Yerushalayim. Let's say the Michal Bashal Mishkava Ba'adachon, the Kiras and Al-Tavis, Mefazit, Mechakel Hashem. But that also, you don't, when I say, Shakla Michal, the Mishnah, he says, the Mishnah Fasa. Michal got a punishment, Allah Ima Adza also Maisa Hayala. Right, what it means is like this. Up until this event, she had children. Or Michal had children already. It's kind of the Ilah Lo Hayala. after she started telling off for dancing with the Aron, dancing in front of the Aron. So after that, when she was not given any more children, I obviously by Yitzhak David owns to Lashon Nashim Yishalayim. But 1 second, the pasuk says that David took additional wives, additional concubines in Yishalayim. Lemeluye Shmona Asar. No. That means to round up to number 18. We're talking about you're not marrying more than 18 years. By the way, my Nashim Yishalayim, what's this between wives and selection and concubines? We're not Nashim Yishalayim. This is the Kedushin, Kedushin, below Kedushin. Wives have a Suba and Kedushin, formal Kedushin. Pilachim do not have Suba and do not require formal Kedushin. Okay. Amar Rabbi Yehuda Arba males who love Haylo David, the Kulan B'nei Yifas Kala. David and Ella had 400 children that he fathered with Yifas Kala, war brides. Actually, dramatically, I will say now, whether or not that number is probably hyperbolic, but representing the idea that he had a number of children with war brides, similar to this. And again, so remember there was a hairstyle that the old devil designed for lawyers, which is like they would let the back of their hair roll long, that's like the back of their head roll long, and that was like a singing of like old devil designed. Now remember, so there's a whole discussion exactly were these children Jewish, not Jewish, and they all went around in chariots or carriages of things. And they led the army. And these were the strongest soldiers of David HaMelech. So let's say, so what's really incredible about this, so David HaMelech, so apparently he allowed, so it sounds like they weren't Jewish, because remember again, the soldier has the right to engage in the first active relations with the Chaskelar before the conversion process. So if that's the question, himself not Jewish. So the David HaMelech had those biological sons, he utilized them in his army and they were fierce of his warriors. Incredible. Remember, Tamar, Basifas Kawar, Tamar, who was the daughter of David HaMelech, who was the daughter of Yifas Torah. Look at Rashi. Rashi says Tamar, Achos of Shalom, she was the sister of Shalom, it's in the bunch of the name. Basifas Torah, so Kodem She's Gaila, believe Shalom, Ma'acha Imo Yodolo the David Torah, but it's the extra the Basifas Torah. Interestingly enough, so Tamar was the daughter of Ma'acha. Ma'acha was a war bride. Apparently, Ma'acha gave birth to Tamar before she converted. Okay? So Tamar was a daughter of Yifas Torah. So this is one of the darkest stories in the household of David. David had a son, Amnon, and Amnon desperately desired his biological half-sister, Tamar, and he violated her. Now, as he was getting ready to violate her, she pleaded with him not to violate her. And he said, if you just ask the king to marry me, he'll let me marry you. So the Gemara says, how could Amnon, the son of David, marry Tamar, the daughter of David? These are like the Basti Suin Habib, Aksini Habashaya, Rishramina Basti Pastor. It must have been that because she was the daughter of Yifas Torah, technically speaking, she would have been permitted to Amnon. Okay, so the verse is Amnon Reo Shmoyera, Yonadav ben Shema ben Shema, Achi David, Ish Chacham. So now the Gemara was back to the Amnon story. So Amnon had a friend, and his name was Yonadav, and Yonadav was very wise. Now, what does it mean very wise? He was wise in evil ways. In other words, unfortunately, again, knew how to make parables and examples. Remember again, this friend, so Amnon tells this friend that he's madly in love with this Tamar, and that man is madly in love. And this guy, Yonadav, his friend, tells him what you should do. And just say, tell your father that you want Tamar to come and give you food. And when you're secluded with her, do what you want with her. This is the crazy advice that his friend Yonadav gives. So, by the way, remember, Yonadav shut up a Mishnah Baskel. And the Ostale Ines Abria, Tikak Amishari, Tikak, Tiksop Lefon. So what happens? So again, so you have this whole plan. Pretend like you're sick. So again, Yonadav tells Amnon, pretend like you're sick. Tell the king that you need Tamar to come and go ahead and and give you food. So what's going to happen? So she requested fried food. Now she points out something very interesting that, again, it doesn't make any sense. If Amnon is sick and he needs food, so let the food be prepared, in the regular whatever kitchen, so let it be brought to him. He said he wanted fried food. Sometimes fried food is only brought if it's immediately fresh. So he wants the fried food made right there in his room for him. That's how he was able to lure Tamar to him. So Amnon violates Tamar. Violates her. Afterwards, Rabbi says he despised her. After he violated her, so Amnon despised her. Despised her a great hatred. So my Tama, what's the reason? He was apparently, as a result of the act of relations, a violation. So Amnon was caught by one of her tributaries, and as a result, he was wounded, became a kushaf. The first definition where a man can ejaculate with a straight stream of sea. Or biological, whatever it is that's damaged, something is damaged that prevents the proper ejaculation. Now, when that happens, generally, it seems that a man can't have children. That is a serious issue, and there are limitations as to who that person can marry. So apparently he was rendered a crush shop as a result of the declarations with Tamar. If you make sure about these matters, and let him a crush on him of us that can shop. So he must say, 1 second, why are we getting that Tamar? She didn't get a crush. They say, well, why would we get a crush? Rather than the Gemara says, it could be that Allah for myself, she did it intentionally to wound him as a result of what it is that he did to her. So that's so easy. So what does he really say? That a beautiful name came about the Klal Yisrael, the women of Klal Yisrael, that their beauty was known. That the Jewish women, again, in certain times, they something to a special bracha, that they did not have hair, right, either by the pubic area or by the armpit area. So a special bracha. Now, again, it's interesting to see what exactly this means. In the miracle, they didn't have the hair there at all. And yet, again, shtei sa'aras, 2 hairs in the pubic region is necessary to establish establishment. They remove it. Not sure. So the Gemara says, so how did Tamar have hair? And how did she have pubic hair? The Gemara says, shiny Tamar, the basi Torah. Remember, again, I said before, she was brought up Ma'acha. She was not born to a Jewish mother, and as such, she did not have this particular bracha. Incredible. So now, I just want to point out also something amazing. This idea that Amnon violates Tamar and then he despises her. It's so profound because what is Amnon doing? Amnon is projecting. He's disgusted with himself. Deep down, he's disgusted with himself for what he did. But so often in life, right, we cannot grapple with the mistakes that we have made. So what do? We often project. So for Amnon, he projected his disgust. He wasn't disgusted with himself. But he wasn't strong enough. He wasn't man enough. He wasn't brave enough to deal and to face what he just did. Projected those feelings of disgust on him. So Rebbe, Tamar, because it takes Latika, 2 rounds up in the bottom. Latika, Tamar, Ika, Al-Rashah. So Tamar put ash on her head. She tore her clothing. So the Gemara says, so Tamar, in an incredible act of bravery, did not hide what happened to her. She made a public spectacle of what happened to her. She let it know. She let it know what happened to her. One of the names of Yeshua ben Kasa. Gather Gadra Tamar Ba'osa Shah. Tamar was incredibly brave, which is incredible by publicizing what happened to her. Why? Amro, because they said, Nos Malachim Kach, Nos Hayogas Achas Kamadakama. In the Tznos Kach, the proof is Achas Kamadakama. Because it was a shocking wake-up call. And if this could happen to a daughter of Amara, it could happen to anyone. And it could happen to a young woman who is so modest. It could happen to those who are ignorant. So the thing is that Tamar was drawing attention to what happened to her, so that women should be vigilant. Incredible. It was somebody that was also shocked. As a result of that episode, so it's a couple up on this 21. So it's the way according to the actual Jesus is Chazal was over that you can't have youth with anyone, not a married woman, not an Arab, and not even a single woman. So the Gemara says, one second, Yichud D'Oraisa, Yichud is not a thing. Yichud is D'Oraisa. So I'm not going from the Shem Shemini or something, because I'm the Yichud not telling you. So where do we know a scriptural allusion to Yichud? As it says, if your brother, the son of your mother, will incite you, so the Gemara says, the son of your mother will incite you to Avodah, the son of your father doesn't. Rather, it's come to teach you Ben Nisyachi Be'imo. The son, Ben Inachal, this is someone who you would be alone with. Would be alone with you and just your mother. The son would be Niyachi with the son could have equal with his mother. The Ein Acha Nisyachi Be'Torah Shabbatorah. And no one else is permitted to have Yichud. Remember, the Rebbe says the Halacha of Yichud is one is not allowed to be alone with someone who is an Arab. Someone who is limited to that. Ela'imo does you on Yichud Stipulia. Rather, what it means is, up until that point in time, there was an issue of Yichud on only music and stuff. But technically speaking, a single man and a single woman, in order to marry man and a single woman, that's not an Arab. So after the episode with Tamar, they said the law of Yichud applied even to a single woman. Incredible. God, so listen, so now again, remember, the third Melech lay on his death, was on his deathbed, dying. So his son, Adonio ben Chagis, decided to proclaim himself as ruler. Adonio ben Chagis means Naseh Lemor Ani Amo. The other is dying, and his son Adonio takes advantage of David Melech's not being well, and declares himself the king. So this is incredible. He tried to put on the crown, but he was unable to. He tried to put on the crown of Solomon. Now, why not? Because Rashi, double Rashi. Rashi, Shebike Shahoma Balahoma. So, Shekeshe Barosho, Kesamalkus. So Adonio tried to put on the crown, but it didn't work. Why? If Shahaya Sharbit Shalzab the Socha Logam is open with the Inam is Yashavis Barosha, Alamish Yishlo Chagits Barosho, the Idris the base double. Shekalarai Lamatos, Omaso Mishila. So this is wild. Apparently, the Davidic crown had a bar that went across the country. And apparently, male members of David Melech's household, at least those who were fit for monarchy, had an indentation in their skull. So this is when they put on the crown sat on their head. Adonio ben Chagis did not have the indentation. Because he did not have the indentation, therefore he was unable to put on the crown. So Adonio in a bid to show that he was the next king. So what does he do? Chariots and riders and 50 men running in front of him. So what did he do? Kula and Tule Tol, all of these men, runners, had their spleens removed. So apparently, spleen removal is good for endurance. Rashi says, so apparently the spleen slows you down. So they had their spleens removed in order to make them faster runners, and they also took out some of the nerves from the soles of their feet. This way they were able to run over anything and everything. All right, we'll say. I also point out something amazing. One of the most overwhelming things is the tragedy, the overwhelming levels of dysfunction that exist in the home of God. And I think that it's a profound lesson. The Rabbi tells us everything. And I think it's a profound lesson on multiple levels. From one, it tells us that a person can be the greatest tragedy in the world because he was children of his. So right, and just as like a parent can do really everything right, at the end of the day, children have free will, and sometimes children do the right thing, sometimes they don't. It also tells you that no one escapes familial trauma. Even the father of the Mashiach, even the father of the Mashiach, everybody has stuff in their family, and everybody has challenges, and everybody has difficulties. And sometimes, everybody thinks they know that family who has it all together, no problems. And you think they do, but they don't. Every family has their challenges. And by the way, this is why the Torah goes in such depth with all of the stories of the Chumash, Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, all the family dynamics that teach us. Family dynamics are part of life. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm doing everything wrong as a parent. Sometimes it could mean that I'm doing something wrong as a parent. But sometimes I could even do everything right as a parent and still not family dynamics. Such is the nature of life. Incredible Mishnah. Well, Yabalo Susan
To me, it's like a little kid
too many horses.
who's at his
That is
house
just what he
because
needs
his legs are all
for
like this.
his
He's doing
chariots,
like
for
really
Matap needs
squashed
for
up.
his needs. The cat said, now again, usually what that means is like this. What it means for his needs is for his personal needs, not means for conduct, and of course to the military. Because the cat said, he shouldn't have no, he shouldn't have too much gold or silver, rather just what he needs. I look at the weekly Espana. He should have enough to pay his party. Obviously, he has enough what he needs for his own needs. He can also pay, you know what I mean? The coasting goes stuff to Torah Shmuel, it's beautiful. His own state of Torah. He goes out to war, he takes the Torah with him. He comes back in from war, he brings the Torah with him. Yoshin Patan Kudimo, right? He's sitting adjudicating the case, the Torah is with him. Nasiv Kikineko, he's just sitting and reclining, the Torah is there with him. Shneimar, Bahaisa Imo V'Karabas, so beautiful. He writes the state of Torah, and he's obligated to take it with him wherever he goes. Beautiful. Says the Gemara. So first of the intermediate and wide lines, the Gemara. Now second. Well, Yabalo Susi, he should not have too many horses. Maybe he should even limit, what he needs for the army for his own needs. No, in other words, the king should not be excessive in terms of his own needs. But anything he needs militarily, of course, he can make. Harmani kind of Susim Habaklon. What can't he have? He can't have Susim Habaklon. What is Susim Habaklon? Susim Habaklon are idle horses. Idle horses are things horses you just don't keep on idle horses. What's that? When you see from here, such a performance of us, how much Chazal were against Baklon, were against being idle. Idleness is the bane of self-actualization. Idleness is the bane. Idleness is the very undoing of our own personalistic growth, to the point you can't even have idle horses. And if you can't have idle horses, Susi Baklanim, Alachas Kama Bakamo, you can't be an idle person. Incredible. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good. You can't even have one idle horse. You can't even have one idle horse. Why does it phrase it in the full season normally? Expenditure in violation of prohibition for every single idle horse that you have. Incredible. The time of the custom of Rahman Allah. The reason the pastor is using why you have to start to look for the king. How do we tell us? I feel like you get four parashah. The Gemara says, I would have thought that Allah for Lamaisa. Had he not said that, I would have thought that maybe the king can't even have too many horses for his party. The only time that there's a prohibition on excess is when it's for the king's own excess. But for the army, he's allowed to have excess. In other words, he needs a certain amount of reserves for his horses, for his chariot. That's totally fine. We should actually recommend parashas using miracle barabacha below the chinsul. So in other words, for his own use, he has to be exact. He can't have excess. For the army, totally could have access. The cat said, the king can't have excess gold and silver. Maybe you shouldn't have too much gold and silver even to pay the army. Low. No, for himself, he can't have excess. But of course, he needs to have whatever he needs to have in order to pay for the army. So time because of that one low. The reason he says because it's for him. The king himself can't have access. That's the problem. But having not said this, how many of you can find out? How many of you can't have access even for the army? Asha the Hamas Midrash or Yabalo Roshin, my Drash is very, and you look at it as well as it's not a also the quotes with some guidance from both of these ideas. Can't have excess horses for himself. For the army, fine. He can't have excess gold silver for himself. But reserves for national needs like the army and other things, that's fine. The Gemara says, by the way, Now, lo yaber lo nashim my dash is maybe look at yotos. Also, to teach us, this is interesting. The prohibition having more than 18 wives only applies to the king. It doesn't actually apply to other people, which is fascinating. So, for the regular guy, for some reason, he needs more than 18 wives. Allah is permitted, only the king has the limitation. And the truth is, actually makes a lot of sense because since the king is going to be engaged in this strategic marriage, therefore there's a real concern about married people that are being the wrong influence into this. It's incredible. But you do that running said. So Yehuda went ahead and contrasted the two. One end it says that Yehuda Shlomo Arbon Ela Arvos Susan Rakafto is check that Shlomo Ela had 40,000 stables and the horses for riding. We see by Yehuda Shlomo Arbos Alofim Arvos Susan. And then it said he had, right? Then it said he had 400,000 horses. Okay, so Im Arboin Arvos Stablos Hayukol Echad Hayubon Dollar Alofim Arvos Susan. Then Dollar Alofim Stablos Hayukol Echad Echad Hayubon Arboin Ela Arvos Susan. I don't want to show up for a lot of horses. That's the thing. In other words, the merge is saying it's not clear. Are we talking about stables or rows of stables? So obviously, depending on that, will become the number of horses for Shlomo Melech. But either way, giving us an insight into the dramatic loss of Shlomo Melech. But these couple of things, we'll say first of the white part. These are contrasts of Tupsukim. In cash of Nechshav and Shlomo Melech, money, there was so much wealth in the days of Shlomo Melech that money, literally, again, it counted for nothing. Money was almost like that, like valueless. Another part says Shlomo Melech spent money drawing like stones. Now, even though that part says money flowed like stones, but stones still have a value. So the Psukim are really contradictory. First part says that money flowed like you had no value. Then the second part says it had a value like stones. Which one is this? Okashya. Kan kodem shnosa shlomas basaro. Kan la'achar shnosa shlomas basaro. This introduces us to another subject here. So we must read it like this. What Shlomo Melech made a mistake in that he married too many women. And amongst those women who were too many women is Bas Paro. That was a strategic marriage to align with the kingdoms. Bas Paro introduced idolatry into the home of Shlomo, and Shlomo Melech did not stop it. And it was really the marriage to Bas Shlomo that really became Bas Paro that became the unreal Shlomo. That's again a downward spiral. And remember again, we have all the stories linked together. He marries Bas Paro, the idolatry now literally in the home of Shlomo Melech. This is the crown down to his son, the Chavam. But remember, it's during the Chavam's days that the monarchy is split into Malchus Yisrael and Malchus Judah. And all of this traces itself back to this deleterious marriage with Bas Paro, the idolatry that came with it. So the Gemara says, before Shlomo married Bas Shlomo, there was such tremendous prosperity that money was like valueless. That's how much money there was. After he married Bas Shlomo, there was no prosperity, but money was like stones. Things changed. I will say this incredible Gemara. Already stuck. The Shah, she knows the Shlomo Bas Paro. When Shlomo married Bas Paro, Yored Gavil the Noatz Kalabiyah. The Malach Gavil came and he literally put a weed in the sea. The Ella Sirton, and what happened? The weed began to collect sediment. Ba'alav Yivna Kach Rodol Shevelon. And that landmass ultimately became Rome. So what's isn't that incredible? What is this saying? Shlomo Melech's marriage to Bas Paro created a negative trajectory for God. And that negative trajectory ultimately created Rome, the arch enemy of Providence. This is such an overwhelming Shlomo Melech thought he was just forging a strategic alliance. For sometimes people could be too smart for their own good. Shlomo Melech did something, a little respect, and actually ultimately created Rome. So many times in life, we act and we think that we act in a silent way. We act, just like in a self-contained way. And we don't think about the effects that our actions can have on others, either presently or, again, prospectively as well. It is important to know that every action we engage in has a ripple effect. And by the way, this is good and bad. That's so many things that there is. We never know the ripple effects of those. But on the flip side, on the other side, mitzvos. Says, okay, this is very nice. You never know the ripple effect that a mitzvah can have. I'm not mitzvah. Nitnema, bonus galutam mitzvah. Why did the Torah in general not reveal reasons for mitzvos? Sharish grows in this galutam and Nikshalba and Zogoha. Because the Torah revealed two mitzvos. Sorry, the Torah revealed reasons for two mitzvos. Now, more than two mitzvos. And the greatest amongst men, Shlomo HaMelech, thought he was smart enough to circumvent the reasons, and he failed. Siv, lo yarba lo nashim. So the pasuk says, "King, you shouldn't have too many wives." And the Torah says, "Why?" So that they should not turn his heart to idolatry. Amar Shlomo, I need arba below aser. So says, "Don't about me. I got this. I can marry as women as I want. Nothing bad is going to happen." And sure enough, Siv. Sure enough, again, Shlomo gets old and he's unable to check the influences in his home. And his wives are worship bringing Avodah Zarah, not mission to the palace. The pasuk says the king shouldn't have too many horses. Why? And again, here the Torah says, because we don't want to give you, we don't want you to go back to your son. Egypt is like the place to be, the place to go to. For horses. So if the king has too many horses, you're going to end up going back to Egypt. Shlomo says, don't worry about me. Not about me. I'll have plenty of horses. And don't worry, I'm not taking anyone back to Egypt ever. Don't worry about it. Sif. Takes him a couple of times. And sure enough, what happened? Shlomo's horses came to Egypt, right? And they ended up again going back to Egypt for the sake of promise. So you see there's something really amazing, which is, let's say, the Rosh knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Sometimes, we find it a little bit frustrating. The Torah doesn't get easy. I want to understand everything. And the Torah understands, and again, we're supposed to try to understand things. But it's also important to understand that sometimes the reasons are not given by design. As well, we know human nature. Human nature is that when you think you understand something, you think that you can also manipulate the reasoning, that the reasoning doesn't apply to you. Shlomo, so the Torah says, King, don't marry too many women. They're going to turn you out. This is not me. I'm Shlomo. I'm impervious to idolatry. Sure enough, idolatry. Don't have too many horses and go down to Egypt. Not me, I won't go down to Egypt. Sure enough, down in Egypt. Shlomo will understand what's incredibly important. He almost knows us better than we know ourselves. And sometimes the avoda of the yid is to trust the system. Sometimes we have a little bit of that involved because control created us as thinking, thoughtful, and rational beings. And we think to ourselves, if I don't understand it, it doesn't make sense. Everything that comes by what he says now, sometimes the Rosh doesn't want us to understand it. Because he understands that when we use the gift of intellect to manipulate circumstances in a way that Trump doesn't want to. Sometimes the Rosh says, I love you, I got you, just trust the system. Because sometimes when we understand too much, it's when we tend to get ourselves too far. I want to say all of you today. If you're going to see everyone in person on Wednesday, Meretz Hashem, have a wonderful day.
All-in-one helmet, you could go back. Like, you can piss me off so much, you give me the hiccups, dude. Well, sorry about that, but all-in-one helmet is pretty funny.
I would say, good morning. It is a tremendous, it's supposed to be. I'm sorry that I can't be with there with you. But it's about to have a time to listen call for good reasons. And I'll be doing remote Monday morning and Tuesday morning. So I look forward to be back live in person on Wednesday. But Baruch Hashem, these guys are too good. Couldn't not do it with this episode. So today's daf is tough. 20, but you have absolutely no idea what today's daf is about. Based on where we are starting today. We are starting the test on the days, 19B, in the intermediate wide lines and wide jumps. Remember, again, we were speaking about this idea that the Gemara points out that David HaMelech was married to two women, Merab and Michal, the daughters of Shaul. The Gemara was talking about the idea that how could David HaMelech be married to two sisters? How could that possibly be? The Gemara essentially answered that one of them was Kedusha Talis. The Gemara said, Yossi, Haikara as Ishti as Muhammad Darish. So Rabbi Yossi, what does he do with the phrase that says, my wife Michal? So Rabbi Yossi is Rabbi Yossi Hayodorish Miklos Mu'urabim. Rabbi Yossi understood that the Sukkim are really interposed. Sik. Yitzhak HaMelech HaShtei B'nei Yishifa, Bas Ayasha Yodorishol Es Admoni, Ves Miboshes, Ves Hameshes B'nei Michal, Asher Yolda La'adriel HaMichulos. The he. Now, it's no matter what second. It says that Michal was the wife of Adriel. But Michal wasn't given by Shaul to Adriel. Rather, there's a Halo the Prophet Ben Laish. Michal was given as a wife to Prophet Ben Laish. To which
it has
Gemara
that
says,
AI
Hello,
cadence,
Makish
right?
Kedushin Irav La'ajil of the
I
Kedushin
noticed that
Michal
too, but it
Rather,
makes
the
total sense
Gemara
for me.
equates the
Yeah, if
Navi
it was like a Leonardo
Kedushin
DiCaprio
of
kind of
Merav
climate change thing,
La'ajil
you know what I
to
mean?
the Kedushin
It would
of
be like,
Michal
okay, maybe they
Pal,
use
two
AI for
different
sounds
sides,
like
two
that,
yards
because
of Shoal.
Leo's
My
known for
Kedushin
changing
Michal
voice
Palti
and
Ba'avira,
characters.
just like the
But no,
distribution of
for Brennan
Michal
Schaub,
to Palti the
for
lion
sure,
of
Politics
Ba'avira,
where he said
which
success,
she was
they
married to
had to
David
give
Amelech.
that over. Because he said success.
Af Kedushin
And
Irav
he
La'ajil
used
Ba'avira.
success
So
like
again,
a
the Kedushin
professional,
of
like it sounds
Merav
like it's
La'ajil
placed
was
in.
also Ba'avira.
That's so
The
funny, the
Rishon
idea that
said,
being a Leonardo
the
DiCaprio,
Rishon
like climate change
Nani
and
Haksid
created
as
like
Kaneshis
this.
in Michal,
That'd be
Bas
fun.
Shoal. So again, what do you do?
Okay, so
Back
here,
once
just
it
really
said
quick,
the
you're gonna
five
listen to
sons
this
of
bit,
Michal,
and
the
tell me
brother
this is
Shaul,
not
Rabbi
like
Yeshua,
the
is
15th
Michal
year
Yalda, Michal gave birth to those five sons? No. Palo Merad, the sister Merad did. Merad Yalda, and Michal did not. Merad birthed them, but ultimately, again, Michal raised them. Michal al Shema. Therefore, again, they're called as the children of Michal, even though Michal was not the biological mother. Rather Merab. Okay, I just want to point out, by the way, this whole story of Merab and Michal, not really doing the story justice, but this story of Shaul promising a wife to David, then the woman marries David, or is going to marry David, and giving to another man, all of this is part of the overarching story of the incredible difficulty that existed between Shaul and David. Remember, Shaul was the first king over Klal Yisrael. David quickly rose to prominence after he killed Goliath, and David became like a dog, a sweetheart of the masses. And Shaul saw him as a dramatic threat to his life. Even though David had no monarchical aspirations at all, but Shaul saw him as a threat, coupled with the fact that Shaul was punished by Baruch for not wiping out the Moab. The punishment that Shmuel Navi told him was going to happen was that the Mount was going to be removed from him and given to a quote-unquote better man. And the better man, of course, was David Amelech. So this idea of getting a wife to David, putting her back from David, giving her to another man, is all part of this story of the Hamasri between Shaul and David. Overwhelming, a tragic story. The Gemara says back to this. So the Gemara says, Merav had these five sons, but Merav passed away and Michal raised them. So when you see the Rebbe, because of that, you also is okay. So Ma'ala Lava Kasa Kiliyalah. This is something amazing over there. And if you raise an orphan in your home, it is as if you have birth this child. And this is such a beautiful idea. You know, Yiddishkeit, biology is only part of it. But raising a child, nurturing a child, spiritually nourishing a child, that's just almost just as important as the physical birth. You know, again, the rabbi of my biological mother, it was Michal who had actually raised his children, and he's called the mother as well, which of course is a very profound and important piece. So, you know, in the question of adoption, and how much we recognize just how we're going to adopt the mind. Leads in the life of that child. The biology might not be. The biology is the only thing that's not. And all the other incredible and important and meaningful ingredients of parenthood are all there. So there's a lot of interesting halakhic response just about the nature of the halakhic relationship between an adopted child and an adopted parent. And much of it references this Gemara. Shakalam and Gadol Yasam the self basin. Whoever raises an orphan, you know, orphan is relative term. Person could have living parents. But if the living parents are unable or unwilling, whatever the circumstances are, to fulfill the obligation towards that child, if someone else takes that child and loves them and nourishes them and nurtures them, the Gemara says, Kili Yalado, this is birth to that child. Incredible. All right, what is that different time? Rabbi Chanina says this concept about raising a child. If you raise a child, it's a birthday. Rabbi Chanina says it comes from here, like Tifar Lalash, Yulad ben Lenahani. This is incredible. Gilles Rus. Remember in the story, so Rus married Boaz, and Rus and Boaz have a son. So after they had a son, people would say, oh, Nahami had a son. Nahami had a son, Nahami Yalda. Nahami was older, listen, you have a child. Hello, Rus Yalda, Rus birthed the child. Hello, Rus Yalda, Nahami did not. Rus birthed the child, but Nahami didn't. Now again, this is even though Rus was alive and well, but Nahami took such a trauma in this child that she raised him almost as her own. Therefore, the Navi calls this child, right? This child, Oved. This child as the son of Nahami. The Gemara says, the different source of this is incredible. The Ishtar Hayu, this Yolga as Yared Avidar, Eila B'nei Bisya Bas Karo. So they're just to give you the context. The part that the Gemara is talking about over here is from Divrei Hayam. Ishta Yudiya, Yod Beskeret, Yud Beskever, Sofo Beskever, Even a Bisya, Baskarta Lakach Mer. So what the part is talking about here. Bisya is the daughter of Paro. The story is of Paro's daughter who saves Moshe Rabbeinu. Chazal called her, the Rabbi calls her Bisya. Now, whether her name is Bisya or that's just a descriptive name, Bisya is Bas Kol, the daughter of Ishmael. So listen to this, get ready for this. So Bisya birthed all of these children. Now, it is important to point out that these names here are all descriptive names of Moshe Rabbeinu. All descriptive names of Moshe Rabbeinu. So the Navi says, Bisya, the daughter of Paro, birthed Moshe. So I actually be more about what are you talking about? Oh, sorry, merit. Let's skip one. Merit. So the Navi tells us it's really incredible that Bisya, the daughter of Paro, right, was married to a man by the name of Mered. Who was Mered? So the Gemara says Mered Zeh Kalev. Wow. Mered was Kalev and Yisrael. I belong in the Krishma Mered. So why was he called Mered? Shemar Ba'asas Murayim. Because he rebelled against the council of the spies. All of the spies wanted to rebel against the spies. All the spies belonged to Israel. But Kalev, right? Two of the spies, Kalev and Yoshua ben Nun. Kalev and Yoshua ben Nun were the only two spies who retained the elite weapons. To Moshe Rabbeinu, to Kalev Israel. So therefore he was given a merit because he rebelled. So first of all, we understand. Kalev ben Yoshua marries Paro's daughter, which also tells us that the Pashtos, Paro's daughter left Mitzrayim together with the Jewish people. How crazy is that? Absolutely.
Hey, how are you?
All right, incredible. So much. 1 second. If you did yelled up, 1 second. But this y'all, she first Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu had a mother. Yocheved. Hello. Yocheved Yolda. So this year came along. Now Yocheved first. But again, this daughter of Paro raised Moshe. She raised Moshe. She took him in French. She saved him from mental health. And she raised him for some segment of time. Incredible. Nikra Ashma. Therefore, again, this is called the mother of Moshe Rabbeinu because she birthed Moshe. Those are mothers. Those are such a deal. The outcome is Amfav ben Yaakov, Yosef self. So we must 1 second now. The pasuk surfaces the fact that Yosef birthed the tribes. So we must Yosef, no, Yosef birthed the tribes. Moshe first the widest, end of the first the widest lines. Hello, Yaakov Yalad. Yaakov birthed the tribes. You must be ready for this. Wild. Hello. Yaakov Yalad is who Yaakov birthed the tribes. Yosef killed. But Yosef
Rabbi is going on about you.
last Yosef acted to reveal his identity to his brothers. But now I will support you for the remainder of our region. I've played that parshas by a few parshas these parshios. So Yaakov first year titles of Yosef sustained them during famine. Yosef is considered to be one who birthed them.
Well, I mean, when you like,
I'll say second line on the bottom. I don't know why I'm going to
steroid or I mean, you put it on your
teach your friends the song of
like drink.
birth that child. And all those Aaron emotion. Because it said future generations of Aaron emotion. It says Sith, the Ilish Mosbeni Adam. So again, it's interesting. It says that the Lashon of the Pasuk is Ilish Mosbeni Moshe Al Yom Dira Hashem, and the Ilish Mosbeni Aaron have a fun of the Rabbi. So these are the generations of Moshe Aaron, but then it only goes on to his Aaron. So what's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, Gomer Lecha Aaron Yalad, Moshe Libet. Aaron birthed them, but Moshe Rabbeinu taught them Torah. Therefore, the people, therefore, again, they are called by the name of Moshe Rabbeinu. Incredible. So as you see these different ideas here. So you see on one hand, if you raise someone, literally just raise them, and then again, you are considered as if you birth. You support someone materially, is considered as if you birth. You've taught them Torah, supported them spiritually, as if you birth. And I think the beautiful idea is just kind of like when you look at life, it's almost as if we have a lot of different parental figures in our lives. Incredible parents who brought us into this world. Some of the parents who bring you into this world are also the ones who financially support you. Right? Certainly all parents that were young and they give me that right. They might also be the ones who go ahead and spiritually support me. And they also, so what I think the ones that are, what our biological parents will be one stop shopping. Because sometimes life works in different ways, and going to biological parents give them life work. which I was happy to watch out for shows. But then the other people in my life who infused those other pieces of parental identity throughout my life as well. Really beautiful. Lachin Kam Hashem, Kel Beis Yaakov Hashem, Padas Avram. If you hear from Atzilush Yaakov Shepadol Yaakov, where do we find that Yaakov in the passage? Yaakov redeemed Avram. Where do we see that? From the Yudah, Shepadol Yitzhak Yudobon. Incredible. So apparently that's what takes out. Avram was supposed to have 12 sons. Not 12 sons. And obviously with 12 sons comes a lot of sons. Yaakov Avinu experienced. Yaakov Avinu again sort of redeemed Avram from the difficulties of having 12 sons. Yitzhak Yudobon. I need to say, Lo Ata Yivosh Yaakov, Lo Ata Yivosh Yaakov, Lo Ata Pane B'Chavlo, Avi Avi Sid, Tzfai. Yaakov Avinu again, so to speak, saved Avram Avinu from the difficulty of all of these things. Incredible. Sid Palti, with Sid Paltiel, was his murder again, so before that Shaul had married off one of his brothers to a man by the name of Michal as a wife to Palti Ben Uriah. So now the Gemara points out that we are one place that calls him Palti, another place that calls him Paltiel. So I'm Rabbi Yochanan is incredible Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Also Shmo, his name was Palti. I Balama Mikra Shmo Paltiel. So why was he also called Paltiel? Shepalti Min Ha'avera. Because ultimately, again, he saved himself from sin. Allah, he extricated himself from sin. Now, what happened? Healthy Uriah understood that something was off with how marriage developed. Like Charles said, it was a marriage. So whatever is happening, Healthy Uriah realized it's the king. It doesn't really have a choice but to cry. But he also wasn't sure if this woman, Michal, was now quote-unquote his wife, is this woman a married woman? Is she married to Doug? Is she not married to Doug? So Healthy Uriah is in overwhelmingly difficult circumstances. To be married to someone, but yet not fully knowing whether or not that's committed. So what's it keep incredible? So therefore, his name was Palti. But descriptively, the only calls him Paltiel. Ultimately, again, why? Shepalti Kelman Avera, because it's Hashem's insistence to be able to save himself from sin. What did Paltiel do? What did Palti do when he to save himself from sin? Get ready for this. Not Sarah de Nolavera. He put a sword in the bed between himself and Michal. And he said, Amar, whoever engages in this matter, in other words, people intimate with each other, whoever engages in intimacy will be stabbed with the sword. Now, what he was showing was that as much as he desired this woman was not limited for bodies. He wasn't sure whether or not she was married. And therefore, again, he would not allow himself to be intimate with her, putting this one in the middle of the bed as a reminder that I will not allow myself to indulge in his pleasure because I don't know what the consequences will be. I have explicit calls him her husband, Shana Salakisha, because he took care of her as a husband takes care of his wife. He looked after her, he nurtured her, but there was no intimacy and a fear what the repercussions of that would be. But the Rabbi said that when she left, right, when she was given, that now the version of the pasuk is, so ultimately, again, when she was taken from Palti Ben Uriah, he's crying. So why was he crying? The Gemara says, while they were married, he had this incredible mitzvah of self-restraint. Now that he was no longer going to be married to her, she no longer be living with him, he no longer had this mitzvah. So the Gemara says, what does it mean? Deliver her. Avner Ben Yer was one of the generals of David. Deliver her until Bachurim. But they need themselves like young people who never tasted it since we're seeing them. In other words, that they were saying themselves, as well as they just understand what this means. Self-control and self-esteem is one of the hardest things, especially in medicine, one of the hardest things, especially again, when you could justify doing what you want to do to satisfy your desires, and yet even life is a struggle. Because of you imagine all of those years next to a woman who is also known as a very beautiful woman, who is technically your wife, but you're not sure if she's committed to you, not committed to you. Every day exercising this self-restraint, just overwhelming this very beautiful, incredible. So I'm going to be open. Come Yosef, and Visanuso shall Boaz. As great, so literally again, it means the strength of Yosef, the humility of Boaz. Now, what is that? Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Davar Gadol Shal Yosef, Davar Kavod Shal Boaz. The greatness, essentially means like this, the greatness of Yosef pales in comparison to the greatness of Boaz. Similarly, the Gemara says, Pakol Shal Boaz, and Visanuso shall Pavi Demarish. The greatness of Boaz pales in comparison to the greatness of Pavi Demarish. How so? Pakol Shal Yosef, and Visanuso shall Boaz. Let's remember this. You know, like Yosef is interesting to the life of his heart, tries to seduce Yosef each and every day, and Yosef resists temptation. Now, the Gemara says, as great as Yosef was, it pales in comparison to what Boaz. What happened by Boaz? So the Gemara says, so literally again, the process was a noble, and it's incredibly strange. That's like Gilas Rus. The Rus, when Boaz is sleeping in the room, Rus comes in there at the advice of Naomi. She lays down at his feet. She takes off his shoes, and Naomi says, okay, Boaz will tell you what to do. Boaz was a single man. Rus was a single woman. It was the middle of the night. There was no one around. No one around. Boaz and Rus could have done whatever they wanted. The ability to have such self-restraint, not to sin, and not to engage in almost superhuman. Now again, why did the Gemara, what did the Gemara mention to Yosef? See, Yosef, it's possible also, these baby stories, like, who amongst us will have this level of self-restraint and self-control? See, Yosef, interesting people was a married woman. Married woman, like, they weren't alone together at night. Right? It wasn't that there was no one else around. Now, to this age, people are kids out of the and there was no one else at home. But here, see, so Yosef had certain things that could be utilized to resist. Married woman. What are we going to do with a married woman? On the other hand, Boaz was single. He was single. And yet Boaz found the ability to go ahead and do this. What if the Gemara says it was in the middle of the night? He was frightened. Boaz did not know what was going on at first. What does it mean by Vayivachis? So literally again, his skin, his flesh became like a turnip. So that actually points out over here that it's a reference taken when he became around. Again, lest you think that Boaz wasn't tempted by Rus, that would be he was. Like now said the start of Rashi Vishtos, he literally his flesh became like the turnips, meaning actually his passion became aroused. And even though he became aroused, nevertheless, he did not sin. He did not sin. The overwhelming level of self-restraint that Boaz did on both sides. Chav 28. Takol Shabbat and the Sanuso shall Hati the Rash Kidam. And again, this is Boaz. Boaz's act of self-restraint, in comparison to Hati the Rash. Just Kidam, we just said before. Because Hati the Rash, again, they were married. Right? Technically, they were married. They were sleeping in the same bed. And day after day, night after night, Hati the Rash with that sword in the middle had to resist the temptation to the intimate with incredible. I will say, I wanted to point out something right here. Just for the shop, I'm not yoking. Mike is Sid. Rabos Vanos Asopel. It's just kind of, like, what does it mean when it says Rabos Vanos Asopel? Many women, right, have done glorious things, but at least Rabos Vanos Asopel. What does it mean? Many girls, many women have done incredible things. Yosef and Boaz. It's actually interesting that you understand over here that it's referring to Bonos are referring to Yosef and Boaz. I'm not sure what happened. I'm not Yosef. Mike said, Shakira in the Hevel Yofi. What does it mean when the Pasuk says, often H-Skal, remember, H-Skal in general is a metaphor. What does it mean when it says, Shakira in the Hevel Yofi is literally false? Right? Shakira or pain, favor is false. Hevel Yofi, beauty is nothingness. Shakira in Yosef. Yosef was able to see through the facade of the beauty of Asia's Potiphar to recognize that she was just completely asleep. The Hevel Yofi said Boaz. Boaz was able to resist the temptation as beautiful as Rus was. Yiras Hashem is hallow, Zeb Alti Belanish. Davar Acher, so before you get to Davar Acher, I'm going to point out something amazing. In general, it's always interesting when Chazal compare challenges to each other. It's almost like when you compare suffering. Your suffering is not so bad. Look at that person. So remember, suffering is very relative. So just because someone may be suffering more doesn't mean that my suffering is bad. Also, it's just important to understand the Gemara is not minimizing Yosef's struggle, nor is it minimizing Boaz's struggle. Really, what it's telling us is we have different people who are capable of withstanding different levels of struggles. So in other words, getting over to Olam did not give Yosef a Michal-like struggle, and he didn't give Boaz a Michal-like struggle. Like Yosef had his struggle with Potiphar, and Boaz had his quote-unquote struggle with Yos, and Hati ben Laish had his quote-unquote struggle with Michal. Every devotion gives us, it sounds like a little bit almost like Christ, he gives us the struggles that we can handle. And it only puts us in the circumstances that we have the tools to overcome. See, each of these men faced overwhelming challenges, but the challenge was tailored to who they were and where they were holding. Hati ben Laish needed that challenge, Boaz needed his challenge, and he also needed his challenge, and no one was given the challenge of the other. So who gives us the tools that we need to meet the challenges in this incredible. So goes by the Gemara said, this is the first generation of Moshe Rabbeinu. We have a Yofi. Zed Gorosh Yoshua. Yiras Hashem Hitis Hallow. What does it mean again? Yes, Zed Gorosh Hiskia. So again, it's quite beautiful. The Gemara sees over here. Interesting if you think of the Rashi. Rashi points out Gorosh Moshe Yoshua Askuba Torah Harbi Gorosh Hiskia Yoshemihem. So it's interesting. So now, according to this approach, Sheker Achein Zed. Gorosh Moshe means that in the generation of Moshe, people were so holy. They saw past superficial material things. They were steeped in spirituality. They had a Yofi. And again, Yofi just the physical beauty. When did they see that physical beauty was just empty, was nothing? That was the generation of Yoshua, which was also steeped in holiness. But again, as great as the generation of Moshe was, as great as the generation of Yoshua was, but nevertheless, Yiras Hashem Yitzis Hallow, fear or reverence of Michael 12. In other words, what's the highest level? That was the generation of Hiskia. Now we're going to talk more about this. Rashi points out that here something so beautiful. Rashi points out that in the days of Hiskia, there was such a high level of scholarship that everyone knew the halachos of Tum and Tara. I will say, now appreciate what happens when you get to a city of Tum and Tara. Let's be honest, all of us look how far is this going. Right, what is this going to be? I have a couple of lines. I'm going to brace myself on the end. I'm not running away. But none of us have gone to Tum and Tara. And the truth is, most of us, no matter how much Tum and Tara we've learned, whatever reason even children, men, women, children, everyone was versed in the halachos of Tum and Tara. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to the Barak, another possibility is Shekar HaChaim, the Doshim Yoshua. So Shekar HaChaim refers to the greatness, the spiritual beauty of the generation of Moshe and Yoshua. The Havel HaYofi, Zed Doshim Hiskia, Yiras Hashem Hitis Hallow, Zed Doshim Rabbi Yevoy. Greatest generation, the greatest generation was the generation of Rabbi Yevoy. What happened in that generation? I love Rabbi Yevoy. Shahayu Shisha Tamidem Miskasim B'Kalas Achos. In the generation of Rabbi Yevoy, you had 600 Chachamim sharing one cloak, and still learning Torah. So let's say what the Rashi says over here. This guy's Mital second short lines. I mean, they were so poor, and yet they were still so intensely devoted to Torah. So there was this sometimes. So to be honest, like if a person has all the material needs in life, the spirituality is not going to be if those are paid us money in the bank, notification, things are good, it's obvious that I have to work on my own. Right? It's obvious. I'm not being clear on the directions. In the generation of Negro Rabbi, they're poor. So again, anyone who's ever experienced financial duress knows that sucks the life. Because you can't pay your bills, you can't keep your head financially above water. It saps all of your energy. And that generation of Negro Rabbi is so poor. Despite all of that poverty, It's still requires a level of proficiency. Jesus, six people sharing one clothes, but yet still again so other, so connected to the divine. That said, the Gemara was the greatest generation. The truth is, if you think about it, that sometimes the greatest metric of our spiritual success is really what happens to our spirituality. Like I said, anyone can be spiritually connected real time. Those who don't think are going to be spiritual. But what happens when it's difficult? They still maintain that. That's the truth about incredible. I don't say Mishnah. Your Gemara is not over. We got plenty today. Mishnah. Mace lo mace. So let's say now the Mishnah is talking about the halachas of the king. Mace lo mace. If the king loses one of his close relatives, in the Yotzi Pesach Patrik, so he does not leave the palace. It's interesting enough to know about a Kohen Gadol, there was a Makol test. There's the Kohen Gadol, not that the king, the right in the Mishnah says, does not leave the palace. That's the kind of common. And Ruder really says, the Ruder says, no, not sure if the king wants to leave the palace to go to the Levaya, he can do so. Shekim Matzina B'David Shiyatza Acha Mikaso Shal Afa. David Amela followed the funeral here. He went to the Levaya of Abner. Abner Ben Ner was one of the generals of Shaul. After Shaul died, he supported Shaul's son, who devotions for him. Later on, he wants to come to David Amela's side. Well, one of David Amelech's generals, Yoav, executes him because he feels that he could not be trusted. So we're going to see that this was a dramatic story because people thought that David executed Abner, and Abner was very popular. David Amelech goes to Levaya. We're going to see a later story. He had nothing to do with the death of Abner. Shneimar, Amelech David Omed Achar Hanito. David Amelech was walking behind the funeral here. The Gemara goes on. He says, Amalei, go, Hayah David El Lefayis Essentially, don't bring rise to David El. He went to the funeral of Abner in order to calm the people. The people were upset, they were angry at him. Also, and when they give the king the Sudas Hava, remember, the Sudas Hava is the meal of consolation. That's the meal that the mourner eats when he or she comes back from the cemetery. That meal is provided for by the community, which is very good. And the king eats the Sudas Hava, everyone sits on the ground, and the king sits on a darvish. What the darvish is, we'll have to see Yetz Hashem in just a little bit. Good, it's fine. So now, when women participate in the Levaya, if the custom, the place is that the women walk in front of the funeral pyre, they walk in front. If they walk behind, whatever the minhag HaMakom is. The Ruda says the Olam Nashim women always go in front of the funeral pyre. Because how do we know that we walk in front? Because David went behind the funeral pyre. The assumption is men and women are separate. They're separate. You're not allowed to be separate. Therefore, if David went behind the funeral pyre, it must mean that the women were in front. In the spice, that's not true. Lord, you can't necessarily be the right there because David Amelech went to the Levaya of Abner Ben Ner in order to calm the people. Like we said before, people are angry. He went to the Levaya in order to calm everyone. So what happened? He said, David Yotzim Ben Hanoshim, Nichnas Ben Hanoshim, Yazim Hanoshim, Nichnas Ben Hanoshim. David Amelech went from the men to the women to the women to the men because he was trying to calm everyone down and convince them and assure them that he had nothing to do with the death of Abner Ben Ner. Shneimar, I will say first of the wide line. Shneimar, Alidu Kala Amachol Yisrael, Kilo Haisam Mehamelech Lahamid Haisam. Again, as a result, everyone knew that it was not David Amelech. David was not involved in the death of Abner Ben Ner. Darsh Kala Maidik Siv, Ayavot Kala Amach Havros, that's David. Siv Lahachros, L'Karinam Lahachros. It's interesting. The way the party is the entire nation came to written Lahachros. The Lahachros means to cut off. But we read it as Lahavros, which means to soul. So the Gemara says, so what happens? In the beginning, they wanted to kill David Amelech because they thought that he was responsible for the death of Abner Ben Ner. But in the end, they came to join him for the meal of consolation. If they man and by the way, why was Abner punished? Right? Why? Avner was killed by Yoav, but why did he deserve to die? This Hayat Roman comes to show listen, this is really incredible. Amner Ben Ner had the ability to go ahead and object to Shaul. As we mentioned before, Shaul really unfortunately tragically went off the rails. He failed to kill Amalek, so Shmuel told him to lose Amalek. Then when he sees so simultaneously, David Amalek is having a meteoric rise in popularity, he kills Goliath, and it rises to prominence. So Shaul sees David as a threat. So instead of Shaul introspecting and recognizing, okay, I need to do these things, all their lost Amalek, it's going to be given to David. Instead, totally just like deflects, rejects David Amalek, and makes David into the enemy of the state. So Avner Ben Ner had a fun seat for all of this behavior, and he had the opportunity to stop, or at least to say, Shaul, stop, don't do it. But it could be a different discussion. But he had the opportunity to object, and he didn't do so. Because of that failure to object to Shaul's irresponsible behavior, Avner Ben Ner is held responsible, therefore he died. He's killed. Someone said, this is or Michal, that's not true. This says he did object. Avner Ben Ner, he objected to Shaul's behavior, but nevertheless, he wasn't. He wasn't Shaul didn't listen. Which near the Graphic both of these opinions are the same person. Raikkonen Hamelech al Avner, Vayomer Hakamos Novos Avner, Yadech al Asudos, Raglech al Omir is trying to rush. So it's literally the positive. David Hamelech mourned, right? He mourned over Avner. He said, Hakamos Novos Avner died like a guilty person, like a regular person. Avner, your hands were not bound, and your feet were not bound. So the one who says that Avner never lied to complete against Shaul's behavior, your hands weren't bound, your feet weren't bound, why didn't you object? So it's an indictment. It's an indictment that as much as David is mourning over the loss of Avner, he also says, Avner, you had a chance to step in, you had a chance to stop Shaul from running off the rails, and you failed to do so. Nothing was stopping you. It was only you who stopped you. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, the one who says, no, that Avner did object, that Shaul didn't do it. See? So the Gemara says, you need to become it. The concept is more like that as a question. Most noble Yomos. Why should Noble die? Just like why should Avner die? Like a regular person, like a guilty person. Like your arms and your legs were not bound, and that's why you objected. And even though you objected, Shaul didn't listen. Right? So why did you suffer such a terrible fate if you objected to Shaul? All right, from under me, it says that Avner did object to Shaul's behavior, and why did he die? Why was he killed? I'm not going to leave God. The Shah Malchus is so because remember, as we mentioned before, after Shaul died, Avner supported Shaul's son Mephibosheth. As a result of that, he delayed the establishment of the Davidic monarchy by 3.5 years. Because he delayed the establishment of the Davidic monarchy for decades. It's really incredible. So many like incredible, profound lessons of there's culpability for failing to step up. Sometimes you think, I'm my own business. I'm not getting involved. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. I have no culpability. It's not true. If you see something terrible happening, don't step in and at least try to stop it. There's absolutely culpability. There's also culpability for procrastination. Avner Ben Ner is held accountable. Why says he wants for what opinion? Because he delayed the establishment of the Davidic monarchy by 3.5 years. Who cares? Who cares? It happened at the end of the day. Procrastination is an avera. How it's about to see the Shara. The Shara is Jesus. He says, why does a person need to be zaris? He says, because the greatest tool, right, alacrity, to do things with a zeal, to do things immediately. Because the greatest tool of the Tsar is procrastination. And look what that stuff shows. That when you do not do something immediately and you procrastinate, chances are not going to happen. Right? The greatest tool of the Tsar is procrastination. And therefore, again, failing to do something in the first moment you can do it is in and of itself simple. Procrastination is an avera. Incredible. Let's go back there. So remember again, Mishnah said that when they come to have the meal of translation with the king, everybody sits on the front, the king sits on a darvish. He goes, my darvish, what's a darvish? I understood the Gada. So literally translated, a good luck bed. Now what's a good luck bed? Rashi says, when darvish, I said the Gada. It's like across from the first last short one in the Gemara. Not again how you land off the other short from Bryce, or how you start from Bryce. And the Mazla Bryce, we're not going to be Shumnik. So that's actually interesting. So apparently, people used to have like an extra bed and an extra table, and it was supposed to be like a simon, like a sign for brach. I guess the logic is like this: if you have an extra bed, that means you're anticipating more people. An extra table, you're anticipating more food. So these things were like they were symbolic. So people would have them in their in their house. So the Gemara says, so what's a dargish? Ula says it's his good luck bed. Ula says the king would sit on the good luck bed. Does that make any sense? So up until now, before the king lost his relative, no one ever sat on a dargish, and then that's the good shit like this. Dargish, how does that make any sense? The Gemara says, not necessarily, not necessarily. So again, so probably it's the same kasha. In other words, that at the end of the day, it's almost like saying, now there's a certain food you never ate, or a certain drink you never drank. So now that's the drink. Shiva, you can eat that food or drink the food. Doesn't make any sense. Ella, ikasha, ikasha. Dargish, Inotar was also a result for Dargish, almost like this. A little bit of background on this. We learned this in something like cut. You might see one of the practices that these staff Rabbi was supposed to be us. They would overturn the beds in the house. Overturn the beds of the morning. Overturn the beds. Again, the logic behind that is, remember, their beds often come like a straw mattress. Straw takes on human form. Death is considered to be a ratio of human form. It's such a return on the beds. So the Gemara says, a dargish, you don't have to overturn it. Rather, what do? Zokfo. Just stand it up. Stand it up, then it's not going to be used. These are like the Gado, and if you think it's a good luck bed, why don't you have to turn it over? That's how you learn that. So, like when the other thing I will say, by the way, we don't do this anymore. Remember, that's my cut. Because these were accused of teacher. People thought that he was like a sorcerer. Practice stop. So the Gemara says, that's the halacha. When there's other overturns his bed in the house, Lomi Tasso, by the Kofi, doesn't only overturn his own bed, so based on overturn all the beds in the house, so right, so my question, so it sounds like even a dargish should be overturned. Whereas my question, maybe a dargish is just considered to be a bed that is normally used like to place utensils on, like a and Paisam, you have this material. Here's our close. You have a bed that's not used for sitting or sleeping, but you use it to put stuff on it. That type of bed does not have to be overturned. Shmuel says, Dargish, not your Karkikin, is not permitted. How do you do Dargish? You're not a wuss. Untie the knots, and like the platform of the bed just falls in. Remember again, the assumption over here is there was a frame, there's like a piece of leather. This leather was tied to the frame. So if you want to render the bed unusable, just untie the knots of the leather mat, and if you just fall down, you no longer have a bed. So whatever it is, these are like Arsa de Gado, and if it's Arsa de Gado, Hadiki is like, because they have these knots, Eloki Osa, so the assumption is it wouldn't be, we're going to see because like the bed, it would not have this type of knotting concept. Eloki Osa, Amar Avudnea, Amar Tachlipa Shnei, the Shech Shuka de Ludai, or the Tachlipa, will apparently spend a lot of time in the leather workers' shop. Leather workers' market. So only, my dargish, what's the dargish? Arsa de Sala. Rashi says over here, Arsa de Sala, Mita Shalar, the Tolan Ritzuot Istasa or Sabi, because Rotzun Zosa, Oben Arsa, Sarukas Mita. So what is the dargish? The dargish is Arsa de Sala, okay? And the leather mat is wrapped over the sides of it. Okay. Dargish was a cup on the base, 20B. Dargish, Silugo Mitoko, Mito, Silugo Mehalgaba. So a dargish apparently you tie the leather mat in, Gemara suggesting over here into the sides of the bed, versus Amita, you take the mat and you pull it over, you extend it over the sides and tie it like that. Basically, when it doesn't earth, when does it create? What do you tend to say? When is it Mekabel Tumah? When is it Mekabel Tumah? Amita ba'anisa mishe yashufam ba'ar adam. So if you have a mita, you have a bed, where you coat it with fish oil. You coat the frame with fish oil. That's 1 second. But if a bed and the leather mat extended over the side, then why do you have to coat the frame with fish oil if at the end of the day it's going to be covered anyway? So the Gemara says, already means literally when you rub it with the skin of the fish. Okay? So the Gemara says, so for anywhere you're going to have the leather mat extended over the side, why do you have to smear the frame with anything? To which the Gemara says, rather, we'll say, the mat is actually tied into the sides of the frame. So the Gemara says, well, what's the difference? So the Gemara says, what's the difference? The difference is that a mita, apparently, is tied into the actual sides of the frame, versus a dargish is tied into loops that are attached to the frame. Amar Yaakov Maybe Halachim Shungam Yel. The halachas of Shungam Yel. Amar Yaakov Bar Ami Mita Shnachim Yotzi Zokun Dibachos. So the first one the Gemara says that the halacha follows of Shungam Yel. Okay, so again we saw. Fine. That the halacha follows of Shungam Yel. Going to the first one the Gemara also says. That's why Yaakov Bar Ami says Mita Shnachim Yotzi Zokun Dibachos. That's the first one I was like. It sounds like the final distinction between the dargish and between the meat. Interestingly enough, is actually how the mat itself is attached to the bed. So is the mat tied into the actual frame, or is the mat tied into loops that are on the frame? So that seems to be the machlokas over here. Not machlokas, 2 different types of beds that we have. Good. And again, the Gemara says that Allah says dargish, matir kadutu. All you do for dargish is untie the loops, or untie the ropes that are tied to the loops. The metal, the leather mat falls down, and that's enough for everything. Now, again, just a full circle. The king, when people come from the king in the morning, the king sits on the dargish. Everyone else sits on the floor. A regular person pulls out the loops of his dargish, the leather mat falls to the ground, rendering it unusable. Mine just is one last halacha that if you have like a canopy bed, you know, bed with holes, then halacha might start joking the guy. All you need to do is kind of like put it up on its side, and that's enough. You don't have to start turning it because you have the hole. Just put it up on its side, and then use it. Incredible, all right? Moshe, Yishka, here we go. Couple of days, 20 minutes. Emoji, the comments are short. Most of the comments are shows applications of Shimba. The king has the ability to go ahead and take out the population, take out the army to a Muhammad's idea to get the to wars. Muhammad's mitzvah, which is to get the country or safety and security by itself. And Muhammad's shows territorial expansion resources. So if the king wants to take out the army for Muhammad's shows an optional war, he can do so, but he needs the permission of the Sanhedrin. Furthermore, this is like eminent domain. The king has the ability to go through other people's property in order to go ahead and make it happen for himself. Let's say he needs to access his fields, he needs to access some property. He could go through other people's property in order to go ahead and make it happen for himself. The Imam after the other, no issue object. We'll see the parameters of it. The Gemara says, furthermore, again, when the king takes someone else's property to use it to make a path to his own for his own needs, there's no limitation. And to make that road, to make that pathway as wide as or as large as he needs it. The color on both is in the mills below. And Nami goes out to work, comes back with spoils. Nami goes out with spoils. Who knows what the king has the right to take first crack at the spoils, but he gets first choice about what he wants to go ahead and take. So the Gemara says, first one was king can only take the army out from the Hamas for an actual war. It's a permission of the Sanhedrin. We learned this already. We learned this before. We already learned this. We learned this already. king can only take out the army for Muhammad's trust with David's permission. Which must be right. I did the Spanish community Dunella. Right? That was for the topic of the king already. We're just talking about all of the halachos of the king. And if halacha nicely included in it. I'm going to do that. We'll say first white line. Amar Shmuel. Kol Omer Parshas Melech Mutable. So we'll say this is crazy. Anything that is written in the section regarding the king is allowed to do. Now, take a look at Rashi just a minute. Rashi in the Parshas Melech. Rashi says, the Sefer Shmuel, the Nechem Ubenosechem Yikach. Now, again, remember, Shmuel Hanavi, when the people come to Shmuel, they say we want a king. So Shmuel says, okay, just be careful what you wish for, because the king has a lot of power. A king can strip your sons and daughters. A king can tax you. So now the Gemara says, everything that Shmuel said about a king, actually a king has a right to do. Shinamar. So I'm sorry. That's Shmuel. Shmuel says, whatever Shmuel Hanavi said that a king could do, tax you, and could strip the kids, he has that power. Rav no. Well, never Parshas Elu La'ayim Alei. Not true. Shmuel was trying to steal them. Shmuel was unhappy that they asked for a king. Felt it was inappropriate. And therefore, Allah again, he said a lot of stuff in order to scare them. But a Jewish king cannot actually do all the things that Shmuel said he could do. Again, we'll define this portion. Place the king upon you, namely, that you have to fear the king. You have to fear the king. A monarchy only operates if there's a sense of fear and reverence. So the Gemara says as follows. Yossi says, so Yossi, like Shmuel says, that whatever is said in the section in Rabbi Shmuel about the king is allowed to do. Yehuda says, no, remember Parshas Elokei. Not true. Shmuel just said a lot of stuff and wanted to go ahead and make the people scared. To get them to really think a little bit more about whether or not they actually want the king. Please keep upon you. Literally, again, what is this place mean? Fear and reverence of the king should be upon you. This is incredible. People have been supposed to study each other for yourself. So was commanded to perform 3 mitzvahs when they entered into Eretz Yisrael. Number 1 is to establish a king. Number 2, to wipe out Amalek. Number 3, the Libnos establish a king, wipe out Amalek, build a base of Rabbi Norai says, Rabbi Norai says, the truth is the whole section of Shmuel was only there because Kabisol was the king. They asked for a king in an inappropriate way. The Amarta Asima Alai Mela. So it's actually quoted from the Pasuk in Dvarim, where the Torah says you will come to the land, and Kabisol will say, place upon us a king, Chol HaGoyim, like all of the nations. Kind of, Elazar says, Omer is the king of Shebadar Kehogen. I'm sorry, Omer, the king of Shebadar Kehogen Shalom. The truth is, the elders of the generation asked for a king in the appropriate way. No, Manu Melech or Shaftim. Going back to the Shmuel story. When the elders approached Shmuel and asked for a king, they asked in an appropriate way. They said, give us a king to judge us. About Amir Arch Shabbat Kilkum. Again, the Amarats and the ignorant ones, they ruined it. What do they say? They said we want him to be like all the nations. The elders, when they asked, they said, we need a king. We need someone to support us. We need someone to inspire us. The Philippians, the other people, they just want it just to be like all the other nations. Kanya, Rabbi Yossi says this also. Let's say 3 what we mentioned before. Rabbi Yossi says as follows. Shalosh mitzvos nestabi shalosh mitzvos. So Rabbi Yossi was given 3 mitzvos in the Exodus. What were they? The Hamil Amalek, to establish a king. The Hachri Zar Amalek, to wipe out Amalek. The Lignos one base of the Tefillah. And to build the base of the Tefillah. And I don't know which one comes first. What's the proper order? Kishu Omer Yad Al Kiska Milchama Lashem Ba'amalek Habe Omer Lahamid Lahem Melech. So again, based on this concept, we'll explain the Russian just a little bit. It appears that the first order of business is to establish a king. We need Kisei, because Kisei is Melech. It refers to a king. Kiyad Al Kiska. So again, it's a little bit of a play where it's case Kisei. So again, it sounds like first. Remember, this is talking about the war against Amalek. But before it comes out to war against Amalek, it's Yad Akis Kal. So which means first is the kisei, first is the monarchy, then the war with Amalek afterwards. Elamel Shinem Arpa Yasher Shema Kisei Hashem Shmanela. V'adayin in Yodea. In Livnos Lambeis Amachira Tila, or the Hakuz Al Shamal. Here's what we know, right? The first order of business is establish a king. What comes after that? Amalek or Beis Hamikdash. Yeshuomer Be'eliach V'Nikolai Beichem. V'ayam Makom Asher Yudkar. Avi Omer LaHakuz Al Shamal Tila. So we see over here, if you look at the order of the Psukim, it says Hashem will give you respite, or will give you success over all of your enemies, and then it comes up with the Beis Hamikdash. So ultimately, the area of the king. Wipe out Amalek, and then ultimately again build the Beis Hamikdash. The Omer, Ha'achris, Pizarro Shel Amalek, the Chibud David Omer, Vayik Yasher Anah Asal Veisav Hashem Yekol Misaviv. David again. David sat on his throne. He sat on his throne in his home, and then Hashem allowed him to be successful over all his enemies. And then it says, "Vayomer Melech Amasa Navim Re'eh No Anochi Yoshe Beis Hamikdash." Ultimately, again, the David says nothing. It's not like I'm sitting in a beautiful palace and Hakadosh Baruch Hu doesn't have a home. So you see, David king, right? David king, vanquished his enemies, Amalek. And then basically, the most of the Gemara seems to indicate that that indeed will have a home. First, you establish a king, then you wipe out Amalek, and then basically, and the most of it is found in the Kabbalah Messiah. Because it's not just about the Mishnah and the Kal, it's about the Mishnah. Right, one shot. First thing, so Tasim Allah. You are the king over your life. You are in charge of you. The buck of life stops with you. So often we outsource our success to other people. And we blame other people for our failures. Things didn't go well. At the end of the day, so Tasim Alecha Melech. Anoint you over you. Make yourself a king over you. You are the king over your castle. You are the king over your domain. You are the king over your life. After that, after you take personal responsibility over your life, then address your Amalek. Then address your Amalek. Identify what are my shortcomings, what are my problems, what are my difficulties, what are my challenges, what are my handicaps, what's my Amalek. And now that I am the king over my life, I feel like I'm my Amalek. After you exercise personalistic autonomy, you identify your Amalek, and you try to the best of your ability to eradicate it, then, and only then go above it. Then you can build your personalistic business growth. What's the double there for today? Shkoyach everyone. Look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow.
And bigger, better. 2025. Can't stay the same. Keep it moving. Thank you guys for riding along with me. A lot of ups and downs throughout the years. We've been in a hot second.
I will say good morning. It is a tremendous. This is supposed to be able to. Thanks for again. Sorry that I can't be there with you in person. But I had a time for the Simcha. With the regimes, and I'll be doing remote Monday morning and Tuesday morning. But I have too much for it. We'll be back live in person on Wednesday. But Bakashim is like too good. Couldn't not do it with the Kappa. So today's daf is tough. 20. Absolutely no idea that today's daf is tough. Based on where we are starting today. We are starting the test on this base, 19B, in the intermediate wide lines, 10 lines down. So remember, again, we were speaking about this idea that the Gemara points out that David HaMelech was married to two women, Merab and Michal, the daughters of Shaul. So the Gemara is talking about the idea that how could David HaMelech be married to his two sisters? How could that possibly be? So the Gemara essentially answered that one of them was Kedushay Kalos. The Gemara said, Rabbi Yossi, Haikara es Ishti es Michal, my daughter. So Rabbi Yossi, what does he do with the phrase that says, my wife Michal? So Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Yossi Hayadorish Mikros Mikros. Rabbi Yossi understood that the Psukim are really interposed. Sif, Haikak HaMelech Hashtei B'nei B'Sufa, Bas Hayah, Shayot Shol es Hadmoni, Ves Miboshes, Ves Hamishes B'nei Michal, Asher Yolda La'adriel HaMikulosi. Adriel must have one second. It says that Michal was the wife of Adriel. But Michal wasn't given by Shaul to Adriel. Rather, again, Michal was given as a wife to Palpidin Laish. To which the Gemara said, hello, not Kedushin Irav La'adriel, the Kedushin Michal Palpidin. Rather, the Gemara equates the Kedushin of Merab to Adriel to the Kedushin of Michal to Palpidin, like the two daughters of Shaul. Ma Kedushin Michal to Palpidin Ba'adera, just like the Kedushin of Michal to Palpidin Laish was Ba'adera. It's the Kedushin of David HaMelech. After Kedushin Merav La'adiyah Ba'adiyah. So to again, the Kedushin of Merav La'adiyah was also Ba'adiyah. Rabbi Shimon Kach says, Rabbi Shimon Kach, sorry, Nani Haksiv Eskamation in Michal, Bas Shaul. So again, what do you do with the fact that the Prophet said the 5 sons of Michal, his brother Shaul? What about Michal Yalda? Michal give birth to those 5 sons? No. Halo Merav Yalda, her sister Merav did. So the Merav Yalda, or Michal Gidra. Merav birthed them, but ultimately again, Michal raised them. Therefore, again, they're called as the children of Michal, even though Michal was not biological mother, he's not a Merav. Okay, I just want to point out, by the way, this whole story of Merav and Michal, not really doing the story justice, but this story of Shaul promising a wife to David, that he will marry David, is going to marry David, and giving to another man. All of this is part of the overarching story of the incredible difficulty that existed between Shaul and David. Remember, Shaul was the first king of the province. David quickly rose to prominence after he killed Goliath, and David enough became like a dog, a sweetheart of the nation. Shaul saw him as a dramatic threat to his mother. Even though David had no monocular aspirations at all, but Shaul saw him as a threat, coupled with the fact that Shaul was punished by the childhood for not wiping out the mother. The punishment that Shmuel never told him was going back was that the Malchus was going to be released from him and given to a quote-unquote better man. And the better man, of course, is David HaMelech. So this idea of giving a wife to David, putting her back to David, giving her to another man, is all part of this story of animosity between Shaul and David. Overwhelming, a tragic story. So you must go back to this. The Gemara says, Merav had these 5 sons, but Merav passed away, and Michal raised them. So what do you see here? We know some of the stuff. So and if you raise an orphan in your home, it is as if you have birthed this child. And this is such a beautiful idea. So in Yiddishkeit, biology is only part of parenthood. But raising a child, nurturing a child, spiritually nourishing a child, that's just almost just as important as the person who births that child. Even though again the Rabbi was the biological mother, it was Michal who went ahead and raised these children, and therefore she called the mother as well. Which of course is a very profound and important. So when you answer that, how much even in halacha we recognize just the power that an active parent brings to the life of that child. So the biology might not be there. Biology is the only thing that's not there. And all the other incredible and important and meaningful and beautiful ingredients of parenting are all there. So there's a lot of interesting halakhic response just about the nature of the halakhic relationship between an adopted child and an adopted parent. And much of it references this Gemara. Whoever raises an orphan, you know, orphan is a relative term. A person could have living parents, but if the living parents are unable or unwilling, whatever the circumstances are, to fulfill the obligation towards that child, that someone else takes that child and loves them and nourishes them and nurtures them. The Gemara says, this is the birth of that child. Incredible. All right, what is the answer different times? The Hanina says this concept about raising the child. If you raise the child, it's as if you birth them. The Hanina says it comes from here by Yulad Ben Renah. Remember at the end of the story, so Rus marries Boaz, and Rus and Boaz have a son. So after they had a son, people would say, oh, Naomi had a son. Naomi had a son, there's Naomi the older. Naomi was an older woman, she didn't have a child. So hello, Rus Yalda, Rus birthed the child. And Rus Yalda, the Naomi grew. Rus birthed the child, but Naomi raised him. Now again, this was even though Rus was alive. Rus was alive and well. But Naomi took such an interest in this child that she raised him almost as her own. But therefore the Nabi calls this child, right? This child, Ovid. This child as the son of Naomi. Gemara says, the different source of this is actually incredible. The Ishtar Hayu, this Yoga as Yared Abidar, Ilma B'nei Bisya Bas Kano. So they're just specifically in context. The part that Gemara is talking about over here is from Zibra Hayam. Ishtar Yuzia, Yolda Skeret, and Good, Skever, and Soko, Vesusia, and Sarah, Ilabene Bisya, Baskar, Salakasmer. So understand what Father is talking about. Bisya is the daughter of Paro. The story in Kodesh of Paro's daughter who saves Moshe Rabbeinu. Chazal called her, the Nabi called her Bisya. Now, what does it mean that this year, or that's just descriptive name? This was das call. The daughter of Mishmarim. So listen to this, get ready for this. So this year birthed all of these children. Like the previous point out that these names here are all descriptive names of Moshe Rabbeinu. All descriptive names of Moshe Rabbeinu. So the Rabbi says that this year the daughter of Paro birthed Moshe. So I that the Gemara of Allah of Kevin Yom. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, merit. Let's get one. Merit. So the Rabbi tells us this is really incredible. That this year the daughter of Paro, right, was married to a man by the name of Merit. Who was Merit? So the Gemara says, Mered Zeh Kalev. Wow. Mered was Kalev and Yifuna. I belong in the Krishma. Mered, so why was he called Mered? Shemar Da'atzas Merak. Because he rebelled against the council of the spies. All of the spies wanted to rebel against him. All the spies belonged to Israel. But Kalev, right? Two of the spies, Kalev and Yoshua Beno. Kalev and Yifuna Yoshua Beno were the only two spies who received their allegiance to Moshe Rabbeinu, to proud Israel. So therefore, we receive a merit to rebel. So first of all, we understand. Kalev and Yifuna marries Paro's daughter, which also tells us that Pashtos, Paro's daughter left Mitzrayim together with the Jewish people. How crazy is that? How absolutely crazy is that? Alright, incredible. So one second. If you yell that one second, but this y'all, she birthed Moshe Rabbeinu about what you're telling y'all. Moshe Rabbeinu, hello, you have a yoga, this year, you have a person, but again, this year, the daughter of Paro raised Moshe. She raised Moshe. She put him in Christ, she saved him from the Nile, and she raised him for at least some segment of time. Therefore, again, this is called the mother of Moshe Rabbeinu, because she birthed Moshe. Incredible. Those are those are sisters here. The Alta Mizra'am Amchad Ben Yaakov Yosef Sela. So the Gemara says, one second. Now, the passage stresses the fact that Yosef birthed the tribes. So the Gemara says, Yosef birthed the tribes. We'll say first the widest, into the first the widest lines. Hello, Yaakov Yala. Yaakov birthed the tribes. We'll say ready for this for a while. Hello, Yaakov Yala. Yaakov birthed the tribes. Yosef killed them. But Yosef supported them. This is Parsha. This is last week Parsha. Right, Yosef actually reveals his identity to the process. Come down to Egypt. I will support you for the remainder of regional planning. That's this week's Parsha. Parsha Zaydash, Parsha Zayati, Parsha Zaytis. These Parshios. So Yaakov birthed the tribes, but because Yosef sustained them during famine, Yosef is considered to be the one who birthed them as well. Incredible. We'll say second wide line on the bottom. If you teach your friends and sons Torah, it's as if you birthed them. The Elah told us Aaron and Moshe. As the passage says, these are the generations of Aaron and Moshe. It says, the Elah Shmos Bnei Aaron. So again, it's interesting. It says, so the lashon of the passage is, the Elah told us Moshe Al Yom Yiveh Hashem, and the Elah Shmos Bnei Aaron have a fun of you. He says, these are the generations of Moshe and Aaron, but then it only goes on to his Aaron's kids. So what's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, Lo Melecha Aaron Yalad, Moshe Lidu. Aaron birthed them, but Moshe Rabbeinu taught them Torah. Therefore, again, they are called by the name of Moshe Rabbeinu. It's incredible. Once you see different ideas of this, you see on one hand, if you raise someone, literally just raise them, so then again, you are considered as if you birthed them. You support someone materially, it's considered as if you birthed them. You've taught them Torah, supported them spiritually, as if you birthed them. And I think that the beautiful idea is, it's kind of like when you look at life, it's almost as if you have a lot of different parental figures. Sometimes, again, the parents who bring you into this world are also the ones who financially support you. Right? Certainly, all the parents that when we're young and give you that they might also be the one who go ahead and spiritually support you. And they also might be the ones that are, but our biological parents could be one-stop shopping. And sometimes life works in different ways, and one's biological parents gave them life work, for which I just have to have life cards and told. But there be other people in my life who infused those other pieces of parental identity throughout my life as well. Really beautiful. Lachem Kam Hashem, Kel Beis Yaakov Asher Podes Avram. If you hate them, Atzinush Yaakov Shepado Yaakov. Where do we find the Yaakov in the passage? Yaakov redeemed Avram. Where do we see that? Shekadol inside Gilbert. This is incredible. So apparently, actually, his house, Avinu was supposed to have 12 sons. He had 12 sons. And obviously, with 12 sons comes a lot of sons. Yaakov Avinu, again, so to speak, redeemed Abraham from the difficulties of having 12 sons. Inside Gilbert. And it says, Lo ata yibosh Yaakov, lo ata yibosh Yaakov, lo ata other said, right. But Yaakov Avinu again, so to speak, saved Abraham Avinu from the difficulty of all of this. Incredible. So let's just remember again, we saw before that Shaul had married off one of his daughters to a man by the name of Michal as a wife to Palti ben Layish. And as the Gemara points out, that here, one place it calls him Palti, another place it calls him Paltiel. So I'm Rabbi Yochanan, this is incredible Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yochanan, Palti Shmo, his name was Palti. I Balama Mikra Shmo Paltiel, so why was he also called Paltiel? Shepalti Min Ha'avera, because ultimately again he saved himself from sin. Allah, he's like he sin, he extricated himself from sin. Now what happened? Because he has to understand something. Palti ben Layish understood that something was up with Michal's marriage. Shaul said it wasn't. So whatever is happening, Palti ben Layish realized it's the king. He doesn't really have a choice but to buy. But he also wasn't sure, is this woman Michal, who's now quote-unquote his wife, is this woman a married woman? Is she married to God? Is she not married to God? So Palti ben Layish is in an overwhelmingly difficult circumstance. Being married to someone, but yet not fully knowing whether or not he's actually committed. So what did he do? This is incredible. So therefore, his name was Palti, but descriptively, the Rabbi calls him Paltiel. Ultimately, again, why? Shepalti Kelman Aver, because with Hashem's assistance, he was able to save himself from sin. What did Paltiel do? What did Palti ben Layish do to save himself from sin? He put a sword in the bed between himself and Michal, and he said, Amar, whoever engages in this matter, in other words, if we're intimate with each other, whoever engages in intimacy will be stamped with the sword. What is that? He was showing us this idea that as much as he desired this woman was not committed to him, or at least he wasn't sure whether or not she was committed. And therefore, again, he would not allow himself to be intimate with her. Putting the sword in the middle of the bed was a reminder that I will not allow myself to indulge in this pleasure because I don't know what the consequences will be. But the calls him her husband, because he took care of her as a husband takes care of a wife. In other words, he looked after her, he nurtured her, but there was no intimacy and a fear of what the repercussions of that would be. But the Rabbi said that when she left, when she was given the portion of the blessing is so ultimately, again, when she is taken from Palti ben Layish, he's crying. So why was he crying? The Gemara says, while they were married, he had this incredible mitzvah of self-restraint. Now that he was no longer going to be married to her, she no longer living with him, he no longer had this mitzvah. So the Gemara says, what does it mean? He delivered her to Avnei Bainer, was one of the generals of David. Delivered her until Bachurim. Not says him, and beneath himself like young people who never tasted in peace. In other words, that they would sing themselves. Also, just understand what this means. Just understand. Self-control and self-restraint is one of the hardest things, especially in matters of morality. It's one of the hardest things, especially again when you could justify doing what you want to do to satisfy your desires. And yet, Palti ben Layish, like a brother, imagine all of those years next to a woman who's also known as a very beautiful woman, who is definitely your wife, but you're not sure if she's committed to you, not committed to you, and because it exercises this self-restraint day in and day out. Just an overwhelming display of consciousness. You might use this as a segue. Incredible. So I'm going to open them. Talk Yosef and the solution of Boaz. As great, so literally again, it means strength of Yosef and humility of Boaz. Now, what is that? So if you look at Rashi says over here, Rashi says, the greatness, essentially means like the greatness of Yosef pales in comparison to the greatness of Boaz. Similarly, the Gemara says, Pakol Shal Boaz, and Visaluso Shal Pati Delayish. The greatness of Boaz pales in comparison to the greatness of Pati Delayish. How so? So the Gemara says, Pakol Shal Yosef, and Visaluso Shal Boaz. Remember, we know this right, Yosef. As Yosef is Ashes, the wife of Potiphar, tries to seduce Yosef each and every day, and Yosef resists the temptation. Now, the Gemara says, as great as Yosef was, it pales in comparison to what Boaz did. Because what happened by Boaz? So the Gemara says, so literally again, the Boaz says it wasn't over. So this is kind of the strange that's on the Rus. Where Boaz is speaking in the Rus comes in here, has the advice of Naomi. She lays down at his feet. She takes off his shoes. And Naomi says, okay, Boaz will tell you what to do. So I don't understand. Boaz was a single man. Rus was a single woman. It was the middle of the night. There was no one around. No one around. Boaz and Rus could have done whatever they wanted. The ability to have such self-restraint, not to sin, and not to engage in activities, it's almost superhuman. Now again, why does the Gemara, what do you mean the Gemara has this to Yosef? See, Yosef, it's possible also, I don't know, you hear these stories, like, who amongst us would have this level of self-control? See, Yosef, Asia's people was a married woman. Married woman, right? They weren't alone together at night. Right? It wasn't that there was no one else around. Now, truth is, Asia's people takes an opportunity, and there was no one else at home. But here, you see, so Yosef had certain things that he could utilize to resist. Married woman. What are we going to do with a married woman? On the other hand, Boaz was single. He was single, and yet Boaz found the ability to go ahead and resist. What if the Gemara says it was the middle of the night? He was frightened. Boaz did not know what was going on at first. What does it mean by Yilofis? So literally again, his skin, his flesh became like a turtle. So it actually points out over here that it's a reference to again, he became aroused. Again, lest you think that Boaz wasn't tempted by Rus, that would be false. He was. Like now I said the start of Russia Litzos, he literally his flesh became like the kind of swimming Russian. This passion became aroused. And even though he became aroused, nevertheless, he did not sin. He did not sin. The overwhelming level of self-restraint that Boaz exhibited. What I both say? It's not wonderful. Chavam 28. Takol Shabbat and the Sanuso shall pass the Delayish to the Ami. And again, as big as Boaz was, Boaz's act of self-restraint pales in comparison to Palti Delayish. It was just the Ami. This is just before. Because Palti Delayish, again, they were married. Right? Technically, they were married. They were sleeping in the same bed. And day after day, night after night, Palti Delayish with that sword in the middle had to resist the temptation to be intimate with him. Incredible. I will say, I wanted to point out something very interesting. If I just finish up, I'm on the open on my Siv, Rabos Vanos Asafel, Ishmael. Like, what does it mean when it says Rabos Vanos Asafel? Many women, right, have done glorious things, but at least you have eclipsed them all. Rabos Vanos Asafel. What does it mean? Many girls, many women have done incredible things. Zay Yosef of Boaz. It's actually interesting. I mean, understands over here that it's referring to Vanos or referring to Yosef and Boaz. Ba'at Alis Al Kulana. You surpass them all. Zeb Halki Delayish. I'm not sure I'm not Yosef. My say Sheker Achim the Hevel Ayofi. So what does it mean when the pasuk says you offer Ishmael? Remember, Ishmael in general is a metaphor. What does it mean when it says Sheker Achim the Hevel Ayofi? Literally false. It's like Sheker or fame. Favor is false. Hevel Ayofi. Beauty is nothingness. Sheker Achim is Yosef. Yosef is able to see through the facade of the beauty of Isha's Potiphar to recognize that she was just an empty vessel. The Hevel Ayofi said Boaz. Boaz was able to resist the temptation as beautiful as this was. Yiras Hashem is hello. Zeb Halki Delayish. Davar Acher. So before you get to Davar Acher, I want to point out something amazing. In general, it's always interesting when Chazal suffering. Your suffering is not so bad. Let's take that person. So remember, suffering is very relative. So just because someone may be suffering more doesn't mean that my suffering is less. And in this realm of confusion also, it's just important to understand the Gemara is not minimizing Yosef's struggle, nor is it minimizing Boaz's struggle. really what it's telling us is we have different people who are capable of withstanding different levels of struggles. So in other words, the Ribono Shel Olam did not give Yosef a Michal-like struggle, and he didn't give Boaz a Michal-like struggle. Right? Yosef had his struggle with Ishmael, and Boaz had his quote-unquote struggle with Rus, and Palti Ben Laish had his quote-unquote struggle with Michal. Every devotion gives us, it sounds like a little bit almost like trite, but he gives us the struggles that we can handle, and he only puts us in the circumstances that we have the tools to overcome. So each of these men faced overwhelming challenges, but the challenge was tailored to who they were and where they were holding. Palti Ben Laish needed that challenge. Boaz needed his challenge. And Yosef needed his challenge, and no one was given the challenge of the other. Trouble gives us the tools that we need to meet the challenges that we come across. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, "Dabra achar sheker achim." What is sheker achim? He said, "Dorosh Shel Moshe." This is the first generation of Moshe Rabbeinu. The Hevel Yofi. Zed Dorosh Shel Yoshua. Yiras Hashem Hitis Halo. What does it mean again? Zed Dorosh Shel Chizkiah. So again, it's quite beautiful. The Gemara sees over here, it's interesting enough, if you don't get Rashi points out, Dorosh Shel Moshe Yoshua Asku B'Torah Harvei Dorosh Shel Chizkiah Yosef Yehem. So it's interesting. So now, according to this approach, Sheker Achein, that Dorosh Shel Moshe means that in the generation of Moshe, people were so holy. They saw past superficial material things. They were speaking spirituality. The Hevel Yofi, and again, Yofi just refers also to physical beauty. When did they see that physical beauty was just empty? It was nothing. That was the generation of Yoshua, which was also speaking holiness. But again, as great as the generation of Moshe was, as great as the generation of Yoshua was, but nevertheless, Yiras Hashem Hitis Halo, fear or reverence of HaKadosh. What's the highest level? That was the generation of Chizkiah. Now we're going to talk more about this. Rashi points out over here something so beautiful. Rashi points out that in the days of Chizkiah, there was such a high level of scholarship that everyone knew the halachos of Tum and Tara. I will say, now appreciate that. What happens when you get to a city of Tum and Tara? To be honest, all of us look how far is it going. Right? What is this going to be? Today, I have to make a couple of lines. I'm going to brace myself. I'm not running away, but none of us look forward to Tum and Tara. And the truth is, most of us, no matter how much Tum and Tara we've learned, whatever reason we can't remember. These skill, even children, men, women, children, everyone was versed in the halachos of Tum and Tara. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to the Sheker Achein is the Dorosh Shel Moshe, Yoshua. So Sheker Achein refers to the greatness, the spiritual beauty of the Dorosh Shel Moshe and Yoshua. Hevel Yofi, Zed Dorosh Shel Chizkiah. Yiras Hashem Hitis Halo, Zed Dorosh Shel Yehuda B'Rei. Greatest generation, the greatest generation was the generation of Rabbi Yehuda B'Rei. What happened in that generation? Amru Allah Rabbi Yehuda B'Rei. Shahayu Shisha Tamidem Miskasim B'Talis Achos Ba'oskim B'Torah. In the generation of Rabbi Yehuda, we had 600 Chachamim sharing one cloak, and still learning Torah. So let's say what the Rashi says over here. Miskazim B'Talis Achos, second short line. I mean, they were so poor, and yet they were still so intensely devoted to Torah. There was sometimes, to be honest, like if a person has all the material needs, the spirituality is not really just a challenge. If those are paid, there's money in the bank, you go on vacation, things are good. It's obvious that I have to work on my roughness, right? That's obvious. I'm not being pulled in directions. In the generation of Rabbi, they were poor. So again, anyone who's ever experienced financial distress knows that sucks for life. And if you can't pay your bills, if you can't keep your head financially above water, it saps all of your life energy. In that generation of Rabbi, they were so poor. Despite all of that poverty, they still acquired a level of proficiency in Jesus. 6 people sharing one cloak. But yet still, again, so connected to the devotional story. That said, the Gemara was the greatest generation. The truth is, if you think about it, it's not much longer. That sometimes the greatest metric of our spiritual success is really what happens for spirituality in times of like we said, anyone can be spiritually connected in times of crisis. Like everything we need, like it's whatever we're going to tonight, those that don't see them can be spiritual. But what happens when you make still maintain that connection. Still maintain that joy. That's the key to our spiritual success. Incredible. I was like, destruction. The Gemara is not only got plenty today. Mishnah, Mace Momes. So much as now, the Mishnah is talking about halachas of the king. Mace Momes, if the king loses one of his close relatives, in the Yosef has a culture of each other. He does not lose the house. So interestingly enough, by the Kohen Gadol, there was a makokas. Because the Kohen Gadol was actually not brought by the king. And the king, the Mishnah says, he does not leave the palace. That's the kind of common. And the Rebbe says, no, it's a lot of second. The Rebbe says, no, not true. Not true. If the king wants to leave the palace to go to the Rabbi, he can do so. Because, David HaMelech followed the funeral. He went to the Rabbi of Avner. Avner ben Ner was one of the generals of Shaul. After Shaul died, he supported Shaul. He supported Shaul's son, who devoted to him. Later on, he comes to the wants to come to David HaMelech's side. One of David HaMelech's generals, Yoav, executes him because he knew that he could not be trusted. So we're going to see that this was a dramatic story because people thought that David executed Avner, and Avner was very confident. So David HaMelech goes to Rabbi, and we're going to see a way of showing you nothing to do with the death of Avner. Shneimar, HaMelech David Homed Achar Hamito. David HaMelech was walking behind the funeral here. The Gemara goes on. He says, Amalei, go higher had David El Lefayis Hasam. That's not going right from David HaMelech. David HaMelech only went to the funeral of Avner in order to calm the people. People were upset. They were angry at him. Shneimar also, and when they give the king the Sudas Havra, remember the Sudas Havra is the meal of consolation. That's the meal that the mourner eats when he or she comes back from the cemetery. That meal is provided for by the community. It is very good. When the king eats the Sudas Havra, everyone sits on the ground, and the king sits on a dargash. What the dargash is, we'll have to see in just a little bit. Good, just a little bit. Fine. So it says in Gemara, welcome to struggle, So now, when the women participate in the Ramadan, if the custom of the place is that the women walk in front of the funeral here, they walk in front, they walk behind, whatever the minhag is. You know, really says the old Russian women always go in front of the funeral. Because how do we know that we walk in front? Because David went behind the funeral. The assumption is men and women are separate. Women are separate. You're not a Levi, you're separate. So therefore, if David behind the funeral here, it must mean that the women were in front. In the spice, that's not true. Well, you can't necessarily do the right there because there, David HaMelech went to the Rabbi Avner in order to come. Like the said, people ending they thought he went to the Rabbi in order to come everyone. So what happened? David goes to the Ben HaNoshim, the Nichnas Ben HaNoshim, David Ben HaNoshim, the Nichnas Ben HaNoshim. David HaMelech went from the men to the women to the women to the men because he was trying to calm everyone down and convince them and assure them that he had nothing to do with the death of Avner ben Ner. Shneimar, I want to say first of the wide line. Shneimar, Vayidu Kala Amachol Yisrael, Haisam Mehamelech Lahamis Avner. Again, as a result, everyone knew that it was not David HaMelech. David was not involved in the death of Avner ben Ner. Dar Shalom, I said Siv. Yavo Kala Am Lahavros, Siv Lahavros, but Harinon Lahavros. It's interesting. The way the passage is, the entire nation came, it's written Lahachros. Now, Lahachros means to cut off. So we read it as Lahachros, which means the soul. So the Gemara says, so what happened? In the beginning, they wanted to kill David HaMelech because they thought that he was responsible for the death of Avner ben Ner. It was self-Lahachros. But in the end, they came running to the meal of consolation. I'm not doing that. If the man and by the way, why was Avner punished? Right? Why? Avner was killed by Yoav, but why did he deserve to die? If they shaya lo limchos b'shol lo limchos, this is incredible. This is really incredible. Avner ben Ner had the ability to go ahead and object to Shaul. As I mentioned before, Shaul really, unfortunately, tragically went off the rails. Right after he failed to kill Amalek, so Shmuel told him he's going to lose the monarchy. Then when he sees, so simultaneously, David Amalek is having this meteoric rise in popularity, eventually will do after he kills Goliath, he rises to prominence. So Shaul sees David as a threat. So instead of Shaul introspecting and recognizing, okay, I made a big mistake, it's going to be given to David, he instead totally, just like the flash, projects onto David Amalek and makes David into the enemy of the state. So Abner Ben Ner had a front seat for all of this behavior, and he had the opportunity to stop, or at least to say, Shaul, stop, don't do this. But it's a different discussion. But he had the opportunity to object, and he didn't do so. Because of that failure to object to Shaul's irresponsible behavior, Abner Ben Ner is held responsible, and therefore he died. He was killed. So much That's not true. The Yitzchak says he did object. Abner Ben Ner, he objected to Shaul's behavior, but nevertheless, he wasn't against Shaul didn't listen to him. Both of these opinions actually take us. Daikonin Hamelech al Abner, Dayomer Hakamos, Novel, Nomos Abner, Yadecha lo Asilos, Raglecha lo Lekushtain Hubash. So, literally, the positive like this. David Hamelech mourned, right? He mourned over Abner. He said, Hakamos, Novel, Nomos, should Abner die like a guilty person, like a regular person? Abner, your hands were not bound, and your feet were not bound. So the one who says that Abner never lied against Shaul's behavior, how can come to God enough to say? Abner, your hands weren't bound, your feet weren't bound, why didn't you object? So it's an indictment. It's an indictment that as much as David is mourning over the loss of Abner, he says, Abner, you had a chance to step in, you had a chance to stop Shaul from running off the rails, and you failed to do so. Nothing was stopping you. It was only you who stopped you. Incredible. So the Gemara says, the one who says, no, that Abner did object, but Shaul didn't listen. So the Gemara says, it's really the karma. The pasuk is more like that. The question, the most novel yomos. Why should Novel die? Just like, why should Abner die? Like a regular person, like a guilty person. Right? Your arms and your legs were not bound, and that's why you objected. But even though you objected, Shaul didn't listen. Right? Why did you suffer such a terrible fate if you objected to Shaul's behavior? All right, I kind of fancy a thing that says that Abner did object to Shaul's behavior. Why was he killed? Why was he killed? My kind of Rav Nachman read Yitzchak, Shishah Malchus Keitash Chaim Remember, as I mentioned before, after Shaul died, Abner supported Shaul's son Mephibosheth. As a result of that, he delayed the establishment of the Davidic monarchy by 4 years. Because he delayed the establishment of the monarchy to that, it's really incredible. It's like somebody like incredible profound lessons of there's culpability, the values and stuff. Like sometimes I'm my own business, I'm not getting involved. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm no culpability. It's not true. If you see something terrible happening and you don't stop it, and you try to stop it, there's absolutely culpability. There's also culpability and procrastination. Abner Ben Ner is held accountable. Why? Says the Gemara, what opinion? Because he delayed the establishment of the Davidic monarchy that came over. Who cares? Who cares? It happened at the end of the day. Procrastination is an idea. He says, why does a person need to be zealous? He says, because the greatest tool, right, alacrity, to do things with a zeal, to do things immediately. But the greatest tool of the Yitzhar is procrastination. Look at that stuff shown. When you do not do something immediately, and you procrastinate, chances are not going to happen. That is the greatest tool of the Yitzhar, procrastination. And therefore, again, failing to do something in the first moment you can do it is in and of itself simple. Procrastination is an avera. incredible. Let's go right there. So remember again, the Mishnah said that when they come to have the meal of translation with the king, so everybody sits on the front, the king sits on a dargish. So he goes, my dargish, what's a dargish? So literally translated, a good luck bet. What's a good luck bet? Rashi says, dargish, it's like across from the third to last short in not how you land off, we have a short from Bryce, how you stand from Bryce. Well, the Muslim Bryce will not be shown. It's actually interesting. So apparently, people used to have like an extra bed and an extra table, and it was supposed to be like a Simmons, like a sign to grow. Yes, so like this. But if you have an extra bed, that means you're anticipating more people. An extra table, you're anticipating more food. So these things were if they were symbolic. People would have them in their house. So the Gemara says, so what the Dargish Ula says is good luck bed. The king would sit on the good luck bed. Does that make any sense? I don't say. So up until now, before the king lost his relative, no one ever sat on a dargish. And now Dafka doing shiva and they sit on the dargish. How does that make any sense? The Gemara says, not necessarily. My question, so again, so raise this in kasha. In other words, that at the end of the day, it's almost like saying, now there's a certain food or you never ate, or a certain drink you never drank. So now that's the drink. Should they think that food and drink doesn't make any sense? So you're going to say, Ella, ikashya, haikashya. Dargish skills are a bit closer, a result folks. That covers it. So a little bit of background. We know this is not to make one of the practices that for I think this was yes, they would overturn the beds. Overturn the beds in the morning. Overturn the beds. Now again, the logic behind it is, remember, their beds often have like a straw mattress. Straw takes on human form. Yeah, this is considered to be the issue of so the Gemara says that dargish, you don't have to overturn it. Rather, what do? You soap foam. Just stand it up. Stand it up, then it's going to be used. These are like the Arsa Pigado, and if you think it's a good luck bed, I might do it. Sorry, why don't you have to turn it over? But I mean, there's a first week or so. Right? When the other last thing, I will say, by the way, we don't do this anymore. Yes, we don't. You know, this is my practice. Because usually people fish and people thought that he was like a sorcery. Practice stuff. The Gemara says, that's the halacha. And let's focus mikasa. When an other overturns his bed in the house, lo mikasa b'rovadu kol, he does only overturn his own bed, and the negotiation was overturn all the beds in the house, so I'll be back to my question. So it sounds like even the dargish should be overturned. Whereas my question, maybe a dargish is just considered to be a bed that is normally used like the place utensils or honey. And Haisam, you had this material in Israel. If you have a bed that's not used for sitting or sleeping, but you use it to put stuff on it, that type of bed does not have to be overturned. Shmuel says, Dargish, Matir, Tarkishim, Unopomeida. How do you do Dargish? You're not English. Untie the knots, and like the platform of the bed just falls down. Remember, the assumption over here is we would have a frame, so it's like a piece of leather. The piece of leather was tied to the frame, so if you want to render the bed unusable, just untie the knots of the leather mat, and it would just fall down and no longer have a bed. We would have played with these are like Arsa Bigado, and if it's Arsa Bigado, Hadith immediately, so it has these knots, Eloki Asa, so the assumption is it wouldn't be, we're going to see the bed to bed, it would not have this type of knotting process. Eloki Asa, Amar, Amar, we spent a lot of time in the leather workers' shops. Leather workers' markets. So only my dargish, what's a dargish? Arsa B'Tzala. Rashi says over here, Arsa B'Tzala, Musa Shalar, the Tolin Mitzvos B'Stasa or Sabit, because it's also open our Mitzvos Arukas Mitzvos. So what is a dargish? Dargish is Arsa B'Tzala. And the leather mat is wrapped over the sides. I'm going to dargish was a cup on the base, on TV. Dargish, Silugo Mitocho, Mito, Silugo Me'al. So a Dargish apparently, you tie the leather mat in, or suggesting over here into the sides of the bed, versus a Mita, you take the mat and you pull it over, you send it over the sides and tie it like that. Basically, there's the kasha. Tomorrow, when does it create a wooden utensil? When is it mekabel tomorrow? When is it mekabel tomorrow? Amita valisa mishet yashufam ba'ar hadan. So if you have a mita, you have a bed, when you coat it with fish oil, you coat the frame with fish oil. Rest 1 second. But if a bed has the leather mat extended over the side, then why do you have to coat the frame with fish oil if at the end of the day it's going to be covered anyway? So the Gemara says, really means literally when you rub it with the skin of the fish. Okay? So the Gemara says, so if anyway you're going to have the leather mat extended over the sides, then why do you have to smear the frame with anything? To which the Gemara says, rather, we'll say both the dargish and the dust, the mat is actually tied into the sides of the frame. So the Gemara says, but what's the difference? So the Gemara says, what's the difference? The difference is that a mita, apparently, is tied into the actual sides of the frame, versus a dargish is tied into loops that are attached to the frame. So first of all, the Gemara says that the halacha follows Reb Shimon Gamliel. Okay, so again, we saw fine. That the halacha follows Reb Shimon ben Gamliel. Good. And furthermore, the Gemara also says that what Rabbi Yaakov bar Ami says, Mita shachmita yotzin zokri b'dayim. So first of all, say it sounds like there's a final distinction between the dargish and between the mita. Interestingly enough, is actually how the mat itself is attached to the bed. So is the mat tied into the actual frame, or is the mat tied into loops that are on the frame? So that seems to be the machlokas over here. Not machlokas, 2 different types of beds that we have. Good. And again, the Gemara says that Allah said on Aleph, he said dargish matir karbitim. All you need to for dargish is untie the loops, or untie the ropes that are tied to the loops. The metal piece, the leather mat falls down, and that's enough for us. Now, again, just to go full circle, the king, when the king is in the morning, the king sits on the dargish, everyone else sits on the floor. But the regular person pulls out the loops of the dargish, the leather mat falls to the ground, rendering it unusable. Mar just ends one last halacha, that if you have like a canopy bed, bed with poles, then halacha l'maisa zotzin b'dayim. All you need to do is kind of like put it up on its side, and that's enough. In other words, you don't have to start obviously overturning it because there's the pole. Just put it up on its side, and that renders it useless. Incredible. All right, Moshe, Mishnah. Here we go. Chaf on base 20, the Mishnah. Umotzi b'milchames harishus. Umotzi b'milchames harishus. The king has the ability to go ahead and take out the population, take out the army. To a Muhammad's, remember we saw this idea of different types of wars. Muhammad's mitzvah, which is either for conquering or safety and security of Eretz Yisrael. And Muhammad's shows territorial expansion resources. So if the king wants to take out the army for a Muhammad's shows an optional war, he can do so, but he needs the permission of the Sanhedrin. Furthermore, this is like eminent domain. The king has the ability to go through other people's property in order to go ahead and make it happen for himself. Let's say if he needs to access his fields, he needs to access some property. He could go through other people's property in order to go ahead and make a passage for himself. The Imam has to be other, no one should object. We'll see the parameters of it. The Gemara says, furthermore, again, when a king takes someone else's property to use it to make a path to his own or for his own needs, there's no limitation. He can make that road, he can make that pathway as wide as or as large as he needs it. The Chala imposes him in low, and the army goes out to where it comes back with spoils. The army comes back with spoils. The king has the right to take first crack at the spoils. Right? He gets first choice about what he wants to go ahead and take. So the Gemara says, first of all, let's go to the first halacha. The first halacha was king can only take the army out from Milchemes Rishos for an optional war with the permission of the Sanhedrin. It says, well, we learned this already. We learned this before. We already learned this. Previous mission, we learned this already. Now, king can only take out the army for Milchemes Rishos with David's permission. Which means he's right. I did the kind of community Melech, and then you will see him Milchemes Rishos. Right? But once we're on the topic of the king already, we're just talking about all of the halachos of the king. And if halacha nice, we put it in. I'm going to do that. We'll say first white line. I'm going to shmol. Kala Omer Parshas Melech, Melech Mukhe. So we'll say this is funny. Anything that is written in the section regarding the king is allowed to do. Now, take a look at Rashi's story. Rashi's the Parshas Melech. Rashi says, the Sefer Shmuel, Benechem Uvenosechem Yikach. Now, again, remember, Shmuel Hanavi, when the people come to Shmuel, they say we want a king. So Shmuel says, okay, just be careful what you wish for, because the king has a lot of power. A king could strip your sons and daughters. A king could tax you. So now the Gemara says, everything that Shmuel said about a king, actually a king has a right to do. Shneimar. So I'm sorry. That's Shmuel. So Shmuel says, whatever Shmuel Hanavi said that a king could do, tax you and could strip the kids, he has that power. Rav Amar, no. Not true. Shmuel was just trying to scare them. Shmuel was unhappy that they asked for a king. He felt it was inappropriate. And therefore, Allah again, he said a lot of stuff in order to scare them. But a Jewish king cannot actually do all the things that Shmuel said he could do. Again, we'll define this one. Place the king upon you, namely, that you have to fear the king. You have to fear the king. A monarchy only operates if there's a sense of fear and reverence. So we might say as follows. Rabbi Yossi says, so Rabbi Yossi, like Shmuel says, that whatever is said in the section in Rabbi Shmuel about the king is allowed to do. Yehuda said, no, not true. Shmuel just said a lot of stuff in order to go ahead and make the people scared. To get them to really think a little bit more about whether or not they actually want the king. Place the king upon you. Literally, again, what is the mean? The fear and reverence of the king should be upon you. We this as follows. It's incredible. Gimel mitzvos to establish something in Sassuolo. Also, well, at least begin this day. Lav Yisrael was commanded to perform 3 mitzvos when he entered into Eretz Yisrael. Lahamid Lamelech, number 1 is to establish a king. Number 2, Lahafis Izara Shalom Amalek, to wipe out Amalek. Number 3, the Livnos Laham Beis Adakos, establish a king, wipe out Amalek. Rabbi Norai says, Lo ne'em parshazu ela kineged harumas. Rabbi Norai says, the truth is the whole section of Shmuel was only there because Klal Yisrael was complaining. They asked for a king in an inappropriate way. Shneimar, va'amarta asima alai melech. So he's actually quoting from the pasuk in Dvarim, where the Torah says, you will come to the land, and Klal Yisrael will say, place upon us a king, chol hagoyim, like all of the nations. Tanya, Rabbi says, Omer is the king of Shevadar Kehogen. I'm sorry, Rabbi Omer, the king of Shevadar Kehogen Shalom. The truth is, the elders of the generation asked for a king in an appropriate way. So now, Lanu Melech L'Shaftim. Going back to the Shmuel story. When the elders approached Shmuel and asked for a king, they asked in an appropriate way. They said, give us a king to judge us about Amir Ark Shevan Shulchan. Again, the Amrats and the ignorant ones, they ruled. What do they say? They said we want to be like all the elders. When they asked to be the king, we need someone to order. We need someone to inspire us. The Republicans, the Amir people, they just wanted just to be like all the other nations who ever came. Tanya, Rabbi Yossi says this also. What's the what we mentioned before? Rabbi Yossi says as follows: Shalosh mitzvos nestabi Shabbos Yisrael. So Klal Yisrael was given 3 mitzvos when they entered into Eretz Yisrael. What were they? Lahamil Amalek, to establish a king. Lahach Rizar Shalmalek, to wipe out Amalek. From Livnos Landeis of Akiva, and to build the base Mikdash. And I don't know which one comes first. What's the proper order? Kishu Omer Kiyad Al Keiska Milchama Lashem Ba'Amalek Have Omer. So again, based on this passage, we'll explain the drasha just a little bit. It appears that the first order of business is to establish a king. This kisei is melech. It refers to a king. Kiyad al case ka. So again, it's a little bit of a clear word. Case kisei. Milchama Hashem. So again, it sounds like first. Remember, this is talking about the war against Amalek. But before it talks about the war against Amalek, it's Kiyad al case ka. So which means first is the kisei. First is the monarchy, then the war with Amalek afterwards. Elamel Shenem Arba Yasher Shema Kisei Hashem Lamela. Vadayin in Yodea. In Libnos when they said the Tzilah, all the Hafez Hashem Amalek. Here's what we know, right? First order of business is establish a king. What comes after that? Amalek or Beis Hamikdash? Which you Omer Be'yech Len Nikol Deichem. Va'yamak Masher Yivchar. The Omer the Hafez Hashem Amalek Tzilah. So we see over here. If you look at the order of the Tzukim, it says Hashem will give you respite, or will give you success over all of your enemies, and then take out the Beis Hamikdash. So ultimately, we have the king, wipe out Amalek, and then ultimately again build the Beis Hamikdash. The Omer, the Hafez Zaro Shel Amalek Tzilah. The King of David Omer, Vayik Yasher Amalek Tzilah. Beisav Hashem Yech Lam Misaviv. David Amalek again. David Amalek sat on his throne. He sat in his throne in his home. And then Hashem allowed him to be successful over all his enemies. And then it says, Ultimately, again, the God says, Nasan, it's not like I'm sitting in a beautiful palace and he doesn't have a home. So you see, God king, right? God king, vanquished his enemies, Amalek, and then Beis Hamikdash. The rest of the Gemara seems to indicate that indeed is the proper order. First, you establish a king, then you wipe out Amalek, and then Beis Hamikdash. The rest of this is profoundly trouble with this. Because it's not just about the evolution of the call, it's about personalistic evolution as well. Right, what's the first thing, Som Tasim Alech HaMelech. What does it mean, Som Tasim Alech HaMelech? You are the king over your life. You are in charge of you. The buck of life stops with you. So often we outsource our success to other people, and we blame other people for our failures. Things didn't go well. At the end of the day, Som Tasim Alech HaMelech. Anoint you over you. Make yourself a king over you. You are the king over your castle. You are the king over your domain. You are the king over your life. After that, after you take personal authority and responsibility over your life, then address your Amalek. Then address your Amalek. Identify, what are my shortcomings? What are my problems? What are my difficulties? What are my challenges? What are my handicaps? What's my Amalek? And now that I am the king over my life, I can wipe out my Amalek. After you exercise personalistic autonomy, you identify your Amalek, and you try to the best of your ability to eradicate it, then, and only then, go above then you can build your personalistic Beis Hamikdash and beautiful growth. What's the double there for today? Shkoyach everyone. Before seeing everyone tomorrow.
Towards off-road community. Everyone's been so helpful. Even though I'm in the 80s.
Sorry, or something.
They found a clip where it existed.
All right, so we'll say good morning, or good
You
Dova.
get really into fishing, it helps you along. You meet Jeff Bezos.
A tremendous chutzpah for Hashem to be able to begin another week of Sanhedrin. We're going to begin by thanking all of our sponsors. We thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Tavshin Pei 5785, the Tosin Shpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shem and Drushos this year as a chus for the service levels for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves. Abba Alim and the Torah, the common family memory of Amit Ben David Levy. My brother Itai Levy, who is still fighting in Gaza on behalf of Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael, the first night of Hanukkah. Our week of learning sponsors, Bruce Levin, in memory of Avital Kala Bas Tova Batya, from Poland to Avital, memory of Paul's aunt, Esther Bas Zakaria, Zichron Levrach. We wish every merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas have an Aliyah, the families in Yekama. Our Baruch Shem Hashem, bring our hostages home with shalom, and the color of our holy soldiers should be successful before Maaseh Yedehem. Once with that, let us begin. I apologize in advance. We have to stop a little bit early today, but in Yetz Hashem, it's a perfect daf to have to stop early. We're totally fine. So but we will we'll be good. Again, we pulled it off. We pulled it off last week, and Yetz Hashem will pull it off again this week. Let's begin. So today's daf is Test 19. We are picking up on New Testament days 18b, 3 lines up from the bottom. Kol Mitzvah Cholzin. So remember again, the Mishnah spoke about the idea that a Kohen Gadol does not do Chalitza. Kohen Gadol, again, Kol Mitzvah Cholzin Ishto Umiyad Mines Ishto. About Remember again, so Chalitza can be done too, and Yibum can be done to the life of the Kohen Gadol. But Allah says he can't do Yibum. Now there's a very simple reason. Why can't the Kohen Gadol do Yibum? Because Allah says the Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry anyone other than a Basula. And of course, if he's doing Yibum, that means Gomen is an Almana. He can't go ahead and marry an Almana. Good. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Kapasik V'Kani, Moshtamina Iris and Moshtamina Nisuim. So the Gemara says there's no distinction between, the Mishnah doesn't make a distinction between a woman who was widowed from Erisin or from Nisuim. There was an obviously halachically, now just to point out, when it comes to a Kohen Gadol, there's two halachas at play over there. Number one, there is an asay of who Isha B'Sula Yikach, that he has to marry B'Sula. And then, of course, there's a lav that he's not allowed to marry an almana. So now the Gemara says, interestingly enough, the Mishnah makes no distinction between whether or not this woman was widowed from Erisin or Nisuin. So let's analyze. So the Gemara says, Bishtalim in Nisuin, Havi Asay V'Lo Sasay, the top of your test. The Ein Asay Doka Lo Sasay V'Asay. So remember again, if a woman was widowed from Nisuin, then essentially a Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry her because of an Asay. The Asay is he has to marry the Surah. The Lo Sasay is that he can't marry an almana. So there's an Asay and a Lo Sasay that would go ahead and prevent her from doing Yibum. On the other hand, there's an Asay that says, do Yibum. So an Asay, the positive commandment of Yibum, cannot set aside the Asay and Lo Sasay preventing her from marrying this woman. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. That if she was widowed from Yisuin. Because if she's widowed from Yisuin, two things. Number one, she's not in the Sula. And number two, she's an Almana. However, top of the test 19a Ella, Mina Erisin Amai. But again, if she was widowed from Erisin, so the assumption is a man has not lived with his wife during Erisin. As such, she's still Sula. So therefore, the only issue with marrying her is that the only issue with marrying is that she's an Almana. So there's a lot that there's an Almana, but there's also an Asay of Yibum. If that's the case, Yavo Asay, Yikamos Asay. So let the Asay of Yibum come and set aside the Lo Sasay of Almana and let him do Yibum. We have this concept all the time of Asay Doka Lo Sasay, positive commandment, set aside a prohibition. To which the Gemara says, as you know, that the phrase Asay Doka Lo Sasay is also a tremendous mantra in life. That a lot of times in life we want to do something. We have these feelings, we want to do something. And then what happens? There's a little voice in our head that tells us all the reasons no Sasay. No, don't do it. It's like you're too busy, you're overextended, you don't have to be successful. I say, I want to Asay, but the voices in my head tell me no Sasay. So what do you do when you have a situation like that? So the beautiful thing is, Chazal already told us what to do. Asay, Doka, no Sasay. So you have the energy and you have the desire to do something. Shut down the voices, drown out the voices, and make sure that the Asay is Doka, the Lo Sasay. And mantra is eternally focused as well. We want those card magnets that everybody, it's amazing, that was cards that become like billboard, right? But you can make like a little magnet on the Asay, Doka, Lo Sasay. Not just the halacha, but hashkafa as well. Incredible. So if she was widowed from Erisin, so why not go ahead and do it in that context? So the Gemara says, Atu B'Yerishona, Zera B'Yerishona Atu B'Yeshmira. So this is very interesting. The Asay Doka Lo Sasay, of course, only works the actual act of Yibum. Which the Gemara says, you're right. You're right. By the way, it's a pretty solid halakhic argument. That a Kohen can do Yibum with a woman who is widowed from Erisin, because then there's an Asay of Yibum, a Lo Sasay of not marrying an Almana, and let's say Doka Lo Sasay, but that only permits the first Bia. After that, right after the first Bia, then what? There's no longer an Asay. So after the first Bia, the issue is you have no Asay, and guess what? She's still an Almana. So the problem just is, whereas the logic allows for the Bia Rishona, essentially, it will not allow for the continuity of the marriage afterwards. So quite fascinating. Hang on, what the best that support is. In Kilo Bavlo Bia Rishona, Vasi Akari Yashnia. So back to my answers, that is correct. The Gemara says, you're right. Allah said that works. That works. If a Kohen Gadol technically did Yibum with his woman who was widowed from Erisin, so he can effect Yibum with her, but he cannot remain married to her. Because the first Bia could occur because there's an Asay of Yibum that is Doka de Losa say that she's an Almana. After the first Bia, there's no longer an Asay. There's no longer an Asay because technically they married already, not technically they married already, but she's still an Almana. Now it looks like a woman never loses her Almana status even once she remarries. She's still an Almana. She has a status of Almana. So as such, a subsequent Bia would just be the Bia of a Kohen Gadol with an Almana, which would be allowed. Incredible. Okay, so we're going to say so. Take away Kohen Gadol doesn't do people. That's it. Doesn't matter again if the woman if his sister-in-law was widowed from soon, can't do it next. Mace. Remember again, now we have an interesting discussion in the Mishnah about what happens if the Kohen Gadol loses one of his most relatives for whom he is obligated to mourn. So what happens under those circumstances? So the Tanakh said, so Mace, in Yotze Achar, this is Rabbi Meir. Right, Rabbi Meir essentially says that the Kohen Gadol follows the funeral procession, but he's always out of sight of the procession. So the procession goes, right? So again, he's behind him out of sight. So they turn the corner, he comes out. So he's part of the procession, but never in sight of the procession. Rabbi Yehuda says absolutely not. Kohen Gadol doesn't leave the Beis Hamikdash. He's not part of the procession. So says the Gemara, so the pasuk says the Kohen Gadol should not come out of the Mikdash. Now, listen, remember again, this is. So the Gemara says, it means he cannot be part of the funeral procession. But he can follow after the procession. And again, this now post mission is Rabbi Meir. They go in and he comes out. They come out and he goes in. The idea is he can follow as part of the procession, but always behind the procession. Fine, the Yosef has that. So Shachar can be good. So let's say, so remember this, Rabbi Yehuda says in the Mishnah, we're talking about the Kohen Gadol is never part of the funeral procession. Why? Because the pasuk says, he doesn't go out to the Beis Hamikdash, so he's never part of the procession. To which the Gemara says, I'm going to tell you, Meir says, if you take that literally, that he has the Beis Hamikdash, maybe the Kohen Gadol should never be Beis Hamikdash, but he never goes home. So you should never leave. And it's been taken with so little to say, that the Mikdash Lo Yotzei means that the Kohen Gadol can't even join the funeral procession, right? He never leaves the Beis Hamikdash. So what do you mean? He never leaves. He doesn't go home. He doesn't go anywhere. And all the Kohen Gadol means to say, Mikdash Lo Yotzei, Mikdash Lo Yotzei. What it means, so Rabbi Yehuda says, no. What it means is like this. Sorry, Rabbi Meir says, what it means is like this. Mikdash Lo Yotzei means the Kohen Gadol remains in his state of Kedusha. Meaning, he should not do anything that in any way compromises that Kedusha. But again, he's allowed to go ahead and follow the funeral procession as long as what? As long as he changes it up a little bit and is not part of the full procession. If they done the Isling Akiva, Lo Asiva Mikra. Since the Kohen Gadol has a very, it's choreographed. They go in, he comes out, right? They turn the corner, he comes out onto the street. So since there's a distance, because we're both like, what are we concerned about if he follows the funeral procession? What are we concerned about? That he's going to touch the mace. That's what we're concerned about. If he becomes Tameh, that's problematic. So again, Rabbi Meir holds that since we have a difference in the procession, he's not going to come to touch the mace. Rabbi Yehuda says, Kohen Gadol may become overcome by his grief, and in his intense grief, he may just end up touching the mace, and it's because of how it's like so fundamental machlokas, about how does the Kohen Gadol, or does he follow the procession? What you should know that I'm not asking like that that a Kohen Gadol does not join the procession at all. He doesn't go. Not only does he not go to the funeral, but he's not part of the funeral procession at all. He remains at his post in the Beis Hamikdash. Which I will say, if you think about it, is such an overwhelming soul, that the Kohen Gadol is a person who his responsibility to the clown eclipses any other personal responsibilities he has. His responsibility to the collective it overshadows any other responsibility he has, even to his own immediate family. Now, that's not necessarily a model for us, for regular people, to emulate. But when I saw, Cham Yisrael needs people like that. tugs on these people who live and breathe Klal Yisrael to the exclusion of everything else. That was the Kohen Gadol. That was the Moshe Rabbeinu. Again, it's not about replicating necessarily. It's not about replicating by every person. It could actually be detrimental. But the Klal needs people who live and breathe the Klal. That's the Kohen Gadol. And therefore, as beautiful as it is, he does not go to Levaya. He's not part of the funeral process. He doesn't have the sin mourning processes, even for his own consult. It's incredible. Kishu Menachem Terabanan. Kishu always be sure Menachem is a hater. When the Kohen Gadol stands in a line to console mourners, so we're going to see again how mourning practice. You hear a lot of this in mourning Katan, but again, you must like this. When the Kohen Gadol is standing in line to comfort mourners, right? So he's standing to provide comfort. What happens is incredible. Sgan, in a Shuach Sha'avar B'Yiminos, the Sgan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. In a Shuach Sha'avar, remember again, it wasn't a Shuach Sha'avar. So let's say we'll call him Aaron. Aaron develops a blemish. He breaks his arm. Right? So while his arm is broken, he cannot do the avodah. So what happens? So the assistant Kohen Gadol steps in. When the Kohen Gadol and Aaron is healed and comes back to his pose, so what happens to the filling Kohen Gadol? So the issue is like this. He can't go back to being a regular Kohen. Why? Because again, Ma'alim B'Kodesh or you can't do that. Once you serve in the position of Kohen Gadol, you can't go back. Our issue is you also can't have two Kohanim Giborim. So what happens? He has this spot essentially of Kohen Gadol Emeritus. Right? What does Kohen Gadol Emeritus do? The same thing as every other emeritus position. Right? You're like the Queen of England, right? You're just like, whatever, you go ahead. Again, you're there. You're definitely, again, chizek, to get people to see. But that's what he's coming to. So the Kohen Gadol is giving comfort to people. So he's there. And again, the Sgan was Shuach Sha'avar, as I said, the Rosh Beis Av. That was the Rosh Beis Av. Remember again, the Kohanim were divided up into 24 Mishmoros. Right? Each one served the week in Beis HaMikdash. Each Mishmar was comprised of multiple families. So and again, each day saw a different family, a series of families, and there was a head for each day. So the Rosh Beis Av, whoever was the dominant part of family of that day, the head of that family, stood by. The Rosh Beis Av, the Rosh Beis Av, they were in the mourners, and the rest of the Klal Yisrael, whoever else was there, was on his left. So it was like this was the choreography. Okay, only Shura, and let's say just to understand, you say to yourself, wow, why all the choreography? So let's say, remember, Kohen Gadol has to remain tahar. Tumah to be transmitted even through touch. You have to have a very organized line around the Kohen Gadol. There has to be correct. Also, by the way, because we're going to see Kedusha requires choreography. The holier something is, the more choreography is required to ensure that its Kedusha remains. That's why, again, it's an interesting thing. When you show up in shul, right? How do you have to show up in shul? What are the rules for showing up in shul? I'm telling you, if that was a rule, we have a problem, right? So the answer is there aren't really any rules per se, right? In other words, that you can roll in. Right? Address a lot of these things in Nefesh and learning Nefesh Ma'at. Right? You can a lot of interesting behaviors that have developed over the years, which are quite fascinating. Like walking into shul at Shabbos morning with a cup of coffee into shul. I don't know, I'm not an old person, but I never saw this growing up. I never saw it. But people saunter into shul, like it's like, yeah, if you got a cup of coffee, I'm coming to shul. No. That's not what shul is. Drink your coffee before you come to shul. Shul is not the place where you come to have coffee with God. Right? Shul is the place where you come to converse that. When you're learning, that's one thing. But to come into shul with a cup of coffee and then you see Chaver, it's really quite shocking. During davening, and there are some audible slippers. I'm just going to point that right. And what is that?
I feel
What
like she's
is
like a
that?
future.
Chazar Sashat, when you hear like the clicking of the top of like the travel mug.
If you just read
Take
verbatim,
a sip of coffee.
but she loves her kids.
And then people go for refills afterwards, which is like also incredible. I didn't really offer that. I gotta get in on that a little bit. Like I said, so it's really, I'm just telling you, like it's something that managed, like, it's an alcohol. And it really is like, it totally diminishes the sanctity of what a shul is and fundamentally erodes what tefillah is supposed to be. It creates a casualness that is just not supposed to be part, because again, you see, the further removed you are from the Shekhinah, it's true, the more casual things become. The closer you go to the Kodesh HaKodashim, the more choreographed things become, right? That's why you go onto the Harabayas, so then again, you can't go with your wallet, with your walking stick. You can't walk into the Beis HaMikdash with your shoes. And the further in you go, the more strict the choreography is. Why? Kedusha requires Seder. Kedusha requires order. Kedusha requires a clear structure for how I'm getting from point A to point B. So the further removed from Kedusha I am, the more casual things are. And that's just what it is. The closer to Kedusha I get, by definition, the more choreographed things need to be. So everything to do with the Kohen Gadol. Yes, on the utilitarian level, everything is choreographed because he has to remain tahar. He has to remain tahar. But it's also dimming Kedusha. If you want, and we know this in our own lives, if I want holiness, holiness requires structure. Holiness requires order. Holiness requires a schedule. Holiness requires choreography on every single level. If it's chak plak, just whatever, go with the wind, go with the flow. Then the nice thing, you can accomplish great things, but that's not what Kedusha is. Incredible. Some others I took the shul, made the shul, it's not from that area. Now it's the Kohen Gadol is mourning. And the Kohen Gadol is mourning, right? And again, he is being consoled by others. So then the halach is Skana B'Yimino, Rosh Beis Abachala Amismala. So ultimately, again, the assistant Kohen Gadol is on his right. Skana B'Yimino, Rosh Beis Ab, right? So again, he's Rosh Beis Ab, and the rest of the nation is on his left. Aval Mashuach Sha'avar Lo Asi Gabei. So that's fascinating. So when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort, so we know that both the Skan and Mashuach Sha'avar. Skan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. Mashuach Sha'avar is the guy, the Kohen, who served as a Kohen Gadol while the current Kohen Gadol was disqualified, and then again he becomes an Aries afterwards. So if you notice, when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort to others, the Mashuach Sha'avar is present. When the Kohen Gadol is in mourning, the Mashuach Sha'avar is not present. Why? Says what's incredible. My timer, Kol Shadaite Savaka Hadidu. Because what says, as much as the Kohen Gadol does not go ahead and come and go to provide and participate in the funeral for his loved ones, but again, there are certain parts of the Avodah that he's not permitted to do. We'll discuss this. He feels that the Mashuach Sha'avar may rejoice at the fact that now he's not the acting Kohen Gadol. I will say, this is quite fascinating. You must highlight what this here is. There is some amount of inherent tension between the Kohen Gadol and the person who fills in for him when he's not able to act as the Kohen Gadol. People are people. And when you feel that your position is at risk, right, or you feel that someone else is able to do your job, it's threatening. It's threatening. So as such, it's fascinating. So when the Kohen Gadol is mourning, you tell the Mashuach Sha'avar, don't come. Don't come to do your knocking, because it's going to elicit negative feelings or potential insecurities within the Kohen Gadol. You think to yourself, if there's one person in the world who shouldn't feel insecure, it's who? It's the Kohen Gadol. Gosh, you're the Kohen Gadol. I'm not a doctor. Right? But okay, but you know what's there? But you're the Kohen Gadol. You're the Kohen Gadol. Like, hey, it's like you can't become holier than the Kohen Gadol. You're the only man on the face of the earth who is permitted to engage in the most intimate communion against Hashbach on Yom Kippur. It doesn't get higher. Even the Kohen Gadol has insecurities. Such a validating insecurity. We all walk out with insecurities, and we think that our insecurities are represented in the fact that they're so sufficient. That was so lacking. If only was a healthier person that wouldn't have insecurities. It's true, we all have to work on our insecurities. But it goes to the Chazal telling us is that having insecurities is just part being human, and even the Kohen Gadol has that. Incredible. Amar Papa, Shema Mina Hamas Nisa. Plus, there are three things you should learn from here. Number one, Shema Mina, Hainu Sgan, Hainu Mamuna, that the Sgan and the Mamuna are two names for the same person, the deputy or assistant Kohen Gadol. Shema Mina, Avelim Omnim B'Chala Am Ovim. That would say so that when comforting mourners, the mourners would remain in place, and the nation, the people, would file past them to provide Nechama. Shema Mina, Avelim is small. Hamanachim Ovim. We also see from here that the mourners stand to the left of those coming to console. Turn up on it. So listen, now listen, let's talk about the number that is practiced for this. This is incredible. Talk about the Rishona, who Avelim Omdim B'Chala Am Ovim. Was in the beginning, it was just, as we just said, the Avelim would remain stationary, and the people, the comforters, would file past the mourners. So listen to this. V'hayu beis mishpachos b'Yushalayim, Niskaros Zubazu. Get ready for this. There are two families in Yerushalayim that fought with each other. What was the fight? Zos Omeres, Aniyah Beres Tchila. Zos Omeres, Aniyah Beres Tchila. What would they fight about? They when it came to the comfort line, or the comforting line. Right? This was the people who were coming to comfort the mourners. These two families would always get into it. Right? Family A would say, no, we're going first. Family B would say, no, we're going first. Every single time someone died, and they had to go be Menachem Abba, these two families would always go at it. So what happens? So the rabbi changed the practice. And what did they do? They changed the practice that the comforters no longer file past the mourners, rather the mourners file past the comforters. So therefore, again, there's no real order in the line of the comforters, because the comforters are standing in place, and the mourners go by, which I will say, interestingly enough, is the practice that we have to this very day after the Rabbi, after the Kura, right? We form two shulas, we form two, we, the comforters, remain stationary, and the mourners walk through. That was not the original practice. The original practice was mourners stand in place and the comforters walk by, which if you think about it, by interesting enough, sounds so much more intuitive. Why did it change? Because two families in Yerushalayim were constantly at it. So what do you see from here? So you don't see what's happening here? Halacha changed because two families in Yerushalayim were fighting. So what do you see from here? How important shalom is. How important. I don't know. I would have thought, so what you're doing for 2 times in Yerushalayim, sitting down, what's the matter with people? Right? You don't have to say it like that, but something like that. What are you doing? So obviously, I'm sure someone tried that, but whatever was going on was much deeper. So you see from here, the halachic practice changed in order to maintain shalom within their ancestors. Gadol HaShalom. There is nothing greater for our people than shalom. Shalom is the key that allows every other bracha to be showered down upon us. With it, we have everything. Without it, we have nothing. And so Chazal were ready to go ahead and literally change mourning practices in order to prevent two families from fighting, in order to cause the creation of shalom within the ranks of Israel. Okay, let's go later. Says the Gemara, Next Rabbi Yossi is Hadav Yoshna B'Tzipori. She Avelim Omdim B'Chala Am Over. Says into this. So you must have Yossi changed back the practice to what it was. He changed it back to the practice of the Avelim standing in place and everyone else filing past. It's going to be story. So again, that was just because understand, Chazal changed it as a reaction to a particular event. So Rabbi Yossi felt that there's no reason why, and supposedly where we don't have this problem, I could do the halacha as, I could keep the practice as it originally was. Mourners stationary, and everyone else filing past them. So listen to this. Rabbi Yossi organized or he enacted the final halacha. Number one, Shotei Isha Ma'aleches B'Shot B'Bina Acharah. That a woman should not walk in the marketplace with her child behind her, but only should walk in the marketplace with her children in front of her. So what's the shot? He wants to because of Maisa Shahaya. So what happened? Rashi points out to him that there was a woman who was walking, her child was behind her. She turned around and her child was gone. Somebody had taken her child. So man came over to her and said, I'll help you find your child. Took her to a home and she was violated in that home. It was a trap to violate her. So after that particular event, Rabbi Yossi said in Tzipori, when a woman is walking in the marketplace, her children should be in front of her. Listen, also dramatic about this. You say to yourself, really, you enact a practice because of something that happened to one person, And the answer is yes. It's all the same thing. Level Hashalom. Halacha looks out for the collective, and halacha also looks out for the individuals, and the safety, security, and shalom of the individual and the community is paramount. It's interesting. It's fascinating. Rabbi Yossi instituted in Tzipori that women should talk in the bathroom. Incredible. They should talk in the bathroom. They should converse in the bathroom. You understand, by the way, the halacha is you're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. Right? It's important halacha to know. You're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. It's not a, hey, how are you? Hey, what's up? Fancy meeting you. None of that, right? None of that. There's no talking in the bathroom, right? Because again, that's normally a din in sneeze. It's a din in modesty. First, go to the bathroom, take care of their needs, and then get out. That's it. The interesting thing here is that women should talk in the bathroom. Why? Mishum yichud. This has to understand that it used to be bathrooms were what's the word?
I think there's one more. I'm punching the air
No,
right
what is
now.
it? What's the opposite? Unisex means foreign gender, no?
Looks like Callan stepped
Non-denominational. Non-denominational. Right? I got the wrong word. Right. Not co-ed. No, not co-ed. Not co-ed. This is going down. You know what? No more comments from the audience. I got this. Bathrooms, right? Bathrooms were communal. They were communal. They were communal. So what can happen if women were using the bathroom and a man walked in, he didn't know. So this way, again, if a man's approaching the bathroom and he hears women's voices in the bathroom, he knows not to go in there. So again, and to avoid any type of potential yichud situation. Quite incredible. Amrav. So the Gemara says, Amrav Menashe by Abba. Shilta is from Moshe Rabbi, the base Amin the Hutzal. What's the first part of Amali? So Menashe Rabbi asked Rabbi Yoshia, the great Rabbi Yoshia, in the cemetery of Hutzal. They said the following: Amali, Ein Shura Psucha Chusa Me'asar B'Ne'adam. For a Shura, for the line of comfort is for Avelim, there is no din of Shura if you have less than 10 people. For in Avelim and Amilim. And the women are not part of the meeting. So Ben Sha'avelim Omdim B'Chala Am Ovrim, Ben Sha'avelim Ovrim B'Chala Am Omdim. And this is, it doesn't matter whichever practice you follow, whether you follow that the Avelim are stationary and the comforters walk past them, or the comforters are stationary and the Avelim walk past them. There is no concept of a shura with less than 10 people. Incredible. Kishum Menachim. So the Gemara says, Kishum Menachim. Ki Menachim Gu Achrini. Hefi Amalu. So we'll say, when the Kohen Gadol, remember again, when the Kohen Gadol is in mourning and people come to comfort him, so remember again, the Mishnah said it's actually quite dramatic. The Mishnah said that they walk in and they say to him, Anu Kaparascha, we will be your atonement, which is so profound. Like the people are saying to the Kohen Gadol, we'll take your suffering. Whatever is supposed to happen to you, let it happen to us. And the Gemara now says, when the Kohen Gadol comes to comfort someone else, so the Gemara says, what does he say to them? He said to them, you should be consoled. So you have to take together. Well, what's the case here? Even so say, if we're talking about a case where someone's coming to comfort the Kohen Gadol, and he responds to them, so someone coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and he says to them, you should also be consoled. It's almost like an ayin hara. Right? So can you imagine if someone comes into the Adar, they say to the other, Hamakam Minachin Es, and the Sor Shabbat Yitzhak. And the other says back to them, you know what, thank you. Hamakam Minachin Es, the Sor Shabbat Yitzhak. Right? So again, you don't say stuff like that. So if they're coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and the Kohen Gadol says to them, you should also be consoled, that's like an ayin hara. That doesn't make sense. Ella, watch this. No, that's what it means like this. When the Kohen Gadol goes to console someone else, he gives a simple consolation. What's his consolation? You should find consolation. You should be consoled. I will say now, I think it's interesting, and again, it became a big book, the fact check this. It's interesting because this is the easier way to have written this word would be what? Tinachamu, or Tinuchamu, right? Be consoled. What's Tisnachamu? Tisnachamu, I believe, is the Hitpa'el form of the word. Hitpa'el I pay attention for like 2 days in the week, and right 2 days, right 2 days, it's hitpal, right? So it's the hitpal form, which is the reflexive form of the word. So titnechamu, like tinachamu would be to be consoled. Titnechamu means almost like engage in the process of consolation. It's like lehitpalel, Pala, the shores of lehitpalel to daven, like lehitpalel. Like the shores of lehitpalel, it's teilamed lamed, that means to judge. Lehitpalel means to engage in the process of self-evaluation, to engage in the process of judgment. So tinachamu means to console, to be consoled. Titnachamu means to engage in your own process of consolation. What is the Kohen Gadol saying? Rabbi, do you know where consolation comes from? Consolation comes from within. Because Nechama comes from a decision to look at life in a different perspective, to look at life with a different set of eyes. Consolation comes from the moment that you realize that although I've suffered loss and life has not gone the way I thought it would, I am choosing not to lose myself in a state of sorrow. But instead, I am choosing to go ahead and look at life in a different way. This is my life. This is my God. This is the hand I've developed. And these are the response He gave me. Then these are the circumstances I'm going to act on. And by the way, we know because what the Shorish and we translate the Chama as consolation. The Chama doesn't mean consolation. The Salvation points this out at the end of Parshas Bereshis, where the pasuk says, "Vayinochim Hashem al she'asas Adam." Hashem had nechama that He created man. What does that mean? And Rashi says, a change of perspective. What's consolation? Great consolation comes from a change of perspective. Consolation comes, grief, what's overwhelming about grief is this reality that life did not go according to plan. I had this whole vision, this whole idea, this whole plan how life is going to go, and now again I've been busy by these difficult circumstances, and I feel life has been derailed. What's Nechama? Nechama is a change of perspective. This is my new life. These are my new circumstances. This is my new reality, and I will not allow it to destroy me. I'm going to pay it. I'm going to pay it. Not the life I planned for, but this life that I have. I'm going to maximize what I've got and not lament what I have lost. So it's like the Kohen Gadol will say one word. You think yourself, Kohen Gadol, just come up with something out of the mouth. That's it. It's Nechama. A little virus, a little something. Positive. It's Nechama. We'll say that's it. Tisnachama is the Hitpa'el form of Nechama. Kohen Gadol says in the morning, find the Torah within yourself to find a change of perspective. Find the Torah inside of yourself. For consolation is not going to come from anyone around you. They can tell. Consolation only comes from within. And the only thing that comes from within is when you choose to change your outlook, when you choose to change your perspective. Not tinachamu, but tisnachamu. Incredible. Incredible. All right, let's go right there. He says to Melech, well done. So let's say now we're transitioning to king. So the king, like the king doesn't judge and is not judged by others. So what's Allah Yosef? Moshe al Malchei Yisrael. There's only Malchei Yisrael. About Malchei is David, right? Regular Jewish king. But Davidic kings, done in Osa, judge and are judged by a court. It says, Beis David Kama Hashem, you know the back of Mishpat. You know Dainina Lay, Imru Hefi Dain. So say, so many again, so the pasuk says, when it comes to the house of David, Beis David Kama Hashem, Dino Levaker Mishpat. Ultimately, again, right there, din is to uphold the justice. And if you can't judge, then Imru Hefi Dain. So the pasuk says that Beis David has to be judges. Right? That's what I'm saying, it's incredible. The only way to be a judge is, if what? If you can be judged yourself. If you cannot be judged, you cannot stand in judgment of others. Incredible. The Gemara says, after all, because we say Aksid, it's Koshishu, the Koshu, which again was a marvelous part of the pasuk from Sefania. It's Koshishu, the Koshu, which literally means arrange. It's Koshu, the Koshu. Literally, again, arrange yourself and then you can arrange others. Kishat Asimcha, the Akaka, Kishat Acheres. Organize yourself, right? Better yourself, ready yourself, and then you can go ahead and help others. Or say such a profound yisod. You can only stand in judgment of others if you first judge yourself. You can only fix others if you first fix yourself. Let's say it's the hardest thing in life, right? Because judging others is one of the most fun things in the world, right? And engaging in self-respect, right? Self-judgment and introspection is one of the things that we avoid most. The Gemara says if you want to stand in judgment of others, make sure you're in order. And if you're not in order, do not judge others. Which I say is such a profound yesod in general. And it's not just judge. If you want to lead by example, then be by example, right? A person wants, but whatever it is in life, if you want to have an influence on others, make sure that your own house is in order. Your personalistic house is in order. Because if your personalistic house is in order, you're going to have, if it's not in order, you have a difficult time having an impact beyond. I want to say this is so many different. In other words, you want to build a relationship with someone else, you need to make sure that you're in a good place. You want to be a good parental role model, you have to make sure you're in a good place. You want to be a team leader in your profession, you need to make sure that you're in a good place. If you want to have an impact on other people, make sure first that your own personalistic house is in order. Because if your personalistic house is in order, the truth is you're really going to be able to have a lasting impact upon others. Incredible. So the mother's like, you might say, I love Malchus Yisrael my time alone. One say, so why is it that Malchus Yisrael are Jewish kings, but not from the Davidic line? So why can't Malchus Yisrael be judged by a court of grace? Ushamaisa Shahada. That was what said. What happened? This says, the Abdei Diyanai Malka, Kato Nasho, one time a servant of King Yanai. Now what's it? King Yanai was one of the Hashmonite kings. Incredible, right? One of the Hashmonite kings. So one time, King Yanai's servant killed someone. Okay. I'm going to show you Shafak was coming. So Shimon Shafak, he was the head of the Senate. He said, okay, we got to summon this other to a court case. They said, I have to judge him. So what happens? They send the message to Yanai. Yanai, your slave, your servant, killed someone, sent him to the Sanhedrin. Yanai sent him. Okay. Shokule, Ta'at Namilaha, Kiruad Givalot Amator, Yabal Shar, Yamod Al Shalom. They said, no, Yanai, you also have to show up in Sanhedrin. Why? Because a servant is like a piece of property. A servant is like an ox. Once the Lord has one ox kill someone, the owner of the ox has to shove him based in his way. So Yanai, you got to shove him based in. Yanai said, no problem. Asa Yassi. So Yanai came, and he sat down. Right, he took his seat in court. Amalei, Sheba Shetach, Yanai Hanala, Amod Aulad Lacha, Ya'idibacha. Right, Yanai, oh no, don't sit down, stand up. Stand up, you don't stand heavy now. Right, stand up, do not sit down. Right, and let them testify against you. Now remember, just to be clear, it's Yanai's property. No one's accusing Yanai of anything, but at the end of the day, Yanai is part of this trial because it's his property that killed someone. And the Shema says to him, you're not standing before us. Elo, within Sha'amar Bahaya Olam Atomi. Sitting before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shne'emar, okay, so therefore they tell Yanai to stand up. Yanai says, Amar Lo, so Yanai expects to show him no, Yanai says, hold up, show him I don't have to stand unless all the other Rabbanim here say I have to stand as well. In other words, so Tosfos points out over here that the halakha is like this. There is no halakha that says that litigants have to sit or stand. What the halakha says is one can't sit and one can't stand. So in other words, either both stand or both sit. So Yanai felt he's being a little bit mistreated over here. He's like, I don't know why can't he stand? Why can't he stand? Again, if everybody's standing, I'll stand. But why are you singling me out to stand? So Yanai said to Shimon Shetach, if all of the Rabbanim here, right, if all of the Rabbanim here say that I have to stand, then I'll stand. So we'll say what happened. On the days. So he turned to his right, called Shukran the Karka. So the Rabbanim, the Sanhedrin avoided eye contact with Yanai. You know, like, Rabbi sometimes rep. You just pretend you're busy. See, thank God for phones. Right, Baruch Hashem for phones. Because you always look busy. Even if you're not, I don't know what they did on this Sanhedrin. I don't know if they had like a safer or something, I don't know, whatever. Hey, so whatever it is, they avoid eye contact, pretending like they did not know what was going on. He turned left, and they looked up on him avoiding eye contact. You guys think I don't know what you're doing? So seriously, the CPI, probably don't show us means you have your plans, but you don't know what you're doing. You have about Makshavas view from the head. Let the Bama shows will come and exact punishment from you. Miyad, Baga, Yel, the Fatsa, and the Pasma is an intense story. Now, Gabriel came and literally again killed all of the Rabbanim. Like, killed all of the Rabbanim. Now, I know that this is literal punishment. 25 years, there is retribution. Now, you can't understand. Why would the Rabbanim not get involved in this? I'm not getting involved in this. They were scared of Yannah. They were scared of Yannah. And the king was putting on a spot like this. Essentially, between the king and the Abbezdin, that is a very uncomfortable spot to be in. So they just tried to avoid it. Also, Sha'amu, Melech, Lodon, Velodon, and also Romain, Velodon, also. So in that moment, they made the new law. Kings do not get tried and are not hard for the places. And which I won't say, if you think about it, it makes sense. It makes sense because it is so incredibly difficult, ultimately, again, for a melech to become now. What does that mean? That a king is totally above the law, that he can do whatever he wants? No, we're going to discuss it. So just so I want to point out over here how there is this fascinating distinction between Malchei Yisrael and Malchei Yisrael. Right, so the kings are subject to the legal system, so it's only apparently kings Malchei Yisrael who are not. Again, what responsibility a king has to the judicial system? The answer shall see. We're only to so we're going to say that Allah is that we don't do chalitza, like there's no chalitza. There's no chalitza. The king doesn't do chalitza, and we don't do chalitza with his wife. So the Gemara says as follows: meaning that even if you say that a nasi, right, who's no one is probably forgives his honor, so it's forgiven. A king is not permitted to forgive his honor. Right? But ultimately, again, the reverence of the king must be upon you. So the Gemara says, good. So the Gemara says, okay, a mitzvah is different. Even normally, again, the king, halacha and Isa, cannot be more is covered, but for the performance of a mitzvah is immediately. There is no sin. You cannot charge in Russian of the Mishnah over here was, there is no sin. You cannot go ahead and marry the Amor of the Kings. What's the same side? Just clarify that he is going to show it from Yehuda. That Yehuda said if the king wants to do Chavisa or wants to do evil, he's allowed to. So the Gemara says, how could he do that? Isn't that compromising his dignity? That the rule for a mitzvah is different. Fine. Next, you cannot marry the widow of the king. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so it says that Yehuda talking about women who are very clean from the Beis Hamikdash. Who is that? Meirad and Michal. So it's in who married Meirad and Michal, the daughters of Shaul. And we're going to talk a lot more about that. Shaul is a little bit. Hey, how was David able to marry two sisters right, while they were both alive? That's also on the land. Michal Achad Misas Meirad. No. David married Michal after Meirad died. So he was married to two sisters, but never at the same time. And we should have got all that Kiddushay Taos Hayla Meirad. In fact, David was really never married to Meirad. It was called Kiddushay Taos, mistakenly Kiddushay. What happened? It wasn't a fascinating story. First on the intermediate wireless. Today it's Ishtik Mikasha. Last thing even there are no Ishtik. So David says to Shaul, so I'm giving my wife Meirad, who I am betrothed to, because of the 100 Philistine foreskins that I gave you. That man, so that's my Kamuda. What's the story with Michal that I'm talking about here? I'm going to talk about Michal Ishti and Meirad Ishti. So you say the Papa said, so I don't know if we're saying Michal is my wife and Meirad is not my wife. And what's the shot? My Kiddush, so the Gemara says, my Kiddush yourself. So what does it mean? Ultimately, when the Gemara says that Meirad was Kiddush Tos, right? So you married Meirad, but it wasn't really a real marriage. So the marriage to Michal was a real marriage. What's the shot? That's it. So I know Ish Asher Yakenu, Yasur Hamar Oshagot. So this is about Goliath, by Goliath. So Shaul says, remember, no one could defeat Goliath. So Shaul says, whoever could defeat Goliath, I will go ahead and reward him with great riches. Right? And also my daughter. Right? Also my daughter's hand in marriage. Merav's hand in marriage. Also Kaklai. So also look again, David kills Goliath, and therefore again, I don't know, nobody's the Gabon. So what happens? That's just fascinating. So now, watch this. So now David is entitled to marry Merav, and Shaul owes him money. So David, so to speak, forgives the loan. Like Shaul owes him money, David forgives the loan, and says again, that should count as the kedushin. And listen, now let's tell the so Makadosh Benova Ena Mikudeshes. Ultimately, again, if you're Makadosh with a loan, it doesn't. Loan forgiveness does not work for kedushin. For kedushin, you have to actually give us an item of value. Loan forgiveness is not an effective form of kedushin. Also, the other idea. So Shaul gives Merav to another man right to the other six. I leave the eighth case as Merav. I'll show you David. Other way, he bought the essence from Michal. So then Shaul said to David, if you want, I have another daughter, Michal. I'll give her to you in marriage. Zeal isolated there, almost pushed in. Okay, you know what? Here's the deal. We use 100 Philistine horsemen. Usually a red flag that you're talking about dynamics, right? But I was like, so go ahead and give me 100 or kill a bunch of Muslims. And then so what happens? So Shaul said like this. Now there's two things, right? There's the Nova, there's the loan that I still gathered from the killing of Goliath, and let's call that the Arlos are with a Pruta. So now there's a loan and there's a Pruta. So the Shaul Summer, Nova Pruta got that Nova. So Shaul assumed that David's intention was to perfect kedushin with the Nova, with the loan. That still doesn't work. So David Sava, Nova Pruta, Daikea Pruta. So David says, no, my das is on the Pruta, and that's why then Shaul thought also the kedushin with Michal wasn't good, but doesn't have the kedushin with Michal was good. He might say, we put it on the Nova Pruta, Daikea Pruta. Or maybe not. Maybe everyone agrees that when there's a loan and there's a Pruta, the das is on the Pruta. So Shaul Sava, no possible movie. But Shaul thought that the foreskins, the Arlos, they're nothing. David Sava, Kazal, the Kalbi, the Shuri. Ultimately, again, but David said, they are worth something because they're going to be given to animals. They're going to be given to animals, and if I left for Mesa, it's worth at least a Pruta. I apologize, I have to stop a few minutes. So we're going to stop over here for today. We're perfectly on track. Do not look ahead. Don't look ahead. We're finding the Hashem. The rich guy come inside. Tremendous beginning of the week. Have another great day, everyone.
Okay, but Shab isn't doing that. Right. This random guy, he's doing like a character about, I guess him in high school or something. He's dressed terribly, and that looks like someone.
All right, everyone. Say good morning, or good tevach. A tremendous chus Baruch Hashem to be able to begin another week of Sanhedrin together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. So thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Tavshin Pei 5785, the Tilson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a chus for the Sorrow Troubles for Ad Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves. Haba Aleinu L'Tova, the Kelman family in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, Zichron V'Racha, the brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on behalf of Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael on the first night of Hanukkah. Our week of learning sponsors, Bruce Levin, in the merit and memory of Avital Kala Bas Tova Batya, and Paul and Catholic memory of Paul's aunt Esther Bas Zacharia, Zichrona Lebracha. We welcome the merits of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas having Aliyah, the families in the Chama. Our Kodesh Baruch Hu, the Meretz Hashem, bring our hostages home to Shalom, and the Karav and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedeim. Blessed with that, let us begin. I apologize in advance. We have to stop a little bit early today, but in Meretz Hashem, it's a perfect daf to have to stop early. We're totally fine. But we'll be good. Again, we pulled it off. Last week. In Meretz Hashem, we'll pull it off again this week. Let's begin. So today's daf is in test 19. We are picking up on the test in the days 18b, 3 lines up from the bottom. Cholson, the Cholson. So remember again, the Mishnah spoke about the idea that a Kohen Gadol does not do Chalitza. Kohen Gadol, right, again, Choletz the Cholson L'Ishto, Choletz the Cholson L'Ishto, and Yavmin Es L'Ishto. About who I know Yavmin Meshu Asher Ba'amar. Remember again, so Chalitza can be done too, right? Yudin can be done to like the Kohen Gadol. But Allah Lamaisa, he can't do Yibum. Now, there's a very simple reason. Why can't the Kohen Gadol do Yibum? Because Allah Lamaisa, Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry any woman other than a Basula. And of course, if he's doing Yibum, that means the woman is an Almana. He can't go ahead and marry an Almana. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Kapasik Ketani, Loshna Mina Irisin, Loshna Mina Yisuin. So the Gemara says there's no distinction between, she doesn't make a distinction between a woman who was widowed from Irisin or from Yisuin. But obviously, halachically, now just to point out, when it comes to a Kohen Gadol, there's two halachas at play over here. Number one, there is an assay of who Isha B'Sula Yikach, that he has to marry a B'Sula, and then of course there's a law that he's not allowed to marry an Almana. So now the Gemara is interestingly enough, and this makes no distinction between whether or not this woman is widowed from Irisin or Yisuin. So let's analyze. So the Gemara says, Bishlam in Yisuin, Havi Asay V'Lo Sasay, the top of your test. The Ein Asay Docha Lo Sasay V'Asay. So remember again, if a woman was widowed from Yisuin, then essentially a Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry her because of an assay. The assay is he has to marry the Basula. The lo sasay is that he can't marry an almana. So there's an assay and a lo sasay that would go ahead and prevent him from doing yibum. On the other hand, there's an assay that says do yibum. So an assay, the positive commandment of yibum, cannot set aside the assay and lo sasay preventing him from marrying this woman. So that makes a lot of sense. That's if she was widowed from Yisuin. Because if she's widowed from Yisuin, two things. Number one, she's not a Basula. And number two, she's an Almana. However, top of your test 19a, Ella, then Irisin, Amai. But again, if she was widowed from Irisin, the assumption is a man has not lived with his wife during Irisin. As such, she's still a Basula. So therefore, the only issue with him marrying her is that the only issue with marrying her is that she's an Almana. So there's a lot that there's an Almana, but there's also an Asay of Yibum. If that's the case, Yavo Asay, V'yitchalos Asay. So let the Asay of Yibum come and set aside the Lo Asay of Almana and let him do Yibum. We have this concept all the time of Asay Docha Lo Asay, a positive commandment sets aside a prohibition. To which the Gemara says, let's see, the phrase Asay Docha Lo Asay is also a tremendous mantra in life. That a lot of times in life we want to do something. We have to feel it. We want to do something. And then what happens? There's a little voice in our head that tells us all the reasons lo sasay. No, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not the time. You're busy. You're for extended. You're successful. I say, I want to asay, but the voices in my head tell me lo sasay. So what do you do when you're in a situation like that? So the beautiful thing is, Chazal already told us what to do. Asay, docha, lo sasay. When you have the energy and you have the desire to do something, shut down the voices, drown out the voices, and make sure that the asay is docha v'lo sasay. A mantra to turn his bumper sticker as well. Be one of those card magnets, right? Everybody is amazing. That's what cars to become a billboard, right? But you can nice like a little magnet on there. Asay, docha, lo sasay. Not just the halacha, but hashkafa as well. Incredible, tremendous stuff. So if she was widowed from Irisin, so why not go ahead and do in that context? So the Gemara says, Atu bia rishona, zera bia rishona, atu bia shnira. So this is very interesting. The asay docha lo sasay, of course, only works the actual act of yibum. To which the Gemara says, you're right. By the way, it's a pretty solid halachic argument that a Kohen can do yibum with a woman who is widowed from Irisin, because then there's an asay of yibum, a lo sasay of not marrying an almana, and an asay docha lo sasay, but that only permits the first bia. After that, right after the first bia, then what? There's no longer an asay. So after the first bia, the issue is you have no asay, and guess what? She's still around mana. So the problem just is, whereas the logic allows for the bia rishona, essentially, it will not allow for the continuity of the marriage afterwards. So quite fascinating. Hang on, that's the fourth case. In Tilo Bava bia rishona kanu, Vasu kanu bia shmira. So in fact, the Gemara answers that is correct. The Gemara says you're right. Halacha l'maisa that works. That works. If a Kohen Gadol technically did yibum with a woman who was widowed from Irisin, so he can effect yibum with her, but he cannot remain married to her. Because the first bia could occur because there's an asay of yibum that is docha the lo sasay that she's an almana. After the first bia, there's no longer an asay. There's no longer an asay because technically you're married already. but she's still an almana. Remember, I will say, a woman never loses her almana status even once she remarries. She's still an almana. She doesn't status of almana. So as such, any subsequent bia would just be the bia of a kohen gadol with an almana, which would be a lot. Incredible. Okay, so we're going to say, so take away, kohen gadol doesn't do evil. That's it. Doesn't matter again if the woman was, if the sister-in-law was weak, can't do evil. Next, mace, low mace. So let's say, remember again, now we had an interesting discussion in the Mishnah about what happens if the Kohen Gadol loses one of the close relatives for whom he is obligated to mourn. So what happens under those circumstances? So the Tanakama said, so Meis Lameis, in Yotze Achad, this is Rabbi Meir. Right, Rabbi Meir essentially says that the Kohen Gadol follows the funeral procession, but he's always out of sight of the procession. So the procession goes, right? So again, he's behind them out of sight. They turn the corner, he comes out. So he's part of the procession, but never in sight of the procession. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. He says absolutely not. Kohen Gadol doesn't leave the Beis Hamikdash. He's not part of the procession. So says the Gemara, so the Pasuk says the Kohen Gadol should not come out of the Mikdash. Now, let's remember again, this is the Mikdash Yaitse. So the Gemara says Lo Yaitse Imayim. It means he cannot be part of the funeral procession. But he could follow after the procession. And again, this is now quotes initially. This is Rabbi Meir. Right? They go in and he comes out. They come out and he goes in. The idea is he could follow as part of the procession, but always behind the procession. Fine. So Shafik Rabbi Yehuda. So let's say. Remember again, Rabbi Yehuda says in the Mishnah, what we're talking about, the Kohen Gadol was never part of a funeral procession. Why? Because the Pasuk says, he doesn't go out to the Beis Hamikdash. So he's never part of the procession. To which the Gemara says, if you take that literally, the Beis Hamikdash, maybe the Kohen Gadol should live in the Beis Hamikdash. He never goes home. So you should never leave. In other words, if you're taking it so literally to say, that Mikdash Lo Yaitse means that the Kohen Gadol can't even join the funeral procession, right? He never leaves the Beis Hamikdash. So what do you mean? He never leaves. He doesn't go home. He doesn't go anywhere. And what it means to say, Mikdash Lo Yaitse, Mikdash Lo Yaitse. What it means, so Rabbi Yehuda says, no. What it means is like this. Sorry, Rabbi Meir says, what it means is like this. And the Mikdash Lo Yaitse means the Kohen Gadol remains in his state of Kedusha. Meaning, he should not do anything that in any way compromises that Kedusha. Again, he's allowed to go ahead and follow the funeral procession as long as what? As long as he changes it up a little bit and it's not part of the whole procession. Since the Kohen Gadol has a very, it's choreographed. They go in, he comes out. They turn the corner, he comes out onto the street. So since there's a distance, because we're almost like, what are we concerned about? If you follow the funeral process, what are we concerned about? That he's going to touch the mace. That's what we're concerned about. If he becomes Tameh, that's problematic. So again, Rabbi Meir holds that since we have a difference in the procession, he's not going to come to touch the mace. Rabbi Yehuda, Agav Merire, Dilma Mikri Asim. Rabbi Yehuda says, Kohen Gadol may become overcome by his grief, and in his intense grief, he may just end up touching the mace, and this could cause a problem. So fundamental machlokes, Rabbi Meir and Yehuda, that halacha and say, how does the Kohen Gadol, or does he follow the procession? You know, the Rambam asking like that Yehuda, that a Kohen Gadol does not join the procession at all. He doesn't go. Not only does he not go to Levaya, he's not part of the funeral procession at all. He remains at his place in the Beis Hamikdash. Which I was saying, if you think about it, is such an overwhelming result. That the Kohen Gadol is a person who his responsibility to the clown eclipses any other personal responsibilities he has. His responsibility to the collective it overshadows any other responsibility he has, even to his own immediate family. Now, that's not necessarily the model for us, for regular people, to emulate. But Lamaisa, Klal Yisrael needs people like that. Klal Yisrael needs people who live and breathe Klal Yisrael to the exclusion of everything else. That was the Kohen Gadol. That was the Moshe Rabbeinu. Again, it's not a model to be replicated necessarily. It's not a model to be replicated by by every person because it could actually be detrimental. But the klal needs people who live and breathe the klal. That's the Kohen Gadol. And therefore, again, as Chris like this, he does not go to Rabbi. He's not part of the Tefillah process. He doesn't have the same morning processes, even for his own profile. It's incredible. Kishu Menachem, Tarabanos. Kishu Omed B'Shura Menachem and Sacherim. When the Kohen Gadol stands in a line, so he's so mourning. So we're going to see again how mourning practice. We did a lot of this in Moed Katan. But again, you must like this. When the Kohen Gadol is standing in line to comfort mourners, right? So he's standing to provide comfort. What happens is incredible. Sgan, who Mashuach Sha'avar B'Minos. The Sgan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. The Mashuach Sha'avar. Remember again, what's Mashuach Sha'avar? So let's say we'll Kohen Gadol. We'll call him Aaron. Aaron develops a blemish. He breaks his arm. Right? So while his arm is broken, he cannot do the avodah. So what happens? So the assistant Kohen Gadol steps in. When the Kohen Gadol and Aaron is healed and comes back to his pose, so what happens to the fill-in Kohen Gadol? So the issue is like this. He can't go back to being a regular Kohen. Why? Because again, Ma'alin B'Kodesh Ve'en Moridi. You can't do that. Once you serve in the position of Kohen Gadol, you can't go back. Our issue is, you also can't have two Kohanim Gedolim. So what happens? He has this spot, essentially, of Kohen Gadol Emeritus. Right? What does Kohen Gadol Emeritus do? Same thing as every other emeritus position. Right? You're like the cleaner angels, right? You're just like, whatever, you go ahead. Hey, you're there. You're definitely, again, chizik, it's good for people to see. But that's what it's called. So the Kohen Gadol, when the Kohen Gadol is giving comfort to people, so he's there. And again, the Sgan Mashuach Sha'avar, as I said, Rosh Beis Av, and also the Rosh Beis Av, remember again, the Kohanim were divided up into 24 mishmaros, right? Each one served a week in the Beis Hamikdash. Each mishmar was comprised of multiple families. So and again, each day started a different family or a series of families, and there was a head for each day. So the Rosh Beis Av, whoever was the dominant family of that day, the head of that family, stood by. The Rosh Beis Av, Va'aleilim, V'chol Ha'am Yismolo, and the Rosh Beis Av, the mourners. And the rest of Klal Yisrael, whoever else was there, was on his left. So we'll say this was the choreography. Ukishu Omed B'Shura, and we'll say, just to understand, you say to yourself, wow, like why all the choreography? So we'll say, so remember, Kohen Gadol has to remain Tuma to be transmitted even through touch. You have to have a very organized flow around the Kohen Gadol. There has to be choreography. Also, by the way, we're going to see Kedusha requires choreography. The holier something is, the more choreography is required to ensure that it's Kedusha remains. That's why, again, it's an interesting thing. You show up in shul, right? How do you have to show up in shul? What are the rules for showing up in shul? Right? If that was a rule, we have a problem, right? So the answer is, there aren't really any rules per se, right? In other words, that you can roll in. Right? But you get a lot of interesting things that have developed over the years. Quite fascinating. Like walking into shul on Shabbos morning with a cup of coffee into shul. I don't know, I'm not an old person, but I never saw this growing up. I never saw it. But people saunter into shul it's like yeah, I grab my cup of coffee and put it into shul. No. That's not what shul is. Drink your coffee before you come to shul. Drink your coffee. Shul is not the place where you come to have coffee with God. Right? Shul is the place where you come to. So first, when you're learning, that's one thing. When you learn, that's one thing. But to come into shul with a cup of coffee and then you see chafra, it's really quite shocking. During gathering, and there are some audible slurpers. I'm just going to point out, right? And what is that? What is that? Chazar Sashat, where you hear like the clicking of the top of like the travel mug. Take a sip of coffee. Drink it. And then people go for refills afterwards, which is like also incredible. I didn't know we offered that. I got to get in on that a little bit. it's really, I'm just telling you, like it's something that mamish, like it's an avon, and it really is like it totally diminishes the sanctity of what a shul is, and fundamentally erodes what tefillah is supposed to be. It creates casualness that is just not supposed to be part. Because again, you see, the further removed you are from the Shekhinah, it's true, the more casual things become. The closer you go to the Kodesh HaKodashim, the more choreographed things become. Right? So that's why you go onto the Haradayas, so remember that you can't go with your wallet, with your walking stick. You can't walk into the Beis HaMikdash with your shoes. And the further in you go, the more strict the choreography is. Why? Kedusha requires seder. Kedusha requires order. Kedusha requires a clear structure for how I'm getting from point A to point B. So the further removed from Kedusha I am, the more casual things are. That's just the way that it is. The closer to Kedusha I get, by definition, the more choreographed things need to be. So everything to do with the Kohen Gadol. Yes, on a utilitarian level, everything is choreographed because he has to remain tahor. He has to remain tahor. But it's also a dinei Kedusha. If you want, and we know this in our own lives, if I want holiness, holiness requires structure. Holiness requires order. Holiness requires a schedule. Holiness requires choreography on every single level. If it's chap, just whatever, go with the wind, go with the flow. Okay? Then the nice thing you can accomplish great things, but that's not what it is. Incredible. So Margaret's like, Yeshua made B'shura, the staff in the Now, if the Kohen Gadol is mourning, right, and again, he is being consoled by others, so then the halach is skan mimino, rosh beis av chala misfala. So ultimately, again, the assistant Kohen Gadol is on his right. Skan mimino, rosh beis av, right? So again, it's rosh beis av, and the rest of the nation is on his left. Aval mashuach she'avar lo asigavei. So it's fascinating. So when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort, so we know that both the skan and the Mashuach Sha'avar. Skan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. Mashuach Sha'avar is the guy who served as the Kohen Gadol while the Kohen Gadol was disqualified, and then again becomes emeritus afterwards. So if you notice, when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort to others, the Mashuach Sha'avar is present. When the Kohen Gadol is in mourning, the Mashuach Sha'avar is not present. Why? Says the verse is incredible. My timer, Chol Shadaite Savar Kaf Habibi. Because the verse says, as much as the Kohen Gadol does not go ahead and come here and go to the fire, participate in the funeral for his loved ones, but again, there are certain parts of the Avodah that he's not permitted to discuss this. He feels that the Mashuach Sha'avar may rejoice at the fact that now he's not the active Kohen Gadol. Let's say this is quite fascinating. What's happening over here is there's some amount of inherent tension between the Kohen Gadol and the person who fills in for him when he's not able to act as the Kohen Gadol. People are people. And when you feel that your position is at risk, right, or you feel that someone else is able to do their job, it's threatening. So as such, it's fascinating. So the Kohen Gadol is warning, you tell the Mashuach Sha'avar, don't come. Don't come to the Menachem, because it's going to elicit negative feelings or potential insecurities within the Bible. Say, isn't it easy to yourself? If there's one person in the world who shouldn't feel insecure, it's you. It's the Kohen Gadol. Gosh, you're the Kohen Gadol. Right? But again, but you know what there? But you're the Kohen Gadol. You're the Kohen Gadol. It's like you can't become holier than the Kohen Gadol. You're the only man on the face of the earth who is permitted to engage in the most intimate communion and connection with God. Doesn't get higher. You're going to come down with this case. Such a validating situation. We all have insecurities, and you think that our insecurities are represented as the fact that we're so deficient. Like that we're so lacking. If only was a healthier person, would you have insecurities? It's true, we don't have to work on our insecurities. But of course, what the Chazal are telling us is that having insecurities is just part of being two names. Incredible. I'm gonna pop up. Shmamina Muhammad It's last. There are three things you should learn today. Number one, Shmamina, Hainu Skan, Hainu Mamuna. That the Skan and the Mamuna are two names for the same person, the deputy or assistant Kohen Gadol. Shmamina, Avelim Omdim B'Chala Am Ovin. I will say so that when comforting mourners, the mourners would remain in place, and the nation, the people, would file past them to provide nechama. Shmamina, Avelim was small coming out from the over. You also see from here that the mourners stand to the left of those coming to the soul. Turn up on it. Those that listen to some of the young women practicing it. It's incredible. Turn on a very shona, so Avelim Omdim B'Chala Am Ovin. Was in the beginning, as we just said, the Avelim would remain stationary, and the people, the comforters, would file past the mourners. So these are Beis Mishpachas B'Yushalayim, Miskaros Usubazu. There are two families in Yerushalayim that fought with each other. What was the fight? Zosomeres, Anioveres Tefillah. Zosomeres, Anioveres Tefillah. What did they fight about? That when it came to the comfort line, or the comforting line, right? This was the people who were coming to comfort the mourners. These two families would always get into it. Like family A would say, no, we're going first. Family B would say, no, we're going first. Every single time someone died, and they had to go to the Menachem, these two families would always go at it. So what happened? So Rabbi changed the practice. And what did they do? Change the practice that the comforters no longer file past the mourners, rather the mourners file past the comforters. So therefore, again, there's no real order in the line of the comforters, because the comforters are standing in place, and the mourners go by. So also, interestingly enough, it's the practice that we have this very day after the Levi, after the Ksura, right? We form two shuros, we, the comforters, remain stationary, and the mourners walk through. That was not the original practice. The original practice was mourners stand in place, and the comforters will fight. Think about it, right? It sounds so much more intuitive. Why did it change? Because two times in your Yerushalayim constantly high. We'll say, what do you see from here? You don't see what just happened over here? Halacha change, because two families in Yerushalayim were fighting. So listen, what do you see from here? How important shalom is. This is how important. I don't know, I would have thought, so what should we do with the two families in Yerushalayim? Sitting down, it doesn't matter. I don't know if to say like that, but something like that. In other words, what are you doing? Obviously, I'm sure someone tried that, or whatever was going on was much deeper. So you see from here, the halachic practice changed in order to maintain shalom in the way to God's stress. There is nothing greater for our people than shalom. Shalom is the glue that allows every other bracha to be showered down upon us. With it, we have everything. Without it, we have nothing. And so Chazal were ready to go ahead and literally change mourning practices in order to prevent two families from fighting, in order to cause the proliferation of Shalom and the rest of the overwhelming. Okay, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. I'm Rabbi Abba. Next Rabbi Yossi es Hadar Yoshnot Tzipori. Shiu Avelim Omdim B'Chol Ha'am Omdim. So listen to this. So Rabbi Yossi changed back the practice to what it was. He changed it back to the practice of the Avelim standing in place and everyone else filing past. I'm Rabbi Abba. His Rabbi Yossi story. So I'll say, so again, that was just because understand. Chazal changed it as a reaction to a particular event. Rabbi Yossi felt that there's no reason why in Sipori, where we don't have this problem, I could do the halacha as, or keep the practice as it originally was. Mourners stationary, and everyone else filing past them. Listen to this. I'm going to do about his Rabbi Yossi B'Sipori. Rabbi Yossi organized, or he enacted the following halachas in Sipori. Number one, Shlotei Isha Ma'aleches B'Shot U'Bno Achara. That a woman should not walk in the marketplace with her child behind her, but only should walk in the marketplace with her children in front of her. So what's the shot? He wants it because of Ma'aseh Shahaya. So what happened? Rashi points out that there was a woman who was her child was behind her. She turned around and her child was gone. Somebody had taken her child. So man came over to her and said, "Oh, I'll help you find your child." Took her to a home, and she was violated in that home. It was a trap. It was a trap to violence. So after that, to take the event, Rabbi Yossi said in Tzipori, when a woman is walking in the marketplace, her children should be in front of her. Listen, also dramatic about this. He says it's like living a natural practice because of something that happened to one person. And the answer is yes. All the same thing. Allah looks out for the collective. Allah also looks out for the individual. And safety, security, and showing of the individual and the community is paramount. So I'm going to write about his family of the story. Shilashim Misapos, the Beis Hashisa. It's interesting. It's fascinating. We also instituted in Tzipori that women should talk in the bathroom. Incredible. She talks about it in page 15 verse in the bathroom. I must say, you understand, by the way, the halacha is you're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. Right? It's important halacha to know. You're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. It's not a, hey, how are you? Hey, what's up? Fancy meeting you here. Right? None of that, right? None of that. There's no talking in the bathroom. Right? Because again, that's the only a din in speech. It's a din in modesty. First, go to the bathroom, take care of their needs, and then get out. That's it. Interesting enough, the halacha here is that women should talk in the bathroom. Why? Mishum yichud. He says, well, let's understand that it used to be bathrooms were what's the word? No, what is it? What's the opposite? Is it unisex means foreign gender? No. Non-denominational. Non-denominational, right? That's the wrong word. Right? Not co-ed. No, not co-ed. Not co-ed. This is going down. You know what? No more comments from the audience. I got this. Bathrooms, right? Bathrooms were communal. They were communal. They were communal. So what can happen? If women were using the bathroom and a man walked in, he didn't know. So this way, again, if a man's approaching the bathroom and he hears women's voices in the bathroom, he knows not to go in there. So again, and to avoid any type of potential yichud situation. Quite incredible. Amarav, so the Gemara says, Amarav Nashia bar Abbas. She'ote Eser Yoshia Rabbi the base element of the Hotzal. We'll say first one in Amali. So Rabbi Nashia bar Abbas asked Rabbi Yoshia, the great Rabbi Yoshia, in the cemetery of Hotzal. This is the following Amali. Ein shura psucha chusa mehasara b'nei adam. For a shura, for the line of comforters for a building, there is no din of shura if you have less than 10 people. And the mourners are not part of the minyan. So bein sha'abelim omdim b'chala omdim, bein sha'abelim omdim b'chala omdim. And this doesn't matter whichever practice you follow. Whether you follow it, the abelim are stationary and the comforters walk past them, or the comforters are stationary and the abelim walk past them. There is no concept of a shura with less than 10 people. Incredible. So we'll say when the Kohen Gadol, remember again, when the Kohen Gadol is in mourning and people come to comfort him. So remember again, the Mishnah said it's actually quite dramatic. The Mishnah said that they walk in and they say to him, Anu kaparascha. We will be your atonement, which is so profound. Like the people are saying to the Kohen Gadol, we'll take your suffering. Whatever is supposed to happen to you, let it happen to us. And Gemara now says, when the Kohen Gadol comes to comfort someone else, so the Gemara says, what does he say to them? Tashma, he says to them, you should be consoled. So the Gemara says, what's the case here? So say, if we're talking about a case where someone's coming to comfort the Kohen Gadol, and he responds to them, so if someone's coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and he says to them, you should also be consoled, it's almost like an ayin hara. Right? So if you imagine, like someone comes into the Adal, they say, you have a hamakam minachines, and the social ratio. And he almost says back to them, you know what, thank you. Hamakam minachines, the social ratio. Right? So again, you don't say stuff like that. So if they're coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and the Kohen Gadol says to them, you should also be consoled, that's like an ayin hara. That doesn't make sense. Ella, watch this. Ki menachim la'achrini amar lahu tisnacham. What's what it means like this. When the Kohen Gadol goes to console someone else, he gives a simple consolation. What's his consolation? Tisnacham. You should find consolation. You should be consoled. Now, let's say now, it's interesting, and again, the team of Zikra could fact check this. It's interesting because this is the easier way to have written this word would be what? Tinuchamu, or tinuchamu, right? Be consoled. What's Tisna? Tisna Chamu, I believe, is the Hitpa'el form of the word. Hitpa'el. Right? So it's the Hitpa'el form, which is the reflexive form of the word. So Titnechamu, like Tenachamu would be be consoled. Titnechamu means almost like engage in the process of consolation. It's like lehit palel, palel, the shorish of lehit palel to daven, right? Lehit right? The shorish of lehit palel is keilam lamed, that means the judge. Lehit palel means to engage in the process of self-evaluation, to engage in the process of judgment. So tinachamu means to console, to be consoled. Tisnachamu means to engage in your own process of consolation. What is the Kohen Gadol saying? Do you know where consolation comes from? Consolation comes from Nechama. Nechama comes from the decision to look at life in a different perspective, to look at life with a different set of eyes. Consolation comes from the moment when you realize that although I've suffered loss and life has not gone the way I thought it would, I am choosing not to lose myself in myself, but instead I am choosing to go ahead and look at life in a different way. This is my lot. This is what I got. This is the hand I was dealt. And this is what the Shbarach gave me. And these are the circumstances I'm going to maximize. And by the way, you know, what's the charge from the Chama? We translate the Chama as consolation. The Chama doesn't mean consolation of a salvation point of time. At the end of Parshas Bereshis, where the pasuk says, "Vayinachim Hashem al she'asas adam Hashem had nechama that He created man." Nechama, what does that mean? And Rashi says, a change of perspective. What's consolation? Great consolation comes from a change of perspective. Consolation comes grief. What's overwhelming about grief is this reality that life did not go according to plan. I had this whole vision, this whole idea, this whole plan for how life is going to go, and now again I've been visited by these difficult circumstances, and I feel life has been derailed. What's Nechama? Nechama is a change of perspective. This is my new life. These are my new circumstances. This is my new reality. And I will not allow it to destroy me. I'm going to hit it. I'm going to hit it. Not the life I planned for. This is life that I have. I'm going to maximize what I got and not lament what I have lost. So what is the Kohen Gadol? We'll say one word. You could yourself, Kohen Gadol. Come on, it's any part of that. That's it. Tisna Chamu. It's all a little part. It's something. Pasik. Tisna Chamu. We'll say that's it. Tisna Chamu is the Hitpa'el form of Nechama. Kohen Gadol says to the mourner, find the Korah within yourself to find a change. Find the Korah inside of yourself. For consolation is not going to come from anyone around you. They can help. Consolation only comes from the thing. And the only time it comes from the thing is when you choose to change your outlook, when you choose to change your perspective. Not Tinachamu, but Tisnachamu. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara, Melech, well done. So we'll say now we're transitioning to king. So the king, right? The king doesn't judge and is not judged by others. The words already knows this. Rosh Hashanah Yisrael. This is only Malchei Yisrael. Aval Malchei is David, right? Regular Jewish king. But Davidic kings done is also judged and are judged by a court. Say, Beis David Kamar Hashem, you know the back end Mishpat. You know Dainina Lei Inhu Heichi Dain. So let's say, remember again. So the pasuk says, when it comes to the house of David, Beis David Kamar Hashem, you know the back end Mishpat. Ultimately, again, right, their din is to uphold justice. You know Dainina Lei, and if you can't judge them, Inhu Heichi Dain. The pasuk says that Beis David has to be judges. Right? But it's incredible. The only way to be a judge is if what? If you can be judged yourself. If you cannot be judged, you cannot stand in judgment of others. Incredible. The Gemara says, the Gemara says, after all, because we say the his kosheshu, the koshu, which again was the Gemara is quoting the pasuk from Sifanya. His kosheshu, the koshu, which literally means arrange. It's kosher, kosher. Literally, again, arrange yourself and then you can arrange others. Organize yourself, right? Better yourself, ready yourself, and then you can go ahead and help others. They'll say such a profound yisod. You can only stand in judgment of others if you first judge yourself. You can only fix others if you first fix yourself. Let's say it's the hardest thing in life, right? Because judging others is one of the most fun things in the world, right? And engaging in self-judgment and introspection is one of the things that we avoid most. The Gemara says, if you want to stand in judgment of others, make sure you're in order. And if you're not in order, do not judge others. Which I must say is such a profound yesod in general. And it's not just judge. If you want to lead by example, lead by example, right? A person wants, but whatever it is in life, if you want to have an influence on others, make sure that your own house is in order. Your personalistic house is in order. Because if your personalistic house is in order, you're going to have, if it's not in order, you're going to have difficult time having an impact beyond. I will say, there's so many different. In other words, you want to build a relationship with someone else, you need to make sure that you're in a good place. You want to be a good parental role model, you have to make sure you're in a good place. You want to be a team leader in your profession, you need to make sure that you're in a good place. If you want to have an impact on other people, make sure first that your own personalistic house is in order. Because if your personalistic house is in order, the truth is you're not really going to be able to have a lasting impact upon others. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara says, "Elo Melchi Yisrael my time alone." So why is it that now Melchi Yisrael are Jewish kings, but not from the Davidic line? So why can't Melchi Yisrael be judged by according to this? Rishamaisa Shahaya. The episode that occurred. What happened? The Gemara says, "The Avdei Yanai Malchus Katal Nafsha." Incredible. One time, a servant of King Yanai. Now listen, King Yanai was one of the Hashmonite kings. Incredible. Right? One of the Hashmonite kings. So one time, King Yanai's servant killed someone. Okay. So Shimon Shetach, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, said, okay, we got to summon this Eved to a court case in the Sanhedrin. We have to judge him. So what happens? They sent a message to Yanai, your king, your slave, your servant killed someone, sent him to the Sanhedrin. Okay, they said, Yanai, you also have to show up in Sanhedrin. Why? Because a servant is like a piece of property. A servant is like an ox. Once the law of one's ox kills someone, the owner of the ox has to show up in Beis Din as well. So Yanai, you got to show up in Beis Din. Yanai said, no problem. So Yanai came. And he sat down, right? He took his seat in court. Amalei, Shabbat Shetach, Yana Hamelech, Amod al Raglecha, v'ya'idu b'cha. Right? Yanai, oh no, don't sit down, stand up, you're a Sanhedrin now. Right? Stand up, do not sit down. Right? V'ya'idu b'cha, and let them testify against you. Now, remember, just to be clear, it's not it's Yanai's property. No one's accusing Yanai of anything, but at the end of the day, Yanai is part of his tribe because it's his property that killed someone. And the Shema Sheva says to him, you're not standing before us. Elo, lifnei misha amar b'haya olam ata'omi. Standing before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shnei amar, va'omdu shnei anashim b'shem v'hem hariv l'fnei Elokim. Amar lo, so okay, so therefore they tell Yanai to stand up. Yanai says, Amar lo, so Yanai says back to Shema Sheva, lo, kishitomer atar, elet mash amr chaveracha. So Yanai says, hold up, Shema Sheva. I don't have to stand. Unless all the other Rabbanim here say I have to stand as well. In other words, so I will say, so Tosfos points out over here that the halacha is like this. There is no halacha that says that litigants have to sit or stand. What the halacha says is one can't sit and one can't stand. So in other words, either both stand or both sit. So Yanai felt he was being a little bit restricted up here. It was like, honestly, why tell me to stand? Why tell me to stand? Again, if everybody's standing, I'll stand. But why are you singling me out to stand? So Yanai says, Shemay Shetach, if all of the Rabbanim here, right, if all of the Rabbanim here say that I have to stand, then I'll stand. So we'll say, what happened? On the base. Nifgal, so he turned to his right, called Shukri in the Karka. So the Rabbanim, God members of the Sanhedrin avoided eye contact with Yanai. Must sometimes, but he just pretends because he's fake performance, right? Baruch Hashem performance, because you can always look busy, even if you're not. I don't know what they did on the Sanhedrin. I don't know if you have a safer or something. I don't know, whatever. Right? So whatever it is, they avoid eye contact, pretending like they did not know what was going on. Nifter the smell of the kasher pnei mekata. He turned left, and the Chokra Rabbanim avoided eye contact. Anu la'Hashem l'shetach. Bali machshava saten. You guys think I don't know what you're doing? So Sheresh the Sithiyan. Bali machshava means you have your plans, what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Yavo bal machshavas v'yif from the camp. Let the bal machshavas come and exact punishment from you. Miyad, Boga, Biel, the Chaftan, the Karka, Ulis. These intense stories. Malach Gabriel came and literally again killed all of the Rabbanim. Right? Killed all of the Rabbanim. Now, why did that little punishment? Point over here is there was restitution. Now, you can't understand. Why would the Rabbanim not getting involved in this? I'm not getting involved in this. They were scared of Yana. They were scared of Yana. In other words, the king is putting him on the spot. It's essentially between the king and the Av Bezdin. That is a very uncomfortable spot to be in. So they just tried to avoid it. Also, Sha'amu, Melech, London, and also Romain, So in that moment, they made the new law. Kings do not get tried and are not part of the constitution. So if you think about it, it makes sense. It makes sense because it is so incredibly difficult ultimately against the Melech to be tried. Now, what does that mean? That a king is totally above the law, that he can do whatever he wants? No, we're going to discuss this. So just I want to point out over here how there is this fascinating distinction between Malchei Yisrael and Malchei Yisrael. Right? So Davidic kings are subject to the system, so it's only apparently kings Malchei Yisrael who are not. Again, what's the responsibility a king has to a judicial system? Yes, so we're going to say the halacha is that we don't do chalitza, right? There's no chalitza. The king doesn't do chalitza, and he don't do chalitza with his wife. So the Gemara says as follows: even if you say that a nasi, right, who is mochel on his trouble, he forgives his honor, so it's forgiven. A king is not permitted to forgive his honor. Right? But ultimately, again, the reverence of the king must be upon you. So the Gemara says, good. So the Gemara says, okay, and this is different. So even though you're right, even normally again the king halacha l'maisa cannot be more on his covered, but for the performance of a mitzvah is something different. Ein nosin, these are not. So again, lashon of the Mishnah over here was ein nosin. Oh, you cannot go ahead and marry them. One of the things was to say, so I should just clarify that previous one showed that the Buddha said if the king wants to do chalitza or wants to do yibum, he's allowed to. So the Gemara says, how can he do that? Isn't that compromising his dignity? That the rules for a mitzvah is different. Fine. Next, you cannot marry the widow of the king. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so he says that Yehuda talking about women who are royal in the Beis Hamikdash. Remind me, who is that? Meirav and Michal. So what's in front of Kavanah? Who married Meirav and Michal, the daughters of Shaul. And we'll talk a lot more about that. Shaul committed to the how was Kavanah able to marry two sisters, right, while they were both alive? That's awesome. And Michal after Misas Meirav. No. David married Michal after Meirav died. So in other words, he was married to two sisters but never at the same time. And you should have come almost in fact, David was really never married to Meirav. This is called Kedushin. It's taking Kedushin. What happened? Most things are fascinating. First, intermediate rabbi. So David Melech said to Shaul, give me my wife Meirav, who I am betrothed to because of the 100 Philistine foreskins that I gave you. Right, man, watch this Philistine comment. So you say what Rabbi said, but David Melech is saying, Michal is my wife, and Meirav is not my wife. So what does it mean? Ultimately, when the Gemara says that Meirav was Kedushin Tos, like to marry Meirav and it wasn't really a real marriage, but the marriage to Michal was a real marriage. What's the thing? So Shaul says, remember, no one could defeat Goliath. So Shaul says, whoever could defeat Goliath, I will go ahead and reward them with great riches, right? And also, my daughter. Right? Also, my daughter's hand in marriage. Meirav hand in marriage. Also, Katlay. So ultimately, again, David kills Goliath. And therefore, again, although nobody is David. So what happens? This is fascinating. So now, watch this. So now David is entitled to marry Meirav, and Shaul owes him money. So David, so to speak, forgives the loan. Right? Shaul owes him money. David forgives the loan. It says again that should count as the kiddushin. Ultimately, again, if you're mekadosh with the loan, because of loan forgiveness does not work for kiddushin. Loan for kiddushin, you have to actually give us an item of value. Loan forgiveness is not an effective form of kiddushin. Also, so Shaul gives Meirav to another man who's right towards you. Sid, David, in his case, as Meirav, Shaul, David, Amalei, he poised the entering of Michal. So then Shaul says to David, if you want, I have another daughter, Michal. I give her to you in marriage. Zil, I said, may I almost pushed him. Okay, you know what? Here's the deal. Bring me 100 Philistine foreskin. Usually a red flag, right? That's right. And I was like, so go ahead and bring me 100 or kill a bunch of Philistines and bring it to me. I see like, so David and Melech twice him. I'm going to no So what happens? So Shaul's like this. Now there's two things. Right? There's the Nova, there's the loan that I still owe David from the killing of Goliath. And let's call that the almost are worth a pita. So now there's a loan and there's a pita. So there's a Shaul seller, Nova, Nova. So Shaul was seeing that David and Melech's intention was to protect the position with the Nova. The loan. Let's call it the David Sadar, Nova, so David figured, no, my dance is on the futa, and that's why I can show, but also the tradition of Michal wasn't good. The tradition of Michal was good. Maybe everyone agrees that when there's a loan and there's a futa, the dance is on the futa, Carlos will work nothing. David Savar, Chazal, Kalbi, Vishlim. Ultimately, again, if David said, they are worth something, because again, they could be given to animals. It could be given to animals, and then so it's worth at least. So I will say, all of that, next 2 minutes, so we will stop on this. But today, we're perfectly on track. Do not look ahead. Don't look aside. Tremendous beginning of the week. All right, have a great day, everyone.
It's so funny that he's always calling people to fight. It's like, I don't, yeah, man, I got thick skin. Dude, nothing. It falls right off my shoulder, dude. That count. That's what I say. Seven clips of him saying he's gonna murder people. Well, first of all, like, pussy shot. Like, that's not enough.
All right, so let's say good morning, let us begin. Beginning by taking all of our sponsors for this morning to stay. Our annual Peloton sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael. Thank you, all this running questions this year. This is just for the sales fellows for Am Yisrael. Our Peloton sponsors for the ones of Hades. Our father and recovered the Tolman family, in memory of Amit Ben Levy, the brother of Itai Levy, who was killed by Kiddush Hashem in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. The American Peloton is precious and Shalom Heaven Aliyah, and the family in the Chama. Our week of living sponsors, Reese Levin, in America, in memory of Avi Kalkala Bas Toba Batya, all in Capital. In memory of Paul and Esther Bas Ikaria, for the family sponsors for Great Brother Goldberg, nation of the outside of his father Leonard Avram Leib Ben Ashta Pinchas. His yahrzeit, 21 years ago today, exactly same date on the Hebrew calendar, same date on the English calendar. Incredible. And our Dachshund sponsors for today, David and Roberta Schwartz, and memory of David's father, Ephraim Shimon Ben Abraham. David, what a beautiful man. Dad, may your memory be for a blessing, and your Neshama have an aliyah. We hope that in merit of our Kamtara, all of the Neshamas shall have an aliyah, the families in the Kama, all those who need to shall have one together with Kol Chol Yisrael. This month of Shemir Hashem, and during our hostages, hold the Shalom and the courage, and their holy soldiers be successful the whole and master. Let us begin today's daf. Of course, it's important for us also. Yes, I neglected to say anything yesterday about the terror attack in New Orleans, and sometimes as Jews, like, we're so overwhelmed by what's happening with us, but it is so important to remember that we are citizens of this great nation, of this great country, that affords us and gives us so much, and that we see our fellow Americans suffer and fellow Americans lose their lives in senseless acts of terrorism and random violence. So we have to be powerful. We have to show by many of those instruments to give out all of those who were injured in this attack, and to give our law enforcement officials the opportunity to set the Shema, the Chacham, and the Bina, and the Das, to be able to root out evil wherever it's needed. And so that let us begin. So today's daf is designed. We have a lot to do today about Hashem. So we are picking up on Hashem on day 16b, 2 lines up from before it gets wide. So the word says, the ain't also Sanhedros. So remember again, we also don't make smaller local Sanhedros or smaller Sanhedros of 23 without the permission, without the involvement of the larger Sanhedros. So what do you know this one? He's actually from the Moshe, the Uki Sanhedros, the Moshe Rabbeinu set up lower court systems, and as we've established over and over, we have this Moshe Rabbeinu himself had the status of a Sanhedrin. That was his status. So you see that the larger Sanhedrin set up the smaller court. Let's say first white man. How do you know that you set up judges? Interesting that I would turn like this. How do you know that you set up judges in general? How do you know that you don't just set up judges, but you also set up enforcement officials? How do you know that you set up judicial systems for judges, courts, for every shade? How do you know that you set up enforcement officials for every tribe? How do you set up judges for every city? Set up judges in your gates in your cities. How do you know that you set up enforcers for every city? And you know what it says? And it says that when you set up these lower court systems, there has to be one court that is in charge of all of the lower courts. So again, remember, that's going to be our Sanhedrin in Yerushalayim that is in charge of all the lower courts. So Shneimar, teaching in the Chok, the Shneimar says, V'shvatecha, v'shavtu, mitzvah v'shevet l'adonai. Says, each tribe has an obligation to judge its own tribe. So this is interesting that Shimon was adding in over here that in the previous model you had local batidin, local courts, and those were responsible for judging the city. Shimon says every shevet has an obligation to set up a tribal court as well. Okay, we also hear in Dachas. We also can't go ahead. And we hear in Dachas, we saw referenced in yesterday's Dach, is a city that worship idolatry. So the Mishnah said that you cannot go ahead and set up in Dachas except for the basin of 71. So you need to say that's not as well. So we must not even where you know this. I'm going to hear what I'm going to hear. I'm going to talk. But it's a Isha or Isha. As Isha, Isha Rafa, Yatamatsu Kala Kulu Isha Rafa. You see from here, only individuals can be judged by local courts. But ultimately, again, a city, if you're going to condemn a city here in Dachas, has to be judged by a larger court, i.e. Sanhedrin. And you don't see Aaron Dachas yourself. Our Navos, the Mishnah also said that you can't go ahead and make an Aaron Dachas on the border. Right? You know, it's my time, also the reason. So, the Torah says, the way the Torah phrases the Lashon of Aaron Dachas is that it's one of the cities from within your midst. Within your midst means what? Inside of the country, not on the borders. But no shalosh Aaron Dachas. You also can't condemn 3 cities to Aaron Dachas status, but say Achos, as the Pasuk says, one. That's also the Pasuk. Avahosin Achos V'shtayim, which is really condemn 1 or 2 cities. Now, where do you get that? Arecha is what's remembered again. The Lashon of the Pasuk is. The Lashon of the Pasuk is. Achos Nikola, Kisishma Ba'achos Arecha. So the minor, so here, Achos means only 1, right? But Arecha means a minimum of 2. So how do you reconcile that one? So the answer is 1 or 2, but what? Not 3. Not 3. So the Gemara says as follows. Achos lo shalosh. So Achos tells you going to the Achos, you can't make three. Now, let's say obviously he's talking about at one time, simultaneously, right? You could have one Achos, but you can't have three. Achos lo shalosh, Achos lo shtayim. Maybe you can't even have two. So she omer arecha harishtayim omer. But arecha is plural, your city, which means you can have up to two. You already need Achos. Hama and Yekayim Achos lo shalosh. By Union Amarav, so it's so we have up to two simultaneous cities that have Yonidaka status, but never three. Amarav, the base in Echad Ein Osin, have a term of social about the Din Osin. Furthermore, Rav qualifies, he says, one Sanhedrin can't declare more Yonidaka. Once there is turnover in the Sanhedrin, or not really full turnover, but any other turnover, then the newly constituted Sanhedrin can declare a new year in Yachas. So the Gemara says as follows: and Rav sometimes said, another time Rav said, even in the basin has turnover, you still can't declare more than one or up to two Yachas. So what's my time, Rav's logic? You should karcha. So let's say Rav's logic is like this. Karcha really means like a bald spot. What it means is you can't declare more than one or up to Arini Dachas, because what it does is it creates, so to speak, like a bald spot within clouds as well. It goes in and creates an emptiness in the land. That's only true, by the way, if the Arini Dachas are concentrated in one area. But remember again, the only time that more than one Arini Dachas creates a bald spot, so to speak, is when it's concentrated. But if it's not concentrated, but it's dispersed, then it's going to be fine. So Rabbi Yochanan says, "Ein osin shum karcha." Rabbi Yochanan says once again, you can't think more than one Arini Dachas. So I said this is like a geographic issue, because what you don't want large swaths of Eretz Yisrael to be desolate. Tanya Kaval says, Ein osin shalosh ayoros minudachos be'Eretz Yisrael. You cannot go ahead and make 3 ayoros minudachos in Eretz Yisrael. Aval osin osam shtayim to go achas b'vidar v'achas b'vidar, which can make up to 2. But even those 2 have to be in different geographic areas. Like one in Yehuda and one in Galil. Aval shtayim b'Yehuda, shtayim b'Galil, ein osin. But you can't go ahead and make 2 Yehuda and Galil. So in other words, even if you make up to 2 ayoros hanidachos, they must be in separate geographic areas. The Gemara says, but you can never, as the Mishnah said, you can never declare a border city as the Yoni Dachas. Like I'm always using, maybe our Gentile neighbors will hear about this. When you come to go ahead and destroy Eretz Yisrael, looks like the long reality of this Gemara, we have seen what happens when border cities are overrun. Like this was the story of October 7th. We have seen what occurs. This is what the Gemara is talking about right now. Again, we want to the processes that we create ourselves. But the Mesa, again, the Gemara says you can never make a border city and go in Dachas. The moment you create, so to speak, that geographic bald spot on the border, that will be exploded. The Gemara says the same way. Didn't care about the Quran just dashed in the pasuk. The pasuk says, Yoni Dachas is made to Kibaka, in your midst. In your midst means inside of the land, not on the border. To which the Gemara says, Shimon who the Darsh time to come. Each of us is here, Shimon Darsh is time to come. So Shimon's no time to have Shas. And Shimon's the opinion that holds that you're allowed to go ahead and dash the reasoning behind this. So since Shimon says it like this, yes, the pasuk says Mikebaka. Yoni Dachas has to be more in the center of the land, or I should say, not on the border. But you can't go and declare Yoni Dachas on the border. Why not? Because if you make a border city Yoni Dachas, you open up the rest of Eretz Yisrael to exploitation by our enemies. Overwhelming. So remember the title. So how did you do the Haisa? My time is Rabbi. So it says, remember again, the Mishnah says, this was an interesting machlokes. So the Mishnah said that the Sanhedrin of the High Court was 71. And Rabbi Huda said it was 70. So how many machlokes? 71 versus 70. So let's analyze this. So what's my time to Rabbanon? So what's the Rabbanon's logic for saying that it was 71? The Amri Moshe al Gabein, because they said, remember again, because Baruch says to Moshe Rabbeinu, Amakra, Hisyatzu Imach, Hisyatzu Shan Imach, so Hisyatzu Shan Imach, let them gather along with you. That of design 17a, Imach Ba'at Ba'adayim, and you are also included with them. So remember, Hashem tells Moshe, just to give you context, this is by the episode of the Slav, right? Remember again, the Child Yisrael wants meat. Moshe essentially loses it a little bit, and he says, I can't do this myself. I cannot do this anymore on my own. Right? I'm not like the mother, right? I'm not like the mother with the child. And the Baruch says, don't worry, this will be Shivni's year. Go ahead and assemble 70 people. Because we're going to get a group of 70, and then the Rabbanan say, okay, so there's 70 plus Moshe. So that gives you 71. That gives you 71. Rabbi Yehuda, so the words of Rabbi Yehuda, top of design. Rabbi Yehuda, Imach Mishin Shkira. So the reason it says Imach ultimately again refers to Rashi. Imach, Yamdu Chutz La'ohel, or Yavoli Ohel, Mishin Shkira. Lashon Achar, so this is Rabbi Yehuda says, no, Imach means they're going to stand with you outside of the Mishkan. In other words, but Moshe Rabbeinu is not included in the tally. So that I want to understand Imach to mean Moshe go with the tally. So there's 70 plus Moshe. Imach, his point of view, is more a statement of where they should meet you. Tell them to meet you, they should stand with you outside of the Mishkan. Incredible. Rabbanon, Amakra, V'nasu Itra, V'masa'am. So Itra Ba'adai, so Rabbanon will say, the Pasuk says, V'nasu Itra, not something will carry along with you the burden of the people. Itra, meaning with you, Ba'adai, and you're included as part of you, i.e. 71. Rabbi Yehuda, Itra B'dom L'cha. Rabbi Yehuda says, Itra means Moshe Rabbeinu, when he's finding 70 men, there should be people who resemble you. Resemble you. Rashi says, Yuchasin, people who have good useless genealogy, and are peaceful blemish. We'll talk about that more in just a little bit. Rabbanon, there's a hospital left of an answer to Chanakta. Rabbanon, in the half of the Pasuk, they will eat the burden from you, and you will carry the load with you. Yalfa Sanhedrin, the Sanhedrin cannot eat the Dalachos Kal, the Sanhedrin Adagol, from the Sanhedrin. Incredible. Rabbanon, the Yishush now is from Achanas, will say, remember again, so now, that's on the focus. Rabbanon 71, Sanhedrin Adagol, you do the 70, we know we passed like the Rabbanon, the Sanhedrin Adagol was 71. Okay, so now, you might pick up a little bit on that story where Moshe Rabbeinu gathered together 70 elders. Not even 70 elders, and what happened? Pasuk says, a spirit of prophecy rested upon them. And then the Pasuk says in the there were 2 people left in the camp. 2 people left in the camp were prophesying. They were named Eldad and Yodad, and they continued prophesying even after everyone else stopped prophesying. They called them the Shkairu, which is incredible. So essentially what it means is they were left over in the lotteries. Now what does this mean? This is a fantastic Gemara. Shemot HaShvach Moshe, Isvili Shivnish, Yizikne Yisrael. Kashvach does Moshe Rabbeinu. Gathered these 70 men. Moshe Rabbeinu was vested with the responsibility of gathering together 70 leaders. So let's do this. Amar Moshe, Kate said, how should I do this? If I gather 6 men from every tribe, then what does that give me? That's going to end up giving me, remember again, it's going to give me 72. It's going to give me 72, right? 12 tribes. So remember, so what am I supposed to do? So if I get 72, that's 2 people extra. If I go ahead and I assemble 5 men from every tribe, so ultimately that's going to give me 60 and 10 short. Ever, so maybe from some tribes that should get 5 people. The tribes actually get 6 people. And what's going to happen? That's going to create animosity between the tribes. So what did they do? Ma'asab is incredible. Ma'asab, Shisha. So once again, Moshe chose 6 men from every tribe. So there was a pool of 72 people. The heavy shivim was trying to skin. Right, and what happens? He took 70 lots. He took 72 lots. On 70 of them, Shivim Kasam Sucking. On 70 of them, he wrote Sucking, which means you're chosen to be part of this Sanhedrin. 2 of them, he left blank. He said, this is all, I'll put him in a hat. So what's incredible? So he says, okay, everyone come and draw a lot. What's incredible? So if you whoever drew a lot that said sucking, so it's a fish kaya. I think for us, chosen you. What's the last one? Which all of the other product, whoever drew a blank piece of paper, Hamakom lo puppets, God doesn't want what do you want from me? Well, it's an interesting lesson, right? Think this into a things for coming, whatever, here's a safer, complimentary safer for you, I don't know, what the chuck? There's a tremendous Musar Haskell in this. Moshe Rabbeinu was saying, all of us are put into this world to perform a mission. And sometimes what you want to do is not what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants you to do. And this isn't Carl mentioned so many times. Carl says in his introduction, first has to ask himself a question. What is my job in this world? Not what do I want to do with my life? What is my job? What is my avodah? And very often in life, what you want to do is not what HaKadosh Baruch Hu needs you to do. And the entire avodah in life is bending your knee before HaKadosh Baruch Hu and accepting the mission that the devotion has for you, even if it's not the mission that you want for yourself. So Moshe said to the guys who drew the blank piece of paper, Hashem doesn't want you for this. Now again, parentheses is, he needs you for something else. He needs you for something else. Don't say sometimes in life we become so frustrated by the things we want to do and they don't materialize. We feel like failures. But the truth is, sometimes it is because I'm failing and I'm not trying hard enough to accomplish the things I want to accomplish. But sometimes what failure in a particular area really means is Hashem is telling me, I don't need you here, I need you here. And the ability to internalize that lesson, the rejection hurts a little bit. What Moshe Rabbeinu was saying is, it's not a strong thing, it's just, Hashem doesn't want you here. Hashem doesn't want you here. Why? Because he desperately needs you. He desperately wants you somewhere else. So find the koach to pivot, find the koach to go in a different direction, and find the koach to really find your next. So this is why in Yiddishkeit in general, one of the most beautiful things about Yiddishkeit is not everybody is the same. Right? Men have one set of responsibilities. Women have a different set of responsibilities. Kohanim have one set of responsibilities. Leviim, Yisraelim, there's different things. Why? Because the Rebbe Shalom doesn't need us and doesn't want us, and it's not productive for all of us to do the same things. He needs us focusing on different missions, different roles, and different responsibilities. Right? We spend so much time trying to be like everyone else and do like every other instead of focusing on what our unique singular mission is. Hamakom lo chafetz b'cha. Hashem doesn't want you for this, but he desperately wants you for something else. So now go figure out what it is that you're supposed to do to contribute to your people. Incredible. Can't be the Atomer. Lakachto, Chamishas shkayim. So we will go. First, we find the same dynamic by the Bechor. Remember that originally, service in the Mishkan was supposed to be done by the Bechor, by the firstborns. They lost that right after the sin of the golden calf. This same thing, the firstborn sanctity was transferred onto the Levium. So remember again, the way it worked was every Bechor was exchanged for a Levi. Remember the issue was there were 273 extra Bechorim over the number of Rabbi. So what did those guys have to do? What did those firstborns have to do? They had to contribute 5 shkalim to the Mishkan to redeem themselves. Now, what was the Shiloh? Who gets redeemed on a lady versus who has to pay 5 shkalim? So the word says as follows: Sarah Moshe, Kate said, so what should I do for these extra 273? In overload, paying me people in Echad. If I say to a Bechor, hey Bechor, give me 5 shekel and you're redeemed. He'll say, I'm one of the guys who's redeemed on the Levium. No, so watch make sure to listen to this. Maybe Esther B'Shnayim Alafim Diskin. He brought 22,000 pieces of paper, right? Lots. Because of our Ben Levi and your father Ben Levi, about Shlosha B'Shivim Umasayim and 273 because of our Ben Kamisha Shkalim. You know that meant 5 shkalim. But what happened? Roman, the Mephibosheth, he mixed up all the lots, put it in the box. Amalek did this statement, and he said, don't draw lot. Who shall be other than lady? Amalek Rabbi do for the lady. So whoever drew up that lady lot, okay, that means that you were exchanged, so to speak, for a lady. You shall be other Chamisha Shkalim. Amalek came to Yonecha that say, Moshe they say, pay your 5 Shkalim and be redeemed. Incredible. First I said, Rabbi Shimon says, not going to start. It's supposed to smell around. Go back to the El Gad and Nagad. Here again, once we gathers this group of 70 people, and the spirit of prophecy rests upon them, they all stop prophesying, but 2 guys, 2 men, keep prophesying. So the Gemara Rabbi Shimon says, B'machlan Nishtayim, El Gad and Nagad remained in the camp prophesying. Mishash Amalek was Rabbi Moshe Asher Shivir Ish. So when they gathered to me, 70 people, El Gad and Nagad, 8 unwritten laws, which people. El Gad and Nagad said to Moshe, we are not fit. We are not fit for this honor. And we are finished powerfully. How will we activate Atzmachem? How will we know since we do the Abu last time? Because you diminished yourself, therefore again, I will make you even greater. As the Lord said, see a sword like that as that message. The prerequisite to personalistic holiness is humility. The more you think you deserve honor, the more elusive it is going to be. But the more you believe that ultimately again you're a Pasha to Yid, the more covered will run after you. It's incredible. So the answer, what happens? Because all the other prophets, all these 70 men, the king Nevi'im, episodic Nevi'im, but their prophecy stopped. El Gad and Nagad, they kept prophesying. The mind of one is out. So what was the Nevuah? What was this Nevuah of? Because remember, it was like, so the Torah doesn't record what the Nevuah was. So what was their prophecy? So this was like, Amru, Moshe makes Yeshua Machnis as Yisrael. What was their prophecy? Their prophecy was Moshe is going to die, and Yeshua is going to be the one who leads the people into Israel. And again, remember, this was before this in the miracle. So this was the prophecy. Moshe is going to die, and Yeshua is going to be this entire Israel. Incredible. I'm sure the Lord are escape Slav in the Snabim, Ali Slav. The prophesied about the Slav. The Slav number was the quail. This was meat that we did probably saw in the desert. So they prophesied that there was going to be these values of Slav. But not going to say, this is go to Muslim place. No, they prophesied about the war of Gog and Magog. The war of Gog and Magog was the ultimate war of good versus evil that is a precursor to the Messianic era. שנאמר, כה אמר השם אלוקים, העטו אשר דיברתי להם מקדמונים, ביד עבדי נביא ישראל הנביאים, ואמרהם שניים והביא עוזך עליהם, אל תקריא שונים אלא שניים. הוא the two prophets of Gog and Magog, ואלו העצים ואיזו, אין שניים נביאים שנסיים אחד נבואה אחת, who the two prophets? He prophesied at the same time about the same thing, אבל אומר, El Gad and Nagad. Amar, Konavim Kurin and Salim Pasku, Banis Abu Pasku, so all the other members of the prophetic cohort, all those 70 men prophesied and then stopped prophesying. El Gad and Nagad prophesied and then continued to prophesy afterwards. So the Gemara says, you know the Pasku, how do you know that all the other prophets prophesied and stopped? Even when they sit at night, maybe the Pasuk says because they prophesied, and listen, interestingly enough, the word that's over here, the entire Pasuk is, I said his name is good as it used to be. The rest of the Pasuk is, so that means that we're translating that they prophesied and they did not continue. So much like that's not what it means. The word El-Hafaz said, Ba'asnavim said, Misnavim Ba'adayim, sorry, I skipped over. Elinata, Kol Godo V'lo Yosef. Like the Pasuk says, a great call, which represents Baruch Hu, V'lo Yosef. Now, V'lo Yosef means it didn't cease. So you see that from the so you see from here that V'lo Yosef doesn't mean it didn't continue, but it could also mean it didn't cease. Hachanan, V'lo Yosef, so it's V'lo Pasuk. The Rabbi, rather than the most means that over the lead of prophesying, and they did not stop prophesying. The Rabbi said, Dais Nabu, Hasam said, Misnavin, Adai, Misnavin, the whole. Okay, so which one am I going to Moshe means, oh, they said, I don't Moshe cry. Remember again, now let's the story. So again, just the timeline. Moshe says he can't do it alone. His Rabbi says no problem. He gathers 70 men. Now we just saw the process to which he gathered the 70 men before the lots. So now what happens? The spirit of prophecy rests upon the 70 men. The spirit of prophecy departs from 68 of them. 2 of them, Eldar and Nadab, continued prophesying. What was their prophecy? So first opinion, the prophecy was Moshe is going to die, Yoshua is going to lead the people into Eretz Yisrael. So if you go with that approach, then again, then that makes sense. Inshallah, Moshe makes no difference. Adon Moshe Klai. So let's remember again, after Eldar and Nadab continued prophesying, Yoshua approaches Moshe. And Yoshua says to Moshe, make them stop. Make them stop. So if you understand that they were prophesying, saying Moshe is going to die, Yoshua is going to leave, it makes sense why Yoshua was very distressed about this and tells Moshe, make them stop. But according ultimately again to the other 2 interpretations, that either they're prophesying about the Slav or about the word of Togu Mago, why is Yoshua all distressed? Right? Why does Yoshua have to tell them to go ahead? Why does Yoshua have to tell Moshe to tell them to stop? So that's because Yoshua felt it was inappropriate for other people to prophesy in the presence of Moshe Rabbi. Hey, the presence of Moshe Rabbi is one Rabbi. Is one Rabbi. For other people to prophesy in his presence is almost like a lack of coverage for the Rabbi. So it's a Mishnah. What's the first one? This one, I know how characteristic the same thing. Moshe makes Mena Tava Immaculate. What kind of something says? So according to the opinion, it says, now Moshe in response to Yoshua, what do you want? Because Baruch wants to make the whole nation Nevi'im. Let me make the whole nation Nevi'im. See if people are getting it for prophesying about Slav or Gogu Mago. So it makes sense that's almost like Moshe was saying, let them all be Nevi'im. But if you say that they're prophesying that Moshe is going to die, Yoshua is going to go ahead and lead them in. So why would Moshe have like this jovial type of response? We'll say more from the Kamei. Ultimately, again, it could very well be that Yoshua Moshe didn't hear what they're prophesying about. So because he didn't hear what they're prophesying about, he didn't really feel the same way about it as Yoshua did. So my question, so Yoshua tells Moshe, make them stop. Now let's say, how exactly do you make someone stop prophesying? How does that work? So Yoshua says to Moshe, Hatel Alei and Sarkis Sibor, so give them communal responsibilities and then empower the area, and that'll shut down the prophecy. And as we'll say, so we've seen this motif many times before, that a person in a leadership position in Shval Yisrael, one of the sacrifices that comes with leadership is the ability to cultivate and work on one's own ruchnius. One has to be willing to sacrifice for the cloud. One has to be able to sacrifice their own ruchnius or sometimes their own time for their own personal development in order to go ahead and build up the cloud. So the rule is beautiful, but the rule requires a very heightened spiritual state. So Yoshua said to Moshe, give them communal responsibilities. And once that communal responsibilities, again, that is going to occupy all of their bandwidth, we will see we will have very little time for their own personal spiritual development, which will then by definition take away their ability for the world. So let's say, by the way, it shows you the profundity in the Moshe Rabbeinu personality. Moshe Rabbeinu is the exception to this rule. Like Moshe Rabbeinu was the one individual who, on one hand, shouldered the entire to apply on his shoulders. Yet again, from a personal level, his personal growth never stopped. He was the Rabbi, a buck. There's a big buck. What's the buck in this? What's the buck? The buck in this website is Moshe Rabbeinu sacrificed his family. And so it's true. He was saddled with responsibility for the cloud. Yet again, was the father of all prophets, but also didn't have a marriage. And also didn't raise his children, and also lived apart from his family. So, essentially, that's what it comes down to. One of the, when we're young, we think we can have it all. Because someone once said to me, the golden life, people like to say, to have your cake and eat it too. Someone once said to me, no, the golden life is to have your cake, right, eat it, and then still have some more for later. Right? So I said, wow, that's incredible. But So sounds a little chazirish. You get like, but you can't have everything in life. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't. Something has to give. That's the way it works. So let's say, so what you want to say is like this, in general, if you're going to take on responsibility for the cloud, you're going to take responsibility for the cloud, or whatever segment of the cloud, understand that comes at a personal cost. And the personal cost often is the time that one is putting into others comes from time that you can put into yourself. And if you're not going to do that, and you're just going to be totally focused on the growth of God, growth in yourself, it might come at the expense of your family. But something's got to give. You can't be the one who holds up others, holds up yourself, and holds up your family. You can't do all of those things in an excellent fashion. Something is going to give. And so a person has to be meditated what is going to give, what is going to be sacrificed in that calculation. Incredible. I love that. You know how the old so you must remember again. The Mishnah said that when you condemn someone to a death penalty, it always has to be done to a majority of two. So one says the math doesn't work. I'll tell you why. So why? Because remember again, now all you need for capital cases is a rating of 23. Right? You do not need, you don't need 71. So you must see, but you're not really, you can easily see where you're not going to have a majority of 2. Why? Listen to this. So from which God says, so it's like the end of the day you have 11 say that he's innocent, and 12 say that he's guilty. You only have a majority of 1. So if you have 10, they ultimately say innocent, 13 that say that he's guilty, plus Abu, then it's a majority of 3. Whenever you have, you're right. When you have a majority of 2, is when you end up adding on judges. Now, when does one add on judges? We've actually saw this reference in the Sector. We did that whole, we said, you don't know. I'll leave it that we did the shit. So we'll say, only that happens. Now, that can ultimately be see. Now, remember, if one of the judges says, I have an opinion, what do? You take them off, and you add on 2 in his stead. So according to the Udo holder, that's 170. If you have 170 done, I don't know. And you add on 2, you have majority of 2. But look at that, the Mosif is also Jason Shaka Bakatira. So, but interestingly enough, let's say, if Mosif and you add on judges, you end up making it into the number basis. So just Shika. Now you can or you get Shika. Like the more draft card, I become a real when a judge says I don't know, maybe you treat him like he's still present. Really, I don't know. So Shaka, like, and therefore, if he advances some logical solution, come on, Shabbos is incredible. The height of coming in there, Kiman of the Lace dummy. Let's say it's not true. If someone says, I don't know, it's as if they're not on the basis, as if they don't exist. The Omar Kaima, Lo Shaminale. And even if he advances some type of reasoning, we don't listen. This is fascinating. So if you have a judge on a base and you say,